Chapter 1 The Abandoned Profession Phantom Sorcerer. The Signanary for Estimed Dignitaries. Name Lufan, Profession Phantom Sorcerer, Rank F. On the playground of Sung Nun No. 1 High School. As Lufan appendicize he heard the announcement of his profession transfer from official principal's voice. He gazed incredulously at the familiar surroundings and murmured softly. I've reincarnated. A this moment, familiar sneers echoed around him. Ah, everyone, look, Lufan has only awakened in Frank. A waste. Despite his seemingly endless efforts, studying the Munster Encyclopedia every day, what has she accomplished? I've heard that Lufamoli has a Rulian Yonu who awakens below Crank must be exiled from the family. Ah, that's wonderful, this Guil Wasak solo as if as from money off 3 great families, if he's exiled I wonder how he'll maintain his selfness. The surrounding students wore expression soft disdainful ridicule as if watching a joke unfold. Meanwhile, on the VI seats, Theses elite watched with Schadenfreude def Patriarch of Lufamoli, Lujantien, how was seated in Fessender. Luzantian's face darkened to the extreme. Looking at Lubase, he angrily rose at his feet, slapping the double line frustration. Is this the finesse you produced with that known woman? In the 500 years since our family's founding, we've never hadn't frank talent, today, you've a saterkard. You've brought shame up on their family. If I'd not been this world of peppin, wouldn't they've come here to embarrass hisself. Saying this, Luzantian in your red tia fodersan left in AF. Leaving Lubase behind, bowing his shield insolence. Andalof thighs was observed by Lufan, was student the center of the awakening gare. Thes Nersifus classmates, Luzantian's angry departure, and his father's disappointed excellence. Yet Lufan's face remained devoid of any or indignation. Instead, his lips curly dupe into a bar lip perceptible smile. He turned away from the awakening gare and entered an abandoned classroom. Then, Harris at his right hand, and a ball of green flame flared dupe in his palm. Phantom Inferno. In this life, you will repel the humiliation of me past. System. Display panel. Name Lufan. Profession Phantom Sorcerer F. Level 1. Strength 10. Agility 10. Endurance 10. Spirit 20. Constitution 10. Health 100. Mana 200. Active skill Phantom Inferno Level 1 inflicts 10 spirit damage per second for 2 seconds, consuming 50 mana with a 2-second cooldown. Looking at the familiar panel description, Lufan nodded satisfactorily and closed it. Spirit 10 lasting 2 seconds, meaning Jit couldn't like a total of 20 spirit damage. Such a ridiculously low value deserve a frank evaluation. Yet Lufan remained unfazed. Because he knew that this profession could awaken into the globally unique hidden profession of Phantom Lord. Moreover, Phantom Inferno possessed a hidden burning corpse to gain experience and attributes. Lufan checked the timing on his phone. It was almost time. I fear remember read correctly, a massive influx of monsters would invade the compute within minutes. Although fear level swear low, below 10. The suddenness of T-Tac caused considerable casualties. All he had to do was wait quietly here until the bird leaned, then go out and burn the corpses. Just then, a hurried footstep broke at the surrounding silence. Click-clack, the sound of heels. Lufan looked up. It was their class newly arrived homeroom teacher, Baijia. Dressed in a pristine white dress, Baijia kid up to Lufan and hugged him into her plebiscum. Lufan don't be discouraged, just because our talent is a bit lower, with hard work, everything just possible. Ignore about our family's role, going back no wouldn't likely to conflict, come to me house tonight, and he'll find a way to help you improve your strength. Baijia said softly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Lufan was startled by words. During his school years, had a crush on Baijia. No that she had come at him, Lufan felt a little tempted. But he had more important matters to attend to and couldn't shake his head to politely decline her kindness. Meanwhile, the Schultz awakening ceremony continued. The next to take the stage was Han Yanlan, the daughter of Han family. Although dressed in a simple school uniform, her unparalleled beauty was still undeniable. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was filled with tension and anxiety. She was terrified of awakening in frank profession like Lufan. If that happened, she feared she would be too ashamed to live even without her family's intervention. Name Han Yanlan, profession Blaze burst mage ranks. As the principal's resounding voice fell, the entire playground erupted into excitement. Unsrank. How long has it been since official produced dance rank? I remember the Lestonuas in a years ago. Incredible, the Han family ice about a rise to greatness. Amidst heated discussions, Han Yanlan was too stunned to speak. She had only hoped for an rank and was thrilled to have awakened dance rank instead. Her entire body trembled with excitement. On the VI seats, many dignitaries stood up to congratulate the Patriarch of Han family. Congratulations to the Patriarch of Han family. In Songnan City, we hope for our continued favor and guidance. Even the mayor of Songnan City personally rose to congratulate the Patriarch of Han family. For a moment, the Han family became the center of attention. In contrast, Lubaisi appeared somewhat lonely. After a brief exchange with the Patriarch of Han family, he prepared to leave. However, just then, The ground suddenly trembled violently, and spatial rifts appeared around, from which countless monstrous creatures emerged, roaring and charging towards the crowd. Chapter 2 Awakening, the unique hidden class, Lord of the Netherworld. The sudden invasion of monsters threw the entire playground into disarray. The students, having never encountered such creatures, were panic-stricken, screaming as they scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the teachers and the distinguished individuals in the VIP seats were not to be trifled with. They rushed forward, each showcasing their unique abilities. Thankfully, the monsters were of a lower tier, all below level 10. The chaotic scene was swiftly brought under control. At this moment, Teacher Baijie also sensed the disturbance outside and released Lu Fan, intending to assess the situation. However, she was taken aback to find 5 elite goblins wielding spiked clubs at the entrance of the classroom. Lu Fan, well versed in the monster compendium, recognized these common creatures instantly. Elite goblin, enhanced, level 8 strength, 180 agility, 100 endurance, 200 constitution, 350 spirit, 100 health points, 3500 magic points, 1000 monster traits, extremely lascivious, obsessed with human females. If a woman falls into their clutches, the outcome will be utterly horrific. The 5 elite goblins licked their lips, grinning lewdly as they approached the classroom. It was evident that their target was none other than Baijie, who stood beside Lu Fan. Lu Fan was utterly bewildered. These goblins were not part of his plans. According to his memories from his previous life, the monsters should have only invaded the playground. Such a remote classroom should not have seen any monsters at all. Could it be that Baijie had attracted them? Nevertheless, the situation was not dire. Although Baijie was merely a newly arrived intern teacher, she was still at least in her teens in terms of level. Defeating these level 8 goblins should be a trivial matter. Baijie positioned Lu Fan behind her hands aglow with radiant light, and unleashed a beam of white light at one of the goblins. Surprisingly, this attack only managed to deplete a third of its health. Lu Fan was left dumbfounded. Wait, teacher, is this a mistake? You can't eliminate an 8-level monster at your level? Baijie offered an awkward smile. As a radiant priest, her role primarily involved support and healing, leading to a shortfall in offensive capability. Moreover, these goblins were elite tier monsters. Lu Fan thought this. However, it was not a major issue. He still had allies. Lu Fan promptly pulled out his phone to call his father. If his father, Lu Base, arrived, dispatching these 5 goblins would be a matter of moments. Yet, to Lu Fan's dismay, the signal was interrupted due to the monster invasion, rendering his phone unusable. Additionally, given that they were in a desolate, dilapidated classroom, it was unlikely anyone else would arrive for assistance anytime soon. As he observed the 5 elite goblins approaching them with lewd grins, Lu Fan raised his hand and cast Netherfire, shattering the window, and seized Baijie's hand, leaping out. However, the 5 elite goblins were clearly unwilling to let go of a beauty like Baijie, swiftly pursuing them. As they ran, Baijie cast another spell, sending another beam of white light accurately toward the already injured goblin, reducing its health by another third. Simultaneously, one of the goblins hurled its spiked club, striking Baijie on the leg. Baijie stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu Fan turned back and felt a surge of dread. At that moment, the 5 goblins seized the opportunity and charged forward, with one of them grasping Baijie's alluring calf, tearing a gash in her white lace stockings. Lu Fan, you must go, don't worry about me. Baijie, recognizing her impending doom, urged Lu Fan to flee, not wanting to become a burden. To be honest, if it were any other stranger being captured, Lu Fan would not have batted an eye. But faced with such a kind-hearted and alluring teacher, he could not choose to abandon her. Teacher, use your skill one more time to eliminate that goblin. I have a way to save you. Lu Fan shouted, yet Baijie, at that moment, had already given up the struggle, lying on the ground as the goblin tore at her clothing. She believed that even if she eliminated that goblin, the remaining 4 were beyond the reach of Lu Fan, who had just transitioned to a new class and possessed only F-tier abilities. Teacher, trust me, Lu Fan bellowed. Upon hearing this, Baijie's eyes regained their determination. After all, death was imminent. Taking one along with her would not be a loss. With this thought, radiant light flickered once more in her right hand. However, with her limbs pinned down by the goblins, she could only fire randomly fortuitously. Her beam of white light struck the already weakened goblin, slaying it on the spot. Witnessing this, Lu Fan immediately unleashed Netherfire, incinerating the elite goblin's corpse into ashes from the remnants. Several green orbs of light flew forth, entering Lu Fan's body in an instant. Both Lu Fan's eyes and his entire being ignited with a fierce green flame. Awaken the unique hidden class, Lord of the Netherworld. Netherfire damage increased 100-fold, inflicting 1000 spirit damage per second, lasting 20 seconds, with a magic cost of 500 and a cooldown of 1 second. Activate the hidden ability of Netherfire, burn the corpse to grow stronger. Burning a corpse grants 10-fold experience and attribute rewards from the target. Note, burning the same type of monster will not yield repeated attribute rewards. Burning the corpse of an 8-level elite goblin yields 3500 experience, 180 strength, 100 agility, 200 endurance, 350 constitution, and 100 spirit, leveling up to level 5, with all attributes increasing by 50 and 250 free attribute points. For every level gained, all attributes increase by 10, and free attribute points by 50. At last, there was hope. Lu Fan allocated all his free attribute points to spirit. After completing the allocation, Lu Fan checked his panel once more. Level 5 strength, 240 agility, 160 endurance, 260 spirit, a 420 constitution, a 410 health points, 4100 magic points, 4200 active skill. Another fire level 1 inflicts 1000 spirit damage per second, lasting 20 seconds, with a magic cost of 500 and a cooldown of 1 second. After incinerating an elite goblin, Lu Fan's strength surged dramatically. Yet at that moment, Teacher Baijie was still pinned beneath the remaining 4 goblins, her clothing completely torn. Even more horrifying, one of the goblins was forcefully pouring a green liquid into Baijie. Netherfire, Lu Fan uttered a low cry, raising his hand. The 4200 damage per second instantly reduced the goblin, pouring the liquid to ashes. This scene left Baijia utterly speechless. Chapter 3 of the Cremation of Corpses, Level Surge. Baijia was utterly dumbfounded. It is essential to note that Lu Fan had only just transitioned to a level 0 novice today. Moreover, his innate talent was the most abysmal, an F grade. Yet, he had just managed to annihilate an 8th level elite monster with a single strike. How could this be possible? Even she required 3 blows to achieve a kill. The remaining 3 goblins, drawn by Lu Fan's actions, ceased their harassment of Baijia and charged towards him instead. Lu Fan remained unfazed, summoning the spectral fire, incinerating one goblin after another into ashes within seconds. However, for the same type of magical creature, the act of burning no longer granted him any attribute enhancements. It merely provided a substantial amount of experience points. Defeating an elite goblin yielded 350 experience points, while incinerating one of their corpses granted a staggering 500. After sequentially vanquishing 4 elite goblins, Lu Fan successfully ascended to level 7. He hastily approached Baijia, helping her up and inquiring with concern, "Teacher, are you alright?" "I feel so hot," Baijia gasped, her face flushed. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing just how feverish she truly was. "Goodness, teacher, are you running a fever?" But before Lu Fan could fully process the situation, Baijia suddenly leaned in, kissing him on the lips. The sensation was electrifying. As he felt a wave of softness upon his lips, the euphoric experience compelled him to instinctively return the kiss. However, he quickly regained his senses and pushed her away. Now was clearly not the time for such distractions. With magical creatures invading the campus, the situation remained perilous. Lu Fan glanced at Baijia, noting her flushed face, dazed eyes, and the way her hands were incessantly caressing him. It was evident she was in a state of heat. If his suspicions were correct, it must be related to the green liquid that the goblins had forcefully administered to her. In an instant, Lu Fan was jolted by a realization. He recalled the entries in the monster compendium, which stated that goblins could concoct potions that incite lust in women. Once consumed, the victim would plunge into an abyss of insatiable desire. If they could not satiate that urge within an hour, they would meet a tragic end. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan swiftly scooped Baijia into his arms and fled. Fortunately, his attributes had undergone a comprehensive enhancement, granting him considerable strength, making it effortless to carry the slender Baijia. Thus, he sprinted with Baijia in tow, reaching the school's parking lot. Fortunately, there was no sign of magical creature incursions here. Lu Fan placed Baijia in the passenger seat of his Porsche, starting the engine and departing through the back entrance of the school. Initially, Lu Fan had planned to wait in the abandoned classroom until everything was resolved before incinerating the corpses. However, he was now forced to alter his plans, prioritizing their escape and intending to return later to deal with the aftermath. Fortunately, they encountered no further obstacles along the way. The invasion of magical creatures was indeed confined to the school's playground. Lu Fan surmised that this might be related to the energy fluctuations triggered by the job transition ceremony. However, even Lu Fan, who had been reborn, did not fully comprehend the exact reasons. "Hey, teacher, stay with me. Where do you live? I'll take you home." But at that moment, Baijia had already lost consciousness, resembling a frenzied wildcat solely focused on obtaining Lu Fan's body. With no other options, Lu Fan decided to check into a hotel. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the luxurious Heaven and Earth Hotel, the most opulent 5-star establishment in Songnan City, with a nightly rate of no less than 2,000 gold coins. "Ah, young Master Lu, what a rare pleasure. You brought someone here before nightfall," the alluringly dressed lobby manager teased. "Enough chit-chat, arrange your room immediately." "Very well, how about the presidential suite on the top floor? Does that suit you, young Master Lu?" "Sure." Lu Fan agreed without a second thought. Although the 80,000 gold coins for a single night in the presidential suite was exorbitantly high for an ordinary person, to Lu Fan, born into one of the 3 great families, it was a trivial sum. In fact, he could easily afford to stay there every day for an entire year if he so desired. With the lobby manager leading the way, Lu Fan carried Baijia into the elevator that whisked them to the presidential suite. "Young Master Lu, if you require anything, my sister could also join you," the lobby manager provocatively suggested, adjusting her black stockings with a seductive gaze. "Get lost." Lu Fan firmly shut the door. He had no interest in such women. While Lu Fan was indeed lecherous, he preferred one-on-one encounters. At that moment, Lu Fan, having been stirred by Baijia's alluring demeanor throughout their journey, was aflame with desire. He promptly pressed Baijia onto the bed, embarking on a tempestuous encounter. Of course, all of this was primarily to save Baijia. Several hours later, Lu Fan departed the hotel. "Ah, young Master Lu, are you leaving already? Will you be returning tonight?" the lobby manager inquired as she chased after him. "Not coming back. By the way, if the girl in my room wakes up, arrange for a car to take her home." "Understood." With that, Lu Fan started the engine and drove away. Upon arriving at the school, he found that the battle had long since concluded. The playground was an utter mess, strewn with the bodies of numerous magical creatures. 2 elderly janitors were grumbling as they cleaned up the aftermath. Lu Fan stealthily approached from behind, delivering a swift blow to each of them, rendering them unconscious. Gazing at the multitude of magical creature corpses, Lu Fan felt exhilarated. Each of these represented experience and attributes for him. Without further ado, he ignited the flames, cremating a level 1 blue snail corpse granted 100 experience points, while boosting his strength by 15, agility by 5, endurance by 5, constitution by 20, and spirit by 5. Cremating a level 2 mushroom boy corpse yielded 200 experience points, enhancing his strength by 30, agility by 10, endurance by 10, constitution by 40, and spirit by 10. Cremating a level 3 green water spirit corpse granted 300 experience points, raising his strength by 40, agility by 15, endurance by 20, constitution by 60, and spirit by 20. Cremating a level 4 flower pig corpse provided 400 experience points, increasing his strength by 50, agility by 30, endurance by 40, constitution by 80, and spirit by 40. Cremating a level 10 wood spirit corpse awarded 1,000 experience points, augmenting his strength by 280, agility by 150, endurance by 300, constitution by 350, and spirit by 200. As Lu Fan indiscriminately burned the corpses on the playground, golden light continuously surged around him, propelling his level to an impressive 9. This entire endeavor had yielded immense rewards for Lu Fan. The area was practically a treasure trove, encompassing nearly all level 0 to 10 magical creature corpses, as if it had been specially prepared for him. Moreover, it was not limited to ordinary and elite monsters. Several lord-level creatures, colloquially referred to as bosses, were present as well. Lu Fan had just spotted an enormous level 10 lord-level creature lying beside a demolished boys' dormitory. It was worth noting that a single lord-level creature possessed attributes equivalent to several elite monsters combined. However, just as Lu Fan reveled in his success, within the Lu family group building, the family members were deliberating on expelling him from the family. Chapter 4. Not a proposal, but a withdrawal of engagement. On the top floor of the Lu group building, the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhantian, sat in the center of the hall, his brow furrowed with anger. Lu Base. It has been several hours, and your esteemed son, Lu Fan, has yet to make contact. I have already instructed the butler to send personnel to search for him. I trust that news will arrive shortly. Please be patient, father, Lu Base replied, repeatedly dialing Lu Fan's number, but alas, due to the invasion of demonic creatures, the calls were utterly unreachable. At this moment, the elder, Lu Majie, scoffed derisively. With such a long wait and no news, could it be that he has already perished at the hands of those inferior demons? His words elicited faint chuckles from the gathered crowd. Lu Zhantian snorted coldly. If he is dead, that would be for the best. It would spare the Lu family from being tarnished by his disgrace. Unable to contain himself, Lu Base retorted, Father. Regardless of his shortcomings, Lu Fan is still your own grandson. How can you say such things? Grandson, I have no such worthless grandson, Lu Zhantian exclaimed, his anger intensifying. Having always prided himself on strength and superiority, he found it intolerable that such a feeble descendant had emerged. His reputation was on the verge of being shattered. Just then, the butler entered, calling out, reporting to the head of the family, we have gathered news regarding young Master Lu. The expressions of everyone present shifted to one of keen curiosity as they turned to the butler. Speak, Lu Zhantian urged impatiently. According to the reports from his subordinates, young Master Lu had visited a 5-star hotel, Tianshang Renjian, several hours ago, where he had booked a presidential suite and what? And he brought along a woman who was in a state of unconsciousness. What? Lu Zhantian slammed his palm onto the table, causing the specially crafted conference table to crack visibly under the force. At such a time, he still has the leisure to engage in such frivolities. Worthless, indeed, he will never amount to anything. Father, this news must be erroneous. Although Lu Fan can be rather lecherous, he is typically astute and would not engage in such foolishness at this critical juncture. Lu Base defended his son, then turned to the butler, saying, regardless, the immediate priority is to bring Lu Fan here. We must clarify everything in person. Understood, the butler nodded before departing once more. I see no necessity for that, Lu Majie interjected with another mocking chuckle. Wherever Lu Fan may be is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he is merely an F-grade waste. On the other hand, Han Yanlan from the Han family is an S-grade. Our family's standards are not excessively stringent. As long as one is above C grade, that should suffice, should it not? In this era of universal class transitions, it has become increasingly rare for even children from ordinary families to be F grade. The second elder nodded in agreement, adding, with this incident, while others may not dare to speak openly, the truth is that our Lu family has already become the laughingstock of the entire city. Moreover, I have just received word that the city government has decided to award the Songnan Longqing project to the Han family. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhantian's expression darkened sharply. Hadn't the Songnan Longqing project already been finalized just days ago? Why the sudden reversal? The second elder cleared his throat and, without reservation, spoke directly. It is precisely because the Han family has produced the S-grade Han Yanlan that now all resources in the city are gravitating towards them. An S-grade mage possesses immense potential, and should their development proceed smoothly, they could very well become a formidable force, akin to the vice-governor of Jiangnan province, who ascended to prominence solely due to his S-grade mage occupation. With such a precedent, everyone believes that the Han family will produce another vice-governor. Consequently, everyone is eager to curry favor with the Han family in hopes of future favors. This revelation, Lu Zhantian nearly spat blood in fury. That Songnan Longqing project alone was worth billions. They had invested untold resources and manpower, only to have the agreement nearly finalized just days ago, and now it was slipping away. Ultimately, it was the glaring contrast between Lu Fan's F-grade and Han Yanlan's S-grade that had dealt a devastating blow to the Lu family. At this moment, the third elder, who had been silent for too long, suddenly stood up and shouted, in my opinion, there is no need to wait any longer. According to family rules, we should directly expel him from the family. This might salvage some dignity. Lu Base was unable to remain seated, rising in protest. I say, are you all not being excessively hasty? Lu Fan has not even arrived yet, and you wish to enact family rules? It is important to note that even if expulsion were warranted, it must be done within the family ancestral hall, before the ancestral tablets. How can one expel someone without even having seen him? As he spoke, Liu Base took out a contract and tossed it onto the table. The others looked up to see it was a marriage contract. Liu Base coldly snorted. Furthermore, I would like to remind you all that it seems you have forgotten something. When Lu Fan was born, a daughter from the Han family was also born at the same time. Under the auspices of our two previous family heads, the two families arranged a betrothal. As he continued, Liu Base held up the marriage contract for all to see. They were astonished to find that the Han family daughter mentioned within was none other than Han Yanlan. In that moment, the room fell into stunned silence, filled with disbelief. Liu Zhantian approached to examine the contract closely, and a rare expression of joy appeared on his aged face. I never imagined that Lu Fan would possess such fortuitous prospects. The three elders' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces lighting up with delight. If that is the case, we shall be family with the Han family. The Han family may very well become the foremost clan in Sangnan City. If we can unite through marriage, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Lu family. In my opinion, we must expedite this marriage arrangement. Let us visit the Han family tomorrow to propose. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and the butler rushed in, exclaiming, reporting to the head of the family, the head of the Han family, accompanied by numerous clan members, has arrived downstairs. Oh? So soon? Lu Zhantian laughed heartily. I did not expect the Han family to be so eager as to come here first to propose. However, the butler trembled visibly, his expression grim as he replied, head of the family, they are not here to propose. They have come to withdraw the engagement. Chapter 5 A First Order Breakthrough Certificate on campus. After Lu Fan had incinerated the ordinary and elite monsters, he arrived beside the ruined boys' dormitory. There lay a lord-level monster, the Black Pig King, towering at a height equivalent to 5 stories. This creature was the final boss of the level 10 dungeon, the Stone Cavern's secret realm. Despite its mere level of 10, it possessed an extraordinarily terrifying endurance and constitution. Its passive skill, Black Fleece Steel Armor, could block 100 points of damage, meaning that any attack inflicting less than that would fail to harm it. Typically, even a party of 5 would require at least 5 hours to have a chance of defeating it. The chaos surrounding him suggested that considerable effort had been expended by others to vanquish the Swine King. However, this fortunate turn of events benefited Lu Fan immensely, as he incinerated the corpse of the Black Pig King with his spectral ghost fire, leaving no trace behind. Burning the level 10 Black Pig King's body yielded 30,000 experience points, along with the following attribute gains. Strength 400, Agility 250, Stamina 600, Constitution 1200, and Spirit 200. After incinerating the corpses of all the monsters on campus, Lu Fan's experience and attributes surged alarmingly. Level 9 Strength 3200 Agility 2300 Stamina 4000 Spirit 3400 Constitution 10200 Health Points 102,000 Mana Points 34,000. The increase in his constitution was particularly striking, having breached the terrifying threshold of 10,200 points. It could be said that even the combined constitution of the entire Lu clan would pale in comparison to Lu Fan's solitary prowess. Yet, despite this formidable increase, Lu Fan remained at level 9, unable to ascend to level 10, as his experience pool was overflowing. This was due to the necessity of possessing a first-order breakthrough certificate to progress from level 9 to level 10. Such certificates were exceedingly rare, with only a minuscule chance of dropping from lord-level monsters of level 10. Although Lu Fan could easily tackle a level 10 boss with his extraordinary attributes, he had no desire to squander time on that endeavor. Instead, he drove away from the school, heading straight for the first auction house of Sangnan City, where various rare items were to be auctioned, including the breakthrough certificate he sought. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction house, Lu Fan discovered a group of individuals gathered outside, vociferously protesting. Although he was unaware of the cause, he felt little inclination to investigate. Exiting his vehicle, he made his way directly to the VIP entrance. Ah, young Master Lu, what an unexpected pleasure. A beautiful woman clad in a striking red cheapao rose to greet him. The dress featured a high slit, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her figure. Lu Fan reached out, playfully caressing her thigh, and remarked, Hong Fei, it has been quite a while, your legs appear even more enticing than before. Now is hardly the time for jokes, young Master Lu. You have no idea of the trouble your family is currently causing in their search for you, she replied, her expression tense as she ushered him into a private VIP room on the second floor. What is the matter? Lu Fan inquired nonchalantly as he settled onto the sofa, casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds. Hong Fei, sitting closely beside him, spoke gravely, young Master Lu, how dare you show your face here? Don't you realize that your family has eyes everywhere in this vicinity? I advise you to leave while you still can. Perhaps if you lay low for a while, the old man's fury will subside. I couldn't care less whether that old man calms down or not, Lu Fan scoffed, producing a bank card from his pocket. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Just help me procure a first-order breakthrough certificate. Deduct whatever amount is necessary from this card. A breakthrough certificate. Hong Fei was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Lu, why do you need that? You've only just changed your class. Do not question me. Simply do as I say. Hong Fei hesitated, her face revealing her uncertainty. Unfortunately, young Master Lu, it's quite the unfortunate timing. It's the class change season for many schools, and everyone is scrambling for breakthrough certificates. The last one was sold just yesterday, so none left. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lu Fan wasted no further time and turned to depart. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Corrupt auction house, return my breakthrough certificate. Corrupt auction house, colluding with the aristocratic families to bully us small guilds. Lu Fan halted, turning to Hong Fei with a puzzled expression. What is going on? With a deep sigh, Hong Fei replied helplessly, "These individuals are members of a small guild from the wilderness. This morning, they acquired a breakthrough certificate and brought it here for auction. However, the Han family learned of this and contacted our president, securing the certificate ahead of time." Secured ahead of time, Lu Fan understood the implication. This was a common underhanded tactic employed by the three major aristocratic families, a well-known unspoken rule of the auction house. The three families would preemptively offer a price on items they desired, effectively reserving them. When such items were brought to auction, a conspicuous reservation mark would appear on the bottom right corner of the screen, signaling to other bidders that it was sought after by a major family, thus discouraging competing bids. Consequently, the sellers would suffer significant losses, as they were only entitled to the price offered by the families, which was often far below the normal auction price. A cold smile crept across Lu Fan's face as he inquired, "How much did the Han family offer to secure it?" 2 million. 2 million, Lu Fan was taken aback. If memory serves, a breakthrough certificate should be worth at least 3 million. No, indeed, especially during the class change season. If it were to go to auction, 5 million would be a conservative estimate. "That is why these small guild members are causing a ruckus," Hong Fei added, her expression one of exasperation. Lu Fan chuckled coldly, "The Han family is truly miserly. As one of the three major families, they still seek to take advantage of a small guild." "Wait," Lu Fan suddenly recalled something and thrust his hand into Hong Fei's bosom, squeezing firmly. "Young master Lu, be gentle. What are you doing?" Hong Fei gasped, breathless from the unexpected touch. Lu Fan's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Didn't you just tell me that the last certificate was sold yesterday? How is it that another has now appeared?" Hong Fei looked helpless. "Oh, young Master Lu, I didn't mean to deceive you. This certificate has been reserved by the Han family, which means it's essentially off the market." Lu Fan continued to knead Hong Fei's chest. "Just tell me, is this certificate still at the auction house?" "It is, but what? It's in the collection chamber, but it belongs to the Han family, and there are two powerful guards stationed there. You won't be able to obtain it." "The collection chamber, is it? Understood." Lu Fan smiled faintly, rising to head towards the collection chamber to retrieve the item. Seeing this, Hong Fei immediately followed, alarmed. "Young master, you're insane. Your family is looking for you, and you're not only staying put but also seeking trouble. This is tantamount to courting death. Leave the rest to me." Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Hong Fei to depart. At that moment, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted within the auction house. Chapter 6, Level 19 Warrior. A tremendous explosion resonated, causing a stir throughout the entire venue. Hong Fei, one of the auction's organizers, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The auction hall was filled with over 1,000 attendees, all prominent figures in the city, for this was the premier auction of Songnan City. Each item on display was of considerable value, and those qualified to bid possessed assets worth no less than 1 million. At that moment, everyone turned to the source of the explosion, only to discover that a large hole had been blasted through the wall at the back of the auction hall. As the smoke cleared, nearly 100 burly men emerged, each wielding weapons and exuding an intimidating presence. Among them were the very same individuals who had been causing a ruckus at the auction's entrance. Leading the group were two individuals of exceptional demeanor, clearly the leaders of this band. Their names were conspicuously accompanied by their level and class information. One was a 26-level Golden Knight, and the other a 25-level Barbarian Warrior. Hong Fei recognized them immediately. They were the presidents of the top 10 guilds in the wilderness. The 26-level Knight was El Feng, the leader of the Knights Guild, and the 25-level Barbarian was Taida, the president of the Explosive Guild. These two were frequent patrons of the auction, often bringing rare items obtained from dungeon raids in the wild to sell. Hence, Hong Fei was not unfamiliar with them. Given the current situation, it was evident that both guilds had mobilized their entire forces, evidently seeking the breakthrough certificate that had been earmarked for the Han family. The muscular barbarian Taida thrust his massive sword into the ground with great force, creating a visible crater in the auction's solid floor. "Where is the president of the auction? Come out at once. Is there any justice left in this world?" he bellowed. "You dare to offer a mere 2 million for a first-tier breakthrough certificate? Do you take us for fools?" Hearing this, the majority of the audience quickly grasped the situation. The two guilds were coming to the aid of a smaller guild. Panic seized Hong Fei as she realized that the president had just been invited by the Han family head to the Lu Corporation and was not present. She immediately took out her phone to notify him, only to find that the signal was still disrupted due to the monster invasion. Seeing that the auction house remained unresponsive, El Feng, clad in golden armor, stepped forward and declared, "Let me make myself clear. If we do not receive an explanation today, this auction will cease operations." With that, he hurled his golden warhammer towards the auction's podium. The impact produced a thunderous crash, leaving a massive hole in the podium. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the hall. This act was undeniably a provocation toward the auction and the three major families backing it. That moment, the security personnel of the auction arrived promptly, but alas, their levels were only in the teens, rendering them no match for the assailants. The barbarian warrior dispatched them effortlessly, one by one. Witnessing this, Hong Fei dashed out from the VIP passage. "Esteemed guests, please calm down. Our president is currently unavailable. Might I request that you temporarily wait in the lounge? I assure you he will provide a satisfactory response upon his return." As she spoke, she produced 2 auction vouchers worth 100,000 each from her bag, hoping to appease the 2 guild leaders. However, to her surprise, the barbarian merely glanced at the vouchers before casually tossing her aside. "Wait 3 more minutes. If your president does not come out to address us, we will dismantle this auction." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. If El Feng's earlier action was a provocation, then the barbarian's behavior was tantamount to a declaration of war. How dare they challenge the 3 major families? The audacity of these guilds was astonishing. They seemed utterly unaware of the strength of the three major families. I would wager 100,000 gold coins that these two guilds causing the disturbance will vanish within 2 days. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Just then, a shadow appeared, deftly catching the falling Hong Fei. Are you all right? She nodded in surprise. Lu Xiao, your skills. Lu Fan smiled without explanation, setting Hong Fei down before pulling out a bank card from his pocket and tossing it towards the barbarian Taida. I want that first-tier breakthrough certificate. This card contains 5 million. That should suffice. Taida took the card, his expression one of confusion. Kid, who are you? Lu Fan, with his hands behind his back, assumed an air of nonchalance. Lu Fan. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lu Fan, he was the infamous Lu Fan, who had awakened as an F-grade waste today. How bold of him to appear here, unaware that the Lu family was searching for him. Taida was momentarily stunned. 5 million is sufficient, but kid, you seem to be mistaken. The breakthrough certificate has already been purchased by the Han family and is not in our possession. You needn't concern yourself with that. Just ensure the money is sufficient, Lu Fan replied, turning to leave with an air of casual elegance. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 6 men in sunglasses and suits suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding Lu Fan. One of them spoke into a walkie-talkie, reporting to the steward, young Master Lu has been located at the first auction. A crackling voice responded, bring him back immediately. Understood. The suited man pocketed the walkie-talkie, his expression impassive. Young Master Lu, please come with us. To everyone's astonishment, the barbarian Taida was the first to speak up. Hey, kid, if you need help, just say the word. The suited man frowned. Do you dare interfere in the affairs of the Lu family? The Lu family? Impressive, is it? If we were afraid, we wouldn't be here today, Taida retorted, stepping forward with his massive sword. The 6 suited men, all at level 19, would surely be no match for him in a fight. Faced with the brutish demeanor of the barbarian warrior, the suited men began to falter. One of them hastily reached for the walkie-talkie to report back to the steward. Observing this, Lu Fan raised his hand and unleashed a shadowy flame, instantly incinerating the suited man into ashes. Moreover, with Lu Fan's action, his level information was revealed. He was a level 9. In that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence. Seconds passed before the attendees began to regain their composure. What just happened? Wasn't this guy supposed to have just changed classes today? How did he reach level 9 so quickly? Even with an S-grade talent, one could not possibly reach level 9 in a single day of relentless dungeon grinding, especially not someone with an F-grade talent. The most astonishing part was that even at level 9, it was inconceivable that he could eliminate a level 19 warrior in an instant. This was utterly unfathomable. Even Taida and El Feng wore expressions of disbelief. After all, even at their level, they would not dare claim they could one-shot a level 19 opponent. Hong Fei was equally astonished, standing frozen in place. The young master of the Lu family, whom she had known for many years, now felt like a stranger to her. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Fan maintained an air of composure, hands in his pockets, and strode out of the auction hall towards the collection chamber. The remaining 5 suited men, utterly terrified, stood rooted to the spot, trembling and daring not to obstruct him in any way. Chapter 7. Where is that worthless Lu Fan? Have him come out to sign. Hello, speak up. Hello, the old butler shouted frantically into the intercom, yet received no response. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhantian, wore a grim expression and exclaimed in anger, what is happening? The old butler, with a furrowed brow, hesitated to voice his concern, reporting to the master, the individuals dispatched to capture young Master Lu may have encountered an incident. What did you say? How is that possible? Lu Fan just transferred today, and he is a mere F-grade waste. How could capturing him lead to any trouble? Lu Zhantian exclaimed incredulously. Could it be that someone intervened on behalf of young Master Lu? After all, he has always been astute and has made quite a few friends in the city. The old butler trembled as he spoke. Liu Zhantian waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely impossible. Who in this city would dare meddle in our Lu family's affairs? They must be seeking death. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the hall. Ah, Master Lu of the Lu family, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. Everyone quickly turned their gaze outside, only to find the head of the Han family had arrived with his kin. Lu Zhantian, known for his straightforward nature, did not indulge in the pretentiousness of the Han family head. He approached him directly, clasped his hands, and coldly snorted, Han Tianhai, spare me the pretense. Let me ask you plainly, did you come here to annul the engagement? Han Tianhai laughed heartily. As expected of you, Lu Zhantian, always direct with your words. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. Indeed, I have come to dissolve the engagement between your Lu Fan and my Han Yanlan. What did you say? Lu Zhantian erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table. You scoundrel, Han Tianhai. This engagement was arranged 18 years ago by the previous heads of our two families. If it is to be annulled, it should be done by them, not you, a mere junior who lacks the qualification. Ha ha ha, I anticipated you would say that. Han Tianhai chuckled, producing a letter from his pocket and tossing it over. Take a good look at what this is. Lu Zhantian caught the letter, opened it, and was taken aback. It was an autographed letter from the previous head of the Han family. The content explicitly stated the agreement to annul the engagement. Observing Lu Zhantian's astonished expression, Han Tianhai's face gleamed with triumph. I informed the old man about today's transfer the moment it happened. Upon hearing that his Yanlan possesses an S-grade talent while Lu Fan is merely an F, he promptly penned this letter to annul the engagement. Lu Zhantian trembled with rage, unable to find words to counter. Han Tianhai continued relentlessly. Enough of this, old Lu.as the head of the Lu family, you should understand that marriage requires compatibility in status and strength, your Lu fan is merely an F-grade waste. How could he be worthy of my S-grade Yinlan? Even if I hadn't come to annul the engagement today, they could never have been together. After today's transfer, Lu Fan and my Yinlan are no longer in the same realm. Lu Zhantian's body shook with fury as he shouted, Han Tianhai, you are correct. Marriage must indeed consider social standing, but you must realize that our two families are not minor households. If it were an ordinary family, annulment would be simple. However, my Lu family is one of the three great families of Songnan City. If you annul the engagement today, where will my Lu family's face be? Han Tianhai sneered coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. I care not for your face, as the saying goes, a tiger's daughter does not marry a dog. This marriage is annulled, without question. Han Tianhai, are you declaring war against my Lu family? War it is then, my Han family fears nothing. Lu Zhantian, do you still believe that your Lu family can stand on equal footing with the Han family in the future? After speaking, Han Tianhai produced an admission letter and threw it over. Lu Zhantian caught it and was stunned once more. It was an admission letter from Qingyun Academy. One must note that the National College entrance examination is still a month away. Admission letters are only issued based on examination results afterward. Where did this come from? The exam hasn't even happened yet. How could you possess an admission letter? Han Tianhai laughed. I apologize, but our Yanlan has already been preemptively admitted by Professor Zhuang of Qingyun Academy. She need not even participate in next month's national examination. She is directly guaranteed a spot at Qingyun Academy. What did you say, Qingyun Academy? The revelation stunned everyone present. Qingyun Academy, the foremost institution in the southern region of Huaxia, boasts terrifying strength. Those who gain admission there are truly exceptional talents. For ordinary individuals, gaining entry into Qingyun Academy is akin to climbing the heavens, a mere dream, yet, once admitted, their futures are boundless. The academy not only provides ample resources for development but also facilitates connections with influential figures. In summary, stepping through the gates of Qingyun Academy ensures a prosperous future. Furthermore, the illustrious Professor Zhuang, mentioned by Han Tianhai, is renowned as the Fire Mage King. It is said that all his students become the backbone of the Huaxia nation, without exception. Among them are General Lin Fenshin, who guards the frozen fortress in northern Huaxia, General Li Rong, stationed at the Wowang Sea in eastern Huaxia, and Vice Governor Yin Xuanhua of Jiangnan Province, among others. All are graduates of Zhuangyan's tutelage. Thus, there are external sentiments that whoever becomes Zhuangyan's disciple is destined to be a prominent figure. However, the admission criteria set by Zhuangyan are exceedingly stringent. He only accepts fire mages with S-grade talent or above. It is crucial to note that fire mages possess the highest output capability among all professions, being referred to as spell artillery. Fire mages are characterized by spell crits, spell combos, continuous burns, and area damage. Consequently, fire mages play an extremely vital role in resisting the invasion of magical creatures in Huaxia. However, fire mages are exceedingly rare. Even nationwide, few awaken each year, let alone those of S-grade or higher, making them extraordinarily scarce. Gazing at the admission letter from Qingyun Academy in his hand, Lu Zhantian's expression turned ashen. He understood all too well that with Han Yanlan, now a disciple of Professor Zhuang, the Han family had secured the backing of Qingyun Academy and Professor Zhuang, making the Lu family no longer a match for them. Before long, there would be no such thing as the three great families of Songnan City, only the Han family would reign supreme. Lu Zhantian sighed heavily, resignedly stating, very well, since it is so, I have no words left to say. Han Tianhai laughed heartily. Now that's more like it, old Lu. Rest assured, based on the friendship between our two families over the years, I shall not make things too difficult for the Lu family in the future. With that, Han Tianhai produced a pre-drafted annulment agreement and forcefully slapped it onto the table. Now, where is that worthless Lu fan? Have him come out to sign. Chapter 8 Level Breakthrough, New Skills, Summoning the Hellhound. Unfortunately, Lu Fan is not present at this moment, and we are also searching for him for some unknown reason. Lu Zhantian suddenly burst into laughter. What did you say? Han Tianhai exclaimed in surprise. It must be noted that the divorce agreement can only be formally effective once Lu Fan personally signs it. Where is he now? Lu Zhantian chuckled and shook his head. I don't know. Old Lu, at this juncture, delaying is utterly pointless. You should be well aware that this marriage cannot proceed. Moreover, Professor Zhuang has a rule: his disciples are prohibited from engaging in romantic relationships or marriage during their studies. Enough of invoking Professor Zhuang to pressure me. Let me inform you, Lu Fan is currently at the first auction house. You might as well find someone to bring him here. What? At this moment, an elderly balding man among the Han family suddenly gasped in astonishment. It was none other than President Su, the head of the first auction house. He had previously accompanied Han Tianhai to the Lu family to witness the divorce proceedings. Upon hearing that Lu Fan was in his territory, he immediately sensed a looming crisis. If something were to go awry, the potential losses could be catastrophic. However, Han Tianhai merely laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, how fortuitous, President Su of the auction house is right behind me. He then turned to President Su and beckoned, President Su, could you kindly send someone to bring Lu Fan here? Ah, that may not be appropriate, President Su replied cautiously. Lu Fan is a member of the Lu family. It would be inappropriate for me to send someone to forcibly retrieve him. President Su was acutely aware that he could not afford to wade into this murky water, lest he jeopardize his own safety. Lu Base also nodded in agreement. Indeed, father, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Fan is still one of our own. If he must be brought back, it should be by our own family members. Yet, Lu Zhantian let out a cold snort. What do you mean our own? The moment he awakened his F-level talent, he ceased to have any connection to our family. Lu Zhantian could not help but feel a surge of anger at the stark contrast between the wasteful Lu Fan and the S-level Han Yanlan from the Han family. At this moment, the third elder of the Lu family could no longer contain himself. Alright, it's just about bringing Lu Fan back. I'll go myself, let us wrap this up quickly. I still have plans to go watch a movie with my girlfriend later. The third elder stood up, taking a few subordinates with him as he departed. The third elder of the Lu family certainly retains his charm. Even at this age, he still possesses such refined interests, quite enviable, Han Tianhai remarked with a playful tone while discreetly signaling to the elder of the Han family behind him. The elder understood instantly, pulling President Su and several subordinates along to follow suit. Thus, the third elders of both families set off simultaneously towards the first auction house in Songnan City. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already exited the auction venue and arrived at the collectibles pavilion. The pavilion boasted 6 floors, each housing an array of extraordinary treasures. The higher the floor, the rarer the items contained within. Even the coveted first-level breakthrough certificates were only stored on the 3rd floor. After all, such certificates are typically used only once in a person's lifetime, and only for the first level. One could easily obtain them by completing several hundred level 10 dungeons. The current high demand was merely due to the ongoing job transition season. Once this period passes, the need for first-level breakthrough certificates would significantly diminish. As Lu Fan approached the entrance of the collectibles pavilion, he was halted by 2 armored guards. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Let him in. Hongfei rushed in behind, shouting at the guards. To her surprise, the guards remained unmoved, coldly responding, "Ah, it's you, Hongfei. While you are the second in command of the auction house, entry to the collectibles pavilion requires direct authorization from the president. We regret to inform you that we cannot allow it." Hongfei stamped her foot in frustration. "I said, let him in, I will take full responsibility for any consequences." The guards exchanged glances and smirked, their expressions lewd. "It seems you're rather eager, Hongfei. Here's the deal, if you agree to serve us well tonight, we might just turn a blind eye. You 2 scoundrels, do understand that I am acting in your best interest." However, before Hongfei could finish her sentence, Lu Fan raised his hand and unleashed a wisp of netherfire, instantly reducing one of the guards to ashes. This left both Hongfei and the remaining guard in a state of shock. It was worth noting that this guard was a level 25 warrior, clad in full level 20 gear, with a health pool exceeding 20,000. Yet, he had been effortlessly slain by Lu Fan, who had just awakened his job class. The absurdity of it all was unfathomable. Indeed, they could never have imagined that Lu Fan, having just transitioned less than a day ago, possessed a staggering mental capacity of 400 points. After awakening, the netherfire could inflict 10 times that mental damage. In other words, the current netherfire could deal 340,000 damage per second. Seizing the moment while the remaining guard was stunned, Lu Fan unleashed another burst of netherfire. In mere moments, he effortlessly dispatched both guards of the collectibles pavilion. Ignoring the astonished Hongfei behind him, Lu Fan strode into the pavilion. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he found the vast space neatly arranged with various rare items. Equipment, elixirs, and precious artifacts. However, Lu Fan disregarded them all, fixating solely on one objective, the first-level breakthrough certificate. After scanning the surroundings, he quickly located it. Upon retrieving it, Lu Fan consumed the certificate immediately. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. First-level breakthrough successful, his level rose to 15, with all attributes at 120 and 600 free attribute points. Beyond the first level, each subsequent level increase would grant 20 to all attributes and 100 free attribute points. Netherfire upgraded to Netherfire level 2 now inflicts 500 mental damage per second for 30 seconds, with a mana cost of 1000 and a cooldown of 9 seconds. He comprehended the active skill. Netherflame Pillar level 1, summoning a towering flame pillar within a radius of 10 meters, dealing 2000 mental damage to all targets within range, with a mana cost of 3000 and a cooldown of 10 seconds. He also learned the summoning skills Summon Hellhound level 1, summoning a spectral creature, the Hellhound, to assist in battle, with a mana cost of 6000 and a cooldown of 60 seconds. Observing the familiar skills, a cold smirk crept across Lu Fan's lips. Everything is finally falling back into place. Lu Fan allocated all his attribute points to mental capacity and then checked his system panel. Level of 1532 Strength of 3, 320 Agility 2, 420 Stamina of 4, 120 Mental of 4, 120 Constitution 10, 320 Health 103, 200 Mana 41, 200. Just then, a series of car engines roared from outside the pavilion. Lu Fan closed the system panel and approached the window to look down, discovering that the third elders of the Lu and Han families had arrived with their entourage. Chapter 9. With your pitiful lot, do you dare to dream of capturing me? Beneath the collectibles pavilion, 3 Rolls-Royces and 3 Bentleys stood quietly parked. These were not mere luxury vehicles, their distinctive. Passers-by were drawn to this spectacle, pausing in curiosity. My heavens, where did these cars suddenly come from? Take a closer look. That's the Rolls-Royce of the Lu family, and that's the Bentley of the Han family. The simultaneous appearance of both families surely indicates something amiss. Alas, you few remain oblivious. I heard just moments ago that young Master Lu Fan from the Lu family annihilated their own enforcer at the auction. No way, are you out of your mind? ISNT young Master Lu just promoted today, and ISNT he a mere F-class waste, how could he possibly obliterate the Lu family's enforcer? Exactly, your claims are utterly baseless. I have heard that someone from the Han family, dissatisfied with young Master Lu's low aptitude, brought a group to the Lu family to demand a cancellation of the engagement, and they are now here to retrieve young Master Lu for his signature. Amidst the bustling discussions, the doors of the Rolls-Royces and Bentleys swung open simultaneously. The three elders of the Lu and Han families alighted, flanked by 12 burly enforcers clad in black suits and sunglasses, along with 4 alluring nurses in uniform. I say, President Su, are you certain that Lu Fan has come to the collectibles pavilion? The elder of the Lu family inquired first. Absolutely, just a moment ago, when communication was restored on the way here, I opened the chat group, and it was filled with discussions about young Master Lu. Someone even reported seeing him at the collectibles pavilion. Todd, what business could this lad possibly have at the pavilion right after awakening his profession? The elder of the Lu family wore a puzzled expression but continued toward the pavilion. President Su followed closely behind, his expression darkening. That elder of the Lu family, the group just mentioned that young Master Lu at the auction. What was it? Took down what? Took down the enforcer your family sent to capture him. What did you say? The elder of the Lu family burst into hearty laughter. President Su, are you sure your mind isn't muddled? A mere F-class rookie just awakening his profession could annihilate my Lu family's enforcer. Do you truly believe that is possible? The elder of the Han family trailing behind could not contain his laughter either. Indeed, President Su, you must be mistaken. If young Master Lu possessed such capabilities, our young lady would not have sought to break off the engagement with him. But. President Su attempted to say more, yet the elder of the Lu family interjected. I've heard, it's not unrelated to the petty affairs instigated by the Han family, who tarnished the hard-earned first-tier breakthrough certificate of the small guild, offering a mere 2 million. The guild, displeased, called upon 2 major guilds for assistance, which led to the accidental demise of our enforcer. The elder of the Han family smirked coldly. Elder Lu, what do you mean by that? It sounds as if your Lu family has never engaged in such actions. In matters like this, no one holds the moral high ground. TCH, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Our Lu family may have blackened others' possessions, but at least we compensated at market price, unlike you, whose actions are utterly outrageous, a disgrace to the reputation of our 3 great families. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Han family's face revealed a look of disdain, thinking of this old fool is truly foolish. At this juncture, he still dares to claim the status of the 3 great families, truly believing that the current Lu family can stand on equal footing with the Han family. Nonetheless, the pressing matter now is to capture Lu Fan and obtain his signature for the engagement annulment. I shall refrain from further disputing with this fool for now. Once my Han family rises, I shall see how I can trample you beneath my feet. As they conversed, they arrived before the collectibles pavilion, yet the scene before them left everyone perplexed. There lay 2 piles of ashes on the ground, alongside a stunned Hong Fei. Hey, Hong Fei, what transpired? Where are the guards of the pavilion? President Su approached, his face a mask of confusion. Before Hong Fei could respond, a figure descended from the sky. At the crowd turned to see none other than the very Lu Fan they had been seeking. Lu Fan, you rascal, you've finally shown yourself. It seems you've come to your senses. No matter how you evade, you cannot escape the fate of being expelled from the family. The elder of the Lu family boomed with laughter. Lu Fan, however, wore a look of disdain and coldly replied, were it not for your surname being Lu, I would have killed you by now. What did you say? An F-class waste dares to speak to me in such a manner, seeking death. Everyone, seize this fellow and bring him back. With a grand gesture, the elder of the Lu family commanded, and 6 enforcers from the Lu family surged forward, encircling Lu Fan. Simultaneously, the elder of the Han family signaled to his subordinates, and 6 enforcers from the Han family rushed in, surrounding Lu Fan from both sides. The elder of the Lu family, seeing this, frowned. Elder Han, what do you mean by this? Do not take offense, it's nothing of consequence, merely a precaution against you inadvertently allowing him to escape. Spare me your nonsense, a newly awakened F-class waste could escape right under my nose. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground around Lu Fan ignited with a ring of green flames. Hades, pillar of flames, with a thunderous roar, a massive green pillar shot skyward, resembling a howl from the depths of hell, instantly reducing the surrounding 12 enforcers to ashes. This spectacle left both elders of the Lu and Han families utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Was that fiery pillar unleashed by Lu Fan? The elder of the Lu family was the first to inquire. The elder of the Han family shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, this cannot be true. Yet Lu Fan, hands in pockets, approached the 2 elders with an air of indifference, coldly declaring, with your pitiful lot, do you dare to dream of capturing me? As Lu Fan drew nearer, the 2 elders perceived his level information, level 15. How is this possible? It should be noted that this fellow had only just transitioned his profession today. How could he be at level 15 so swiftly? Even a genius could not achieve such rapid progress. Yet before the 2 elders of the Lu and Han families could fully comprehend, Lu Fan had already taken the initiative. A blast of Hades ghostfire struck the elder of the Han family. In an instant, green flames erupted from the elder's body, his health bar evaporating at an unfathomable speed. However, the elder of the Han family, as a venerable elder of the 3 great families, was not to be trifled with. He quickly reacted, summoning a golden magical shield with a wave of his hand, enveloping his entire being. The elder of the Han family's profession was that of a battle mage, a most peculiar class, capable of engaging in close combat like a warrior despite being a mage. His core skill was this magical shield, which could consume magic points to mitigate damage. It was precisely due to this skill that a battle mage could endure as much as a knight, despite primarily enhancing their spiritual attributes. Yet astonishingly, the elder of the Han family's shield shattered after merely a second. Chapter 10. The third elder of the Han family. The third elder of the Han family was utterly dumbfounded. It is essential to note that he had just achieved a breakthrough to a level 30 battle mage, his robust magical energy exceeded 30,000, his magical shield could absorb damage on a 1-to-1 basis, meaning it could withstand at least 30,000 points of damage. Yet, before him stood Lu Fan, who, with a single strike, rendered his magical shield to nothing in the blink of an eye. This could only imply one thing: Lu Fan's ghostly fire inflicted damage surpassing 30,000. This was truly terrifying. Even a level 40 damage dealer would find it challenging to inflict such exaggerated damage. Moreover, what was even more alarming was that the flames continued to burn after shattering the magical shield. This indicated that it was, in fact, a damage overtime skill. Witnessing his health bar dwindle to nothing, the third elder of the Han family quickly produced his most precious elixirs, the 4th grade blood restoration pill, the pinnacle of healing potions, capable of instantly restoring 100 health points. And the 4th grade Qingling replenishing powder, the apex of mana potions, which could instantly restore 100 mana points, as rare 4th grade elixirs. Each was worth no less than 20 million. These were essential for high-level. However, due to their exorbitant prices and his habitual comfort, the third elder possessed only one blood restoration pill and one Qingling replenishing powder in his inventory. At this life and death moment, the third elder did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He simultaneously consumed both elixirs, instantly replenishing his health and mana. His magical shield reappeared as well. Meanwhile, the two alluring healer nurses from the Han family snapped back to reality and immediately began to heal and buff the third elder. At this moment, Lu Fan stood with his hands in his pockets, displaying an expression of indifference. He was acutely aware that, under the influence of his ghostly fire, whatever actions his opponent took would be futile. Just seconds later, the third elder of the Han family was reduced to a pile of ashes amidst the astonished expressions of onlookers. This scene left the third elder of the Lu family nearby utterly petrified. Despite the two 4th grade elixirs and the assistance of two healers, he had not even lasted 5 seconds before meeting his demise. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Fan had utilized but a single skill. How terrifying! Chairman Su had kept his distance since the battle commenced. Upon witnessing the third elder of the Han family being slain, he turned tail and fled, stumbling repeatedly in his haste. Meanwhile, the cacophony attracted an ever-growing crowd of onlookers in the streets, even blocking the roads near the auction house. What had just transpired with that towering pillar of fire? It was simply I don't know, but it seems that the young master of the Lu family was responsible for that skill. Hey, brother in front, what did you say? The third elder of the Han family was killed by Lu Fan. What is happening right now? Where is the body? Reduced to ashes, there is nothing left to find. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with discourse. Lu Fan paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He merely turned and re-entered the collection pavilion. However, this time, he took the dazed Hong Fei with him. What is it, Hong Fei, are you that astonished? Lu Fan inquired calmly. At this moment, Hong Fei was utterly flabbergasted, nodding in a daze as she stammered, are you truly Master Lu, or are you merely another person who has usurped Master Lu's body? Lu Fan burst into laughter at her words. What are you thinking? You have a mole on your chest and the right side of your hip, surely, that is not something anyone else could know. Upon hearing this, Hong Fei blushed and smiled shyly. It really is you, Master Lu. But how have you suddenly become so powerful? That is a matter for another time. For now, tell me, where is the second-tier breakthrough certificate? Hong Fei, how could he know? It was simply because, in his past life, he distinctly remembered that Chairman Su had personally gifted the town's treasured item, the second-tier breakthrough certificate, to curry favor with the Han family. However, when Lu Fan ascended to the 6th floor of the collection pavilion earlier, he had not found it. The second-tier breakthrough certificate is essential for a practitioner to advance from level 19 to level 20. It has a small chance of dropping only from defeating a level 20 dungeon's boss that is of difficulty or higher. Although the second-tier breakthrough certificate is merely one tier above the first, the rarity of the two is incomparable. The first-tier breakthrough certificate can drop from any level 10 dungeon boss, with the odds increasing with the difficulty. However, the second-tier breakthrough certificate can only be obtained from bosses in level 20 dungeons of difficulty or above. It is important to note that throughout the entire Sungnan city, there are not many practitioners above level 20, and teams capable of clearing level 20 dungeons of difficulty. Thus, one can imagine the rarity of the second-tier breakthrough certificate is unparalleled in Sungnan city. This is precisely why, in this city, so few can truly break through to level 20. Level 20 is the watershed between the strong and the ordinary. As long as one can break through to level 20, they will at least become a regional leader, a small family patriarch, or a guild president. This is precisely why Chairman Su regards it as the town's treasured item. Where is it? Lu Fan did not elaborate, merely coldly uttering those two words. After witnessing Lu Fan's power, Hong Fei gradually realized that the most promising individual— in other words, if she could forge a good relationship with Lu Fan now, then Hong Fei might have a towering figure to rely on in the future. At that time, who would dare to bully her? Hong Fei looked at Lu Fan, her gaze resolute as she replied, in the hidden chamber on the top floor of the collection pavilion. A hidden chamber? Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. Apart from Chairman Su and me, the second in command, no one else knows. Having said this, Hong Fei took Lu Fan's hand and led him upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Hong Fei activated a mechanism, revealing a hidden door. After entering a password and pressing a fingerprint lock, the hidden door opened. Lu Fan looked up and was taken aback. Inside lay a dazzling array of rare treasures. Not only were there 3 second-tier breakthrough certificates and nearly 100 4th-grade elixirs, but there was also an epic-tier magical set. Chapter 11 is not about you breaking off the engagement with me, but rather about my decision to release you. The quality of the equipment is classified into various tiers: common white, excellent green, fine blue, epic purple, legendary gold, unparalleled orange, immortal cyan, dreamlike pink, and mythical red. Among them, epic level equipment is particularly noteworthy, and there are even 4 pieces. This revelation left Lu Fan somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that such high-quality gear would be concealed within this modest auction. Although epic level equipment may not be exceedingly rare globally, within the confines of Songnam City, it shines like a brilliant star, hanging high in the sky and seemingly out of reach. In comparison to the second-tier breakthrough certificates, the rarity of epic-level equipment surpasses that by an entire echelon. This is primarily due to the fact that epic-level gear can only drop from nightmare difficulty dungeons at level 20. The nightmare difficulty at level 20 represents the highest challenge in Songnam City's wilderness dungeons, where the attributes of monsters are several times greater than those in regular dungeons and possess additional special abilities. Despite being labeled as a level 20 dungeon, even a team of over level 30 elites could face annihilation with the slightest misstep. The previous head of the Lu family, along with many elites from the 3 major clans, perished within this dungeon, resulting in a prevailing fear that deters anyone from daring to tread there. It is precisely for this reason that epic level equipment is deemed exceedingly precious. One could assert that even the heads of the 3 major families would not possess more than 10 pieces. Without further ado, Lu Fan directly acquired the 4 pieces of epic level equipment: Spirit Breaking Staff, level requirement 20, Spirit 500, Spirit Breaking Cloth Armor, level requirement 20, Spirit 100, Endurance 300, Constitution 100, Spirit Breaking Belt, level requirement 20, Spirit 100, Constitution 400, Spirit Breaking Cloth Shoes, level requirement 20, Spirit 100, Agility 300, Endurance 100. The Spirit Breaking Set, comprising 4 pieces, grants a Spirit attribute bonus of 5 and increases skill damage by 5. Only equipment of epic level or higher possesses set effects. Lu Fan, in truth, does not lack attributes. Rather, the percentage bonus from the set effect is of paramount importance. However, due to his insufficient level, he cannot equip them just yet. Red Concubine, from whence did this epic level set originate? Where else could it come from? It's all collected piece by piece by President Su from elsewhere. Collected, why does he not wear them himself? Out of fear, I presume that he worries that if he dons them, members of the 3 major families will snatch them away. Indeed, while President Su may possess wealth, he lacks the necessary strength. If he were discovered wearing these 4 pieces of law-based epic-level equipment, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 3 major families. Yet, ironically, this fortunate circumstance has benefited Lu. After securing the second-tier breakthrough certificate, Lu Fan prepared to depart when suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from his father. What is it, father? On the other end, Lu Bei sighed deeply. There's something we need to discuss. Understood. Lu Fan hung up the phone, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew it was time to confront those who had, in his previous life, due to his ignorance of the fact that burning corpses could awaken the Lord of the Underworld, he was cast out of his family as a waste and even had his engagement annulled by the Han family. The humiliation and helplessness he endured would forever be etched in his memory. In this life, he was determined to make them all pay the price. Lu Fan leaped from the 6th-floor window, departing in the family's Rolls-Royce amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan arrived at the top floor of the Lu family building. The previously bustling environment fell abruptly into silence. All eyes turned to the slowly advancing Lu Fan. Lu Fan, you finally arrived. Do you have any idea how many people have been waiting for you? Han Tianhai bellowed. Lu Fan merely chuckled coldly, disregarding his presence as he strode directly to his father, Lu Bei's, and feigned ignorance. Father, why did you summon me? Lu Bei gazed at Lu Fan, his fists clenched, his body trembling slightly. I'm sorry, son. It's the fault of your father. If I had had the strength, you wouldn't need to. As Lu Bei spoke, tears of frustration streamed down his face. Lu Fan patted his father's back, reassuringly stating, Father, do not worry. I will handle everything. Beside them, Han Yanlan had lost her patience. She rose, seized the annulment agreement from the table, and threw it forcefully at Lu Fan's face, her tone icy. Lu Fan, since your father is too embarrassed to say it, allow me to do so. This is the annulment agreement. Today, we from the Han family are here to sever our engagement with you. Ever since awakening her S-rank talent and being accepted as a disciple by Professor Zhuang from Qingyun Academy, Han Yanlan's attitude had undergone a dramatic transformation. Now, she held herself in high regard, unwilling to be associated with this waste any longer. The mere thought of being engaged to such a waste made her feel nauseated. Seeing Han Yanlan's sudden outburst, both the Han and Lu families wore expressions of anticipation for the spectacle that was about to unfold. Especially Lu Majia, the elder of the Lu family, whose mocking smile was evident on his face. Your son is being forcibly annulled, Lu Bei. Let us see how you will handle this. Lu Majia sneered. However, in the next moment, Lu Fan picked up the annulment agreement, not even glancing at it, and tore it to shreds. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lu Fan, what are you doing? Unfazed, Lu Fan retrieved a pre-prepared document from his pocket and tossed it over to her. Upon receiving it, Han Yanlan's face flushed red with anger. It was an annulment letter. An annulment letter? Lu Fan, are you jesting? You intend to annul with me? Han Yanlan's voice trembled with agitation. She could not believe that this Lu Fan, who usually performed decently in school, could be so foolish. Did he not yet grasp the disparity between them? Lu Fan, you've lost your mind. Haven to you, what qualifications do you possess to annul with our young lady? You're merely an F-rank waste. If it weren't for the Lu family's reputation, I would have killed you by now. A toad attempting to annul with a swan, how absurd. The members of the Han family were seething with anger, pointing and berating Lu Fan. Han Tianhai bellowed, Lu Zhantian, are you going to manage this kid or not? If not, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. At this point, Lu Zhantian had already lost all face and was reluctant to intervene in this farce. He coldly declared, in my capacity as the head of the Lu family, I hereby announce that Lu Fan is expelled from the family. From now on, Lu Fan shall have no ties with the Lu family. Whether you wish to kill or torment him, the Lu family will no longer interfere. Good, that's what you say. Someone, seize this waste Lu Fan. I want him to regret his actions for the rest of his life. As soon as he finished speaking, two thugs from the Han family swiftly approached Lu Fan. Seeing this, Lu Base immediately stood in front of them. Han family head, it was my son's fault earlier, I apologize on his behalf. We will sign the annulment agreement. Now you want to sign? It is too late, our Yanlon is not someone this waste can insult. Lu Base, if you dare to obstruct, I will deal with you as well. However, before Han Tianhai could finish his sentence, Lu Fan raised his hand, unleashing two ghostly— What nonsense, Professor Zhuang, you are not even worthy to fetch my shoes. Silence. A deathly silence, everyone stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Or rather, they found it difficult to believe the spectacle they had just witnessed. Two level 19 enforcers were instantaneously obliterated by a single strike from Lu Fan. How is this possible? Only Lu Fan advanced slowly, his voice cold as ice. Han Yanlon, sign the divorce papers obediently, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, I will annihilate the entire Han family. What did you say? Han Yanlon's face was a mask of disbelief. Did you not hear me clearly? Lu Fan raised his hand and unleashed the man was reduced to ashes without so much as a sound. Is that clear enough for you? Lu Fan said frostily. At this time, everyone clearly saw that the green fireball had indeed been launched by Lu Fan. And the man who had just been slain was a level 26 warrior. How could this be? A mere F-grade waste who had just transitioned jobs could not possibly inflict such terrifying damage. Wait, this fellow's level— Following the release of his skill, Lu Fan's level information gradually became apparent. Level 15, what is happening? Hadn't this man only just changed jobs today? Level 15, even with an A-grade talent, would require at least a year to achieve. Han Yanlon's pupils constricted, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before her. It was clear that Lu Fan was the waste, and she was the genius. Yet now, it seemed as if the roles had reversed. Lu Bei stood behind Lu Fan, his expression complex. Could it be that Lu Fan had indeed inherited his mother's unique profession? At that moment, Han Tianhai was the first to regain his composure, shouting to the crowd behind him, this brat is up to no good. Everyone, attack together and slay this scoundrel. Yes. As his words fell, the members of the Han family surged forward like a tide, rushing to assault Lu Fan. Lu Fan, be careful. Lu Base warned from behind. Do not worry, father. Lu Fan replied with a cold smile, his right hand forcefully pressing down towards the ground. Summon the underworld dog. In an instant, a bizarre summoning circle appeared upon the ground. Intricate magical patterns burned with eerie ghostly fire. Then, a colossal underworld dog, towering at 3 meters high with eyes ablaze with green flames, emerged. Underworld dog strength 500 agility 500 stamina, 8240 summoner's spirit 2 spirit. 0 constitution 41200 summoner's spirit 10 health 4, 120, 000 mana 0. Underworld dog active skill taunt level 1 emits a roar that forces enemies within a 10-meter radius to attack itself, mana cost 0, cooldown 0 seconds. The underworld dog let out a thunderous roar as it activated its taunt skill. All of the Han family members' assaults were forcibly redirected towards the underworld dog. However, as a tank-type summon, its stamina and constitution were augmented by Lu Fan's spirit attribute. The constitution attribute was 10 times that of Lu Fan's spirit. It was practically invincible. The attacks from the Han family members struck the underworld dog, yet its health bar barely registered any change. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the underworld dog, the Han family's members were utterly thrown into disarray. Han Tianhai's face was also one of shock. It was known that among the Han family, he and 3 elders were all over level 30, while nearly 100 other family members were elite level 20 warriors. Yet, even with all their attacks combined, the health bar of this summoned beast barely budged. Not even the level 20 Nightmarish Dungeons boss, the Scorched Corpse King, could boast such resilience. Wait, where is the third elder? Han Tianhai suddenly realized that the third elder had not returned, and a chill ran down his spine. If he was not mistaken, the third elder had likely perished at the hands of this brat Lu Fan. Han Tianhai's expression turned savage as he roared, Lu Fan, have you sold your soul to a demon by signing a demon contract? A demon contract is an agreement that allows one to sell their soul to an abyssal demon in exchange for immense power. However, once the time is up, the soul is claimed by the abyssal demon, and one is doomed to become a demon for eternity, subject to its whims. As Han Tianhai's words echoed, everyone nodded in agreement. Although the reasoning was tenuous, demons typically do not collect the souls of the weak. This was the only explanation that seemed plausible at the moment. Lu Fan coldly smirked, ignoring Han Tianhai entirely, and the sinister green fire made the members of the Han family involuntarily step back a few paces. Han Yanlon gritted her teeth, her delicate form trembling. But if I sign this divorce, how will I live my life from now on? What will become of my father's standing within the Han family? Upon hearing her words, Lu Fan could not help but let out a cold laugh. Now you concern yourself with these matters? When you came to annul the marriage, did you think about how I would live my life, how my father would stand in the future? Han Yanlon was at a loss for words, momentarily silenced. Lu Fan. Do not be so arrogant. My daughter Yanlan has been taken under the wing of Professor Zhuang from the Qingyun Academy. He has always been protective of his students. If you dare to act recklessly, he will not let you off lightly. Han Tianhai shouted. The flames transformed into a bird soaring through the winds. This man must be Wu Qi, the favored disciple of Professor Zhuang. Haha, I did not expect that in this small town, someone would recognize my name. It is truly an honor. The man, Wu Qi, leaped through the window, surveying the crowd as he spoke. In the name of my master, I have come to take a little junior sister named Han Yanlan back to the Qingyun Academy. May I ask who she is? Upon hearing this, Han Yanlan was instantly overjoyed. She recalled the message her master had sent earlier, stating that someone would come to escort her to the academy and help her acclimate to the environment. However, she had not expected them to arrive so quickly. Wu Qi, it's me, I am Han Yanlan, come save me. Wu Qi turned at the sound, instantly mesmerized by Han Yanlan's beauty. He had never seen such a stunning woman in the world. His master truly understood him, providing him with such a delightful opportunity. He licked his lips and leered, little junior sister, do not worry, your big brother will come to rescue you. Get lost, or you will die. Lu Fan said coldly. Wu Qi was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he glared at Lu Fan. If I am not mistaken, you are the one who just insulted my master, correct? What of it? Chapter 13. Today, I shall provide you with a vivid demonstration of what it truly means to bully the weak. Lu Fan wore an expression of indifference, scarcely acknowledging his opponent. How dare a mere novice at level 15 speak so brazenly? Do you have any idea of the formidable existence my master embodies? With but a casual flick of his finger, this entire small city could be reduced to ashes. As Wu Qi spoke of his master, an unmistakable pride illuminated his countenance. Lu Fan scoffed, declaring that Wu Qi was unworthy even to hold his shoes. Wu Qi was taken aback, pondering whether this fool truly understood the gravity of the situation, yet he continued to flaunt his arrogance. Han Tianhai and the members of the Han family exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter. The audacity of Lu Fan to insult Professor Zhuang in front of Wu Qi was akin to inviting disaster upon himself. Though they were unaware of Lu Fan's extraordinary capabilities, they were certain he could not possibly contend with Wu Qi, who was the prized disciple of Professor Zhuang. You're truly oblivious to level 39, elemental fire mage, with an S-class talent. Open your eyes and behold the chasm that separates us. Should I desire your demise, it would take but a fleeting moment, were it not for my master's stern admonition. Otherwise, do not blame me for my cruelty. Wu Qi brandished his fiery fan, his expression radiating arrogance. Lu Fan, a mere fledgling in the grand scheme of things, was a sight Wu Qi had long since grown accustomed to in the prestigious Qingyun Academy. The academy was a breeding ground for prodigies, overflowing with haughty young talents. Thus, Wu Qi felt little disturbance by Lu Fan's insults, refraining from a direct confrontation, for as a disciple of Professor Zhuang, his every action reflected upon his master. To retaliate against insults with violence would tarnish his teacher's reputation. Seeing her brother Wu Qi so poised and confident, Han Yanlan's face blossomed with triumph. Lu Fan, let us see how you maintain your bravado now. You, a mere waste, dare to sever ties with me, such a fantasy. With her brother's backing, she plotted to have the marriage annulment agreement reprinted, envisioning Lu Fan kneeling before her to sign it. Meanwhile, Lu Zhantian, the head of the Lu family, trembled in his seat, unable to fathom that Lu Fan had dared to offend the Qingyun Academy and Professor Zhuang. Fearing for the family's very existence, he seethed with frustration. Cursed Lu Fan, you've jeopardized 500 years of our family's legacy. Ancestors, forgive me, I am not to blame, it is all Lu Fan's doing. Perhaps only Lu Base understood the true strength Lu Fan possessed, having witnessed his mother's prowess firsthand. Lu Fan's expression remained impassive, a smirk gracing his lips. You think you can compel me to kneel and apologize? You dare to speak of bullying the weak in my presence? Today, I shall show you the true meaning of that phrase. With that, Lu Fan hurled a spectral flame towards Wu Qi. Everyone present was rendered speechless, astonished that Lu Fan would dare to initiate an attack. They were well aware that Wu Qi was a formidable opponent at level 39 and a favored disciple of Professor Zhuang. Was he courting death? Wu Qi, upon witnessing Lu Fan's audacity, allowed a sinister smile to creep across his face. Since you have chosen to strike first, you leave me no choice. Wu Qi unleashed 3 consecutive fireballs from his fan, a fundamental skill capable of inflicting 250 points of damage each, with a 15 chance of a critical hit. Though it was a basic technique, Wu Qi deemed it more than sufficient to deal with a level 15 Lu Fan, expecting it to easily overwhelm him. At that moment, the infernal hound sensed its master's peril and swiftly positioned itself in front of Lu Fan. Wu Qi chuckled derisively, dismissing the novice's summoned creature as inconsequential. Despite its intimidating appearance, he had encountered far more fearsome beasts at Qingyun Academy. Ultimately, the strength of a summoned creature was dependent upon its summoner. He was certain that Lu Fan, being a mere level 15, could not have summoned a creature of remarkable power. One fireball would suffice to eliminate the hound, while the other 2 would obliterate Lu Fan, a flawless victory in his eyes. Yet, in the very next moment, the scene that unfolded left everyone astounded. Once more, the infernal hound effortlessly intercepted all 3 fireballs, leaving Wu Qi aghast. What the hell, is this some sort of glitch? A level 39 skill cannot dispatch a mere level 15 summon? Before Wu Qi could fully recover from his shock, Lu Fan's spectral flame struck him directly. However, he remained unfazed, convinced that a level 15 novice could not inflict significant harm upon him. After all, he had awakened his talent, the fire armor, upon surpassing level 20, which reduced fire damage by 20. Thus, upon realizing Lu Fan was casting a fire spell, he felt no trepidation. But in the next heartbeat, he discovered that a quarter of his health had vanished. What in the world? Bewildered, his health continued to plummet, leaving him at half. The damage was persistent. Panic began to creep into Wu Qi's mind as he realized he had severely underestimated Lu Fan's power. Without a moment's hesitation, just as the third elder of the Han family had done, Lu Fan produced a fourth-tier healing pill, the blood revival pill, restoring his health to full. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Han Tianhai bellowed, "All priests and healers of the Han family, assist him at once." Yes. Dozens of men and women stepped forward, swiftly casting healing spells upon Wu Qi. With their aid, Wu Qi's health stabilized. "Lu Fan, you dare to humiliate me in front of my beloved junior sister, I shall have your head," he roared, flames swirling ominously from his fan. The oppressive heat surged, raising the temperature around them by several degrees. Fireball. Wu Qi swung his fan with force, unleashing a colossal, searing fireball. The infernal hound sensed the impending danger and leapt in front of Lu Fan once more. Wu Qi, witnessing this, could not suppress a mocking grin. "Lu Fan, do you truly believe that this foolish hound can shield you for eternity?" Breakthrough. The massive fireball struck the infernal hound, piercing straight through it. It was a rare penetrating spell, Han Tianhai exclaimed in shock. Wu Qi laughed triumphantly. "Indeed, this is the strongest skill I comprehended at level 30, not only does it penetrate, but its damage is explosive. Few below level 40 at Qingyun Academy can withstand it. Lu Fan, no matter how impressive you may be, you are still merely a level 15 mage. Given your high damage output, it stands to reason that your attribute points are heavily invested in. I wonder how you shall endure this assault." Yet, to Wu Qi's astonishment, Lu Fan merely smiled coldly, pushing his father aside with poise. He advanced towards the oncoming fireball. Chapter 14. If you are unwilling to be a concubine, then be a slave. In the next moment, everyone was left utterly astonished. There stood Lu Fan, unfazed as he traversed through the fireball, not only unharmed but with his health bar completely intact, still at full capacity. "What on earth is happening? This is impossible. What on earth is this guy about?" Wu Qi was equally bewildered by this spectacle. It is worth noting that his last move, the Grand Fireball, was his most powerful skill. Not only was it a penetrating area damage attack, but it also inflicted a staggering 50,000 points of damage, and that was without any critical hits. There was no way that it could fail to inflict even a slight amount of damage. However, only Lu Fan was aware that this was due to the passive skill of the underworld dog, which transferred damage to it. Must be said that his opponent truly lived up to being the prized pupil of Professor Zhuang from the Qingyun Academy. The damage from that last attack was indeed explosive, and after triggering a critical spell hit, it dealt nearly 100,000 points of damage. Even the underworld dog, with its substantial health bar, had lost a quarter of its vitality. Yet, everyone's attention was on Lu Fan, with no one bothering to glance at the underworld dog's health bar. With a cold smile, Lu Fan taunted, "Hey, I must ask, esteemed student of Qingyun Academy, is this your so-called ultimate skill?" Wu Qi attempted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, his Grand Fireball had a cooldown of 20 seconds, making it impossible for him to unleash another strike immediately. At that moment, Lu Fan raised his right hand, summoning the underworld ghost flame once more, hurling it towards a priest stationed at the rear of the Han family, instantly reducing him to ashes. Anyone who dares to heal Wu Qi will meet the same fate. Upon hearing this, the Han family priests and healers were rendered speechless, retreating in fear and refusing to take any further action. As the healers ceased their efforts, Wu Qi's health bar began to plummet once more. It was then that he remembered he was still afflicted by the underworld ghost flame. Damn, why does this ghost flame last so long? Wu Qi, feeling helpless, could only pull out his most precious elixir, the 5th grade concentration and purification pill. This potion could eliminate all sustained damage effects, such as burns, poison, bleeding, and electric shocks. He also retrieved a 4th grade elixir, the blood restoration pill. It is noteworthy that consecutive usage of elixirs leads to tolerance, diminishing their effectiveness over time. For instance, the first use of the blood restoration pill could restore 100 health points, but the second would only restore 90. Wu Qi, not daring to delay, consumed both elixirs simultaneously, hoping to preserve his life. Yet, in the next instant, he was left dumbfounded once more. The underworld ghost flame was not purified by the concentration and purification pill. It continued to burn. How can this be possible? This is a 5th grade elixir, the concentration and purification pill. Even the flames unleashed by his teacher could be easily purified. At this point, Wu Qi was in a state of utter panic. If this ghost flame continued to burn, he would undoubtedly perish. However, at that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Fan's father, Lu Base, stepped forward, raising his hands. A beam of white light flickered over Wu Qi, miraculously purifying Lu Fan's underworld ghost flame. At that moment, even Lu Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his usually low-profile father possessed such capabilities. Lu Base turned to Lu Fan and shook his head, saying, "Lu Fan, you cannot kill this person, or else you will incur the wrath of Qingyun Academy and that renowned flame mage, Professor Zhuang." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his father intervened out of concern for this very issue. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi could not help but swell with pride once more. So now you no fear. I will inform you, today's events are far from over, especially you, Lu Fan. I will ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me. With that, Wu Qi leaped out of the window, landing on the Firebird, preparing to flee back to Qingyun Academy. "I never said you could leave," came Lu Fan's icy retort. "Lu Fan, no. Ignoring his father's objections, Lu Fan unleashed another underworld ghost flame, striking Wu Qi once more. Panic-stricken, Wu Qi glanced at Liu Bei's, imploring him to purify him again. Alas, Liu Bei's purification skill was on a 30-second cooldown, rendering him powerless. With no other options, Wu Qi once again resorted to his elixirs for healing. His noble lineage provided him with a considerable supply of healing potions. He thought to rely on the elixirs to hold on long enough to escape and find a nearby hospital for professional aid. However, unexpectedly, Lu Fan unleashed another underworld ghost flame. A horrific occurrence transpired. The damage from the two ghost flames stacked. The overwhelming damage caused Wu Qi to lose all ability to resist, and before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, he was reduced to ashes. The Firebird, too, shattered into countless sparks, scattering through the air, following the demise of its summoner. Wu Qi is dead. He truly killed him. This guy is far too audacious. After all, this person is Professor Zhuang's prized pupil. At that moment, to everyone's eyes, Lu Fan appeared like a malevolent spirit from the underworld, rampantly slaughtering without a hint of remorse. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from disdain to sheer terror, as if that eerie green flame might next target them. Lu Fan paid no heed to the crowd, turning his attention towards the trembling Han Yanlan beside him. So, what say you now? You may sign the divorce papers. Following a tumultuous series of events, her heart was already on the brink of collapse. Faced with Lu Fan's demand, she dared not defy him. Just as she grasped the pen, trembling as she prepared to inscribe her first letter, her hand froze mid-air upon noticing something. Her eyes widened in shock, and she was left utterly astounded. The divorce was not merely a divorce, it was also a concubine contract. Lu Fan, I, a proud daughter of the Han family, cannot believe you would want me to be your concubine. Han Yanlan exclaimed indignantly, gazing at Lu Fan. The entire assembly looked on in disbelief. It must be noted that the three prominent families had dominated Songnan City for a century, instilling in their members a sense of noble entitlement. Daughters who married had never been relegated to the status of concubines, yet now, Lu Fan had not only divorced Han Yanlan but demanded that she become his concubine. This was tantamount to trampling on the dignity of Han Yanlan and the Han family. From this day forth, the Han family would likely find it impossible to hold their heads high again. Lu Fan regarded the indignant Han Yanlan, coldly stating, being a concubine is already a favor. If you are unwilling, then be a slave. Chapter 15 of The Shame of the Past Life. In this life, I shall repay it double. You, Han Yanlan, weeping with tears in your eyes, struggled to articulate a response. Lu Fan, observing the beauty before him shed tears, felt not an ounce of pity. Lu Fan was a man who believed in repaying enmity and gratitude alike. In the previous life, how Han Yanlan and the Han family had humiliated. In this life, he was merely returning the favor with interest. Seeing Han Yanlan hesitating once more, Lu Fan sneered, if you truly value your reputation so highly, I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply leap from this rooftop, and I will spare the Han family. I swear, I shall not go back on my word. What say you? At these words, the entire assembly was struck with shock. The members of the Han family focused their gaze on Han Yanlan. Whispers began to circulate among them. Divorcing her to make her a concubine has truly brought disgrace upon our Han family. Alas, I opposed the annulment with the Lu family from the start. Now that matters have escalated to this point, it is indeed distressing. Who could argue otherwise? I have always thought Lu Fan to be clever. How could we possibly annul this marriage, now that this girl has met such a fate? It seems it is all of her own making. Self-inflicted misfortune is a fate one must endure. To be honest, I would rather she jump down. This would preserve the Han family's dignity, and Lu Fan would guarantee our safety, a win-win situation. Hush, keep such thoughts to yourself, lest the family head overhears you. At that moment, Han Tianhai finally stepped forward, bellowing, Lu Fan. The decision to annul the marriage today was entirely mine. Yanlan was coerced by me. Do not trouble her, if there is any reckoning, direct it at me. Lu Fan scoffed, tossing the ghostly flames before Han Tianhai. Very well, if you wish to walk into these flames, I shall likewise spare everyone. Han Tianhai paused, glancing at his daughter on the ground and then at the members of the Han family behind him. To everyone's astonishment, he slowly began to step toward the ghostly flames. Lu Fan, you must honor your word. If I perish, you will spare them. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. Unexpectedly, Han Tianhai displayed a hint of resolve, surpassing Lu Zhantian in this regard. Father, no. I will sign. I am willing to be a servant or a concubine. Seeing this, Han Yanlan's heart shattered completely. She picked up the pen and signed her name. After she finished, Lu Fan inspected the divorce decree and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Han concubine, remember to visit my residence this evening. Han Yanlan was taken aback. What did you say? Did you not understand? Come to my house tonight and serve me. But what, do you think being a concubine is an easy task, that no labor is required? Should you dare not to come, I will annihilate the entire Han family. As Lu Fan spoke, he pinched Han Yanlan's cheek harshly, then turned to face Han Tianhai. From this day forth, the Han family shall become a subordinate family of the Lu family. Half of your monthly income must be remitted to the Lu family. Do you understand? What did you say? This is too oppressive, isn't it? Yanlan has already signed. Han Tianhai exclaimed, his face reflecting his grievance. And what of it? I just stated that Han Yanlan must leap from here for me to spare you. Her signature merely secured your lives. What, old dog Han, do you dare to refuse? As Lu Fan spoke, the ghostly flames surged once more. Fearful, Han Tianhai retreated several steps. He understood that he had no grounds to refuse and could only nod in resignation. Lu Zhantian, the head of the Lu family, was elated at this turn of events. He had not anticipated that Lu Fan would consider the interests of the Lu family. It was known that the Han family's annual income exceeded 100 billion, collecting half would propel the Lu family to new heights. From this day forward, Sangnan City would no longer be a tripartite balance but a realm where the Lu family reigned supreme. Ancestors above, I, Lu Zhantian, am worthy of the Lu family, ha ha ha. Lu Zhantian approached Lu Fan, clapping him on the shoulder, exclaiming, Lu Fan, splendid work. Truly my dear grandson, I have not misjudged you. I have seen your potential since childhood. However, Lu Fan's expression darkened immediately as he raised his hand and slapped Lu Zhantian, sending him sprawling. Grandson? Lu Zhantian, do you, this wretched creature, think yourself worthy of being my grandfather, of being the head of the Lu family? Once again, the assembly gasped in disbelief. No one had expected Lu Fan to lay hands on Lu Zhantian. Yet that was not the end. Lu Fan's voice boomed, I declare, from this day forth, I shall abolish the position of Lu Zhantian as head of the Lu family, and my father, Lu Base, shall assume the role of the new head. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The abolition of Lu Zhantian's position as head, explosive, truly explosive, this lad is ruthless, even against his kin. Han Tianhai's expression, previously grim, improved slightly. It appeared that, in comparison to Lu Zhantian's fate, he was somewhat fortunate. At that moment, Lu Base wished to speak but hesitated. The instant Lu Fan had slain Wu Qi, he realized that his son had evolved beyond his control. Lu Fan had transformed into a sovereign. Rebellion against the heavens. This is indeed a rebellion against the heavens. Lu Zhantian rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, bellowing, Lu Fan, what is your identity? What is your status? What right do you have to depose me? I am the head of the Lu family. By what authority do you act? By what authority? Why, by this. Lu Fan's ghostly flames flared once more as he continued, Lu Zhantian, not only do I wish to strip you of your position, but I shall also expel you from the family. From this day forth, you shall have no ties to the Lu family. What, how can you? Lu Zhantian was rendered almost speechless with fury. If you can cast me out of the family, why can I not cast you out? I am merely returning the favor, how come you cannot endure it? Lu Fan, you must understand, my expulsion was not my desire, it was a rule set by our ancestors, anyone awakening at talent level below C must face the same fate. Oh, right, you mentioned rules. I had almost forgotten. Today, I shall abolish this absurd rule. From now on, the Lu family shall have no such stipulation, all may remain within the clan, regardless of the awakening level. You dare to abolish the ancestral rules established for a century. Lu Zhantian trembled with terror, his expression one of sheer horror. Lu Fan smiled coldly. From this day forward, within the Lu family, my rules are law. Lu Zhantian, I give you 1 hour to pack your belongings and then vacate the Lu family. Should you linger a moment longer, I shall take your life. With that, Lu Fan turned and departed. Having resolved all matters, he saw no need to waste further time there. The pressing concern was to venture into the wilderness to farm instances and level up. After all, having slain Wu Qi from the Qingyun Academy, it was likely that those from that side would soon come seeking vengeance. Just then, however, his father, Lu Base, caught up with him. Lu Fan, come with me. There are matters I must disclose to you. What matters? Concerning your mother. Chapter 16, The True Identity of Teacher by Jia. Mother. Lu Fan was taken aback. This turn of events was unexpectedly different from his previous life. It is worth noting that in his past existence, his father had never uttered a single word regarding his mother. No matter how persistently young Lu Fan inquired, his father remained resolutely silent. Lu Fan speculated that perhaps his mother's existence was a source of embarrassment for his father. Heartbroken, Lu Fan had since become more understanding and refrained from further questioning. Little did he anticipate that today, his father would bring it up voluntarily. After so many years, you have finally chosen to share this with me, Lu Fan exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Lu Base sighed, casting a wary glance around. In any case, come with me. The two took the elevator down. Lu Base drove Lu Fan away. Moments later, they arrived at an exceedingly desolate graveyard. This place is, Lu Fan seemed to have an inkling of what was to come. Indeed, it is the resting place of your mother. Lu Base led Lu Fan to a pile of rubble. This is the spot. Lu Fan, gazing at the barren scene before him and the heap of stones, was momentarily stunned. Why was my mother laid to rest in such a place? What wrong had she committed? Lu Base shook his head with a wry smile. She did nothing wrong. On the contrary, she was magnificent, having once sacrificed her life to save this world from being devoured by malevolent beings. What did you say? Lu Fan looked at his father in disbelief, feeling as though it must be a jest, yet his father's demeanor was remarkably grave. The reason for her burial in this humble location was a deliberate instruction from your mother, intended to avoid drawing attention. Lu Base sighed, pulling a shovel from his backpack and beginning to dig. Lu Fan was taken aback. Father, what are you doing, digging a grave? Lu Base shook his head with a smile. There are relics your mother left for you within this grave, and I must unearth them for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was rendered speechless. Father, I cannot help but chastise you. If mother left something for me, why did you not give it to me sooner? It is not that I did not want to, but your mother instructed that if you had not successfully awakened that profession, then any mention of her matter should be avoided, lest it bring about calamity. Lu Fan was once again dumbfounded. The profession you speak of, could it be? You have already awakened, so you should know. It is the Lord of the Underworld. Lu Base spoke while digging with the shovel. Yet at this moment, Lu Fan was so shaken that his entire body trembled. How could you know of the Lord of the Underworld? It is the only hidden profession in the world. Wait, could it be? Lu Fan seemed to grasp a realization, as if struck by lightning. Indeed, your mother was the previous Lord of the Underworld. Lu Fan felt numb, utterly overwhelmed. So it was like this. Could it be that the awakening of this profession could be inherited? Liu Bei shook his head. It is not inheritance, but rather that your mother used a life-forbidding technique just before her demise to pass the profession on to you. However, the transfer is not guaranteed to succeed. In fact, the chances are quite slim. You are fortunate. Liu Fan was bewildered, feeling inundated with information. I will tell you more about your mother later. For now, come help me dig. Lu Fan raised his hand and summoned a spectral hound to assist with the excavation using its massive paws. Liu Base remarked. Goodness, this dog can be utilized in such a manner. You ought to have summoned it earlier. My old back is nearly broken. With the help of the spectral hound, a vast pit quickly formed. At the bottom of the pit lay an enormous black gold ancient coffin, resting quietly. Liu Fan, filled with excitement, jumped down into the pit, eager to open the black gold coffin and catch a glimpse of the mother he had never met since birth. However, when he reached out to touch it, a layer of green barrier materialized around the coffin. What is happening? Lu Fan looked at his father in confusion. Liu Base also jumped down and explained. This is a protective barrier set by your mother in her lifetime, to deter outsiders. So that is how it is, but how do we open this barrier? Liu Base glanced at the black gold coffin and sighed deeply. The ghostly flame can break it. Liu Fan paused, instantly understanding that. He then raised his hand and unleashed a surge of ghostly flame, which effortlessly consumed and dissolved the barrier. Subsequently, Liu Base approached the black gold coffin, retrieving a dark green key from his backpack. He inserted it into the coffin's opening, unlocking it. At last, Lu Fan was finally able to see his mother. Her body was preserved perfectly within the specially crafted black gold coffin, showing no signs of decay. She appeared as though she were merely asleep. The features of his mother bore some resemblance to Lu Fan, her figure slender, revealing her to be an ethereal beauty. Inscribed within the coffin were the words, Empress of the Underworld. Lu Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. In this world, one is titled as Sect Master at level 70, as Monarch at level 80, as Saint at level 90, and only upon reaching the maximum level of 100 can one be called Emperor. The Empress of the Underworld, his mother had once been a supreme powerhouse at max level. However, this was to be expected. After all, the profession of Lord of the Underworld grants tenfold experience for burning corpses, allowing for an accelerated leveling speed far beyond the ordinary. Soon, Lu Fan noticed that his mother's hands were clasped around an ancient small box. Upon retrieving and opening the box, he discovered a dark green ring inside. As he examined the ring, he was astonished. Red quality, a level 100 mythical artifact. Liu Base, gazing at the ring, couldn't help but sigh. This is the relic your mother left for you. The Hades set comprises 10 pieces, but your mother, fearing that such exquisite equipment would attract the covetousness of other factions, chose to bury these items separately across Huaxia for safety, leaving only this ring for you. Lu Fan was taken aback. Where are the remaining 9 pieces? According to your mother, as long as your mental strength reaches a certain attribute value, this Hades ring will guide you to the next piece of equipment. So that is how it is. Meanwhile, in the penthouse presidential suite of the 5-star hotel, Heavenly Realm, Bai Jia had awakened and was standing before the mirror, applying a bright red lipstick to her lips. Beside her stood a figure cloaked in black. Majia, why are you not at the Lu family and instead come here? Are you not afraid of your identity being exposed? Bai Jia coolly remarked as she continued to apply her lipstick. Sect leader Bai, after rolling in bed with young Master Lu, have you made any discoveries? I have investigated. The ring is not on him. That is precisely why I came. I wish to inform Sect Leader Bai that Liu Base just secretly took Lu Fan away. If my intuition is correct, that ring should soon make its appearance. Chapter 17 Mythical Equipment of Level 100, the Ring of Hades. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia immediately ceased her actions. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. With that, Bai Jia donned her ultra-short skirt and prepared to leave, only to be intercepted by Lu Jia. Bai Hall Master, you cannot be considering going alone with just the two of us, can you? What is the matter? Is there an issue? Lu Jia chuckled and shook his head. Bai Hallmaster, you truly seem oblivious to the messages on your phone. Lu Fan has awakened and his strength is formidable. He has even slain disciples of the Qingyun Academy at level 39. With just the two of us, it would be rather perilous, wouldn't it? Perilous? Bai Jia smiled coldly. Lu Jia, it appears you have grown timid after spending too much time with the Lu family. No matter how strong Lu Fan may be, he is merely a practitioner of a dozen levels. Both of us are at level 40, the gap between us is not something mere talent can bridge. That may be true, but let us not forget that Lu Fan's awakening is not of an ordinary profession. If I am not mistaken, he possesses a unique hidden profession that surpasses even SSS rank. Even if we join forces, I doubt we could guarantee success. Thus, I propose that we report this matter to the regional leader of Jiangnan province and request reinforcements to ensure the success of this mission. Upon hearing this, disdain washed over Bai Jia's face. Lu Jia, I never expected you to be so cowardly, contemplating calling for the leader's assistance against a mere boy who has just awakened. You must understand that once the leader of Jiangnan gets involved, the credit will be taken from us. In any case, if you are too afraid to proceed, simply tell me the location and I shall go alone. Rest assured, I will still share the accolades with you. Lu Jia's eyes darted around, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well, you do make a valid point. I shall accompany you on this venture, but upon its completion, you must grant this old man a favor, agreed? Bai Jia smiled softly and nodded. Rest assured, Lu Lao, as long as this matter proceeds smoothly, I shall attend to you comfortably. However, she continued, are you able to ascertain their location now? Worry not, all vehicles of the Lu family have been equipped with tracking devices. Their whereabouts are firmly within my grasp. In a desolate graveyard, Lu Fan gazed excitedly at the ring in his hand. This ancient, dark green ring seemed, at first glance, hardly credible as a level 100 mythical artifact. Soon, the ring's information materialized before him. The vivid red name boldly proclaimed the Ring of Hades. What a magnificent name. Alas, this ring is a level 100 piece of equipment, and currently, Lu Fan is unable to equip it. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly cried out for help from behind him. Lu Fan, save me, someone is trying to kill me. Turning around, Lu Fan was taken aback to find it was his teacher, Bai Jie. Clad in an ultra-short skirt, her form bounced enticingly as she ran, causing Lu Fan and Liu Beisu to momentarily lose their composure. Behind her, a figure clad in black robes was fiercely pursuing her. Though Lu Fan was uncertain of the situation, he hurled his spectral flames towards the black-robed figure. To his surprise, upon contact with the ghostly fire, the figure dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Is that a clone? Lu Fan, well-versed in various occupational skills, quickly deduced that the vanishing black-robed figure was merely an illusion. At this moment, Bai Jie had taken refuge behind Lu Fan, panting heavily. Lu Fan, thank you, I thought I was done for. Teacher, what on earth is happening? Before he could finish, 3 arrows of dark energy shot toward them from a distance. The Hellhound sensed the impending danger and positioned itself in front of Lu Fan. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 energy arrows struck the Hellhound, inflicting nearly half of its health, approximately 200,000 points of damage. The strength of the assailant was evidently superior to that of Wu Qi, a disciple of Qing Yun Academy at level 39. By this calculation, the assailant must be at least level 40. Wait. A level 40 powerhouse is pursuing Bai Jie? A sense of unease washed over Lu Fan, and he quickly turned to look at Bai Jie, only to discover a strange smile gracing her face. Unbeknownst to him, 2 short daggers had materialized in her hands, their emerald glow flickering dangerously as she lunged toward Lu Fan's back. The terrifying damage from her strike obliterated the Hellhound. The overflow of damage even reduced her own health by more than half, and she was afflicted with a poison status, causing her health to dwindle. Seeing this, Bai Jie let out a chilling laugh. No wonder you are the son of the Underworld Empress. A mere level 15 could withstand a blow from my backstab of sorrow. This is my most potent skill, capable of dealing 5 times my agility and damage, and if it strikes the target from behind, the damage increases by an additional 50. Lu Fan stood frozen in shock. This skill was undeniably one that only high-level assassins could possess. You are not my teacher, who are you, truly? It was crucial to note that the Bai Jie he knew was merely a healer of level 10, one incapable of even defeating a few elite goblins. How could she possibly be this powerful an assassin? At that moment, Lu Fan glimpsed Bai Jie's level and profession information. Level 45, dual dagger assassin, S rank. It was well known that there were no level 40 powerhouses in the entire Songnan city. Even the heads of the 3 major families were only level 39. The reason was simple, the 4th tier breakthrough certificates were exceedingly rare. Generally, individuals could not obtain them, not even with money. Yet, this woman stood before him at level 45, and her talent was S rank. This could only imply one thing: this woman did not belong to this city. You, who on earth are you? Lu Fan quickly regained his composure, and with a surge of spectral flames rising from his right hand, he hurled them toward Bai Jie. Lu Fan, what are you saying? I am your teacher. Bai Jie responded with a chilling smile before suddenly vanishing, effortlessly evading Lu Fan's spectral flames. At the same time, 3 more dark energy arrows hurtled toward Lu Fan. Liu Beisu observed this and raised his hand, casting purification to relieve Lu Fan of his poisoned state, then bellowed, Lu Fan, there are 2 level 40 powerhouses on the opposing side. You are no match for them. Quickly, equip the ring. Lu Fan was taken aback. However, that ring was level 100 equipment, he could not wear it yet. You can wear it, that ring has no level restrictions for the Underworld Lord profession. Chapter 18. No level restrictions, mental power doubled instantly. Though Lu Fan found it hard to believe, there was no time for contemplation. He immediately equipped the ring in an instant. The ring blazed with a brilliant red light, and a towering crimson pillar shot into the sky, effortlessly dissolving the 3 energy arrows that were hurtling towards him. At the same time, Lu Fan beheld the detailed information of the ring, Ring of Hades, King of the Underworld, quality a mythical red level requirement, 100 attribute enhancement, mental power 100, special effects, spell critical hit 100, critical damage 100, spell life steal 100. Health is prioritized for self-restoration, with any excess healing distributed equally among all summoned beasts. Additional effect, Hades Scorn, skills can instantly slay any creature with health below 20. Additional effect, Hades exclusivity, the Underworld Lord can disregard level requirements and equip it directly. Additional effect, Hades Guidance, can sense the location of other equipment belonging to Hades. Underworld King set, level 110, not activated. Unique equipment. Gazing at the wealth of attributes displayed on the ring, Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel at its prowess. Truly, it was a level 100 mythical item. Most notably, the Underworld Lord class could wear it without any regard for level requirements. After donning the Ring of Hades, Lu Fan's mental power surged from a mere 4,000 to an astounding 8,000. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard his mother's voice echoing in his mind. Lu Fan, the Abyssal Demon Lord is about to resurrect. You must expedite your level progression and gather the complete set of Hades gear before he rises. Otherwise, both Huaxia and the entire world will face annihilation. You are the last hope of this world. The Abyssal Demon Lord, Lu Fan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, 3 more dark energy arrows flew towards him from the distance. Without hesitation, Lu Fan summoned a new Hellhound. Thanks to the increase in mental power, the Hellhound's stamina and health surged, allowing it to effortlessly deflect the 3 energy arrows. Master Bai, have you detected it? Is it the ring? Came a voice from the shadowy figure in the distance. Lu Fan squinted, realizing that these 2 individuals were after the ring. No wonder a level 40 powerhouse would appear in a small city like Songnan. At that moment, Bai Jia appeared like a specter atop a nearby tree, sneering, "This is a windfall, a level 100 mythical ring." A level 100 mythical. The black-robed individual was rendered speechless. This was the highest known level in quality in the world. If submitted to the Lord of the Temple, it would surely garner a substantial reward. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, truly a high-level assassin. She even possesses detection skills. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Fan's mind raced as he realized something, causing his entire body to tremble. Detection skills, they could reveal detailed information about an opponent, including their items and equipment. However, it required physical contact to perform. Moreover, the longer the contact lasted, the more detailed the information obtained. This meant that Bai Jia had intentionally seduced him to a hotel for physical interaction. The elite goblins he encountered were likely part of her cunning plan as well. Such meticulous scheming and intricate disguise were all aimed at acquiring this ring. How dare you, Bai Jia, to plot against me, but alas, you shall not take this ring. At that moment, Bai Jia coldly chuckled from a short distance away. Lu Fan, I advise you not to struggle. Though your profession is indeed formidable, regrettably, you have no opportunity for growth left. With that, Bai Jia vanished once more. Lu Fan understood that she had been waiting for her skills to cool down. She would soon launch another attack. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure employed a duplication technique, creating a perfect doppelganger beside him. Subsequently, both the original and the duplicate cast spells, simultaneously unleashing 6 black energy arrows. Lu Fan observed the opponent's level and class information. Level 43, Phantom Mage S. Well versed in the profession's compendium, Lu Fan knew that this class's duplicates possessed only 50 of the original's attributes. He commanded his Hellhound to block the incoming arrows with its body simultaneously. Bai Jia reappeared behind Lu Fan like a wraith. Is it here? Lu Fan responded with a cold smile, raising his hand to unleash a column of nether flame. Flames from the netherworld erupted into the sky, dealing a staggering 2,000 mental damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. It was worth noting that after equipping the Ring of Hades, Lu Fan's mental attribute soared to 8,000 points. Coupled with the ring's effects, including a spell critical hit of 100 and critical damage of 100, the damage from the nether flame column reached a terrifying 480,000. Bai Jia was momentarily stunned, her face a mask of despair. She had initially believed that her high agility and movement skills would allow her to evade Lu Fan's nether fire. She planned to exhaust Lu Fan's summoned creatures through relentless attacks before dealing with him. However, she never anticipated that Lu Fan possessed an area damage skill. One could evade single-target damage skills, but area damage was another matter entirely. That accursed Lu Mojia had failed to inform her of this crucial detail. In truth, Lu Mojia was also unaware, as Lu Fan had never unleashed the nether flame column during their battle atop the Lu Corporation building. As the hellfire surged skyward, Bai Jia was instantly reduced to ashes. The black-robed figure, witnessing this, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He commanded his duplicate to intercept Lu Fan's nether fire while he transformed into a cloud of black mist, fleeing the scene. Lu Fan attempted to pursue but soon realized it was too late. In a dense thicket, Lu Mojia panted heavily, concealed within. Bai Jia, oh Bai Jia, why did you not heed my advice? Alas, such a shame for your exquisite form. Lu Fan, you will pay for this. I shall exact my vengeance. With that, Lu Mojia took out his phone and sent a message in the group chat named Dark Temple Jiangnan Branch: emergency situation, request for reinforcements. Chapter 19. Are you serious? You intend to tackle it alone? How infuriating. That Phantom Mage actually escaped. On the highway, Lu Fan drove his Rolls Royce at breakneck speed. Lu Base's face was etched with concern. It appeared that this ring had long been targeted by others. What do you plan to do next? Although the identity of the opposing force remained unknown, it was certain they would not relent until they possessed the ring. I must swiftly enhance my strength. My next destination is the Dungeon Square. After a furious dash, Lu Fan arrived at the Dungeon Square. He instructed Lu Base to leave first and return to their family to handle affairs, while he ventured in alone. The square was bustling with activity, thronged with people. Occasionally, voices around him called out for team invitations. Level 10 Stone Cave Dungeon, looking for a healer, 5 for 1, hurry up. Level 15 Mad Wolf Den Dungeon, in need of a frontline tank, 5 for 1, come quickly. Level 20 Scorpion Cave Dungeon, seeking DPS, mages or archers, welcome, come and start. Due to the low regional level of Songnan City, the outdoor dungeons were capped at level 20. However, it must be said that the Dungeon Square was indeed vibrant, even more popular than the busiest shopping mall in the city center. After all, in this world where the game has descended, nothing is more crucial than strength. Lu Fan had no intention of forming a team. Given his current prowess, he could effortlessly solo the most challenging level 20 Nightmare Dungeon. Without further ado, Lu Fan strode directly toward the area designated for the level 20 dungeons. Just then, a group of familiar faces suddenly approached him. Lu Fan, what brings you to the Dungeon Square? Lu Fan looked up and was met by his classmates. However, his relationship with them was far from cordial. He had always been a solitary figure in class, devoid of close friends. Thus, in the eyes of his classmates, he was merely an arrogant scion from a prestigious family, looking down upon those of ordinary backgrounds. In truth, Lu Fan harbored no such thoughts, it was simply his nature. He believed that rather than engage in meaningless socializing, he would rather delve into professional or monster compendiums. At this moment, his classmates, upon seeing Lu Fan, wore expressions of disdain. Hey, Lu Fan, you talentless F-grade waste, what are you doing here? Exactly, is this place even for someone like you? I bet he must have missed the class group message. Teacher Chen specifically invited students with a talent level of B and above to the dungeon square for some dungeon runs. How dare you, an F-grade, come here to join the fun? Right, and Teacher Chen has already summoned everyone. You're not even on the list. What's this? You must be trying to shamelessly infiltrate our team for some shared experience points, huh? People these days really lack self-awareness. To split a little experience, they've lost all dignity. Hey, Lu Fan, aren't you from one of the three great families? Shouldn't you get your family members to assist you, ha? Assist, I've heard he is about to be expelled from his family. An F-grade waste, who would want him around, ha? A cacophony of voices surrounded him, evidently unaware of Lu Fan's true capabilities. Desiring to be a great tree, one does not compete with the grass. Wishing to be a soaring eagle, one does not engage with the chirping birds. Faced with the derision of his classmates, Lu Fan's expression remained utterly unchanged. He ignored the swarm of insects and walked away. Whoa, now you know to leave. How brazenly you approached us before. Exactly, without giving him a few jabs, he really thinks he has something special. Wait, hold on, look where he has headed, it's the level 20 dungeon area. What on earth does he plan to do? No kidding, this guy, freshly awakened in the lowest F grade, thinks he can tackle a level 20 dungeon. Which team would want him? I get it. He must feel embarrassed by our comments, so he is pretending to head to the level 20 dungeon to act tough. Now that I know, I'll make sure to witness his humiliation. I am going over there to see how he tackles the level 20 dungeon. Heh, I'll join too. Teacher Chen hasn't arrived yet, waiting is waiting, and continuing to play is quite amusing. I'll go as well. After their discussion, everyone believed Lu Fan was merely posturing and decided to follow him to continue mocking him. However, at that moment, two guild leaders in the level 20 dungeon area spotted Lu Fan approaching. They immediately stood up and came over to greet him. Lord Lu, what brings you here? Are you looking to tackle a dungeon? We can take you along. Lu Fan raised his gaze and recognized them as acquaintances from the auction venue, leaders of the top 10 outdoor guilds. The leader of the Knights Guild, Lu Feng, level 26 Knight, the leader of the Exploding Sky Guild, Taida, level 25 Barbarian Warrior. In response to their invitation, Lu Fan shook his head. I'm sorry, but I won't be forming a team. What? The two guild leaders exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident on their faces. Although they were aware of Lu Fan's considerable strength, this was a level 20 dungeon. Even at the simplest difficulty, it was impossible to clear it alone. Lord Lu, you can't be serious? Not forming a team, are you really going to solo it? Taide exclaimed in disbelief. While your damage may be substantial, the dungeon boss possesses high health and resilience. You can't possibly defeat it in a short time without at least a frontline and a healer, Lu Feng urged. Their words drew the attention of other adventurers within the level 20 dungeon area. Everyone was eager to witness which foolhardy individual intended to solo the level 20 dungeon. Lu Fan chuckled softly, refraining from further comment as he approached the dungeon vortex. Moments later, a system dialog box appeared. Esteemed warrior, you have arrived at the entrance of the level 20 dungeon. Please select the dungeon you wish to enter. 1. Scorpion Cave, 2. Misty Forest, 3. Burning Mine. For Lu Fan, he intended to clear all three dungeons, so it was of little consequence which one he chose. He simply selected them in order. He opted for the Scorpion Cave. Please select the difficulty level. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was thrown into a state of shock. Chapter 20, a level 20 nightmare dungeon, Scorpion Cave. 1 Individual dares to solo a level 20 dungeon. And at the harrowing nightmare difficulty, has this person lost their sanity? This is tantamount to courting death. The expressions of the onlookers in the 20 level area are filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Fan's classmates are equally stunned. Goodness, could Lu Fan be serious? Is this fellow risking his life for the sake of bravado? Hey, I suggest someone go and talk him down, offer him an escape route, otherwise, this could truly end in tragedy. Even the system issued a safety warning. Adventurer, please take heed. The dungeon you are about to challenge is a level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. The difficulty of a solo challenge is exceedingly high. Please reconsider and confirm if you wish to proceed. 1. I will think it over. 2. Continue, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the vortex trembles, Lu Fan is transported into the dungeon. He finds himself in a vast, dark, and damp cavern. The torches affixed to the walls flicker gently, casting a meager glow. Although this is Lu Fan's first foray into the Scorpion Cave dungeon, he is not unfamiliar with this place. He has already perused the map, the distribution of monsters, and the location of the boss, the serpent-tailed scorpion, in the dungeon guide at school. Lu Fan raises his hand to summon the Netherhound and strides purposefully into the depths of the cave. As anticipated, after only a few steps, the sounds of monsters crawling closer resonate around him. He glances up to find a horde of silver-tailed scorpions. Each silver-tailed scorpion is as large as a person, surging toward Lu Fan in a dense mass. Silver-tailed scorpion, level 20, strength 1000, agility 1000, stamina 600, constitution 1300, spirit 700, experience points 2200. However, due to the nightmare difficulty of the dungeon, not only is the number of silver-tailed scorpions doubled, but their attributes have also skyrocketed. Nightmare Silver-tailed Scorpion, Level 20, Strength 2200, Agility 1800, Stamina 1400, Constitution 3900, Spirit 1400, Experience Points 6600. Nightmare Unique Skill: A Scorpion Tail Venom, attacks inflict a poison state, causing 50 strength worth of poison damage per second for 5 seconds, with a magic cost of 500 and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Simultaneously, a multitude of lizard archers is scaling the rocky walls of the cave. These are ranged attackers, inflicting significantly greater damage than the silver-tailed scorpions. Nightmare Lizard Archer, Level 20, Strength 1500, Agility 2500, Stamina 1000, Constitution 2700, Spirit 1600, Experience Points 6400. Nightmare Unique Skill: Swift Shot, attacks deal additional damage equivalent to 100 agility and increase critical hit chance by 20, with a magic cost of 600 and a cooldown of 5 seconds. It must be said that the attributes of each monster are rather terrifying. Even more exaggerated is the sheer number of them: 12 scorpions and 10 lizard archers. If one were to endure the assault of this horde simultaneously, even a level 30 tank with a healer would likely struggle to withstand it. Typically, in high-difficulty dungeon runs, tanks do not foolishly stand still and absorb damage. They engage in kiting, striking while evading, thereby significantly reducing the frequency of monster attacks. However, this requires considerable skill from the tank, for if they lose aggro, the monsters may turn their ire toward the damage dealers and healers, resulting in casualties. Nevertheless, these concerns are non-existent for Lu Fan. He possesses damage transfer abilities and the Netherhound's robust health pool of over 800,000. He has no need to fear that this horde of minor calamities could bring him down. Thus, Lu Fan chooses to disregard the approaching monsters and heads directly toward the location of the boss, as he remembers it. Moreover, Lu Fan does not opt to have the Netherhound use taunt. Its agility is simply too low. If it were to draw aggro, its speed would be inadequate. He intends to accumulate all the monsters' aggro onto himself, waiting until they cluster together before unleashing his spell, the Pillar of Netherflame, to obliterate them all at once. In no time, Lu Fan arrives at the innermost chamber of the lair. Here, he encounters 6 golden-tailed scorpions and 4 lizard gunners. The golden-tailed scorpion and lizard general are elite monsters within the dungeon, boasting attributes significantly superior to the previous 2 ordinary monsters. Nightmare Golden-tailed Scorpion, Elite Monster, Level 20, Strength 3400, Agility 2300, Stamina 2000, Constitution 5000, Spirit 2800, Experience Points 12200. Nightmare Unique Skill: A Scorpion Tail Venom, attacks inflict a poison state, causing 100 strength worth of poison damage per second for 8 seconds, with a magic cost of 1000 and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Nightmare Lizard Gunner, Level 20, Strength 2200, Agility 3500, Stamina 1500, Constitution 4000, Spirit 3200, Experience Points 11800. Nightmare Unique Skill: Swift Shot, attacks deal additional damage equivalent to 150 agility and increase critical hit chance by 40, with a magic cost of 1200 and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Lu Fan is acutely aware that he must eliminate all 10 of these elite monsters for the dungeon boss, the Scorpion King. To appear, however, he refrains from rushing into action. Instead, he approaches the 10 elite monsters to draw their aggro. He then utilizes his movement to gather all the ranged and melee monsters together. Finally, with a single cast of the Pillar of Netherflame, he unleashes a devastating area attack, reducing the horde of monsters to ash in an instant. Simultaneously, the lifesteal effect of the Ring of Hades activates. The 100 lifesteal instantly restores the Netherhound's health to full capacity. Following the annihilation of the horde and the incineration of their remains, Lu Fan's experience points surge dramatically. His level escalates from 15 directly to 19, with a significant overflow of experience points. Boom, boom, boom. As the elite monsters are vanquished, the ground begins to tremble, and the earth at the cave's end starts to collapse continuously. A colossal scorpion, so large that Lu Fan can only gaze up at it in awe, emerges from the depths. It is none other than the dungeon's boss, the Scorpion King. Who dares to slay my kin? I shall make you taste the venom. Chapter 21. A new record, 1 minute and 6 seconds. The nightmarish Scorpion King, a lord-level monstrosity, level 20, with a staggering strength of 7,200, agility of 5,300, endurance of 5,000, constitution of 30,000, spirit of 4,800, and experience points of 212,000. Lord Skill: Lethal Venom, which inflicts a poison state upon attack, dealing 150 points of poison damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds, with a mana cost of 3,000 and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Nightmarish trait: cooldown of lethal venom reduced by 50, and poison damage can stack. The nightmarish Scorpion King is an entity that instills dread in all professionals of Seongnan City. Even a top-tier level 30 tank accompanied by an exceptional healer could easily succumb to the dual poison status if they are not cautious. Moreover, the venom of the nightmarish Scorpion King is beyond the cleansing capabilities of ordinary supports. Only a professional purifier like Lu Fan's father, Lu Base, could potentially dispel it. Unfortunately, Lu Base's purification skill has an extensive cooldown, requiring at least 30 seconds. Thus, even if he could purify the Scorpion King's venom, no team would want him, as a cooldown longer than the duration of the dual poison would render it largely ineffective. A dungeon team can comprise a maximum of 6 individuals, and every position is of utmost importance, leaving no room for waste. Therefore, if a purifier were to be included, it would be far more prudent to bring another healer, forming a dual healer lineup for greater reliability. With a furious roar, the nightmarish Scorpion King charged towards Lu Fan. In the face of such a terrifying and colossal creature, ordinary professionals would inevitably feel a twinge of fear. Yet Lu Fan remained utterly composed, his heart devoid of any tremor. He raised his right hand slightly, and the ethereal ghostly fire surged forth, crashing down upon the Scorpion King. After having incinerated a multitude of monsters moments ago, Lu Fan not only experienced a significant increase in level but also an exponential rise in his spirit attribute. Coupled with the spirit attribute and critical hit bonuses from the Ring of Hades, a single strike of ghostly fire effortlessly reduced the Scorpion King, with its staggering health of 300,000, to mere ashes. Burning the nightmarish Scorpion King, with strength 7200, agility 5300, endurance 4200, constitution 30,000, spirit 4800, and experience points of 120,000. Simultaneously, from the ashes of the Scorpion King, a beam of light shot skyward. Within this beam, a series of items dropped by the Scorpion King materialized. Lu Fan looked up to behold an epic great equipment, the Scorpion Ring, requiring level 20, offers a spirit boost of 300, with a 5 chance to inflict lethal venom upon skill release, dealing 100 points of primary attribute damage per second for 5 seconds, with damage stacking. In addition, a considerable amount of gold and various herbs for crafting 4th grade elixirs were also dropped. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan collected everything into his bag. Congratulations to the professional for successfully clearing the dungeon, with a completion time of 1 minute and 6 seconds, rated SSS. Earned dungeon points 1000. Congratulations to the professional for breaking the dungeon duration record, receiving an additional 5000 dungeon points. Each individual may only earn this once permanently. Dungeon points are a rarer currency than gold, redeemable in the dungeon shop for rare items. The dungeon is about to close, with a 60-second countdown. Will the professional choose to leave immediately? 1. Leave immediately. 2. Admire the scenery for a while. Admire the scenery. Lu Fan was taken aback, glancing around the eerie and damp cave. Surely, only a fool would linger here to appreciate the view. He chose to leave at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Fan was teleported out. Upon his emergence, all those nearby rushed towards him once more. Dude, you actually made it out alive, exclaimed the barbarian warrior, Tada, with a grin. You managed to survive a full minute in a nightmarish dungeon all by yourself. How on earth did you do that? The paladin, Elphone, marveled. It is worth noting that 1 minute is the limit for the dungeon. After entering for a minute, one may opt to exit directly. Many teams, after dealing with the minor monsters and gaining experience, would choose to withdraw, knowing they could not handle elite monsters or bosses. However, the prerequisite for exiting the dungeon is that the professional must disengage from combat. In high-level, high-difficulty dungeons, one automatically attracts the aggro of the first wave of minor monsters upon entry. This means you must either eliminate the first wave or dispel the aggro to disengage from combat before leaving the dungeon. At this moment, an elderly man in the crowd smiled faintly. He must have used 5th grade elixirs and an invisibility potion, otherwise, even I cannot fathom any other means. Invisibility potion, now it makes sense. Lu Fan's classmates nearby erupted into laughter once more. I knew it, turns out he had an invisibility potion. No wonder he dared to flaunt himself in a level 20 nightmarish dungeon. I heard that stuff isn't cheap. I can't believe Lu Fan is so extravagant, using it just to show off in front of us. At that moment, Teacher Chun from the school rushed over. Hey, what are you rascals doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Didn't I tell you to gather in the level 0 dungeon area? I was going to personally take you to the snail grasslands to farm snails. One of the students shook his head and pointed at Lu Fan at the dungeon entrance. Teacher, here's the situation. Lu Fan insisted on showing off by challenging the level 20 nightmarish dungeon, and we followed him to see him make a fool of himself. What? Lu Fan tackled a level 20 nightmarish dungeon alone? You can't be serious. He just awakened as an F-rank professional and struggles in level 0 dungeons, and now he's attempting a level 20 nightmarish dungeon, dreaming. Teacher Chen could not believe what the children were saying. It's true, Teacher Chen. Lu Fan just went in, and barely over a minute later, he came out. You won't believe it. He actually used an invisibility potion to hide inside for a minute before exiting the dungeon. It's hilarious. Invisibility potion? Teacher Chen was utterly stunned. That was something worth millions. Lu Fan, however, had no time to engage with the crowd. He was currently rummaging through his bag space, searching for the second-tier breakthrough certificate, preparing to break through to level 20. Just then, a broadcast echoed throughout the central square. Congratulations to professional Lu Fan for setting a new record in the level 20 nightmarish dungeon, the Scorpion Cave, completion time 1 minute and 6 seconds. The announcement rang out loudly, reverberating across the entire square. In that instant, the previously bustling square fell into a profound silence. All gazes turned towards Lu Fan at the entrance of the level 20 dungeon. This guy, he didn't just exit the dungeon. He actually cleared it. Chapter 22 Awakening Level 20 Talent, Multiple Summons. This fellow, he didn't merely exit the dungeon, he actually cleared it. How terrifying, how utterly astonishing, 1 minute and 6 seconds, and he did it solo. Is this something a mere human can achieve? The barbaric warrior, Ted, was left utterly speechless, his jaw nearly touching the ground. The paladin, Lu Fan, trembled in shock. They were all seasoned veterans of the level 20 dungeons, fully aware of how extraordinary Lu Fan's record truly was. Not far away, Teacher Chen and his group of students were equally dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? How could an F-class waste, just awakened, possibly solo a level 20 nightmare dungeon in merely 1 minute and 6 seconds? Even the 6 strongest individuals in Sungnan City would struggle to reach such heights. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a system error. Yes, that has to be it. The system is malfunctioning. The students who had previously mocked Lu Fan could hardly accept this reality, still attempting to concoct excuses to deceive themselves, but in the next moment, their final shred of hope shattered. They beheld Lu Fan, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, calmly producing a level 2 breakthrough certificate. How could this guy possess a level 2 breakthrough certificate? Wait, what is he planning to do? No way, could it be? They watched as Lu Fan directly activated the level 2 breakthrough certificate. In an instant, he was enveloped in a radiant glow, a golden pillar of light shooting skyward. Everyone in the square understood that this was a phenomenon only witnessed when a practitioner achieved a breakthrough, level 2 breakthrough successful, level raised to 22, all attributes at 90, with 450 free attribute points. After reaching level 2, each subsequent level increases all attributes by 30, and grants 150 free attribute points. Upgraded a Netherfire level 3 inflicts 2000 mental damage per second for 40 seconds, mana cost 2000, cooldown 8 seconds. Upgraded a Netherflame Pillar level 2 summons a towering flame pillar within a 20-meter radius, dealing 3000 mental damage to all targets in the area, mana cost 6000, cooldown in 9 seconds. Upgraded Summon Netherhounds level 2 conjures 2 Netherhounds to assist in battle, mana cost 12,000, cooldown in 50 seconds. Acquired active skill Netherbind level 1 causes tangible nether flames to sprout from the ground and ensnare the target, immobilizing them and inflicting 4000 mental damage per second for 3 seconds, mana cost 30,000, cooldown at 20 seconds. Acquired summon skill Summon Nether Wolf level 1 summons a Nether Wolf to assist in battle, mana cost of 50,000, cooldown 120 seconds. Nether Wolf, an assassin type summon, possesses the active skill as stealth, and the passive skill multiple critical hits. Attack power is related to the summoner's mental attributes, with detailed attributes available post-summoning. Awaken level 20 class talent, multiple summons level 1, increasing the number of summon creatures for all summoning skills to 3. Listening to the cascade of notifications from the system within his mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel at how absurdly powerful this class was. How could others possibly compete? Lu Fan first allocated all his free attribute points to mental strength. He then equipped the 4 epic items from the auction house's collection, the spirit breaking set. He also donned the scorpion ring he had just acquired. Subsequently, he reviewed his system panel, level 22 strength 17790 agility 18290 attribute value 17990, equipment bonus 300 stamina 11790 attribute value 11390, equipment bonus 400 mental strength 43132 attribute value 19840, equipment bonus 1200, percentage bonus 105 constitution 56590 attribute value 56090, equipment bonus 500 mana, 189400 health, 560900 equipment, spirit breaking staff, spirit breaking robe, spirit breaking belt, spirit breaking shoes, scorpion ring, ring of Hades. Additional equipment bonuses: scorpion ring of 5 chance to apply lethal poison when casting skills, dealing 100 damage per second based on the main attribute for 5 seconds, damage can stack. Spirit breaking set of 5 increase in skill damage. Ring of Hades, 100 spell critical hit, 100 critical damage, 100 spell lifesteal, execution of any creature with health below 20. Active skills: Netherfire level 3, Netherflame pillar level 2, summon Netherhounds level 2, Netherbind level 1, summon Nether Wolf level 1. Passive talent: multiple summons level 1. After a series of battles, Lu Fan's level and attributes saw a tremendous enhancement. Gazing at his enriched system panel, a satisfied smile emerged on Lu Fan's face. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that a throng of people in the square had gathered around him, all staring in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Fan's upgraded status prominently displayed above him. Level 22, the 2 guild leaders, Lu Feng and Ted, shook their heads in disbelief, trying to convince themselves that this was not real. Level 22, it took the two of them nearly 20 years to reach this level, and that was with relentless effort in dungeons, with scarcely a moment's respite. Yet, Lu Fan had achieved this in less than a day. This shattered their resolve, leaving their minds in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Teacher Chen and the students who had previously looked down upon Lu Fan were now left crumpled on the ground in shock. They had never imagined that Lu Fan had genuinely cleared the dungeon through his own strength. From beginning to end, Lu Fan may have never even regarded them as worthy of consideration. The notion of him putting on a fade, striving to maintain his pride by challenging the level 20 nightmare dungeon, was entirely unfounded. Everything had been a figment of their own imagination. They were the true jesters in this scenario. Despite the fervent gazes of those around him, Lu Fan chose to disregard their attention and instead approached the dungeon vortex once more. Esteemed warrior, this is the entrance to the level 20 dungeon. Please select the dungeon you wish to enter. 1. Scorpion Cave, 2. Misty Forest, 3. Burning Mine. He selected the Misty Forest. Please choose the difficulty level: easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. In the southern region of Huaxia, at Qingyun Academy, the fire mage, Zhuang Yan, sat solemnly in his chamber with his eyes closed in meditation. His fiery red hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of strength. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhuang Yan opened the phone to find it was a call from Wu Shang, the patriarch of the Wu family in Lehigh City. Wu Shang, the father of Wu Qi, was also an old friend of Zhuang Yan. Hello, old Wu, it's quite rare to receive your call during the break. What's the matter? Old Zhuang, my son Wu Qi hasn't he encountered any issues, has he? I've been trying to reach him, but there has been no response. A sense of urgency echoed from the other end of the line. Wu Qi, oh, I remember now. I had him go to Cangnan City to pick up a newly accepted female disciple. He is probably still on the road. A female disciple, that explains it. I wondered why this brat wasn't answering my calls. He is likely off doing something mischievous again. In that case, I can rest easy. When he returns to Qingyun Academy, have him give me a call. Rest assured, your son is now a formidable level 39 warrior. Nothing untoward should happen in a small city like Cangnan. Indeed, indeed. The call ended. Zhuang Yan sighed. The hearts of parents everywhere are filled with concern. Even with such an outstanding son, the worry never fades. However, at that moment, a disciple's urgent shout echoed from outside. Master, it's terrible. Senior brother Wu Qi's soul lamp has extinguished. What did you say? Chapter 23 Summoning the Netherwolf, multiple critical hits. Upon hearing the news, Zhuang Yan immediately sprang to his feet and rushed out. What did you say? Repeat that. Wu Qi. Senior brother Wu Qi's soul lamp has extinguished. Impossible. The announcement struck Zhuang Yan's mind like a thunderclap. However, as the Fire Law King and a renowned professor at the Qingyun Academy, he quickly regained his composure and shouted to the disciple, "Hurry to the Life Academy and seek out Professor Kong. Request his assistance, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Yes, I'll go at once. Wait, no, I shall go personally. Meanwhile, Lu Fan re-entered the instance. The misty forest, here, mist swirled all around, rendering visibility exceedingly low. According to the instance guide, the misty forest was akin to the scorpion cave. The ordinary monsters included melee-oriented demon bears and ranged magical butterfly fairies. The elite monsters were the enhanced black-furred demon bears and the spellcasting butterfly witches. Due to the dense fog, newcomers unfamiliar with the instance could easily fall prey to the sudden ambush of magical creatures. Yet, for the now leveled up Lu Fan, this posed little challenge. Without further ado, he summoned the Netherhounds. With the enhancement from the Netherhound skill upgrades and multiple summons, Lu Fan astonishingly conjured 6 Netherhounds in one breath. Each possessed an astonishing health of 4 million. Moreover, upon leveling up, the Netherhound's active skill, Roar, had also received an upgrade, expanding its taunting range to a radius of 20 meters and further reducing damage taken by an additional 10%, a veritable enhancement of resilience. But that was not the end. Lu Fan raised his hand once more to cast a new skill and summon the Netherwolf. 3 semi-transparent colossal wolves materialized before him. Netherwolf strength 1000, agility of 431,320, summoner spirit 10 stamina, 43132, summoner spirit 1 spirit, 1000 constitution of 43132, summoner spirit 1 health, 430,000 mana 10,000. Netherwolf active skill, stealth level 1, enter a state of invisibility, becoming unseen, with a 50 increase in movement speed for 60 seconds. Taking damage or launching an attack will break the stealth state. Mana cost 1,000. Cooldown 60 seconds. Netherwolf passive skill, a multiple critical hits. Level 1 attacks have a 20 chance to trigger 24 critical damage hits. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Netherwolf, it was evident that its role differed significantly from that of the Netherhound. The Netherwolf functioned as an assassin, with agility as its primary attribute, designed for delivering damage and executing stealth attacks. Moreover, it appeared to possess considerable damage potential. Without further hesitation, Lu Fan swiftly mounted one of the Netherwolves. It was well known that the higher the agility attribute, the faster the movement speed. Coupled with the stealth speed bonus, the Netherwolf's velocity was akin to that of a cheat. Within mere seconds, Lu Fan rode the Netherwolf deep into the heart of the misty forest, where a towering ancient tree loomed before him. Beneath the ancient tree stood 6 elite black-furred demon bears and 4 butterfly witches. At the center of the tree lay a massive wooden cabin. Lu Fan knew that residing within the cabin was the master of the misty forest, the boss of this instance, the spirit-shattering warlock. The 4 pieces of spirit-shattering gear he currently wore had all dropped from this very boss. At that moment, the hundreds of minor creatures trailing behind him, much like in the Scorpion Cave, had all pursued him. However, Lu Fan found them utterly uninteresting. In fact, the experience points they offered had become meaningless to him. His primary objective for grinding this instance was solely to enhance his attributes. Without further ado, he initiated the assault. He unleashed his ghostly flames while the Netherwolves charged forward, each devouring an elite creature. Unlike the Scorpion Cave, the spirit-shattering warlock did not wait for the elimination of elite monsters before emerging. Instead, any significant disturbance would prompt him to emerge from the wooden cabin. From within the cabin, a dazzling light erupted as an exceptionally handsome elven warlock stepped forth. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Step forth and face your demise. With that, he waved his staff, casting a spirit-shattering sphere. The sphere dealt immense damage and bore a spirit-shattering effect, depleting the target's mana while inflicting equivalent health damage. It was crucial to note that all skills relied on mana. Once depleted, skills could no longer be utilized. This constituted the difficulty of this instance. In fact, among the 3 major instances available at level 20, the Misty Forest was one that most players would avoid, as it required a substantial supply of mana-replenishing potions and was exacerbated by the low visibility that complicated team coordination. There were instances where tanks could lose their healers while fleeing, leading to total party annihilation. However, regrettably for the warlock, even the mightiest foe was no more than an insect before Lu Fan. With a mere wave of his hand, a ghostly flame obliterated the warlock in an instant, resulting in a significant boost to his attributes. From the ashes of the warlock, 2 violet beams of light shot up into the sky, revealing 2 epic great items. Spirit-shattering wizard hat, level requirement 20, spirit 300, stamina 100. Spirit-shattering necklace, level requirement 20, spirit 400. Lu Fan's current level was sufficient, and he equipped them immediately. Coupled with the 4 pieces of spirit-shattering gear he already possessed, the effects of the spirit-shattering set were upgraded. Spirit Shattering Set, 6 pieces, Spirit 1000, Spirit Attribute 5, Skill Damage 5. When dealing skill damage, there is a 10 chance to trigger the Spirit Shattering effect, causing a damage value of 10 to reduce the target's mana. Congratulations, Adventurer, for successfully clearing the instance. Completion time, 34 seconds, rating in SSS, you have earned 1,000 instance points. Congratulations on breaking the instance duration record, earning an additional 5,000 instance points. This reward can only be claimed once permanently. The instance was about to close, with a countdown of 60 seconds remaining. Would the adventurer choose to leave immediately? 1. Leave immediately. 2. Enjoy the scenery a little longer. Leave immediately. Wait, just as Lu Fan was about to select the option to exit the instance, he suddenly spotted a fairy which vigorously engaged in combat. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the witch was rather captivating for reasons unknown. A rather peculiar thought surfaced in Lu Fan's mind. Chapter 24 Qingyun Academy, Soul Lighthouse. He commanded 3 spectral wolves to dispatch the minor foes lurking behind, leaving the fairy witch to himself. He chuckled, for this was a hidden realm of the dungeon. Aside from him, it seemed unlikely anyone else would be privy to it. Lu Fan, with a lecherous grin, lunged towards the fairy witch. The overwhelming force rendered her immobile in an instant. After a tempestuous encounter, Lu Fan adjusted his trousers with satisfaction, leaving behind a flustered and indignant expression on the fairy witch's face. Glancing at the countdown, he noted that there remained but 40 seconds until the dungeon would close. Ahem, it was his first experience with such matters, and he was understandably excited. Yes, it must be so. Fortunately, no one had witnessed it. System, exit the dungeon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Fan was once again transported back to the plaza of the dungeon. To his astonishment, upon his emergence, he found the entire crowd fixated on the enormous screen in the center of the plaza, erupting in raucous laughter. Curiosity piqued, Lu Fan turned to see what had captured their attention. Heavens, the screen was, in fact, broadcasting the very footage of his recent escapades within the dungeon. What the hell, who did this? Lu Fan could not restrain his expletives, cursing vehemently. At that moment, the barbarian warrior, Tada, stifled his laughter and leaned towards Lu Fan, whispering, after you entered the dungeon, everyone was intensely curious about how you had broken the record, so they reported it to the plaza's dungeon overseer. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. And then? Tada could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Well, the overseer, wishing to satisfy everyone's curiosity and to prove you had not cheated, decided to broadcast your footage live on the central screen. Damn it! Where is that overseer? I'll have his head. This is an invasion of my privacy. You can't just do such things without my consent. Lu Fan's composure shattered, and he howled at the heavens in frustration. Tada patted his shoulder in a consoling manner, saying, calm down, young Master Lu, such occurrences are quite common. I've always wanted to do something similar, but I simply lacked the strength. Exactly, we're all men here. Everyone understands, added the paladin, LV Phone, with a grin. Lu Fan wore a dark expression, fully aware that the humor lay not in the situation itself. He raised his right hand, summoning ghostly flames. Whoever dares to laugh again shall face my wrath. The proclamation silenced the crowd instantly. Laughter aside, the audience had indeed witnessed Lu Fan's prowess through the live footage from the dungeon. If he desired to eliminate someone, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. At that juncture, the central broadcast resonated once more. Congratulations to the adventurer Lu Fan for setting a new record for the level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon, Misty Forest, completion time. 34 seconds. As the announcement echoed, the crowd was momentarily struck with awe. Even though they had anticipated the outcome, the 34-second record was undeniably astonishing. It was unprecedented, a feat that would not be matched. To put it into perspective, the average adventurer, upon entering the dungeon, would take at least a minute just to run from the starting point to the warlock's cabin without engaging in any combat. Yet, Lu Fan had accomplished the task, combining both running and fighting, in a mere 34 seconds. It was a stark reminder of the vast disparities that existed among individuals in this world. At this moment, Lu Fan finally regained his composure. Those who achieve greatness do not fuss over trivial matters. He resolved not to squander time over such nonsense. Without further ado, he turned back to the swirling portal of the dungeon. There remained but one final dungeon to complete before departing. Esteemed warrior, this is the entrance to the level 20 dungeon. Please select the dungeon you wish to enter. 1. Scorpion Cave, 2. Misty Forest, 3. Burning Mine. Select Burning Mine. Please choose the difficulty level easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Qingyun Academy, Soul Lighthouse. The disciple guarding the soul lamp led the way, followed closely by the formidable flame mage, Zhuang Yan, and the esteemed sage of the Life Academy, Professor Colin, known as Kong Su. Draped in white robes, Kong Su, his hair and beard as white as snow, remarked, Old Zhuang, your luck is quite remarkable. I happen to possess a soul-gathering pill, or else your disciple would have truly perished. Thank you, Brother Kong, for your assistance. Rest assured, this debt of gratitude shall not be forgotten, Zhuang Yan replied earnestly. As they approached Wu Qi's soul lamp, Kong Su gently stroked his white beard and produced the 6th-grade elixir, the soul-gathering pill. In an instant, a tiny whirlpool appeared above Wu Qi's soul lamp, drawing in his fragmented soul, which began to coalesce. Moments later, a small flame reignited within the soul lamp. It is a success, Kong Su declared, forming hand seals and exerting his power. Resurrection of the deceased. With a resounding whoosh, the lamp erupted in radiant light, and a divine angelic apparition materialized above. As the angel spread its arms, Wu Qi's figure gradually emerged within the luminescence. Wu Qi had returned to life. However, he was exceedingly frail and had suffered a 10-level decrease, now standing at a mere level 29. Zhuang Yan stepped forward to support Wu Qi, his voice laced with fury. Wu Qi, who was responsible for your demise? At this moment, Wu Qi was utterly weakened, expending every ounce of strength merely to speak. It was Songnan, the Lu family. Lu, before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kong Su sighed, relieved they had acted promptly. Had they delayed just a few hours longer, his soul would have been reclaimed by the system, making recovery impossible. However, Zhuang Yan's face was etched with rage. Who would have thought that in a mere small city like Sainan, someone would dare to harm my disciple? This is simply outrageous. Are you implying that you shall personally lead a party to seek justice? Of course. I want the entire Lu family to vanish from existence. But do not forget, tonight there is a meeting concerning this year's college entrance examination, presided over by the dean, and all professors are required to attend. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yan inhaled deeply, suppressing his boiling anger. Very well, let this Lu family live for another day. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Kong. As he spoke, Zhuang Yan retrieved a 6th grade elixir, the cleansing marrow pill, from his satchel. A token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept it. Kong Su accepted the cleansing marrow pill, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In terms of rarity, the cleansing marrow pill was even more precious than the soul gathering pill, capable of removing 1,000 points from one attribute, converting them into free attribute points. For instance, a mage, for whom strength might not be particularly significant, could convert 1,000 points of strength into free attribute points, reallocating them to intelligence. Among 6th grade elixirs, the cleansing marrow pill was the most sought after by high-level professionals. Trading a soul gathering pill for a cleansing marrow pill, it seems I've come out ahead, Kong Su remarked with a chuckle. Not at all, had it not been for your intervention, I would have had no means to explain to his father. Oh? And who might Wu Qi's father be? The head of the first family in Linhai City, Wu Shang. Kong Su gasped in astonishment. His son? Just then, Zhuang Yan's phone rang once more. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Wu Shang. Hello, old Wu. Old Zhuang, has my son returned? I have an ominous feeling gnawing at me. Ah, old Wu, having known you for years, I shall not conceal the truth. Your son has indeed encountered trouble, but fortunately, Professor Kong from the Life Academy intervened and saved him. What did you say? My son is in trouble. Who did this? Songnan City, Lu family. Chapter 25 of the Guidance of Hades. The next piece of equipment is actually located in the Qingyun Academy. At this moment, an unsuspecting Lu Fan finds himself once again transported into the instance dungeon, the burning minefield. This particular dungeon is unlike the preceding two. Upon entry, Lu Fan is immediately confronted by the dungeon's boss, the Charred Corpse King. Surrounding him lies a desolate mining area, the ground engulfed in ferocious flames. As soon as Lu Fan steps in, he is subjected to the searing damage inflicted by these flames. This fire is a permanent feature of the dungeon environment, immune to any skills that might extinguish it. Fortunately, the damage is relatively mild, costing him merely 1,000 health points per second. Even under the nightmare difficulty, should the difficulty be lowered, the damage per second would decrease further. Moreover, in lower difficulty scenarios, there are several elevated platforms accessible via stairs, allowing players to evade the damaging flames while standing atop these heights. Consequently, when most adventurers team up to tackle this dungeon, they typically comprise 2 healers, 3 ranged damage dealers, and a frontline tank. The tank withstands the boss's assaults below, while the other 5 engage from the safety of the high platforms, dealing damage and providing healing. It is precisely this user-friendly design that renders the burning minefield dungeon the most favored among adventurers at level 20. Intriguingly, the boss, the Charred Corpse King, does not initiate attacks himself, rather, he continuously summons forth minions every few seconds. He conjures a batch of corrupted zombies and mutated maggots. After 5 ordinary summons, he will then call forth a group of elite corrupted zombies and mutated moths. Occasionally, he emits a roar, bestowing enhancements such as increased attack power and health upon these summoned monstrosities. Additionally, the Charred Corpse King possesses a remarkable trait: he has substantial health and recovers at an astonishing rate. Thus, while the risk of a total party wipe in this dungeon is comparatively lower than in the other two, the time required to complete it far exceeds that of the others, making it more suitable for patient adventurers. However, for Lu Fan, the aforementioned conditions do not apply. Even under the nightmare difficulty, he finds no elevated platforms to retreat to. Standing amidst the flames, he remains utterly unperturbed, yet, he does not rush into action, as he aims to gather data on the attributes of the elite zombies and moths. Once the Charred Corpse King has completed 5 regular summons and summoned the elite monstrosities, Lu Fan strides forth, unleashing a singular strike of the Netherfire Pillar, obliterating all in his path. Unfortunately, luck is not on his side this time, as he fails to acquire any equipment, merely obtaining materials for crafting 4th grade elixirs. Nevertheless, every little bit counts. Lu Fan stows the materials into his backpack. Congratulations to the adventurer for successfully completing the dungeon in a time of 1 minute and 21 seconds, achieving an SSS rating. You have earned 1,000 dungeon points. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon completion time record, gaining an additional 5,000 dungeon points. Each individual may only receive this reward once. The dungeon is about to close. With a countdown of 60 seconds, will the adventurer choose to leave immediately? 1. Leave immediately. 2. Enjoy the scenery a little longer. Damn it, leave immediately. Lu Fan roars, returning to the dungeon plaza. With this, Lu Fan has completed all level 20 dungeons. His attributes have surged, and he levels up to 23. Furthermore, the boss of the Misty Forest, a male witch, belongs to the Mage Lord tier of monstrosities, granting Lu Fan an even greater boost to his mental attributes. He allocates all his attribute points to Spirit. Lu Fan opens his system panel once more to assess his progress. Well, it's not of great importance, but please bear with me. Level 23 Strength. 41,000 agility of 43,000 stamina 30,000 spirit 1,050,000 constitution a 1, 430,000 health a 1, 430,000 mana 1,050,000 gazing at his dramatically enhanced attributes, Lu Fan nods in satisfaction. With his current strength, he feels confident that even if the entire force of Qingyun Academy were to mobilize in pursuit of vengeance for Wu Qi, he would remain unfazed. In a single phrase, anyone brave enough to confront him would meet their demise. Suddenly, a perplexing thought arises in Lu Fan's mind. Since his mother was the previous lord of the Nether, should she not possess similar monstrous prowess? How then did she meet her end, and who was capable of slaying her? Could it be that there exist even more terrifying entities in this world? The lord of the Nether is not the strongest after all. Contemplating this, Lu Fan resolves to return home immediately to inquire with his father about all matters concerning his mother. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, he turns and departs. At this moment, Lu Fan does not even require a Porsche sports car. He summons a nether wolf and rides forth, its speed rivaling that of a rocket. Just then, however, Lu Fan's phone rings. Upon checking, he discovers a mass text from the school. All students are to return to the schoolyard immediately upon receiving this message. Due to the prior monster invasion, half of the students have yet to complete their class transitions. Those who have not completed their transitions must gather at the schoolyard to do so. Meanwhile, the other half of students who have transitioned must also report to the schoolyard to fill out their college entrance examination applications, in preparation for next month's national exam. Lu Fan glances at the message, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. The college entrance examination? With my current power, do I still need to take that? I could simply head to the Demon Domain Mountains to slay monsters, or venture to the Frozen Fortress in northern China, or combat foes in the desolate Sea of the East. Wherever I go, it would be a far more efficient means of progress than that which any academy could provide. Moreover, having already dealt with Wu Qi, gaining admission to the prestigious Qingyun Academy in the southern region is out of the question. Thus, Lu Fan decides against participating in the college entrance examination and prepares to return home. However, at that moment, the ring of Hades suddenly emits a blood-red glow. A peculiar voice resonates within his mind. Congratulations, adventurer, your spirit attribute has surpassed 100,000 points, triggering the guidance of Hades. The location of the remaining Hades equipment is being sensed. The sensing is successful. The next piece of Hades equipment is located in the southern region of China, in Qingyun City, at Qingyun Academy. Please proceed promptly, adventurer, Lu Fan. What the hell, the next piece of Hades equipment is in Qingyun Academy. Why on earth would such a prestigious item be found in this dilapidated place? Are you trying to force me to go to Qingyun Academy? He sighs, fine, a mere Qingyun Academy, I suppose I can manage a visit. At worst, I'll excel in the national examination and see if Qingyun Academy will beg me to join them. Chapter 26. The white-haired, azure-eyed girl, an ominous presence as the school dispatched its text messages. A surge of private vehicles inundated the entrance, with parents arriving to escort their children for career transitions or to submit college application forms. Among these vehicles were numerous high-end luxury cars, including Lamborghinis and Ferraris. It is undeniable that the students admitted to Songnan No. 1 High School predominantly hail from affluent backgrounds. However, in stark contrast, a young girl riding a shared bicycle appeared utterly out of place. Without the presence of parents to escort her, she silently pedaled alone towards the school entrance. She donned a gray headscarf and sunglasses, exuding an aura of coolness, yet, only she knew that this was merely a facade to conceal her extraordinary appearance. Nonetheless, she was still recognized by several classmates, whose faces were unmistakably marked by fear. Why is she here? One whispered. Wasn't she expelled 2 years ago? Another added. We should hurry, it's said that encountering her brings misfortune. Several students quickened their pace upon noticing her. Upon reaching the school gates, the girl secured her bicycle and lowered her head, making her way inside. However, as she approached the entrance, the guard obstructed her path. I'm sorry, but non-students are prohibited from entering, he stated curtly. The girl, trembling slightly, murmured, I'm here for a career transition. The guard cast her a sideways glance, impatience evident in his demeanor. I said, non-students are not allowed inside. Do you not understand? Taken aback, the girl gritted her teeth and replied, I've checked the regulations. Any citizen of Huaxia over the age of 18 has the right to transfer to a nearby school. I am a Huaxia citizen, and I have that right. As she spoke, she reached for her identification card. Unexpectedly, the guard delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. Can't you understand human language? Get lost. The force of the blow sent her rolling several times before she came to a halt. At that moment, her headscarf fell away, revealing her long, snow-white hair. Her sunglasses shattered, exposing her striking azure eyes, a visage that was undeniably unique. Do you not realize how you appear? The guard scoffed. 2 years ago, you terrified a classmate, and many students have been too afraid to attend school because of you. The principal has expressly forbidden you from stepping foot on campus. Just leave. The commotion in the girl's unusual appearance quickly attracted the attention of numerous students and parents gathered at the entrance. Wait, isn't that the young lady from the Zhang family? One parent, leaning against a Ferrari and smoking, exclaimed. The Zhang family's young lady? She has long been disowned, another retorted. It's said she was born with white hair and azure eyes, bringing misfortune to her parents, who both perished shortly after her birth. Everyone claims she is an omen of calamity. I remember the Zhang family sought the counsel of a fortune teller, who proclaimed her a harbinger of disaster. Anyone who associates with her is destined for misfortune. That's her, we mustn't let her into the school. If she ruins my son's career transition, I will hold her accountable. The surrounding whispers grew louder, and the girl heard every word. Tears welled in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and rose. Before coming here, she had mentally prepared herself. She must find a way to transition. Perhaps this was her only chance to alter her fate. She retrieved her identification card. I am a Huaxia citizen, I have the right. With a resounding clap, the guard swatted her ID away. Take a good look behind you. Which of those parents would allow you to enter? Be sensible and leave, or I will not be so courteous. The girl lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and turned in despair to retrieve her ID from the ground. She never imagined that in this age of widespread career transitions, her desire to transition would feel like a distant dream. Just then, a howl pierced the air. Lu Fan leaped from the heights of the city, riding a shadow wolf. The commotion instantly diverted everyone's attention from the girl. What kind of mount is that, so impressive? I've never seen anything like it. Is it a new model from the dungeon shop? That wolf looks incredible. It must be quite expensive. Compared to Lu Fan's shadow wolf, the luxury cars seemed utterly unimpressive. Wait a moment, isn't that Lu Fan, the so-called waste of the Lu family? Someone in the crowd recognized him. Oh my, he hasn't been expelled from the Lu family? I heard their rule is to disown anyone with a talent below C grade. Why does he have such a magnificent mount? Unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Fan intended to head straight to the playground to fill out forms but caught a glimpse of the white-haired girl. Jiang Shui. Lu Fan called out, momentarily stunned, surprised to encounter her here when he had planned to find her later. In his previous life, Lu Fan had been cast out by the Lu family due to his ignorance of the secret of the soulfire, leading to a broken engagement with the Han family. It was Jiang Shui who had offered him refuge when he was left with nowhere to go. At that moment, Jiang Shui also noticed Lu Fan, her eyes filled with envy. What a majestic mount, this must be what it means to be a professional, how impressive, yet, it seems, I may never have such a thing in this lifetime. Jiang Shui placed her ID in her bag, prepared to leave in disappointment. Jiang Shui. Lu Fan shouted as he dismounted the shadow wolf and rushed toward her. The girl froze, unable to believe he was calling her. Are you talking to me? Yes, but I don't believe we've met. Lu Fan smiled gently. I am Lu Fan. Now you know me. Jiang Shui hesitated, about to speak, when the guard's mocking tone interrupted. Young Master Lu, I advise you to refrain from speaking with this girl, she is an omen of disaster. Lu Fan's expression hardened. Is she the one you made cry? And if she is? She is an omen of disaster and wishes to transition. Naturally, you will apologize to her, right now, immediately. Apologize? Ha, young Master Lu, are you out of your mind? You have 3 seconds, otherwise, I will not hold back. You must be insane. How dare a mere F-grade waste threaten me? The guard's words were cut short as Lu Fan unleashed a fiery wrath, turning him to ashes. He then scooped up Jiang Shui and mounted the shadow wolf, heading straight for the career transition array on the playground. The spectacle left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. What just happened? Isn't the Lu family's young master a waste? How did he defeat the guard in an instant? More importantly, he dared to approach that omen. Isn't he afraid of death? This is not good. If that disaster enters, it could spell trouble for my son. I can't believe it, my daughter is still inside. Amidst the chaos, the crowd rushed toward the school. Meanwhile, on the playground, the transition array was being constructed. The principal, sipping tea, engaged in a lively conversation with the Minister of Health. Old Sheen, I must say, your department has done an exceptional job in swiftly and efficiently handling the monster corpses. The transition ceremony can restart so quickly, and your ministry deserves commendation. After the transition concludes, we will hold a commendation ceremony to celebrate your efforts, the principal remarked to the Minister of Health's lips twitched slightly. Actually, principal, before he could finish, Lu Fan and Jiang Shui descended from the sky, landing beside the principal. Hey, old man, I have something to say. When the transition array starts, let my friend go first. The principal stared blankly. Chapter 27, Who dares to obstruct me? Lu Fan, you insolent brat, where did you come from to speak to the principal in such a manner? Wait, who is this girl in your arms? By heavens, this girl is the infamous Jiang family member. How dare you carry her in here? The principal spat out his tea in shock. Infamous, you say? I see you as the true harbinger of misfortune. Jiang Shui is my friend, and once the transfer formation is complete, she shall be the first to undergo her transformation. Do you understand? The principal rose, slamming his teacup onto the ground in anger, roaring, Lu Fan, who the hell do you think you are, to speak to me in such a tone? Even if you were Lu Zhantin, the head of the Lu family, you would still need to speak respectfully to me, let alone you, an F-grade waste. Lu Zhantin, what is he, that he should be compared to me? Lu Fan, are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Lu Fan let out a cold snort and fell silent. In his view, further words were unnecessary. Once the formation was complete, he would simply send Jiang Shui to undergo her transformation, and then he would see who would dare to obstruct him. At this moment, Jiang Shui lay in Lu Fan's embrace, her expression one of bewilderment. Classmate, did you just say, I am your friend? Indeed, what of it? Lu Fan replied with a smile, glancing at the white-haired, azure-eyed, fair-skinned beauty in his arms. To others, she was an omen of misfortune, but to Lu Fan, she was a stunning beauty straight out of an anime. But, I don't think I know you, and I have never had friends before. Now you do. Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback. She never expected that in her lifetime, someone would be willing to be her friend. But I am a harbinger of misfortune. Lu Fan placed his hand over Jiang Shui's delicate lips. Do not speak such nonsense. It is merely the superstitious prejudice of the world. But they all say that getting too close to me will bring misfortune. Are you not afraid? Lu Fan laughed heartily. Then I shall see just how that misfortune manifests. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui felt a hint of intrigue. This person seems rather extraordinary. Classmate, perhaps you should set me down for now. After all, this is our first meeting. Holding me like this might be inappropriate. I enjoy holding you. There is nothing wrong with it. With Lu Fan's current strength, cradling the slender Jiang Shui was effortless. What is your name? Are you Lu Fan? Yes. At this moment, the transfer formation in the center of the playground was complete. Brilliant, dazzling lights, intricate and profound runes, and a slowly rotating hexagram pattern filled the air. This was a formation set up in advance by one of China's top formation masters. However, only the principal knew how to activate it and facilitate the transfers. Seeing that the formation was ready, Lu Fan strode confidently into the center with Jiang Shui, gently placing her atop it. He then turned and shouted at the principal, "Hey, old man, we can begin now." This action left the principal dumbfounded. Lu Fan, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and get that girl down from there. The teachers, students, and parents present were all in an uproar. White-haired, azure-eyed, that girl is the Jiang family's omen. How could she be here? If she undergoes her transfer first, the students who follow will surely suffer misfortune. This absolutely cannot happen. Indeed, it cannot happen. Jiang Shui, seeing the commotion, also looked troubled and quietly said, Lu Fan, this truly isn't suitable. I could wait until everyone else is transformed. I can go last. Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. No, today I want you to be the first to transform. Let us see who dares to oppose it. The principal was on the verge of exploding with rage. Security, get those two down from there. Yes. Upon hearing this, 6 security guards rushed towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan sneered and waved his hand. 2 enormous spectral wolves, previously cloaked in invisibility, materialized beside him. The terrifying aura caused the 6 security guards to freeze in place. What is with these wolves? The principal shouted in response. What are you all doing? He is merely an F-grade waste. What formidable summon could he possibly conjure? These wolves are only fearsome in appearance. Their combat power is surely negligible. The 6 security guards, upon hearing this, seemed to find some rationale. They had witnessed Lu Fan's transfer earlier that day. Indeed, he was only F-grade. F-grade, no matter how strong, could not be formidable. With such thoughts, the 6 security guards mustered their courage and charged at Lu Fan once more. Lu Fan ceased his chatter. Waving his hand, the 3 spectral wolves vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, the 6 security guards had been torn to shreds. The speed was so swift that it was almost impossible to perceive with the naked eye. The entire scene was met with shock. Even the principal wore an expression of disbelief. How could an F-grade waste possess such strength? Lu Fan coldly smiled. And now, can we begin? The principal paused, momentarily taken aback. Based on his years of experience, the agility of that wolf was at least over 10,000 points. Moreover, it seemed to possess invisibility skills. Even more terrifying was that Lu Fan had summoned 3 such wolves. Lu Fan was now growing impatient. With a flick of his right hand, ghostly flames surged forth, hurling towards the nearest teaching building. With a resounding explosion, the multi-story structure was instantly reduced to ashes. Everyone was left in shock. They could not believe Lu Fan would dare to demolish a school building, especially one that had cost over 100 million to construct just last year. The principal, seeing the newly built structure destroyed, was infuriated. Lu Fan, you are courting death. All teachers, heed my command. Together, we shall take down Lu Fan. I will bear all consequences. With that, the principal conjured a golden longbow in his right hand, and his long-hidden level and profession information materialized above his head. He was revealed to be a level 39 golden archer. Without further ado, he aimed a lethal shot directly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, if you do not die today, I shall stand on my head atop Mount Everest. Simultaneously, all the teachers present unleashed their skills, aiming at Lu Fan. Even several parents stepped forward, casting their abilities to join the assault. However, they were easily thwarted by Lu Fan's summoned spectral hounds. Chapter 28 of the legendary SSS, The Snow Queen. In an instant, 6 hellhounds erupted from the ground, encircling Jiang Shui and Lu Fan protectively. The sound of a relentless skill bombardment rang in their ears. However, much to everyone's astonishment, the 6 hellhounds emerged unscathed, their health bars showing no signs of depletion. Indeed, the terrifying vitality of the hellhounds allowed them to recover swiftly, overshadowing any damage inflicted upon them. What on earth is happening? Is this lad not at F rank? Moreover, he has just recently changed his class. How could he possess such formidable summons? Everyone was left dumbfounded by Lu Fan's skills. Even the principal stood, utterly shocked. He was well aware of the lethal damage his signature move could inflict. Even a level 40 expert would struggle to withstand it, yet, it failed to harm Lu Fan's summoned beasts in the slightest. He could scarcely fathom how this boy had achieved such a feat. At that moment, Lu Fan slowly stepped out from the protective circle of the hellhounds above his head. His level information was prominently displayed. The principal's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief upon seeing it. Level 23. How is that possible? This boy just changed his class today. Just then, Teacher Chen returned from the outdoor dungeon plaza with a group of students. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Teacher Chen immediately understood and rushed to the principal, relaying the events that had transpired in the outdoor dungeon plaza. The principal was rendered speechless. What did you say? He broke the record for the outdoor dungeon refresh. He single-handedly cleared a level 20 nightmare dungeon in just over a minute. Are you kidding me? Teacher Chen awkwardly nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. The principal took a deep breath. At that moment, he finally grasped the crux of the matter. If what you say is true, then if Lu Fan participates in the college entrance examination, wouldn't he be able to secure the top spot in the province? Teacher Chen shook his head disdainfully. Principal, how can you be so timid even in your dreams? With Lu Fan's strength, he is undoubtedly destined to become the national champion. The principal trembled with excitement. It is well known that the school had never produced a provincial champion in all its years, let alone a national champion. If a national champion were to emerge, wouldn't the school's reputation soar to unprecedented heights? Resources from the nation and society would surely flood into the school. Sungnan High would become a prestigious institution, and he would be the principal of a prestigious school. As this thought crossed his mind, a look of joy illuminated the principal's face. Ha, Lu Fan, my dear student, it was all just a misunderstanding earlier. Considering the relationship between our school and the Lu family, please don't take it to heart. Lu Fan, having seen Teacher Chen beside the principal, understood what had transpired and coldly stated. Enough with the nonsense, let us get on with it. Alright, you want me to help your friend change classes, correct? No problem, leave it to me. After saying this, the principal formed hand seals and activated the class change formation. However, the other parents were not pleased. Principal, that woman is ominous. Your actions could jeopardize the students to come. Exactly, my son is about to change classes. Those at S rank will all drop to F rank. Lu Fan stepped directly towards the group of parents, with his right hand ablaze with ghostly flames. He warned, if you continue to make noise, you will meet your demise. The entire area fell silent in an instant. Just then, Lu Fan felt a chill on his face. Raising his hand to touch it, he found it was a flurry of snowflakes. To his astonishment, large snowflakes began to dance from the sky. What is happening? It's June, summer, how can there be snow? Could it be? Lu Fan turned to look at the class change formation. He saw a brilliant white column of light shooting skyward from Jiang Shui. The principal trembled with excitement. After decades in the profession, he understood the significance of this event. A towering column of light in June with falling snow, such a celestial phenomenon could only signify an SSS rank. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing Jiang Shui's class change information. Name: Jiang Shui, profession is Snow Queen, level, legendary SSS.AS. The principal read each word aloud. The entire playground erupted in astonishment. An SSS rank. Even nationwide, there are rarely more than 10 SSS ranks each year. Who would have thought our school would produce one? What is going on? Wasn't this woman considered ominous? Wasn't she supposed to be a harbinger of disaster? How could she possess an SSS rank profession? Moreover, she wasn't just any SSS, she was a legendary SSS, such a rarity surpassing even the SSS rank. Jiang Shui gazed at her profession information, tears of joy streaming down her face. For years, she believed herself to be a calamity, convinced that her parents had perished because of her, and that her class change would lead to an undesirable profession. Yet, she never expected to become the legendary SSS, the Snow Queen. Queen, a term so noble, it felt utterly alien to her. Jiang Shui even began to think that this was all a dream. At this moment, she lay in her grassy nest beneath the bridge, and upon waking, everything would vanish. Until Lu Fan rushed over and embraced her tightly. His warm presence ultimately made her realize that all of this was real. At that moment, the principal was beside himself with joy. First, Lu Fan, and then an SSS legendary. Surely the school would soar to new heights. Ha, Lu Fan and Jiang Shui, come, I will personally escort you to fill out your college entrance examination applications. Director of Education, please come here. As I instructed you last time, assist the next students with their class changes, the principal said, eager to lead Lu Fan and Jiang Shui to fill out forms. However, Lu Fan pointed towards several parents in the crowd and coldly declared to principal, the children of those parents will have their class change qualifications revoked this year. The principal was taken aback. Why? Because when everyone was engaged in combat earlier, their targets were Jiang Shui. It was utterly shameful to attack someone who had yet to change classes. This is their punishment, do you understand? The principal hesitated, but we are in an era of universal class changes. I do not have the authority to prohibit them from changing classes. As long as they are citizens of Huaxia over the age of 18, they have the right to change classes. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's anger flared. How dare you say that again? Was Jiang Shui not an 18-year-old citizen of Huaxia? Why then did you not permit her to change classes? The principal was momentarily speechless, realizing he had no retort. Just one question, can it be done? Lu Fan's piercing gaze caused the principal to twitch involuntarily. Yes, it can be done, of course. I will go give instructions. The principal made a phone call and issued a few commands. Shortly after, the security guard entered and forcibly escorted the parents and their children out. Jiang Shui looked up and saw that the parents being dragged away were indeed the very ones who had mocked her at the entrance. Why are you throwing us out? Our children still need to change classes. Several parents protested loudly, unwilling to comply. The security guard coldly replied, sorry, but the principal instructed that your children have been expelled from the school, thus, non-affiliated individuals are prohibited from entering. Chapter 29. The Hidden Academy. Ranked first. Upon witnessing the expulsion of a few ill-mannered parents, Lu Fan felt a sense of satisfaction as he followed the principal to fill out the college entrance examination application form. Arriving at the southwest corner of the playground, they encountered several laptops displaying the application information. Once completed, it merely required submission. Noticing the principal personally escorting him, the teacher in charge of the applications discreetly stepped back. Lu Fan took a seat, entered his identification and name, and then selected the academy he wished to apply for. Opening the selection list, he was immediately struck by the prominence of the four great academies of Huaxia. The Eastern Domain Lingxiao Academy, the Western Domain Tiangang Academy, the Northern Domain Xianshuang Academy, and the Southern Domain Qingyun Academy. Generally speaking, students tended to choose an academy within their respective regions for convenience. Sannan City, located in Jiangnan Province, belongs to the Southern Domain of Huaxia, thus, it was no surprise that the students here primarily opted for Qingyun Academy. Without hesitation, Lu Fan locked in his choice of Qingyun Academy. Of course, his sole reason for attending was to acquire the second piece of equipment from Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. However, just as he clicked confirm, a rejection notice from the system appeared. We regret to inform you that your occupational talent is classified as F, which does not meet the requirements for applying to Qingyun Academy. Please select an alternative academy.lu fan. What the hell, is there such a rule? Moreover, hadn't he already awakened as the Lord of the Underworld? How could the system still classify him as F? This indicated that the system retained only the initial information from the job transfer array. The principal, taken aback, suddenly recalled that only those with an A-level talent or higher were eligible to apply to Qingyun Academy. He chuckled and explained to Lu Fan, in truth, the choice of academy is not of utmost importance, it merely reflects your first preference. Should your examination results fall short, the academy will allocate accordingly based on your listed preferences, and that is all. Lu Fan frowned slightly. So, you mean I can fill in any academy I like? Scrolling to the end of the list, he remembered an option for automatic matching based on results. Young Master Lu, you can just select that one. Fine, Lu Fan thought, as long as his examination results were formidable enough, he wasn't worried about not being admitted to Qingyun Academy. Moreover, even if he were not accepted, he believed he could force his way in with his strength. Surely no one could stop him. He simply felt there was no need to create unnecessary commotion or trouble, wasting time in the process. After Lu Fan submitted his application, Zhang Shui also filled in her name and identification number on the adjacent computer. However, just as she completed her entry, the application page unexpectedly redirected to a hidden interface. It was the exclusive application page for SSS-level professions. Zhang Shui was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. The principal was equally flabbergasted, as the school had never before encountered an SSS-level candidate. On this page, there were only 5 institutions listed. In addition to the 4 previously mentioned academies, there was even one that the principal had never heard of, Huayin Academy. Moreover, according to the comprehensive scores provided by the system, the 4 major academies were rated between 90-92 points, while Huayin Academy boasted an astonishing score of 99. Its comprehensive score was indeed higher than that of the 4 great academies. What astonished everyone further was that this special page did not feature a submission button. Instead, a prompt appeared. Esteemed legendary SSS profession Zhang Shui, your application information has been forwarded to the following 5 academies, which will proactively contact you. Please keep your phone accessible. Based on your awakening level, the system recommends you choose Huayin Academy, the foremost academy in Huaxia. This left Lu Fan utterly stunned. Good heavens, the disparity in levels makes such a difference. The principal shook his head with a smile. This society is indeed quite realistic. Legendary SSS professionals are coveted resources that all academies vie for. What was this Huayin Academy, and why did it rank above the 4 major academies yet remain unheard of? The principal shook his head, indicating that he, like Lu Fan, was entirely unfamiliar with this institution. What differentiates a legendary SSS from an ordinary SSS? Surely you must know that, Lu Fan inquired. Over his 3 years of high school, he had diligently studied countless volumes but had never encountered any records regarding legendary SSS professions. The principal smiled gently. It is quite simple. These are professions not recorded in the occupational compendium, existing solely in legend. In other words, such professions had never appeared before. Not necessarily, they may have existed, but generally, these professions are incredibly powerful, and for certain considerations, the Huaxia nation has refrained from documenting them in the occupational compendium. Ah, I see. Zhang Shui, you've struck gold now, Lu Fan teased. Not at all. In fact, I'm still unsure myself about what is happening. Just then, the principal's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he exclaimed, "This number is from the Northern Domain. Hello, is this Principal Jiang from Songnan No. 1 High School? We are from the Northern Domain Shuang Academy." The principal immediately understood. They were looking for Zhang Shui. This is Ida. May I ask if Zhang Shui is beside you? If convenient, please let her take the call. The principal paused, momentarily perplexed as to why they did not call Zhang Shui directly, but he still handed the phone to her. "It is from the Northern Domain Shuang Academy. They're likely inviting you to their institution," he said, placing the phone on speaker mode in front of Zhang Shui. I've passed the phone to her. You may proceed. Thank you, Principal Zhang Shui. We have just received your application notification. We intended to contact you immediately. However, we were unable to locate your phone number in the system. May I ask your current contact number and address? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui hesitated, saying, I don't have a phone. The room fell silent. The caller on the other end was momentarily stunned. No one expected that in this day and age, someone could lack a mobile phone. Could you please share your current address? Our admissions officer is already en route to your city and will visit your residence to discuss matters related to the academy and its benefits. Zhang Shui was taken aback once more. After being expelled from the Zhang family, she had been residing under a bridge on the city's outskirts. This was, of course, quite difficult to articulate. I live at, she lives at 182, Lu Jiadun, the villa area, Lu Fan interjected. Zhang Shui was startled, turning to look at Lu Fan in astonishment. He smiled gently and whispered in her ear, "That is my home. From now on, you'll be living there." Chapter 30 of The Whole Night. Who knows how that beast will toy with me. A sound came from the phone once more. Lu Jiadun, Villa District number 182, noted down, and shortly, a representative from the admissions office will be in touch with you. Please do consider our Shuang Academy. Should you choose to join us, I assure you will not be disappointed. Alright, I am immensely grateful that you took our call. I shall not disturb you further. Wishing you a pleasant day. Goodbye. The call ended, yet, in the next moment, another call came through. Looking at the number, it was unexpectedly from the Lingxiao Institute of the Eastern Domain. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, it was no surprise that a legendary SSS could elicit such eagerness from the 4 major academies. The principal did not immediately answer the call, but first inquired of Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui, do you have a preferred academy at the moment? Zhang Shui glanced at Lu Fan and shyly replied, "Wherever Lu Fan goes, I shall follow." The principal clearly discerned Zhang Shui's intentions and chuckled, "Then it must be Qingyun Academy." Lu Fan was taken aback. Silly girl, you should certainly prioritize that Huayin Academy, it holds the top composite ranking. Zhang Shui bit her lip. Then will you go to Huayin Academy? I must first attend to some matters at Qingyun Academy. Lu Fan, you are my only friend. Wherever you go, I will follow. Lu Fan hesitated for a moment. Well, that's fine, after all, what use is an academy? The principal understood and confirmed. Then it is settled, it shall be Qingyun Academy? In that case, I will decline the other 4 institutions to avoid wasting their admission officers' time. The principal said, casting a glance at Lu Fan, seemingly seeking his approval. Lu Fan nodded indifferently. Alright, then it shall be Qingyun Academy. It is just right for me to accompany Zhang Shui, ensuring she is not bullied there. With that, Lu Fan took Zhang Shui's hand. The two mounted the dark wolf and departed from the school. Lu Fan, where are we headed next? To my home. The dark wolf sped swiftly, and within mere minutes, they arrived at Lu Fan's luxurious mansion. It was already approaching evening, the perfect time for dinner. The numerous old servants had prepared the meal as usual. The grand round table was laden with nearly 20 delectable dishes. Zhang Shui was left speechless. Is this your dinner? Lu Fan nodded. Do not stand on ceremony. Feel free to eat. Additionally, there are many rooms here, you may choose anyone to stay in. Alright, Zhang Shui nodded. Lu Fan, I truly appreciate your kindness today. Were it not for you, Lu Fan quickly waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities between us. But Lu Fan, I still find it puzzling why you would help me, especially since I have always been regarded as an ill omen, with others avoiding me. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Because I am a person who repays both enmity and kindness. You have shown me kindness, hence I will assist you. Huh, I have shown you kindness? Zhang Shui became increasingly bewildered. She had not known Lu Fan before, so how could she have offered him any kindness? Lu Fan laughed heartily. Let me be frank, I have been reborn. In my previous life, you saved me. Zhang Shui was momentarily stunned. Hey, Lu Fan, while I may not understand much, you cannot possibly think of me as a fool. Lu Fan placed a piece of sweet and sour pork into Zhang Shui's bowl, grinning as he said, I knew you wouldn't believe me, but what if I were to say that I know you live beneath a bridge in a makeshift nest made of weeds, with a tattered pillow hiding a vocational guidebook you stole from school? Would you then believe me? Zhang Shui was utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, she angrily exclaimed, Lu Fan, are you spying on me? How about we eat first, it will get cold otherwise. After finishing dinner, Lu Fan took Zhang Shui to choose a room. Zhang Shui selected a room opposite Lu Fan's. Lu Fan suggested that Zhang Shui wash up and rest while he attended to some matters. Zhang Shui nodded in understanding. Once Zhang Shui was settled, Lu Fan took out his phone and dialed Han Yanlan's number. At that moment, Han Yanlan was with her father, Han Tianhai. They had just finished a call with Professor Zhuang from Qingyun Academy, informing him of Lu Fan's actions. Professor Zhuang expressed that he was currently occupied but would personally handle Lu Fan the following morning. This undoubtedly emboldened Han Yanlan and Han Tianhai, as they thought that once Professor Zhuang arrived, no matter how formidable Lu Fan might be, he could not possibly stand against the professor. Just then, Han Yanlan's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Lu Fan calling, and she instantly panicked. Father, what should I do? Han Tianhai sighed helplessly. Answer it. Let's see what he has to say. Han Yanlan reluctantly pressed the answer button and put the phone on speaker. Han Yanlan, do you take my words lightly? Wasn't I clear that you were to wait for me at my house tonight? I am giving you 10 minutes to appear at my doorstep, otherwise, the entire Han family shall perish. 10 minutes of this. Before Han Yanlan could finish her sentence, Lu Fan hung up, offering no opportunity for further dialogue. Upon hearing this, Han Yanlan trembled uncontrollably. Father, what do we do now? Han Tianhai sighed deeply. There is no other choice, Yanlan. Professor Zhuang will only arrive tomorrow. For the sake of the family, you must endure this one night. Say, father, but that is an entire night. Who knows what that beast will do to me? What if I cannot withstand it? Han Yanlan sobbed uncontrollably. It is important to know that since her birth, Han Yanlan had been the cherished daughter of the Han family, always pampered and never having suffered any hardship, but now, facing such torment, she found it unbearable. Right now, there is truly no alternative. You have seen for yourself, that Lu Fan is capable of murder without hesitation, and he dares to kill even Wu Qi, let alone our humble Han family. Han Tianhai glanced at his watch. Time was running short, there were only 10 minutes left. He had to drive her there himself. You must remember, no matter what Lu Fan asks of you, you must comply as best as you can. Just survive this night, and everything will be over. Do you understand? Yes, Han Yanlan, tears brimming in her eyes, bit her lip and nodded. Here, put this on. Han Tianhai suddenly produced a sheer purple lace nightgown and a pair of black stockings emblazoned with letters from Balenciaga. Han Yanlan was taken aback. Father, what are you doing? That beast is already lecherous. If I wear this, won't he devour me? Han Tianhai sighed. My daughter, your task now is to appease Lu Fan as much as possible. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Wearing this will at least demonstrate your intentions. Perhaps Lu Fan will soften his approach because of it. Father, this enough, no more arguments. Time is of the essence. Let's go, you can change in the car. 10 minutes later, Han Yanlan stood at Lu Fan's villa entrance, clad in a provocative lace nightgown and lettered stockings, looking delicate and alluring. Chapter 31 of the Incandescent Desire of Han Yanlan. At this moment, Lu Fan had just finished his shower and emerged, only to find Han Yanlan standing at the doorway adorned in a sensuous lace nightgown paired with letter-patterned black stockings, coupled with her voluptuous figure. She resembled an enchanting vision, a true marvel of the mortal realm. Any ordinary man who laid eyes upon her would undoubtedly be driven to pounce upon her like a ravenous wolf, eager to indulge in her allure. Han Yanlan, too, possessed an unwavering confidence in her appearance. Even when clad in a school uniform, passers-by could not resist glancing back at her. How much more enticing she appeared today in such provocative attire. There was no man alive who could withstand such temptation. However, she was utterly unprepared for Lu Fan's reaction as he stepped out, his brow furrowed in disdain. Han Yanlan, why are you dressed so provocatively to serve someone? Han Yanlan was momentarily taken aback. But don't you men all like this sort of thing? Lu Fan responded with a cold smirk. Han Yanlan, you truly overestimate yourself. Do you honestly believe that a mere semblance of beauty grants you the right to share my bed? You are not worthy. Let me make it clear, you are here to serve me. With that, Lu Fan led Han Yanlan into the room, instructing her to strip and lie on the bed. Now, begin by giving me a back massage. Once again, Han Yanlan was left speechless, stammering, I don't know how. Don't know how, then learn on the spot. Lu Fan switched on the television, which began to play a massage tutorial. As she watched the screen, Han Yanlan felt a slight relief. In her view, giving a massage was certainly preferable to engaging in something far more shameful. Climbing onto the bed, she spread her legs and cautiously seated herself upon Lu Fan's backside, mimicking the techniques from the television as she began to knead his muscles. To her surprise, the hands of the heiress from the Han family proved quite adept. Have you ever thought about working in a massage parlor? Lu Fan remarked, somewhat impressed. Han Yanlan bit her lip in humiliation, choosing to remain silent. However, at that moment, Lu Fan's hand crept towards her thigh. She jolted, exclaiming, Lu Fan, what are you doing? With a chilling smile, Lu Fan replied, Han Yanlan, do not forget your place. As my concubine, everything I do to you now is entirely permissible. Without hesitation, his fingers ventured further up her inner thigh. A muffled sound escaped Han Yanlan's lips, nearly a moan. At the tender age of 18, she had yet to experience the intimacies between men and women, and the electric sensation from Lu Fan's touch was overwhelmingly intense, yet, she fought to suppress any indecent sounds, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability. Lu Fan, do not go too far. Too far? Han Yanlan, is it excessive for you to come to the Lu residence to call off an engagement? Let me assure you, the excesses are yet to come. With his fingers skillfully working, Han Yanlan found herself unable to stifle her soft whimpers, her body instinctively writhing in response. She yearned to resist, to put an end to this, but her father's words echoed in her mind. She had to endure for the sake of the family. After 3 minutes of this torment, Han Yanlan's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze becoming dazed and somewhat intoxicated. Strangely, she found herself inexplicably desiring to engage in more intimate acts, yet, just as the moment reached a crescendo, Lu Fan abruptly ceased his actions, rising to dress himself. Han Yanlan, aflame with desire, thought he would finally take her, only to be left in a state of frustration when he halted. Lu Fan, what do you intend to do? A smile played at the corners of Lu Fan's mouth. You must be feeling rather pent up now. That was my intention, a punishment for your lack of awareness tonight. He then guided Han Yanlan to the room where Jiang Shui was located. I have to step out for a moment. Your next task is to attend to the person in this room. What do you mean, someone else? Han Yanlan was now thoroughly alarmed. It was one thing to lose her innocence to Lu Fan, who was somewhat acceptable in appearance and age, but the thought of being with an unknown, unattractive man was unbearable. She would rather end her life than face such a fate. Lu Fan, noticing her distress, reassured her, do not worry, it's a female, of similar age, just go in and help her with a shoulder and leg massage, simple enough, right? Upon realizing it was another girl her age, Han Yanlan felt a measure of relief. Just then, the door swung open and Jiang Shui emerged, freshly bathed. As their eyes met, both women froze in surprise. Han Yanlan, a renowned beauty from her school, was instantly recognized by Jiang Shui. Lu Fan, why is she here? Are you too? Jiang Shui seemed to grasp the situation and immediately lowered her head, apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a couple, I'll leave at once. But Lu Fan seized Jiang Shui's hand, declaring, don't be ridiculous. She is not my girlfriend, she is here to serve you. What, Lu Fan, what are you saying? I don't need anyone to serve me, I am quite content with this splendid accommodation, I wouldn't dare impose on anyone else. At this moment, Han Yanlan erupted in outrage. Lu Fan, have you lost your mind? She is a pariah from the Jiang family, I am a daughter of the Jiang family, and you expect me to serve her? Lu Fan's expression darkened, and flames flickered ominously from his right hand as he glared at Han Yanlan. I will ask you once more. Can you serve her properly? The sight of the flames reminded Han Yanlan of Wu Qi being reduced to ashes, sending a chill down her spine. I can, she stammered, biting her lip. Internally, she cursed Lu Fan, vowing that he would pay for this once Professor Zhuang arrived the next day. Good. If I return and find you have not fulfilled your duties, you will know the consequences. With that, Lu Fan turned and tossed Jiang Shui a brand new smartphone, smiling, Shui, I have some business to attend to. Contact me if you need anything. Okay. Lu Fan rode the Dark Wolf to the residence of his father, Lu Baista. He intended to leave Cangnan City for the Demon Domain Mountain Range the following day and needed to uncover the truth about what had transpired with his mother and the circumstances surrounding her death. As fate would have it, Lu Base had just returned from the Lu group. The two collided in the corridor. Lu Fan, what brings you here? I was just about to seek you out after dinner. I uncovered something significant at the company, Lu Base said, his demeanor serious. Lu Fan paused, intrigued. What is it? I discovered that the elder, Lu Majie, is acting suspiciously. Chapter 32 The Permanence of Negative States. Lu Base led Lu Fan into the room and instructed all the servants to withdraw. Observing this, Lu Fan was filled with confusion, pondering to himself how significant a matter could possibly arise from someone like Lu Moji. At that moment, Lu Base, with a grave expression, declared, Lu Fan, I have come to the unsettling realization that the Grand Elder, Lu Majie, is very likely the black-clad assailant who attacked us today alongside Bai Jie. Lu Fan was taken aback. Surely not, based solely on that good-for-nothing Lu Majie? The tactics employed by that black-clad figure today were certainly at least level 40 and above. Lu Base shook his head. We have all been deceived by Lu Majie, or perhaps the Lu Majie we know is not the true Lu Majie at all. The real Lu Majie may very well have been killed, and this individual is merely an impersonator. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. His father's words resonated with him, as he too had sensed a profound change in the Grand Elder's demeanor over the past few years. Lu Base continued, Today, when I witnessed the energy arrows fired by that black-clad figure, I felt an unsettling familiarity, but I could not immediately recall where I had seen such a technique. It wasn't until I was on my way back to the clan that it suddenly struck me. I seemed to recall Lu Majie using something similar once. Without delay, I rushed back to the clan, only to discover that Lu Majie was indeed absent. Lu Fan gasped in horror. If Lu Majie was indeed the one who attacked us today, then that was utterly terrifying. The enemy had infiltrated our very ranks. Lu Base nodded affirmatively. Upon making this discovery, I dared not delay for an instant and immediately led our kin to Lu Majie's residence in search of evidence. Did you find anything? Nothing. Lu Majie's home was exceedingly tidy, devoid of any suspicious items, yet, this very fact is what raises my suspicion. A normal person would undoubtedly have something shameful hidden away, yet he has nothing at all. Thus, I am increasingly convinced that Lu Majie is indeed complicit. Following this, Lu Base retrieved a recording device from his spatial bag and placed it upon the table. Lu Fan was taken aback and inquired, What is this? Lu Base smiled with triumph. Although Lu Majie has meticulously cleaned his home, leaving no trace behind, he overlooked one crucial detail. In this age of advanced technology, phone conversations can be recorded and retrieved. He then activated the recording device, which played back a conversation between Lu Majie and Bai Jie. It turned out that both Lu Majie and Bai Jie were affiliated with an organization known as the Dark Temple. Their intent was to infiltrate our lives to seize the Ring of Hades, left behind by Lu Fan's mother. Lu Fan, Lu Base continued, although I am unaware of the true nature of this Dark Temple, the fact that they have deployed 2 level 40 elites suggests they are no trifling adversary. Lu Fan nodded. It was evident that they would not rest until they obtained the ring. It was only a matter of time before they would come after us again. You must exercise utmost caution, Lu Fan. We are in the light while they lurk in the shadows, and as you have observed, these individuals are adept at deception, even capable of altering their displayed levels and professions. In theory, altering one's level and profession would be quite challenging. No known profession in the catalog possesses such capabilities, suggesting that this ability may belong to a unique, undocumented profession within the Dark Temple. As he spoke, Lu Fan flipped his hand, revealing the dark green Ring of Hades. Professionals can actively control the display or concealment of all equipment they possess. Most individuals opt to conceal theirs to prevent envy from others. Gently caressing the ring, Lu Fan stated, However, there is no need for you to worry excessively, father. With my current strength, even a level 50 expert would not pose a threat to me. Oh? Is that so? Though Lu Base was aware of the formidable nature of the Netherlord profession, he was taken aback by the extent of Lu Fan's prowess, capable of contending with level 50 opponents at merely over level 20. Lu Fan affirmed, Indeed, I am quite formidable, yet should I encounter a truly powerful adversary, I fear it may not suffice. Therefore, I plan to depart from Songnan City tomorrow to seek training in a higher level locale. Lu Base's expression shifted. Where do you intend to go? To the Demon Domain Mountains, south of Linhai City. The Demon Domain Mountains. Lu Base inhaled sharply. That is a genuine danger zone. It is said that every demon creature there will actively attack humans and possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. Countless professionals meet their demise there each year. Lu Fan smiled and nodded. I am aware, but with great risk comes great reward. As I survey all of Huaxia, there is no place better suited for my growth. Lu Bei's eyes still reflected concern. The Demon Domain Mountains lie within a perilous zone, devoid of systematic safety measures. When professionals are slain there, they drop all their equipment and possessions. Hence, one must be vigilant not only against the demonic beasts but also against other humans. Furthermore, if the Dark Temple becomes aware of your presence there, they will undoubtedly dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate you. Lu Fan nodded in understanding. I comprehend, but it is precisely to counter the Dark Temple that I must hasten my strength. To remain idle in Songnan City would lead only to certain doom. Upon hearing this, Lu Bei sighed in resignation. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not oppose it. However, I must admit that I feel a twinge of reluctance. Once you depart, who knows when we shall meet again? Lu Fan patted his father reassuringly and smiled. Do not worry, father. I shall be gone for merely a month. I will return in time for the National College Entrance Examination next month. At that time, I will demonstrate to all what true genius truly is. Very well, I believe in you. By the way, father, before I leave, there is one matter I must clarify. Lu Fan's expression suddenly grew serious. Lu Base, sensing the gravity of the situation, surmised, is it concerning your mother? Yes, I wish to know how she met her end and who was responsible for her death. Lu Base exhaled a long sigh. It is indeed time to reveal this to you, though I must admit my knowledge is limited. When your mother appeared, she was already afflicted with various negative states: burning, poisoning, bleeding, paralysis, slowing, corrosion, sealing, and so forth, at least a dozen in total. Lu Fan was left speechless. That is quite extraordinary, Lu Base managed a wry smile. And that is not all. The most astonishing aspect is that the duration of these states was, in fact, permanent. What, is it truly possible for a negative state to be permanent in this world? Chapter 33. Lu Fan, do not act recklessly, this is my first time. Lu Fan inhaled deeply, astonished that such occurrences existed in this world. A plethora of negative buffs, some of which were permanent. This meant that his mother had been continuously harmed by these detrimental states until her demise. Indeed, Lu Fan's brow furrowed in contemplation. However, could it be that his father, given his understanding of this profession, would succumb so easily even under persistent damage? At that moment, Lu Base's nose suddenly tinged with a hint of sorrow, his eyes shimmering with tears. You are correct, I had witnessed your mother's formidable strength. Regrettably, those negative buffs were far too potent. Lu Fan was taken aback. What on earth transpired? Among the buffs afflicting your mother, the continuous damage was not the most lethal. The gravest threats were two states: the nullification of magic and the sealing of items. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's body trembled with shock. Nullification of magic and sealing of items. He had diligently studied the compendium throughout his high school years, and he was well aware of these two states. Nullification of magic rendered one incapable of utilizing skills, while sealing of items prevented the use of objects. Although both conditions were extraordinarily severe, they typically did not last long. Yet, if his mother was afflicted with permanent buffs, the implications were indeed terrifying, rendering her akin to being utterly incapacitated. I recall discovering your mother lying on the roadside, barely clinging to life, her expression one of utter despair. Moved by compassion, I attempted to cast a purification spell upon her, hoping to assist her, and to my astonishment, I managed to cleanse a portion of her negative states. This included the nullification of magic and the sealing of items. Your mother regarded me with disbelief, asserting that even the most powerful purification master of Huaxia could not cleanse the afflictions she bore. In that moment, she reignited her hope for life. She teleported me to a foreign realm, where she frantically consumed potions to restore her health and mana, and summoned forth countless fearsome creatures I had never encountered before. Among them, the most striking were the green flame dragons soaring through the skies. Each dragon was as massive as a mountain, engulfed in fierce green flames, resembling moving islands ablaze as they swept through the air, a sight to behold. However, to our astonishment, not long after, the previously purified states re-emerged from the ashes. Through my relentless attempts, I discovered that these states could not be entirely cleansed. And no matter how many times I purified, the conditions would reappear. Even more alarming was that with each refresh, the damage doubled, and the intervals between reappearances grew increasingly shorter. Before long, your mother passed away. Before her demise, she repeatedly instructed me that if you did not successfully inherit her profession, I was to divulge nothing about her to you. After hearing his father's words, Lu Fan fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. A father, who cast those states upon my mother, what transpired? Who possesses the power to execute such terrifying effects? It was the Abyssal Demon Lord, the most formidable creature in existence. 18 years ago, the Abyssal Demon Lord awakened, leading the Abyssal Army to invade Huaxia. In defense of Huaxia, the human powerhouses mobilized to engage in an unprecedented battle against the Abyssal forces. Ultimately, the Abyssal Demon Lord was vanquished, but your mother and the other human powerhouses sustained severe injuries shortly thereafter, including your mother. Over a dozen of the top human powerhouses fell one after another. Lu Fan gasped in disbelief, astonished that such a monumental battle had transpired 2 decades prior. What was mother's level at that time? Level 100.as expected, but why does it seem that the current strongest practitioner in Huaxia, Sword Saintly Mabai, is only at level 95? It is precisely because of that war that all the top powerhouses perished, resulting in the current strongest human practitioners not exceeding level 95. Did my mother leave nothing else for me besides that ring? One must understand that a level 100 powerhouse would surely possess numerous valuable items in their inventory. Lu Base furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. None. Your mother stated that aside from the Hades set, nothing else would hold significant meaning for you. That indeed appears to be the case. However, I suspect she may have left her belongings in that foreign realm, but only she knew how to access it. A foreign realm, Lu Fan pondered. He sensed that this foreign space might be something the Lord of the Underworld comprehended after breaking through a certain level. I understand now. Father, thank you for sharing this with me. Lu Fan, in truth, your mother's wish was for you to grow up safe and healthy, and of course, that is my wish as well. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Father, I am aware, but born in turbulent times, to survive, one must be strong. Very well. At this moment, Lu Base retrieved a bottle of 1982 Moutai from the safe. Since tonight marks the imminent parting of you and me, let us not return until we are intoxicated. Agreed, not returning until we are inebriated. Subsequently, Lu Fan and his father indulged in revelry, conversing for a considerable time. When they finally stumbled home, they were quite inebriated, and it was already deep into the night. Lu Fan approached Jiang Shue's room, peering through the gap to see Jiang Shue and Han Yanlan peacefully asleep. However, Lu Fan was taken aback to find Han Yanlan sleeping on the bed, while Jiang Shue was on the floor. Lu Fan, already in a foul mood, was infuriated by this sight. He entered the room and yanked Han Yanlan up, whispering angrily, Han Yanlan, are you seeking death? I instructed you to attend to Xiao Shui, yet here you are sleeping on the bed, leaving Xiao Shui on the floor? Han Yanlan jolted awake from her dreams, taking a moment to collect herself before responding with a sense of grievance. No, Lu Fan, let me explain, it was I who insisted that Sister Yanlan sleep on the bed. At this moment, Jiang Shui also woke up, hastily coming over to clarify. Lu Fan, it's like this, your bed is too soft, and I am simply not accustomed to it, so... Lu Fan finally realized that Jiang Shui had previously been sleeping under the bridge. To him, is that so? Lu Fan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. However, he still pulled Han Yanlan out of the room. Xiao Shui, you should sleep first, I have matters to discuss with Han Yanlan. Alright. Xiao Shui, being inherently innocent and inexperienced in social interactions, was oblivious to Lu Fan's intentions, yet, Han Yanlan felt a sense of foreboding. She could smell the strong scent of alcohol on Lu Fan. Sure enough, Lu Fan led Han Yanlan to a secluded room. This room had excellent soundproofing, even if one were to scream at the top of their lungs, it would go unheard outside. Lu Fan, what are you planning to do? Did you not say today that I am unworthy of sharing your bed? Han Yanlan shrieked, seemingly attempting to use Lu Fan's own words to save herself. However, Lu Fan paid her no mind, directly tearing apart her lace nightgown and forcefully pushing her onto the bed. I'm extremely agitated right now, Lu Fan, do not act recklessly, I am still a novice. Chapter 34. The first time, then let it be a night of 7 encounters. The first time, that would be even better. I shall make you experience the pinnacle of earthly ecstasy. Han Yanlan could hardly fathom that her earlier words did not dissuade Lu Fan, rather, they ignited his enthusiasm even further. With fervor, Lu Fan shed his garments and pressed his entire body against Han Yanlan. Engaging in passionate kisses, his hands roamed downwards, wantonly caressing her sensuous, elongated legs clad in Balenciaga stockings. Ultimately, Lu Fan brazenly ventured beneath her thigh. A wave of intense pleasure compelled Han Yanlan to emit a muffled moan. This act completely unleashed Lu Fan's primal desires. Rising, he ruthlessly tore her clothing apart, preparing for battle. Lu Fan, no, not there. Han Yanlan pleaded frantically, yet, Lu Fan paid no heed, forcefully thrusting forward. Lu Fan, you beast, stop, don't move, it hurts, you savage. The initial encounter brought a modicum of pain, but you must endure it. Not so fast. That night, the two engaged in a relentless clash for a total of 7 times. Only when utterly spent did Lu Fan relent. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed into the room. Lu Fan stretched lazily as he awakened in bed. Beside him lay the alluring Han Yanlan, completely bare. Gazing at the enchanting figure beside him, Lu Fan could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Han Yanlan, after today, our grievances shall be settled. I shall depart from Songnan City today. Consider last night a parting gift. With that, Lu Fan rose to dress and prepare to leave. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, his father, Lu Base. Lu Fan, it's bad, something has happened. Lu Fan dashed outside. What is it, father? Just now, the Wu family from Linhai City arrived with a large group and besieged the Lu Group building. What? The Wu family from Linhai, why are they doing this? Because the head of the Wu family is Wu Qi's father. Lu Fan froze in shock. He had not anticipated Wu Qi's substantial backing. The family chat is in an uproar. You must see for yourself. Lu Bei said, producing his phone to display the family group messages. Numerous relatives had shared images and videos. Lu Fan's expression turned grave. The Wu family was not only demolishing the Lu Group building but also ruthlessly slaughtering members of the Lu clan. The scene was a river of blood, flames reaching for the sky. Owing to the Wu family's influence in Linhai City, the law enforcement in Songnan City dared not intervene, merely watching helplessly as the Wu family wreaked havoc. Meanwhile, the family chat was filled with relatives calling out to Lu Fan, accusing him of killing Wu Qi and urging him to come forth to atone for his misdeeds. They claimed they had advised against violence, but he had obstinately disregarded their counsel, provoking those he should not have. Others mocked him, saying that Lu Fan only bullied the weak and, upon facing true strength, like the formidable Wu family, he had become a turtle withdrawing into its shell. At that moment, Han Yanlan woke, emerging from the room and stealthily hiding behind the door to eavesdrop. Upon hearing that the Wu family had come to avenge Wu Qi, a cold smile crept across her lips. Lu Fan. Your retribution has finally arrived. The Wu family is the foremost clan in Linhai City, with immense power. Let us see how you meet your end. How dare you toy with me last night, you beast. As Lu Fan perused the barrage of messages in the family chat, his expression darkened to an extreme. He raised his hand, summoning the Hell Wolf, which leapt forth. Today, I shall cleanse the Wu family in blood. In front of the Lu Group building, hundreds of Wu family members gathered, creating an imposing spectacle. Where is that scoundrel Lu Fan? Bring him out immediately. Wu Shang, the head of the Wu family, bellowed, seizing a Lu clan member by the foot and executing him with a swift stroke. If he doesn't appear, I shall slay every last one of these Lu family members, leaving not a single soul alive. By now, the streets were lined with onlookers, and the other two major clans, the Han and Zhang families, had also arrived, reveling in the spectacle. Han Tianhai even sent a message to his daughter. Yanlan, are you alright? Professor Zhuang has sent the Wu family to exact revenge. We shall finally be liberated. Father, I almost lost everything last night. Lu Fan is an unadulterated beast. What did he do to you? He toyed with me for 7 entire rounds. What, that brat is so vigorous? No, he truly is inhumane. Does he not understand the value of cherishing a maiden? But fear not, given the current situation, the Wu family will not rest until Lu Fan is dead. He is surely doomed today. Father, I just saw that Lu Fan has already gone over. I must join him. If Lu Fan dies, I shall desecrate his corpse. At that moment, Zhang Yunshan, the head of the Zhang family, also arrived with his kin that he had been away on business the previous day and had just returned this morning, fortuitously stumbling upon this grand spectacle. He savored a cigar while fantasizing about swiftly dividing the Lu family's assets once they were eradicated. Just then, the elder of the Zhang family approached him, whispering, "Master, it is said that yesterday, the banished outcast, Zhang Shui, awakened a legendary SSS-level ability." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunshan's cigar dropped to the ground in shock. "What did you say?" "Zhang Shui, legendary SSS level, you cannot be mistaken. I heard it from the principal of the first middle school, and many witnessed it firsthand. It must be true. Where is Zhang Shui now? Hurry and bring her back to the family." The principal mentioned that after awakening, Zhang Shui left with Lu Fan. Lu Fan, the very Lu Fan the Wu family is seeking? Indeed. Damn it, if he arrives, be sure to keep a close watch. Do not let Zhang Shui get entangled in this. Understood. Zhang Yunshan lit another cigar, taking a deep breath. Legendary SSS level. At last, the ancestors of the Zhang family have revealed their power. If we can bring Zhang Shui back, the Zhang family shall surely soar to greatness. In front of the Lu group, all Lu clan members were shackled and kneeling on the ground. Wu Sheng's expression was grim as he seized another Lu family member. "Lu Fan, still not coming out, eh? Then I shall not wait any longer. Commence the slaughter." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Fan descended from the heavens atop the massive hell wolf. "Old dog Wu, dare to harm my kin? You seek death." Chapter 35 of the Wu family of Lehigh seeks revenge. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld Lu Fan riding atop a colossal netherwolf. After a day of fervent discourse, the legendary exploits of Lu Fan had spread like wildfire among the onlookers. His audacious feats at the auction, where he swiftly dispatched the Lu family's henchmen, and his decisive act of slaying Wu Qi of the Qingyun Academy atop the Lu group's penthouse, alongside the scandalous act of taking Han Yanlan as a concubine while casting aside her husband, Han Tianhai, had all contributed to his meteoric rise in notoriety. Lu Fan's actions had compelled the Han family to bow in submission, resulting in Lu Zhantian's expulsion from the family. Furthermore, he had shattered records by conquering 3 dungeons in the wilderness. Each of these occurrences held the potential to reverberate throughout the entire city of Tsangnan. It was unfathomable that such feats could be accomplished by a mere high school student who had only recently awakened to F-rank abilities within the span of a single day. Thus, the majority of spectators found it hard to believe that these rumors bore any truth, unless they witnessed Lu Fan's prowess with their own eyes today. At the entrance of the Hearthstone group, a multitude of captured members of the Lu clan gazed upon Lu Fan's arrival as if he were a savior, crying out for his assistance. However, they were met with brutal kicks from the Wu family members standing nearby, who callously trampled upon the faces of the Lu clan. Many from the Wu family erupted into laughter, mocking, "Truly, this is a small family from a third-tier city, foolish enough to place their hopes on a mere boy. Do they really believe this lad can defeat our young master, a frog at the bottom of the well, croaking away? No matter how extraordinary this boy may be, he stands alone. How can he possibly rescue anyone from the hands of our 100-strong Wu family? It's simply a pipe dream." At that moment, Wu Shang, the head of the Wu family, strode forward wielding a large blade and bellowed, "Lu Fan, you wretch, you have finally shown yourself. Today, I shall make it known to all what fate befalls those who dare to lay a hand on my son." With a grand gesture, Wu Sheng commanded his kin to launch an offensive. Upon receiving the order from their patriarch, the Wu family members sprang into action, unleashing their skills upon Lu Fan. "Be cautious, the Wu family is the foremost clan in Lehigh, and their strength is formidable." Lu Base cautioned from the sidelines. "Fear not, father. You need only retreat to a safe distance and witness my performance," Lu Fan replied with a calm demeanor, raising his hand to summon 6 spectral hounds. Having leveled up, the hounds had grown in size, now towering at 4 meters, equivalent to 2 or 3 stories high. These 6 colossal nether hounds stood before Lu Fan like demonic sentinels, effectively thwarting the onslaught of the hundreds of Wu family members. At that moment, the Wu clan was rendered speechless. What is happening? Wasn't it said there would only be 1? Indeed, how come there are 6 now? This intelligence is flawed. Yet regardless of their numbers, the simultaneous assault of over 100 members barely seemed to affect the hounds. This was beyond the limits of their understanding. Wu Sheng's eyes twitched slightly. He had traversed the martial world for 30 years and had encountered formidable summoners before. However, even a level 50 summoner's beast should not be able to withstand an attack from 100 Wu family members without sustaining any damage. Lu Fan stood confidently with his hands behind his back, elevated above the heads of his spectral wolves. Observing the sudden panic among the Wu family, he could not help but sneer. What a pathetic display from the Lehigh Wu family. With such meager abilities, you dare to rampage on my territory, you are courting death. As he spoke, a surge of netherfire erupted from his right hand, hurtling towards Wu Sheng. Should this strike connect, Wu Sheng would surely be reduced to ashes. However, Wu Sheng had anticipated this move and swiftly retrieved a decoy doll from his bag. The decoy doll, a high-tier level 5 item, could conjure a lifelike figure with a health value of 1, designed to absorb firepower or mitigate single target damage. Wu Sheng placed the decoy before him, successfully intercepting Lu Fan's netherfire. Indeed, while Lu Fan's netherfire possessed explosive damage, it was inherently a single target attack. Thus, despite the decoy's health being limited to 1, it could still absorb the blow. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Being well-versed in item lore, he was not unfamiliar with this decoy. However, as a high-tier item of level 5, it was notoriously difficult to craft and exceedingly expensive, often leading to a situation where demand far exceeded supply. In all the years within Songnan City, such an item had never been seen. Today marked Lu Fan's first encounter with the actual object. One could not help but acknowledge that Lehigh City, as a leading metropolis in Jiangnan Province, far surpassed Songnan City in terms of rare items. At this moment, Wu Shang laughed triumphantly. Lu Fan, did you truly think I came unprepared? Your ability to slay my talented son was enough to warrant my utmost attention. I have long since inquired about you. You excel in single-target fire spells, correct? As Wu Shang laughed, he produced 10 decoy dolls from his bag. Behold, these are all prepared for you. My Wu family may lack in certain areas, but we possess wealth and resources. Such decoy dolls are as cheap as eggs in my possession, while you would toil for them in vain. Lu Fan could not help but let out a cold laugh. I must wonder how a foolish old dog like you ascended to the position of patriarch. Do you genuinely believe that this pitiful doll can withstand me? What did you say? Wu Shang, having been pampered since birth as the Wu family's favored son, had always received deference from others. Today marked the first time he had been so insulted, especially by a mere youth. You little brat, I swear I will end you today. Blood blade technique. Wu Shang roared, and the blade in his hand shimmered with a crimson glow. In an instant, an acrid scent of blood filled the air. This is the blood-weeping warrior. Zhang Yunshan, the patriarch of the Zhang family, immediately recognized the individual S profession. The blood-weeping warrior, an S-rank profession, it is one of the few classes that does not utilize mana. All skills are executed at the cost of health. Moreover, the lower the remaining health, the greater the damage. This class is known for engaging in combat at the cost of one's life. Though the price of using blood poses a higher risk of death, it yields extraordinarily high explosive damage. Furthermore, blood-weeping warriors possess an innate passive ability that allows them to siphon health, converting a portion of their attack and skill damage into healing. For this reason, the sustained combat capability of this profession is fearsome. They can often engage 100 foes and emerge unscathed. In his prime, Wu Shang wielded this terrifying talent to subjugate other families in Lehigh City, establishing the Wu family as the true first clan of the region. Having witnessed Lu Fan's prowess firsthand, Wu Shang understood that while this impudent youth was indeed formidable, he would hold nothing back in this upcoming strike. Blood secret art, blood demon god. With a resonant roar, Wu Shang's body began to shimmer with a crimson glow. The other members of the Wu family looked on in horror, their faces reflecting their astonishment. They had never anticipated that their patriarch would resort to invoking the blood demon god. It seemed that Lu Fan was surely doomed today. Chapter 36, with just a slight effort, I reach your limits. Blood demon god, this is the ultimate technique comprehended by the clan leader at level 40, capable of doubling all personal attributes. Now, I shall see how that brat Lu Fan survives. The clan leader is magnificent, the clan leader is formidable. At this moment, the members of the Wu family witnessed their leader unleashing his strongest move, and their spirits soared instantly. Meanwhile, Han Tianhai, the head of the Han family, chuckled quietly in a corner. He promptly sent a message to his daughter. Inglan, hurry here, Lu Fan is about to perish. Understood, father. I have just stolen Lu Fan's Rolls-Royce and am on my way. Han Tianhai, feeling insufficiently vindicated, retrieved his phone and pressed record, preparing to capture the entire process of Lu Fan's demise. Zhang Yunshan, the head of the Zhang family, immediately turned to instruct his subordinates. Prepare everyone to seize all of Lu's assets the moment he is slain. Also, send people to search for Jiang Shue's whereabouts. On the other hand, Wu Shang radiated a red glow. Above his head, his level and profession information were displayed. He was a staggering level 49, blood-weeping warrior. However, after activating Blood Demon God, Wu Shang did not dare to delay. While this move could double all his attributes, it cost him a life value of 10 per second. Additionally, the blood knife technique he had previously employed was also draining his health continuously. Therefore, he could not afford to waste a moment. He had to conclude the battle within 10 seconds. Without further ado, Wu Shang raised his blade and charged directly at Lu Fan. With his attributes doubled, his agility surged. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported behind Lu Fan. Die, Lu Fan, Blood Weeping Boundless. Blood Weeping Boundless, an active skill mastered by the Blood Weeping warrior at level 40. It could only be used in the Blood Demon God state, costing 50 current life points to inflict massive damage on the target. Moreover, the lower his current life value, the greater the damage dealt. Wu Shang was exceedingly confident in the damage of this strike. Even a level 50 powerhouse, unless they were a frontline tank class, would likely struggle to withstand this blow. How much more so for this inexperienced brat who had only recently changed professions. Yet, in the next second, everyone present was left utterly speechless. As Wu Shang's blade struck down, Lu Fan remained unscathed. How is that possible? This strike should have dealt at least 600,000 damage. How did you withstand it? Lu Fan replied coldly with a smile. A group of ants, daring to shake a tree. Little do you know that with just a slight effort, I reach your limits. Yinming Flame Pillar. Lu Fan raised his right hand gently. With a thunderous roar, hellfire erupted into the sky, piercing the heavens. Wu Shang instinctively wished to use a substitute puppet, but it was already futile. This move was area damage. All that it touched turned to ash. Before the members of the Wu family could recover from their shock, Lu Fan swung his right hand again. Hell Wolf, begin the slaughter. Suddenly, two massive invisible hell wolves appeared amidst the crowd of the Wu family. They unleashed a frenzy of carnage. The hell wolves tore apart the ants one by one, shredding them to pieces. The spectators had yet to comprehend the situation when the infamous Wu family of Lehigh City was utterly obliterated. Han Tianhai trembled in fear, his phone recording crashing to the ground. Zhang Yunshan was likewise in shock, utterly unable to believe what transpired before him. Liu Fan stood with his hands behind his back, proudly atop a hell wolf, surveying the crowd. He declared, "From this day forth, whoever dares to cause trouble for the Liu family, this shall be your fate." At that moment, the onlookers were too frightened to utter a word, and the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Only a Rolls-Royce sped toward them, seemingly out of control, flipping over on the road. Liu Fan turned to look, unable to suppress his laughter. Behind the wheel of that Rolls-Royce was none other than Han Inglan. Upon seeing that Liu Fan was still alive while the Wu family had been annihilated, she lost her focus and crashed the car. However, Liu Fan had no interest in this thoughtless woman. After a night of indulgence, he had already had his fill. Liu Fan turned to greet his father, then vanished from the sight of the crowd atop the hell wolf. Liu Base watched Liu Fan's departing figure with a pang of reluctance. Yet, he understood that from the moment Liu Fan inherited his mother's profession, he was destined for greatness, destined not to linger in this small city. In the near future, the name Liu Fan would resound across the entirety of Huaxia. Liu Fan arrived at the first auction house in Sangnan City. As he was soon to venture into the perilous Magic Domain Mountains, he needed to prepare thoroughly beforehand. Among his preparations, the most crucial were the potions for restoring life and magic points. Especially the potions for restoring magic, as Liu Fan now possessed a 100 lifesteal ability, coupled with 6 hellhounds to absorb damage, thus, life points were not a significant concern. The primary worry lay with his magic points. Although Liu Fan's magic points had reached a staggering 1 million, he was well versed in the profession compendium and knew that many classes possessed skills to drain or reduce magic. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared. Upon arriving at the auction house, Liu Fan entered the VIP passage. In the VIP lounge, Hong Fei, clad in a seductive red cheapo, greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ah, our esteemed guest has arrived. How remiss of us not to welcome you properly." Liu Fan reached into the deep slit of Hong Fei's thigh, stroking her with abandon as he spoke. "Hong Fei, I am about to leave here, and I fear I won't be able to admire your enticing legs for some time." "What? You're leaving? Where to? I just heard you were to take charge of the Liu family." "Who is spreading such nonsense? The one in charge of the Liu family is my father. I'm heading to the Magic Domain Mountains to level up. I came by to say goodbye and, incidentally, to purchase some potions." "Ah, the Magic Domain Mountains, that place is quite dangerous." Hong Fei wore a worried expression. "You needn't concern yourself with that." Liu Fan's hand wandered deeper, causing Hong Fei to gasp softly. "How long will you be gone?" "About a month. The National College entrance examination is next month, and I will return then." "Very well, is there anything you need me to do for you?" "I require 4-star potions, blood revitalization pills and Qingling recovery powder. Gather all you can from your auction house, and then help me coordinate with other auction houses in Sangnan City, large and small, to obtain as many of these 2 types of potions as possible." Hong Fei nodded. "Alright, I will send someone to look for them, but these are 4-star potions, extremely rare. There may not be many in the entire city." As she spoke, she immediately made a call to have her subordinates take care of it. "No problem, just collect as many as possible. As for the payment, you can calculate it and send it to me. I'll have my father transfer it to you later." "Ah, Lu Xiao, why are you being so polite with me? By the way, I recently scavenged an epic set from the collection pavilion." "Your boss didn't punish you, did he?" "Of course not, everyone knows you did it, so he can only silently endure." Liu Fan laughed heartily. "Don't worry, tell Su that I'll return next month to return the set." Meanwhile, at Qingyun Academy, the Fireflame King Zhuang Yan was solemnly visiting Wu Shang's hospital bed. "Wu Shang, do not worry. Your father has gone to avenge you. I believe news will arrive soon." Wu Shang weakly nodded. Although he had been successfully resurrected, the cost had been steep. Not only had his level dropped by 10, but he was also afflicted with a severe weakness buff lasting a month. At that moment, Zhuang Yan's phone rang. Upon answering, it was Wu Shang's mother calling. She cried out in distress, "Professor Zhuang, you must help me." "What happened, sister-in-law? What is wrong?" "Just now, our Wu family's party heading to Sangnan was completely annihilated." "What did you say?" Chapter 37. Departure to the Demon Realm Mountains. Zhuang Yan's face was a canvas of disbelief. The Wu family was the foremost clan in Linhai City, boasting nearly 300 formidable members, with at least 50 of them at level 30 or above, and no fewer than 5 exceeding level 40. The head of the Wu family, Wu Shan, was an unparalleled force at level 49. In all of Jiangnan, few below level 50 could rival him. The notion that such a powerful lineage could be entirely annihilated was unfathomable. "Sister-in-law, you cannot be jesting with me?" Zhuang Yan inquired incredulously. On the other end of the line, the young woman was still weeping. "At first, I too found it hard to believe, but I have seen the video from the scene, and they were indeed wiped out. I truly do not know what to do now." At that moment, Wu Qi, lying on the hospital bed, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly asked, "What is it, teacher, has something happened?" Zhuang Yan understood that he could not let Wu Qi learn of his family's demise. He swiftly composed himself, suppressing his inner turmoil, and replied calmly, "Do not worry, Wu Qi, it is nothing serious. I shall step out for a moment, you focus on your recovery." With that, Zhuang Yan rose and retreated to a secluded corner. Sister-in-law, rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, Brother Wu and I have shared many years of camaraderie, and you are my first love. I will see this matter through to the end. Zhuang Yan, I am now utterly helpless, you are my only hope. Do not fret, Xiaohong. As long as I am here, you and Wu Qi will be safe. First, send me the video from the scene, I will review it before making any decisions. Alright, meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Fan, with the assistance of Hong Fei, had acquired a considerable supply of blood-replenishing pills and qi recovery powders. Along with a portion he previously obtained from the collection pavilion, Lu Fan now possessed 80 blood-replenishing pills and 100 qi recovery powders sufficient for a month's use. After bidding farewell to Hong Fei, Lu Fan mounted his netherwolf and made his way to the airport in Songnan City. In the current world, demons had thoroughly infiltrated the realm. To prevent these creatures from invading human settlements, each city was enveloped by a formidable protective barrier. However, this also restricted the residents' freedom of movement. The only way to traverse from one city to another was to board an imperial airship. These airships were constructed from special materials, adorned with unique runes laid down by the Empire's strongest warriors. Should a demon approach, the runes would activate, delivering severe punishment. Moreover, the airships boasted remarkable speed, reaching up to 1500 km per hour. A flight from Songnan City to Linhai City would take just over an hour. Upon arriving at the airport, Lu Fan scanned his ID for entry and proceeded to the service desk to purchase a ticket to Linhai City. To his surprise, all flights for the day were fully booked. Goodness, I must admit this is my first time traveling far, and I had no idea tickets would be in such high demand. However, this predicament did not stymie Lu Fan. He had ample funds. Simply by heading to the corresponding waiting area and offering someone 10 times the price, he was certain he could procure a ticket. At just then, Zhang Yunshan, the head of the Zhang family, unexpectedly approached with a group of people. Young Master Lu, I have finally caught up with you. Zhang Yunshan gasped for breath. Lu Fan held no fondness for the Zhang family, given their role in driving away Zhang Shui. Zhang Yunshan, why are you pursuing me? With a smile, Zhang Yunshan bowed slightly in deference. Young Master Lu, I witnessed your prowess at the Lu Corporation earlier. It is clear that Songnan will soon belong to the Lu family, therefore we of the Zhang family are willing to submit like the Han family, offering half our annual income, merely seeking your mercy towards us. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had to admit that Zhang Yunshan's sense of timing was superior to that of Han Tianhai and Lu Zhantian. After witnessing Lu Fan's strength, he understood that the entire Songnan city would soon be under Lu's dominion, and their Zhang family would inevitably be gradually eroded. Rather than facing obliteration, it was wiser to proactively yield, which might afford them a sliver of hope. Lu Fan smirked coldly. Zhang Yunshan, you certainly know how to read the room. However, if your family wishes to survive, mere submission will not suffice. Zhang Yunshan's expression shifted to panic. Young master, our Zhang family has never held enmity towards you. I implore you to show mercy and spare us. As he spoke, he retrieved a first-class ticket to Linhai City from his backpack and presented it with great urgency. Young master, I heard you were heading to Linhai City, and I happen to have a ticket. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. How did you come by this? Are you also traveling there? I had initially planned to go, but seeing that you require it, I shall willingly offer it. Without further ado, Lu Fan accepted the ticket. Though he could have procured one with some effort and expense, he had to acknowledge that Zhang Yunshan exhibited far superior acumen in dealings than Han Tianhai. In time, having him assist his father in managing the family might prove beneficial. Lu Fan stowed the ticket in his bag and smiled faintly. Zhang Yunshan, given your understanding, I shall extend you an opportunity. If you can earn Zhang Shui's forgiveness, I will spare your family. With that, Lu Fan did not wait for a response and turned to stride toward the waiting area. Zhang Yunshan was momentarily stunned, then immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for your mercy." The other members of the Zhang family, witnessing their patriarch's prostration, followed suit and knelt in unison, shouting, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for your mercy." The spectacle was so grand that many passers-by were captivated and halted to watch. Yet, Zhang Yunshan paid no heed to the astonished gazes of onlookers. At that moment, dignity was insignificant, survival was paramount. Once Lu Fan turned the corner and vanished from sight, Zhang Yunshan slowly rose and commanded, "Gather all members of the Zhang family. We must go apologize to Zhang Shui. Also, bring that charlatan who spread rumors back in the day to me. I shall personally execute him before Zhang Shui." Lu Fan arrived at the waiting area, where an immense airship rested on the expansive tarmac, its unique design reminiscent of a UFO from a science fiction film. Before long, it was time for departure. Lu Fan presented his ticket and entered the boarding area. As he was flying first class, he was permitted to use the VIP passage, bypassing the queue. Accompanied by an alluring flight attendant, Lu Fan made his way onto the airship. However, upon reaching his cabin, he discovered that a group of ruffians had already taken it over. Chapter 38. How dare you invade my room? Are you tired of living? Under the guidance of a sensual flight attendant, Lu Fan stepped into the spaceship. The interior of the vessel was exceedingly spacious, boasting a variety of entertainment facilities such as a cinema, gym, and internet CAF. Moreover, an array of fruits, beverages, and snacks were available for guests to indulge in at no cost. To add to the opulence, the second floor housed an assortment of clothing and luxury boutiques, making it akin to a miniature amusement complex. However, Lu Fan found little interest in these amenities and followed the flight attendant directly to his quarters. "Esteemed first-class guest, this is your room, please enjoy your journey, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall be your dedicated maid throughout your stay." The flight attendant winked at Lu Fan with an alluring smile before opening the door for him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the room was already occupied. As he looked inside, he was greeted by a throng of unfamiliar men and women reveling in a party, dancing, and rocking to the music. The first-class suite had been transformed into a disco. One particularly burly man, covered in tattoos, noticed Lu Fan's entrance and rudely hurled a bottle at him. "Get lost," he shouted impatiently. Lu Fan sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the projectile. "What is going on?" he inquired of the flight attendant, his initial thought being that he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. However, he soon realized that the attendant was trembling with fear, pulling him back repeatedly. "Sir, allow me to escort you to another room," she stammered. "Change rooms? Are you saying this one is mine?" "I did not go astray," Lu Fan replied coldly. The flight attendant pulled him away, leaning closer to whisper urgently, "Sir, those people are from the Dragon's Domain, the foremost gang in the Magic Domain mountain range. We cannot provoke them." Lu Fan smiled icily. "Understood, so this room is indeed mine, and I have not erred, correct?" The attendant's expression shifted to panic. It was clear that Lu Fan intended to confront them. "Sir, you truly must not provoke them. I have seen them before, they never pay for tickets and always occupy others' rooms. There was a couple that had their room taken, the husband protested and went to confront them, and without hesitation, they bound him and beat him nearly to death, all while humiliating his wife." Lu Fan's heart sank, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. Such things occur? Yet, to my knowledge, all national spacecraft are managed by the Shao family of Yinjing, who strictly forbid disturbances or violence aboard, let alone murder. Would they not intervene in such matters? The flight attendant's face grew even paler. "You are correct, generally speaking. However, the man who threw the bottle, the one in charge, is not only the third leader of the Dragon's Domain but also a member of the Shao family, which is why he can act so brazenly." Understanding dawned on Lu Fan. "So, esteemed guest, heed my advice. Allow me to take you to another room. It may be slightly inferior to this first-class suite, but it will be more than sufficient for one person, and I will provide you with exclusive, top-tier service that is sure to satisfy you." As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her collar, revealing a tantalizing décolletage. Yet, Lu Fan merely offered a cold smile and turned to re-enter the previous room. The flight attendant panicked, realizing that a life-threatening situation was imminent, and quickly grabbed her intercom to notify her superiors. "Elder Shao, this is bad. There's trouble in first class again, and it's still that group." At that moment, Elder Shao was breathless, engrossed in a game of poker with a new flight attendant, and replied impatiently, "Have you checked the identity of that person?" "Yes, the ticket was purchased by the head of the Zheng family, one of the 3 prominent families in Sunnan City." "The Zheng family? Then there is no issue. They're just a small family from a third-tier city. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now, I'm busy. Oh, and remember to notify the cleaning staff to tidy up." Elder Shao ended the call and resumed his flirtation with the attendant before the chaos erupted in the room. The burly man, still holding the microphone, was interrupted once more by Lu Fan's re-entry. He slowly lowered the microphone, his expression darkening significantly. The other partygoers turned their attention to Lu Fan, their faces filled with mockery. Today's youth truly have no sense of danger. "This will be amusing," remarked a woman in a revealing red dress, covering her mouth while laughing. "Hey, Chang, this young man is rather handsome. Don't be hasty to kill him, let me have my fun first," chimed in a woman in a pink lace outfit, smirking as she licked her lips. "Brother Chang, I want to use him as a human punching bag, leave me some breath to play with," added a man clad in a fur coat, chuckling. At that moment, the tattooed man, known as Xiao Chang, rose slowly, his displeasure evident. "Kid, if I recall correctly, I already offered you a chance," but before he could finish, Lu Fan unleashed a blast of ghostly flames, incinerating him to ashes. "How dare you invade my room? Are you tired of living?" The spectacle left all present utterly stunned. Xiao Chang was a level 39 warrior, a formidable figure even in the Magic Domain mountain range, yet he had been dispatched in a single blow. The man in the fur coat was the first to regain his senses, shouting, "Hey, kid, do you know who he is? He is from the Shao family in Yinjing. If you kill him, the Shao family will never let you go." "Oh," Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, raising his hand to dispatch the man in the fur coat with another blast of ghostly flames. Panic spread among the remaining individuals. Clearly, they had provoked a truly dangerous character. "Big brother, please don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask," implored the woman in the red dress, kneeling in desperation. "Big brother, I have children at home. Spare my life, I barely know Xiao Chang, everything I did was under duress," pleaded the woman in the lace outfit, also falling to her knees. "Yes, big brother, we were all coerced," they all cried in unison, begging for mercy. Lu Fan smiled coldly. "Very well, here is the deal, tidy this place back to how it was. If you do, I shall spare you." Of course, of course." Seeing that Lu Fan had granted them a chance, they hurriedly began to clean the room. This scene left the flight attendant, who had peeked in to check the situation, utterly speechless. Xiao Chang is dead. It was all over now. Others might not comprehend the gravity of the situation, but she knew all too well that Xiao Chang was the beloved grandson of Elder Shao. Chapter 39 SS Class Profession, King of Beasts. At this moment, Lu Fan turned to see the flight attendant, her face a picture of shock. With a gentle smile, Lu Fan spoke, "There's no need to worry, simply report the truth." Upon hearing these words, the flight attendant was rendered momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that her thoughts would be so easily discerned. Indeed, she was deeply conflicted about whether or not to report the incident. According to her duties, she was obliged to inform Elder Shao. However, in the depths of her heart, she believed that Xiao Chang had committed numerous atrocities and deserved his fate. The young man before her was merely ridding the world of evil. VIP, you should flee. Once you are off the spaceship and a safe distance away, I will report. After a moment of internal struggle, the flight attendant whispered to Lu Fan. Lu Fan was taken aback. He had not expected this flight attendant, a complete stranger to him, to consider his safety. It was evident that her actions could result in consequences for failing to report in a timely manner. While such consequences might typically be mild, this time, given the unique status of the deceased, if Lu Fan truly escaped and the culprit remained at large, the blame would likely fall squarely on the shoulders of this powerless flight attendant. She might even face dire repercussions, possibly even being silenced. With a smile, Lu Fan shook his head gently. You need not worry about me, simply report the truth as I instructed. The flight attendant looked distressed, her voice trembling as she confessed, to be frank, the person you just killed was the grandson of Elder Xiao, the head of this spaceship. If I report it, he certainly will not let you off lightly. Her anxiety caused her to speak louder than intended, catching the attention of those cleaning the room. Immediately, they displayed barely concealed amusement. So, Xiao Chang was indeed Elder Xiao's grandson. This changes everything. No wonder Xiao Chang acted so brazenly, he had such powerful connections. With his grandson dead, Elder Xiao would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the one responsible. Disregarding the murmurs of the onlookers, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired, what level is Elder Xiao? The flight attendant replied, her voice trembling, Elder Xiao is said to have recently broken through to level 50, which is why he has been promoted by the Xiao family to oversee this spaceship. Level 50. In the entire Jiangnan region, level 50 is the watershed for top-tier powerhouses. Achieving this level requires an impeccable combination of talent, hard work, background, and luck. Many who possess S-level talent may find themselves forever stuck at level 49. The primary reason is that the breakthrough certificate for level 5 is exceedingly rare. Even with the resources of the first family in Linghai City, the Wu family, the head, Wu Shang, might live his entire life without ever obtaining such a certificate due to sheer misfortune. However, once one successfully breaks through to level 50, they undergo a transformation. Not only can they awaken powerful level 50 skills, but their equipment slots also unlock the wings category. Equipping wings grants additional attribute bonuses and the ability to fly freely. Upon hearing that Elder Xiao was level 50, the cleaning staff felt even more assured that there was hope. Yet, Lu Fan merely smiled indifferently, only level 50, then there's nothing to fear, you should report it truthfully. Ultimately, after the flight attendant's astonished confirmation, she activated the intercom. On the other end, Elder Xiao was playing cards with a new young intern flight attendant. Upon hearing that his grandson Xiao Chang had been killed, he was instantly enraged and sprang to his feet, hastily dressing and rallying his subordinates to confront Lu Fan. Simultaneously, in a hidden VIP room on the spaceship, a woman clad in sheer black lace sat gracefully. She was Xiao Linglong, the heiress of the Xiao family. With her long, slender right leg crossed over her left, she delicately sipped a cup of high-end coffee, her gaze leisurely drifting out the window. The spaceship had already taken off, revealing breathtakingly beautiful clouds outside. Beside her, an elderly man with white hair drank from a wine bottle, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a man dressed as a server entered, kneeling as he reported, Miss Xiao, we have just received intelligence that Elder Xiao's grandson, Xiao Chang, was murdered in first class. The woman furrowed her delicate brows in surprise. Oh? Xiao Chang is dead. In this remote place, someone actually dared to lay a hand on him. Do we know who did it? It was a stranger, a young man whose identity remains unclear. Very well, you may leave. As the server exited, the woman turned her attention to the elderly man beside her. Gu Lao, was it one of your people? The man, known as Gu Lao, laughed heartily. Miss, you jest. Without your orders, how could I dare act on my own? The woman frowned, clearly displeased. Gu Lao, do not forget our purpose for this journey. We intend to use Xiao Chang as leverage to compel Elder Xiao to cast a vote for my father in the next Xiao family leader election, not to resort to murder and intimidation. Gu Lao finished his drink and chuckled, rest assured, Mississippi. I am well aware of the importance of this election and will not act recklessly. Besides, if I truly wished to kill, I would not require the assistance of others, I could simply take a life from 1,000 miles away. In this desolate place, who could possibly kill Xiao Chang? Who would even dare? I don't know, but I assure you, it was not my doing. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression took on a hint of intrigue. If it truly wasn't one of his people, then this situation had become rather interesting. Meanwhile, Elder Xiao had burst into first class with 2 personal guards at his side. Lu Fan stood calmly at the door, hands clasped behind his back, waiting for them. Is it you, you little brat, who killed my grandson? Elder Xiao bellowed. Lu Fan responded with a nonchalant smile, indeed, it was I. But do not worry, I will soon send you to join him, of course, in the afterlife. You're courting death. Elder Xiao roared, waving his hand as his 2 personal guards sprang into action. Being the personal guards of an elder of the Xiao family, their strength was formidable. Both were level 45 spearmen, their weapons gleaming ominously as they struck like dragons, yet, Lu Fan did not even cast a glance their way. 2 blasts of ethereal fire swiftly dispatched them in mid-air. At that moment, Lu Fan's level and profession information became apparent. Level 23, Ethereal Sorcerer F. How is this possible? An F-class profession at level 23 can instantaneously kill level 45 warriors. Elder Xiao was filled with disbelief. Regardless, the fact that his grandson had been murdered compelled him to exact revenge today, no matter the cost. Brat, Xiao Chang was everything to me. No matter what dark sorcery you employed, or if you sold your soul and forged a pact with a demon, I will tear you limb from limb. With that, Elder Shao let out a furious roar, and his entire body began to sprout the fur of a beast. His aged visage transformed into that of a ferocious, gigantic tiger. In his hand, a long axe radiating a golden glow shimmered with brilliance. Above his head, his level and profession information appeared. Level 50, King of Beasts SS Chapter 40 of the Contempt of Hades, The Arrival of Death, the King of Beasts, an SS class profession. This rare occupation possesses two distinct forms of the orc form and the full beast form. Each form is equipped with an entirely new set of skills. The orc form emphasizes offense, while the full beast form focuses on survival. The IT can be said that this profession is a versatile asset during team dungeon raids, capable of serving both as a damage dealer and a tank. At this moment, Elder Zhao's objective is to eliminate Lu Fan, thus he initially reveals his beast human form. In his grasp is the Colossal Axe, a recently bestowed level 50 golden legendary quality weapon from the Shao family, the Glorious Long Axe. Elder Zhao's speed is astonishing, as he swiftly appears at Lu Fan's side, raising the long axe to strike. The Beast King roars in fury, a massive illusory tiger's head materializes upon the axe blade. The sheer force distorts the surrounding space. This spectacle leaves the flight attendant and the others hiding nearby in a state of shock, internally lamenting that if this blow connects, Lu Fan is undoubtedly doomed. Yet, Lu Fan remains unfazed, calmly raising his hand to summon 6 hellhounds to absorb the damage. Subsequently, a blast of netherfire strikes Elder Shao squarely. It is worth noting that Lu Fan's netherfire has now reached level 3, dealing a mental damage of 2000 per second. With Lu Fan's mental strength soaring to 1.05 million, coupled with the enhancement from the Ring of Hades, which guarantees a 100 critical hit with a critical damage of 300, the current damage of his netherfire escalates to a terrifying 6 million per second. Not to mention the additional boosts from the Scorpion Venom and Spirit Breaking set. After surpassing level 50, attributes receive a significant enhancement, along with a series of updated level 50 gear. Consequently, health points also increase dramatically. However, even so, typical level 50 tank professions generally boast health points of merely 1 to 2 million. Only a select few exceptional tanks might reach 3 million. Yet, Lu Fan's netherfire, with its 6 million damage per second, is beyond the capacity of any level 50, and even level 60 meat shield tanks cannot withstand it head-on. As Elder Shao is struck by the netherfire, his health bar plummets instantly. Despite the overwhelming shock, Elder Shao has traversed the martial world for many years and has faced life and death moments countless times. Beast transformation, with a mighty roar, a dazzling golden radiance erupts from his body. In the next moment, he transforms into a massive golden lion. Lu Fan is well versed in the profession encyclopedia, knowing that the fierce tiger warrior is a renowned SS class profession. This type of profession possesses numerous unique abilities. For instance, during transformation, they can become immune to all damage and cannot be targeted. During dungeon raids, many top-tier fierce tiger warriors exploit this to evade the boss's deadly skills. Upon shifting to the full beast form, the attributes of the fierce tiger warrior automatically convert, transforming a significant portion of strength and agility into constitution and endurance, thus greatly enhancing health and defense. At this moment, Elder Shao, now in his full beast golden tiger form, evades the initial wave of damage. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remains composed. The netherfire inflicts continuous damage, and in the subsequent second, it can still claim the opponent's life. However, to Lu Fan's astonishment, Elder Shao does not perish. Instead, the golden giant tiger's eyes blaze with crimson flames. Beast King's Guardian. This is a passive skill that can only be comprehended by the King of Beasts at level 50. Triggered in a near-death state, it allows one to maintain their health at a single point and enter an invulnerable state for 10 seconds. This is also the hallmark feature of the King of Beasts. Whether in dungeon raids or family territory battles, Beast King's Guardian proves to be exceedingly useful. It is precisely because of this ability that the Shao family was willing to expend resources to help him break through the level 50 barrier. Kid, I truly didn't expect your attack to deal such high damage. However, even so, to think you could eliminate me so easily is a gross underestimation of my abilities. Elder Shao laughs triumphantly, preparing to retrieve a 5th-grade elixir, the Tranquil Purification Pill, from his inventory. This mirrors Wu Qi's earlier reaction. He intends to use the Tranquil Purification Pill to cleanse Lu Fan's netherfire. Lu Fan coldly smirks, hands in his pockets, watching Elder Zhao's fearless resistance with quiet amusement. He knows well that this elixir cannot purify the netherfire. Yet, in the next second, a shocking event unfolds before everyone's eyes. A spectral figure wielding a scythe emerges slowly above Elder Zhao's head. The Grim Reaper is faceless and formless, clad only in a billowing black cloak. With the arrival of the Reaper, Elder Shao appears to have his soul extracted, his eyes glazing over in a stupor. The Reaper then raises the scythe and sweeps it across Elder Shao. In an instant, Elder Shao loses all vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The scene leaves everyone in utter disbelief. Even Lu Fan is momentarily stunned. He knows that once the Beast King's Guardian is activated, it should allow him to remain invincible for at least 10 seconds without dying. But what is this Grim Reaper about? Wait, Lu Fan suddenly realizes something and looks towards his right hand's index finger, where the Ring of Hades, visible only to him, is worn. If his guess is correct, the Grim Reaper just now must be Hades' contempt. It directly slays all beings with health below 20, who would have thought that this effect could completely ignore the invincibility of the King of Beasts and execute him directly. Meanwhile, the young girl from the hidden guest room and the old man drinking have also arrived here. However, upon their arrival, they witness Elder Shao being slain by the Grim Reaper. Whether it is Shao Linglong, the Shao family's heiress, or the elderly sage with white hair, both are stunned into silence by the earlier spectacle. Miss, that previous attack's terrifying momentum is something even this old man has never witnessed before, Shao Linglong expresses, her face filled with disbelief. It is well known that Beijing is the imperial capital of China, a place abundant with strong individuals and prodigies. Furthermore, Shao Linglong hails from the Shao family, one of the 4 great clans of Beijing. Throughout her life, she has encountered countless talented youths, yet, this young man before her, appearing only slightly younger than herself, has the capability to eliminate a level 50 elder of the Xiao family in a single strike. Such formidable power is something even the most talented youth in Beijing, Xinhao, could not achieve. This fellow is suspicious, he must have disguised his appearance, level, and profession. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be this strong. Xiao Linglong furrows her brows. Hearing this, the white-haired elder's expression grows grave as he solemnly states, "Miss, do you mean to say that this individual before us is affiliated with the Dark Temple?" Xiao Linglong nods. "It is highly likely." "In that case, let this old man test him." With that, the white-haired elder raises his right hand, and a lightning longsword materializes behind Lu Fan out of thin air. Chapter 41. I apologize, but I, Lu Fan, am rather stubborn and do not indulge in soft tactics. This is not a true sword, but rather an energy blade forged from the formidable power of thunder. The dazzling electric glow instantly captured Lu Fan's attention. Are there truly masters here? As Lu Fan scanned his surroundings, he immediately noticed the figure of Xiao Linglong, elegantly draped in sheer black lace, standing not far away, alongside an elderly man with flowing white hair, clutching a wine jug. The elderly man had blue lightning flickering atop his right hand, and hovering above him were his level and class information. Astonishingly, he was a level 69 Thunder Sword Emperor of the SSS rank. Just as Lu Fan was taken aback, the thunder sword behind him had already pierced through his body. Surprisingly, however, the strike inflicted no harm. Instead, he felt a pervasive numbness rendering him immobile. Clearly, the intention was not to kill him, but to control him. "Hey, you two, what are you planning?" Lu Fan shouted towards Xiao Linglong and the white-haired elder, yet they did not respond immediately. The elderly man's expression shifted slightly in surprise. The move he had just executed, the Thunder Purification Sword, though harmless, could erase all beneficial effects on the opponent and induce paralysis for 10 seconds. Had Lu Fan been cloaked in the guise of the Dark Temple, his true form would have been revealed under the Thunder Purification. "Miss, it appears this individual is not affiliated with the Dark Temple." "Oh?" A flicker of delight crossed Xiao Linglong's face. She gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and approached Lu Fan with her long, pristine legs. "What is your name?" she inquired, leaning in so close that their noses almost touched. In that moment, both could feel the heat of each other's breath. Lu Fan's ears flushed crimson at the sudden intimacy, instinctively attempting to retreat, but the paralysis from the lightning rendered him unable to move. Despite possessing formidable attributes, Lu Fan found himself powerless against control skills. "My name is Lu Fan. However, I must ask this beautiful lady, do you not understand basic manners? One ought to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name." Xiao Linglong, unperturbed, responded softly, "Hello, I am Xiao Linglong, the third miss of the Xiao family. The elder you just killed was a senior of my family." Lu Fan smiled nonchalantly. "So, you are here to seek revenge on my behalf, then?" Aware of their intentions, Lu Fan felt no apprehension. Although the white-haired elder was a level 69 Thunder Sword Emperor, Lu Fan was unafraid, confident that he would not hold back should they choose to attack, regardless of the fact that they belonged to one of the four great families of Yanjing. However, Xiao Linglong smiled charmingly. "I initially intended to kill you, but upon seeing your striking appearance, I decided to let you off the hook." Lu Fan was taken aback. "What?" Xiao Linglong placed her hands delicately over her modest chest, sauntering to Lu Fan's side, continuing, "However, there is something I must inform you of. In 3 months, the Xiao family will hold its once in 20 years election for the family head. That elder could have cast a vital vote for my father, but now he has been killed by you. How am I supposed to explain this to my father?" Lu Fan replied with a faint smile, "And what do you propose I do about it? You must understand that in families like ours, internal competition is fierce, and every vote for the family head is incredibly precious." As she spoke, Xiao Linglong suddenly extended her slender, graceful finger to gently lift Lu Fan's chin, her voice softening, "Since you have caused this vote to be lost, naturally, you must compensate for it." Lu Fan was taken aback. "Compensate? How?" Xiao Linglong flashed a playful smile. "Simply become an important member of the Xiao family, and that will suffice." Lu Fan was bewildered. "What do you mean?" "In other words," Xiao Linglong leaned in closer, "become my husband, and that would be your compensation." Lu Fan stood there, utterly stunned. "Goodness, you are proposing to me after just one meeting? Ahem." At that moment, the white-haired elder let out a tactical cough, interrupting the two. "Miss, enough of this, the master has already chosen someone for you, please do not tease others." "Pa, did my father not say that if I was unsatisfied, I could find someone myself? And look, I have found someone, I think he is quite suitable, I have made my decision." Lu Fan was left speechless. "Goodness, you didn't even ask for my opinion, and you've already made up your mind? Who do you think you are?" "No, I must insist, fair lady, while you possess a certain charm, I have no interest in you, and I have my own matters to attend to. Please seek another." Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong was taken aback. "Goodness, I am the renowned third miss of the Xiao family, admired for my beauty. The young masters of Yanjing line up around the globe just to pursue me. You dare say you are not interested? Hey, young man, consider this carefully. Joining the Xiao family is a dream come true for many young men from Huaxiat. It could save you over 20 years of hard work. You should feel fortunate for this opportunity, yet you choose to refuse?" Lu Fan replied coldly, "I apologize, but I have my own matters to attend to. A brief liaison is acceptable, but marriage is out of the question." Moreover, that esteemed Xiao family you hold in such high regard is, in my eyes, utterly worthless. What did you say? Xiao Linglong could hardly believe her ears. She had always been proud in Yanjing, yet here was a man who seemed even more arrogant. He dared to dismiss one of the four great families of Yanjing so casually. Moreover, the audacity to suggest a fleeting romance. Did he think of her as a mere courtesan? Lu Fan. I will ask you one last time, are you certain you wish to refuse? Yes. Lu Fan did not hesitate in the least. Xiao Linglong took a deep breath and turned to stand beside the white-haired elder. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If I cannot win you over, then you must be eliminated, for you will only become a threat. Xiao Linglong turned to the white-haired elder, commanding sharply, Old Gu, take action. The elderly man nearly choked on his drink. Goodness. One moment you are proposing, and the next you wish to attack? However, as Xiao Linglong's personal protector, he was left with no choice but to comply. Young man, are you truly not considering this? My young lady is beautiful and comes from a distinguished family, you won't find anyone better out there. Lu Fan responded with a cold smile, waving his hand. 3 enormous nether wolves materialized before him. He then raised his right hand, summoning a torrent of ghostly fire. I apologize, but I, Lu Fan, am resolute and do not capitulate to soft tactics. If you wish to fight, then bring it on. I shall oblige. Chapter 42 The Xiao family of Yanjing, a presence that you could never aspire to in this lifetime. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Linglong's expression shifted slightly. Initially, she merely intended to intimidate the impudent youth before her by invoking the name of the venerable Bai. However, to her astonishment, Lu Fan exhibited no signs of trepidation. He audaciously dared to challenge the 69th level Thunder Sword Emperor to a duel. It is worth noting that the white-haired elder was a formidable figure even in Yanjing. Apart from Xiao Linglong, who else would dare to be so brazen in his presence? Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of admiration for the youth began to stir within Xiao Linglong's heart. What perplexed her even further was the fact that this individual, despite being merely at level 23 with the lowest grade F-class talent, commanded an impressive entourage of 9 summoned beasts, including 6 hounds and 3 wolves. Each of these creatures appeared to exude a menacing aura, particularly the 3 giant wolves that had just been summoned. Their terrifying presence sent a shiver down her spine. Were it not for the presence of Elder Gu nearby, she might have felt utterly at a loss. Simultaneously, Elder Gu's expression grew increasingly grave. With his heightened perceptive abilities, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the ghostly flames in the youth's right hand as well as from the 3 hellhounds. This was simply astonishing. Even when he had faced numerous 70th level powerhouses, he had never experienced such a sensation. Coupled with the eerie scythe of death that had appeared upon his arrival, the long reclusive Thunder Sword Emperor felt a surge of curiosity and battle fervor igniting within him. Young man, I must admit, you possess a remarkable audacity. I have refrained from drawing my sword for a decade, but today, I am willing to make an exception to gauge your capabilities, for the sake of the young lady. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong's cheeks flushed. Elder Gu, what are you saying? Elder Gu chuckled, raising his right hand skyward. Suddenly, thunder roared from the heavens, countless bolts of lightning descended, converging atop the flying vessel to form a colossal sword of lightning. The terrifying energy wave was so potent that even from a distance, Lu Fan could distinctly feel the deathly pressure radiating from the lightning sword. Conservatively estimated, this strike could inflict damages exceeding 1,000,000. Xiao Linglong was taken aback, immediately turning to grasp the elder, who was in the midst of casting a spell. Elder Gu, stop. He is only at level 23, using this move could truly kill him. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu erupted into hearty laughter. What's this? The young lady is already concerned for him, do not worry. I have it under control. At this moment, Lu Fan remained oblivious to the true intentions of his adversary. However, facing a 69th level powerhouse with an SSS talent, he naturally dared not be careless. Without exchanging further pleasantries, he raised his hand and unleashed the ghostly flames. Simultaneously, the 3 hellhounds entered stealth mode, launching a surprise attack on the white-haired elder. Seeing this, the elder's face lit up with excitement, and he was about to unleash his attack. However, at that instant, a strange spatial vortex suddenly materialized between them. The space began to warp and spin like ripples in water. Even more bizarrely, Lu Fan's ghostly flames and the hellhounds were all absorbed into this vortex, vanishing without a trace. Lu Fan was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated the opponent's strength to be so formidable. Nevertheless, the situation was not entirely dire. With 6 hellhounds still at his disposal, he stood a chance against the impending lightning sword. At worst, he could jump ship and flee. To his surprise, the white-haired elder's expression also appeared somewhat off. Just as he was about to strike, his right hand halted midair upon witnessing the appearance of the spatial vortex. The lightning sword above them also dissipated instead of descending. Ha, young man, it seems that our battle today will not come to pass. The elder slowly lowered his raised hand and took a swig from his wine flask. Just then, an elderly man clad in a grey robe emerged from the spatial vortex. Miss, at last, I have found you. It's time to return. Your father is somewhat displeased. Humph, not a chance. Who told him to arrange a marriage without my consent? I have no interest in that person. Unless he annuls the engagement, I will not return. Elder Gu was momentarily taken aback. My lady, did you not say you were here to help your father garner support? Yes, we are indeed here to gather votes, Xiao Linglong replied playfully. The grey-robed elder shook his head with a wry smile. Enough of this charade. Your father has stated that if you achieve a top 5 ranking in next month's national college entrance examination, the engagement can be annulled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong's excitement was palpable. Really? Grandfather Kong, you mustn't be deceiving me. The elder smiled lightly. Do you think I am like you, constantly spinning tales? Now, hurry back, your father has tailored a special upgrade plan to help you quickly enhance your abilities before the exam. Xiao Linglong nodded. As long as the engagement is annulled, I will not only secure a top 5 position, but I will also aim for first place. With that, she began to walk towards the spatial vortex. However, just before entering, she turned to Lu Fan, who was still in a daze, and flashed him an enchanting smile from her backpack. She retrieved a pink card and deftly pressed it against Lu Fan's chest. Stunned, he watched as a pink mark materialized before him. It was a rare 6th-tier item, the Mandarin Duck Seal. This item came in pairs, 2 in total, once marked. Both parties could sense each other's location and communicate at any time, making it an essential tool for romantic entanglements among Yanjing's elite. To Lu Fan's astonishment, Xiao Linglong had directly marked him. Hey, Lu Fan, I'm quite glad to have encountered you this time. I look forward to seeing you again. She winked at him, waved goodbye, and disappeared into the spatial vortex. Elder Gu followed closely behind her. However, once both had entered, the grey-robed elder's expression darkened suddenly. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Fan, his right hand swiftly drawing in the Mandarin Duck Seal. The elder glanced at Lu Fan and spoke sternly, "Young man, although you may be unaware of the circumstances between you and my lady, her status is beyond the reach of someone like you from a backwater village. From the moment you were born, it was destined that you and she inhabit different worlds. Therefore, I implore you to relinquish these unrealistic notions." As he spoke, the elder shook his hand slightly, shattering the Mandarin Duck Seal into fragments. Remember, the Xiao family of Yanjing is a presence you will never be able to aspire to in this lifetime. Live your ordinary life peacefully and do not cause disturbances. Should you jeopardize the Xiao family's matrimonial plans, your family, and you shall face dire consequences. Having delivered his warning, the grey-robed elder turned and vanished into the spatial vortex. With his departure, the space returned to tranquility, as if none of the preceding events had ever occurred. Lu Fan remained frozen in place, utterly speechless. Did that old man just insult me? I had no interest in your so-called Xiao family, but if you speak like that, I shall not stand idly by. Who do you think you are to claim I could never aspire to your level? And to threaten my family? Who can tolerate such insolence? The Xiao family. Just you wait, one day, I shall personally venture to Yanjing and flatten your house. At this moment, Lu Fan's heart was ablaze with indignation. Just then, his phone rang. When he checked, it was a call from Jiang Shui. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Demon Domain Mountain Range. What's wrong, Xiao Shui? Lu Fan inquired as he answered the call. Lu Fan, where have you been? I'm currently aboard the spaceship, preparing to level up in the Demon Domain Mountain Range located in the southern part of Linhai. What's the matter? There are numerous admissions officers from various academies outside, and they are all inviting me. I am at a loss as to how to respond. Jiang Shui whispered, fearful that the outsiders might overhear her. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately understood. Since being expelled from her family, Jiang Shui had mostly lived alone, not adept at interacting with others. In simpler terms, she found it difficult to refuse anyone. Xiaoxue, since we decided yesterday to attend Xingyun Academy, just tell them that, Lu Fan encouraged. I did, but it was futile. They are all too enthusiastic, especially that representative from Huayin Academy. They seem to be intent on having me, and just now, it appeared they were about to resort to force to drive away other academy representatives. I was terrified, so I retreated to my room to call you. What, such audacity? Huayin Academy has no sense of honor. But alright, I understand. Stay in your room and don't go out. I'll handle this. Lu Fan hung up and immediately called the butler at the villa. Old Huang, are you at the villa? Yes, young master, there are many people outside, including the principal and the mayor. So many? Indeed, they all came upon hearing that we have produced a legendary SSS talent, eager to bask in its glory. Understood. First, please hand the phone to the person in charge of admissions from Huayin Academy. I need to speak with him. All right, young master. The butler, not daring to delay, promptly took the phone outside. Hello, I am Chang Feng, the admissions officer from Huayin Academy. Who is this? I am Jiang Shui's boyfriend, and I am hereby notifying you that Jiang Shui will be attending Xingyun Academy with me, so I kindly ask that you refrain from further pursuit and depart. To his surprise, the other party burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Fan's words. You must be the Lu Fan that the girl mentioned. I just checked your status in the Empire's system. You are another sorcerer at level F. To put it bluntly, dreaming of attending Xingyun Academy with that level is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, I must remind you that while you may have been a couple with Jiang Shui in the past, once she transitioned to a legendary SSS class, your fates diverged. From now on, you will inhabit entirely different worlds. Therefore, Lu Fan, I advise you to let go and find a more suitable girlfriend. As for Jiang Shui, she will undoubtedly be ours at Huayin Academy. What the hell are you rambling about? You think you can impose that on her? What of the law? Before Lu Fan could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. What the hell? Enraged, Lu Fan immediately redialed, only to find that the principal had answered. Lu Fan, it's like this. The mayor and I had not previously heard of Huayin Academy, but after some inquiries, we discovered that it is indeed the pinnacle of academia in Huaxia. We believe Jiang Shui's talent can only be best nurtured there. Thus, we were wondering if enough, given the attitude of that admissions officer, I no longer wish for Jiang Shui to attend it. Furthermore, principal, don't think I'm unaware that you and the mayor wish for Jiang Shui to go to Huayin Academy merely for your own prestige. Principal, you're quite audacious with your words now, young master, it's bad. The representatives from Hawaiian Academy are about to force their way in. The butler's voice came through urgently. They dare, butler, block them. At this, the butler was momentarily taken aback. Ha, young master, did you call for me? Lu Fan also paused, realizing he had been too agitated. Old Huang, quickly call for help to stop them. Young master, are you joking? The representative from Hawaiian Academy is at level 60, none among us can match him. Ah, that is true. Lu Fan inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He suddenly recognized that his emotions had been rather irrational. As the foremost academy in Huaxia, Hawaiian Academy would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. It was impractical to assume that anyone in Sangnan City could contend with them. Such a simple truth had momentarily eluded him. Moreover, Hawaiian Academy was not a nefarious organization. Their intent in taking Jiang Shui was merely to secure exceptional talent, and there was no imminent danger to her life. There was no need for him to be so worked up. Upon reflection, he realized that his erratic mindset stemmed entirely from the words of the gray-robed elder from the Shao family. This was not the mentality one ought to possess as a strong individual. Regaining his calm, Lu Fan dialed Jiang Shui's number once more. Hello, Lu Fan, the representatives from the other 4 major academies have left. I can only head to Hawaiian Academy now. Alright, it's fine. I will go to Hawaiian Academy to find you shortly, so wait for me. With your capabilities, perhaps you should reconsider. You might not even find the entrance to Hawaiian Academy. The distant voice of the trust me, go ahead and strengthen yourself, I will definitely come to find you. Okay, Lu Fan, I believe in you, I will wait for you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Fan ended the call. Shao family, Hawaiian Academy, just wait. One day, I will make all those who look down on me kneel before me. At that moment, the dozen or so individuals in the room cautiously emerged. We have tidied up the big shots room. Please take a look. Understood. With a cold expression, Lu Fan raised his right hand, summoning 3 nether wolves to eliminate them all. From the very beginning, he never intended to spare them. Afterward, Lu Fan rested in the room for a while. The spaceship soon arrived at Linhai City. Linhai City, situated eastward by the sea, was aptly named for its coastal proximity. To the southwest lay the vast and boundless Demon Domain mountain range. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, Lu Fan rode another wolf to the entrance of the Demon Domain mountain range. Here, dozens of guards clad in dragon armor stood watch, alongside a steady stream of adventurers. Gazing upon the familiar scene before him, Lu Fan could not help but exclaim, Demon Domain mountain range, I have returned. Chapter 44 Stringent teeming conditions. The Demon Domain mountains represent a perilous realm that ordinary individuals would never dare to tread throughout their lives. This area is teeming with wild magical creatures ranging from level 20 to level 50. Unlike the creatures found in safe zone dungeons, every single creature here possesses an intelligence comparable to that of humans. The higher the level, the greater the creature's intellect. They employ traps, launch ambushes, and engage in coordinated assaults. Without absolute strength, ordinary adventurers would not consider entering this high-risk death zone. However, within the Demon Domain mountains, the most terrifying entities are not the magical creatures, but rather humans, for there exists no protective safe zone within these mountains. Should an adventurer perish here, all their equipment and belongings will be lost. Consequently, a plethora of killers, who thrive on plunder and murder, inhabit this area. According to official statistics from Huaxia, at least 1 million adventurers meet their demise in the Demon Domain mountains each year, with only 35 falling to the claws of magical beasts. The remainder succumbs to their fellow adventurers. Indeed, it is said that many adventurers venture into the Demon Domain not in pursuit of magical creatures, but rather to hunt humans. Compared to slaying magical beasts, the rewards for murder are often far greater. To eliminate a wealthy heir who has run away from home could even lead to immediate financial freedom. This is precisely why, despite the perilous nature of the Demon Domain mountains, numerous adventurers flock to its gates. At this moment, Lu Fan is determined to enter the Demon Domain mountains to level up and enhance his attributes and strength. He arrives at the foot of the mountains atop his formidable Hell Wolf, where a multitude of adventurers are congregated. Most are preparing to form parties to delve into the mountains in search of monsters and dungeons. The air is filled with incessant calls for team invitations or requests for cooperation. Level 35, Demon Slayer, Talent A grade, seeking a party. Level 28, Water Wave Mage, Talent B grade, seeking a party. I need a healer above level 30 or 40 with A grade talent. 5 to 1, let's roll. Searching for a powerful frontline fighter above level 40 with S grade talent and at least an epic equipment set to venture deep into the Demon Domain for dungeon runs. The adventurers calling out for teams are predominantly newcomers who have recently arrived in the Demon Domain mountains or solo players. They have not joined any local guilds, thus lacking a stable party. This region is home to nearly 100 guilds of varying sizes. Most adventurers typically choose to affiliate with one of these guilds. Joining a guild not only facilitates the matching of fixed teams but also offers a degree of protection due to the guild's backing. It is well known that the most common occurrence in the Demon Domain mountains is human-on-human violence. However, should one be a member of a large guild, any attempt on their life would inevitably provoke the guild's vengeance. Therefore, when killers select their targets, they prioritize those who are unaffiliated in solo. Consequently, most individuals entering the Demon Domain mountains opt to join a guild. Among the nearly 100 guilds in the Demon Domain mountains, the most powerful and renowned, ranked first, is the Dragon's Dominion. This is the very guild to which Xiao Chang, whom Lu Fan eliminated on the plane, belongs. The guild boasts over 1,000 members, with its leader and numerous elders being top-tier powerhouses exceeding level 50. The guild's motto is, "Those who offend our guild shall be hunted down, no matter the distance." As such, within the Demon Domain Mountains, successfully joining the Dragon's Dominion signifies that few would dare to lay a hand on you. However, joining a guild naturally comes with its drawbacks, such as the obligation to regularly pay substantial membership fees. Furthermore, any exceptional rewards obtained from monster slaying and dungeon runs are often requisitioned by the guild. Thus, some confident adventurers prefer to remain solo, forming temporary teams rather than joining a guild. At this moment, Lu Fan, mounted on his massive hell wolf, surveys the throngs at the entrance. He, too, intends to form a party to enter. Besides wild magical creatures, the mountains are also home to numerous dungeons. The deeper one ventures into the mountains, the higher the level of both creatures and dungeons. However, the locations of these dungeons are exceedingly obscure, often unrecorded even in the school's dungeon compendium. To locate them, one must have a seasoned guide familiar with the area. Although Lu Fan possesses sufficient strength to venture alone, joining a party led by an experienced individual would undoubtedly expedite finding the dungeon locations. Just then, a large crowd approaches from afar. At the heart of the throng is a purple palanquin carried by 8 burly men, emblazoned with the words Hall of 10,000 Poisons. From his past life's memories, Lu Fan recognizes this palanquin as the exclusive conveyance of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons leader. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons is an exceptionally unique force within the Demon Domain Mountains, renowned for its expertise in concocting and selling poisons. Their potions differ from ordinary healing items, serving as offensive tools that inflict persistent poisoning damage on magical creatures. This makes them particularly suitable for teams with formidable survival capabilities but lacking in damage output. Within the Demon Domain Mountains, the demand for poisons is insatiable. However, members of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons receive a daily allocation of high-quality poisons free of charge, attracting more individuals to join their ranks, thereby enhancing their power and establishing them as the second-largest guild, trailing only behind the Dragon's Dominion, with an apparent trend of potential surpassing. Listen up, the leader of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons is personally leading an expedition into the deepest part of the Demon Domain Mountains to gather herbs. We are still in need of a powerful damage dealer. Who can step up? The rewards are generous, and satisfaction is guaranteed. A robust man draped in animal skins bellowed before the purple palanquin. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Numerous level 40 adventurers, confident in their abilities, surged forward. Yet, without exception, they were turned away by the burly man. We need at least a level 50 damage dealer with SS grade talent, preferably fully equipped in legendary gear. If you meet the criteria, hurry up. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly thinned by more than half. Level 50, SS grade talent, legendary gear, each condition was exceedingly stringent. To fulfill all these requirements would place one among the elite in the Demon Domain Mountains. Among the gathered solo players, there was not a single individual who could meet such standards. At that moment, Lu Fan, astride his hell wolf, moved against the tide of people and leisurely approached the burly man. I can do it. What? The moment these words left his lips, the departing adventurers halted in their tracks, casting curious glances at Lu Fan. Chapter 45. Now, am I qualified to join the ranks? The entrance to the Demon Domain mountain range, all professions fixated their gazes upon Lu Fan, eager to discern which formidable deity could fulfill the conditions articulated by the burly man moments ago. The muscular giant cast a glance at the youthful Lu Fan, his expression betraying a hint of skepticism. Although the lad's steed exuded an impressive aura, it is generally acknowledged that level correlates, to some extent, with age. Even with an SS grade talent, it would be improbable for one so young to attain level 50. Boy, show us your level and profession, the burly man demanded, furrowing his brow. Lu Fan merely smiled faintly, revealing his level and profession information. To everyone's astonishment, it was a mere level 23, a phantom sorcerer. The revelation elicited an immediate uproar of laughter from the onlookers. Hey, kid, are you here to entertain us? With your pitiful strength, you're not even fit to carry the shoes of the guild leader. The burly man felt mocked, his face contorted with fury as he bellowed, get lost. If it weren't for my good mood today, I would have ended you right now. Observing the scene, Lu Fan remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. He simply raised his right hand, summoning the ethereal flames of the underworld. The violet energy emanating from him even astonished the burly giant. With a cold smile, Lu Fan prepared to dispatch the giant as a demonstration of his might. However, at that moment, a horde of menacing thugs charged in from a distance. These ruffians were adorned in garments embroidered with a golden dragon. Lu Fan recognized this emblem. It belonged to the Dragon's Dominion Guild. Upon witnessing the arrival of a substantial force from Dragon's Dominion, the remaining crowd scattered in fear. They understood all too well that such a display of manpower typically signified one thing: vengeance. To avoid being collateral damage, all unrelated parties retreated to a safe distance. Only Lu Fan and the forces of the 10,000 Poisons Palace remained steadfast, seemingly unperturbed. I did not anticipate encountering the guild leader of the 10,000 Poisons Palace today. I am honored, proclaimed an elderly man with white hair, riding a massive black leopard, as he bowed toward the violet palanquin. From within the palanquin, a woman's voice emerged. Elder Lu, there is no need for such formalities. Might I inquire about the purpose of your grand gathering? The elder, referred to as Lu, cast a glance at Lu Fan in the distance and smiled faintly. May I ask, Guild Leader Zhou, is that young man riding the giant wolf one of yours? No. In that case, it simplifies matters. The elder Lu sighed in relief and signaled to his underlings. In a matter of moments, dozens of fierce-looking members of Dragon's Dominion surrounded Lu Fan. You are Lu Fan, correct? Did you kill our guild member, Xiao Chang? The elder Lu inquired, glancing at his phone for confirmation. It turned out that as soon as Xiao Chang was slain, the information had been dispatched to the guild's group chat, including Lu Fan's name and appearance. Upholding the principle of avenging any transgressor against their guild, Dragoness Dominion immediately dispatched individuals to track Lu Fan's whereabouts. This meant that from the moment Lu Fan disembarked from his ship, he had been under the watchful eye of Dragoness Dominion. Upon realizing that the crowd had come to eliminate Lu Fan, they were rendered speechless. They could not fathom that a level 23, with a mere F-grade talent, would dare to brazenly attack a member of Dragoness Dominion. It was akin to courting death. Lu Fan stood proudly atop the Phantom Wolf, his expression unruffled, even bearing a hint of amusement. What a delightful coincidence. I was just contemplating making a name for myself, and here come the members of Dragoness Dominion, delivering themselves to me. With a frigid smile, Lu Fan declared, "Indeed, I did kill him, but so what?" These words sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd once more. This fellow must truly be out of his mind, facing imminent death with such audacity. No wonder he had the gall to recommend himself earlier at the 10,000 Poisons Palace. He was clearly a fool. Elder Lu put away his phone and stated coolly, "Very well, since you have admitted to it, I shall not waste words. It is time for you to meet your end." With a command from Elder Lu, his surrounding subordinates surged forward to attack Lu Fan. Lu Fan merely smiled lightly, raising his hand to summon 6 spectral beasts to absorb the incoming damage. Following this, he unleashed a column of underworld flames, obliterating all the assailants in an instant. At that moment, the entire assembly was left in stunned silence. Even the burly giantess' face was painted with disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, before anyone could process the unfolding events, a massive phantom wolf appeared behind Elder Lu, swiftly striking him down with a single claw. Silence engulfed the scene, an eerie stillness where no one could have anticipated that this level 23 youth would single-handedly annihilate a squad of dozens from Dragoness Dominion, including a level 50 elder. As these individuals lay defeated, their equipment and possessions scattered across the ground, shimmering with various glows, none of the onlookers dared to approach and collect the spoils. They feared both Dragoness Dominion and, more importantly, Lu Fan. Without hesitation, Lu Fan waved his hand, gathering all the fallen items. He then leisurely rode past the astonished burly giant. Approaching the violet palanquin with a serene smile, he inquired, "Guild leader Zhou, might I now be deemed worthy of joining your ranks?" As Lu Fan spoke, he peered through the translucent curtains of the palanquin, astonished to find a graceful woman seated within. Such an image was utterly incongruous with the notion of a guild leader of the 10,000 Poisons Palace. At that moment, the figure within the palanquin stirred slightly and replied softly, "You made." The burly giant approached, rubbing his gleaming bald head, and chuckled, "Young brother, I must admit my earlier folly in underestimating you. I had no idea you possessed such strength at such a young age. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Lu Fan chose not to dwell on the matter. For him, the priority was to embark and conquer dungeons to enhance his power. "Can we set off now?" he asked directly. "Yes," the woman within the palanquin affirmed. With that, the group commenced their journey into the Demon Domain mountain range. Chapter 46, Legendary SSS, The Deadly Alchemist. As the team traversed the dense jungle, the occasional sounds of monsters clambering through the underbrush echoed around them. However, without exception, not a single creature dared to make a move against Lu Fan's party. These wild monsters possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of perception, allowing them to acutely sense the aura emanating from the professionals. Should the aura prove too formidable, these beasts would instinctively retreat. Thus, during the initial stretch of the Demon Domain Mountains, they had no cause for concern regarding monster attacks. "Hey, Lu Fan, my young brother, I'm curious to ask, at merely level 23, how do you possess such terrifying strength?" The burly man, leading the way, turned to Lu Fan and inquired. Lu Fan smiled faintly and jested, "Because I have forged a pact with the abyssal demon." What? At this revelation, astonishment washed over the faces of all present. In unison, they halted, brandishing their weapons in a defensive stance. It is well known that those who enter into a pact with demons are barred from accessing dungeons. Moreover, slaying monsters yields no experience points for them. The only way demon pact bearers can acquire experience is through the slaughter of humans. It can be said that once a demon pact is made, one is irrevocably at odds with humanity. This explains why everyone fell into a state of alert upon hearing Lu Fan's claim of having signed a demon pact. They had all witnessed Lu Fan's capabilities and were acutely aware of the formidable strength he possessed. If he truly had entered into a demon pact, it was likely that no one in the party, save for the woman in the purple sedan, would survive. "Kid, are you serious? You've entered into a demon pact?" The burly man, now sweating profusely, asked gravely. "Rest assured, there is no demonic aura emanating from him." At that moment, the woman in the purple sedan suddenly spoke. Lu Fan smiled slightly. "I was merely jesting. There is no need to be alarmed." Upon hearing this, the group let out a collective sigh of relief, sheathing their weapons and resuming their journey. "Your name is Lu Fan, correct? The Dragon's Domain harbors a vendetta and exacts retribution from afar. You have slain one of their elders. They will not let this slide." Lu Fan replied with a nonchalant smile, "If they dare to come, I will ensure they cannot return." The woman in the sedan furrowed her brows slightly. "You're quite confident, but Dragon's Domain is the largest guild in the Demon Domain Mountains, boasting over 1,000 members, with at least 20 of them being level 50 or higher. If they mobilize, do you believe you can handle it?" Lu Fan rode alongside the purple sedan on his shadow wolf, turning to regard the enchanting figure within. "What's the matter? Are you worried about me?" The woman in the sedan chuckled lightly. "What I mean is, if you are willing to join the Poisonous Palace, I can assist you in combating Dragon's Domain." Lu Fan paused momentarily, initially intending to refuse. He could handle Dragon's Domain on his own. However, he suddenly remembered that he intended to seek out the murderer from his previous life at the Poisonous Palace. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded. "I agree to join." The woman in the sedan appeared momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Lu Fan would pause to negotiate terms, yet he had acquiesced without hesitation. But I have a condition, the woman in the sedan responded. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Speak. I request that we expedite our progress. At these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It is known that the Demon Domain Mountains are fraught with terrifying monsters and various deadly traps, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Typically, parties would allow their tank to lead the way, with the rest of the team cautiously following. This is the safest and most commonly employed strategy. Were an ordinary person to propose such a notion, they would undoubtedly face collective opposition. However, Lu Fan was no ordinary individual. He had the capability to eliminate a dragon's domain elder at level 23. Thus, the woman in the sedan did not hasten to refute him but instead inquired patiently, how do you propose we hasten our pace? Lu Fan smirked coldly and summoned 2 additional shadow wolves for dungeon raiding. 6 individuals are sufficient. The others need not accompany us. These wolves are swift, and with 3 of them, there is ample space for 6 riders. As he spoke, he surveyed the members of the Poisonous Palace. May I inquire, Guild Leader Zhou, besides you and me, who are the other 4 joining us for this dungeon raid? The burly man draped in animal skins approached and pointed to himself, declaring, I am the tank for this expedition, level 56. Beast King SS. Lu Fan was momentarily startled. He hadn't anticipated that he would be accompanied by someone of the same profession as Elder Shao. Furthermore, having surpassed level 50, it indicated that he had comprehended the Beast King's protection, rendering him invincible for 10 seconds. It must be said that such a tank possesses considerable merit. Next, a man clad in a green cloak, with flowing golden hair and long ears, wielding a longbow, approached. I am the output archer of the team, level 57, Elven Archeress. The Elven Archer. Lu Fan recalled seeing this class in the Profession Compendium. Although it had only an S-grade talent, this class was far more than merely an output archer. He possessed vision far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, capable of seeing 1,000 miles away. Moreover, he possessed numerous reconnaissance skills. For instance, the 3 scout owls soaring in the sky were his summoned beasts. Soon after, a muscular man clad in black leather, wearing a black baseball cap and wielding a large blade, stepped forward. I am the Team S warrior and also a secondary tank, level 58, Martial Blade King SS. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. This profession was rumored to be the most balanced among the SS ranks. It integrated offense and defense, allowing for a seamless conversion between strength and endurance. Furthermore, it possessed various blocking and counterattacking skills, making it a formidable class in one-on-one combat. Finally, a woman in a black bodysuit, with alluring curves, appeared gracefully behind Lu Fan. I am the Team S assassin, level 54, Shadow Devourer SS. The sudden voice from behind startled Lu Fan. He then realized that the female assassin had remained invisible throughout their journey. Were it not for her introduction, Lu Fan might have traversed the entire distance without ever noticing her presence. It must be said that the assassin class is indeed terrifying, capable of killing unseen. There is an adage that circulates in the martial world: do not provoke an assassin, lest you find yourself deprived of peaceful nights. The Shadow Devourer class was notably distinct from ordinary assassins. This class was exceptionally suited for dungeon raids, as it could consume the souls of nearby slain monsters, temporarily enhancing its combat prowess. This meant that the more monsters that perished in proximity, the stronger she became. Furthermore, upon devouring certain monsters' souls, she could temporarily utilize their traits and skills. Her abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Once everyone had introduced themselves, the woman in the sedan finally spoke. I am the Team S healer, level 59, Deadly Alchemist, Legendary SSS. Chapter 47 of the Innate Poison Body. Zhou Zi, a legendary class SSS, the Deadly Poison Master, a profession that has never been recorded in any occupational compendium. Even Lu Fan was taken aback. The most astonishing part was that, despite the name Poison Master suggesting an offensive role, this woman had just claimed her position as a healer. This indicated that her profession was a fusion of both damage output and healing. Even more remarkably, Lu Fan had never anticipated that such a high-caliber practitioner could exist in the Demon Domain Mountains. It is worth noting that after Jiang Shui awakened as the legendary class SSS Ice Queen and was forcibly taken by the Huayin Academy, he had also researched extensively on this subject aboard the spaceship. Logically, whenever a legendary class SSS practitioner awakens in China, they are invariably taken by the Huayin Academy. This is because the Huayin Academy is not merely an ordinary institution. Its purpose is to cultivate top-tier talent for the Empire, aiding in the defense against monsters and invasions from other nations. Only those practitioners of at least SS class, and a select few rare and exceptional SS classes, can gain entry into the Huayin Academy. The vast majority are SSS class practitioners. As for the legendary class SSS, such the most promising practitioners, the Huayin Academy would never allow them to go unattended. Lu Fan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Zhou Guild Leader, have you ever heard of the Huayin Academy? Upon uttering these words, those around him were momentarily stunned. Most had certainly never heard of this name, yet, the main force in the team was not unfamiliar with it. Little brother, you truly know how to touch upon sensitive matters. The burly man laughed heartily. What's wrong? Perhaps it would be best not to ask that question. The burly man seemed to be aware of something, leaning closer to Lu Fan and speaking in a low voice. Lu Fan, being astute, immediately sensed that there was more to the story, yet he felt it inappropriate to delve deeper at that moment. Very well, since it is so, let us not waste any more time. Please, Guild Leader Zhou, step down from the sedan, let us ride the Hell Wolves and quicken our pace. As for those irrelevant personnel, you may return at your leisure. Once these words were spoken, the bearers of the sedan and other members of the Wanda Palace all wore expressions of delight. It should be noted that this venture into the Demon Domain Mountains had been a perilous endeavor for them, akin to courting death. To leave now would undoubtedly ensure their survival. However, the woman in the sedan spoke up, no, I refuse your proposal. We are heading to the deepest part of the Demon Domain Mountains, a journey that will take at least 15 days. If everyone leaves, who will assist us? Moreover, the path is fraught with danger, filled with monsters and traps. Advancing too hastily could lead us into peril. Lastly, I am accustomed to being carried in a sedan and am not comfortable on horseback. If you persist in your ways, we will turn back, and we can always regroup. A series of her remarks left those around her in disbelief. It was well known in their minds that the guild leader never spoke so extensively. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Fan's actions utterly stunned the crowd. He leaped forward, lifted the sedan curtain, and climbed inside. This scene left everyone speechless, all rushing towards the sedan. The burly man shouted in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? Don't touch the guild leader, you will be poisoned." The shadowy female assassin shook her head and sighed from the side. "You're courting death." Indeed, any practitioner who had lingered for even a short while in the Demon Domain Mountains knew that the Wando Palace guild leader possessed an innate poison body. Any contact would result in poisoning, and the damage was exceedingly high. Previously, a level 40 warrior, driven by curiosity, had jumped into the sedan and touched the guild leader's delicate form. Within mere seconds, he was claimed by the deadly toxins enveloping her. At this moment, upon seeing Lu Fan suddenly invade the sedan, the woman displayed a look of astonishment. "Hey, you shouldn't." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Fan had already embraced her, executing a leap back onto the Hell Wolf. It was then that Lu Fan could finally see the woman's appearance within the sedan. She wore a purple gown, her long purple hair cascading down, and a purple veil obscured her features. Lu Fan, holding the woman, smirked coldly. "I apologize, but while 15 days may be of little consequence to you, it is of utmost importance to me. Moreover, the decision of whether we proceed or not does not rest with you." Indeed, for Lu Fan, his strength was sufficient to overshadow all present. Even if she were a legendary class SSS practitioner, what of it? He was of a higher tier, an exclusive hidden class, unique in the world. Thus, he had no need to deliberate with these individuals. Yet, the woman in his arms seemed unfazed by Lu Fan's words, staring at him in shock, exclaiming, "Why, you're actually unharmed." Lu Fan was taken aback. He indeed felt the poison coursing within him. The damage per second was astonishingly high, reaching over 100,000. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Helldog, the damage was redirected, leaving his health points unaffected. To an onlooker, it appeared as if he had not been poisoned at all. One could not help but acknowledge the woman's extraordinary talent. Her innate poison body dealt such substantial damage. Alas, she had encountered Lu Fan, whose gift was even more formidable. Lu Fan replied with a proud smile, "This mere poison of yours is insufficient to harm me." Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned pale. In the 3 years since her awakening, Lu Fan was the first person capable of ignoring her deadly poison body. The woman struggled to rise from Lu Fan's embrace, arranging her disheveled purple locks, and gently stated, "Everyone, heed my command. According to Lu Fan's instructions, all primary members entering the dungeon shall mount the giant wolves, while other unrelated personnel may return at their discretion. Thank you, Guild Leader Zhou, and thank you, Mr. Lu Fan." The remaining subordinates bowed in gratitude. Naturally, Lu Fan paid them no mind and urged the other four to mount the wolves swiftly. The other four, not daring to delay, formed groups and climbed onto the Hell Wolves. Among them, the Beast King and the Martial Blade King teamed up, while the Shadow Assassin and the Elf Archer formed another pair. Subsequently, the burly Beast King took the lead on his Hell Wolf, with Lu Fan and the others closely following. Lu Fan held the purple-clad woman closely, his body rhythmically grinding against hers as the Hell Wolf leapt. Due to her innate poison body, she had not been in the company of a man for 3 years and was quite lonely, subconsciously responding to Lu Fan's movements. This nearly drew an involuntary sound of pleasure from Lu Fan. Struggling against his impulses, he leaned closer to the woman's ear and whispered, "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." "Zhou Zi." "Just call me Z," she replied. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Dragon's Might Alliance. "What? How dare someone kill an elder of my Dragon's Might Alliance? This is sheer audacity." The guild leader, Long Badian, was infuriated upon learning of the assassination of his guild's elder. He immediately sent a message to all in the guild. "2 deputy leaders, 4 guardians, all elders, and elites, gather at once. This time, I will mobilize all our forces and enter the Demon Domain Mountains to hunt down this Lu Fan fellow. I report to the guild leader, it is said that someone saw Lu Fan entering the Demon Domain Mountains with the guild leader of the Wando Palace, Zhou Zi. Perfect, we shall eliminate them together." Chapter 48. The purple veins beneath the veil. Lu Fan and his companions continued their journey deeper into the Demon Domain mountain range, riding on the swift steeds known as the Hell Wolves. Remarkably, they reached the central region of the mountain range in just half a day, where the monsters they encountered were predominantly of levels 30 to 40. Unlike their previous travels, the creatures here were not only stronger but also exhibited a fiercer and more savage temperament. Consequently, the group faced numerous assaults from these formidable beasts, including the level 35 gray-eyed lizard, the level 38 armored wild boar, and the level 36 drumming rabbit, among others. However, the team hardly needed to intervene. The Hell Wolves dispatched them with a single swipe of their claws, effortlessly annihilating their foes. Even when confronted with troublesome spider web traps or treacherous bogs, the Hell Wolves navigated these obstacles with ease, rendering them virtually insignificant. This spectacle left the rest of the team utterly astonished. Although they were seasoned warriors themselves, they had never witnessed such a brutishly straightforward method of advancing. Even more alarming to them was Lu Fan's post-battle ritual of incinerating the slain monsters with his spectral fire, which not only augmented his attributes but also propelled his level to an astounding 29. At this moment, it became abundantly clear to everyone that this young man was far from the mere F-rank class he had presented himself as. It was not an exaggeration to declare that his capabilities surpassed even the legendary SSS rank of the leader of the 10,000 Poisons Palace. Meanwhile, Zhou Zi, closely embraced by Lu Fan, gasped, "Hey, Lu Fan, could you reveal your true profession? I refuse to believe you're merely an F." After a prolonged journey, Lu Fan felt a burning desire within him. He lifted Zhou Zi's long skirt, his right hand slowly exploring beneath its hem while his left hand caressed her delicate bosom. He then leaned in close to her ear, whispering softly, "If you behave well tonight, I might just tell you." Zhou Zi's face turned crimson as she panted, "You'd better be careful. I've been hungry for a long time, and tonight, I intend to feast on flesh." As she spoke, she audaciously reached her slender fingers toward Lu Fan, sending a jolt of electric pleasure coursing through him. Positioned at the rear of the group, their lascivious antics went unnoticed by anyone else. Thus, the two continued their flirtation on the back of the Hell Wolf, advancing through the night until the team finally halted at a cave for rest. Due to the poor visibility at night and the increasingly powerful monsters lurking deeper within, typical adventurer parties would refrain from traveling after dark. While Lu Fan's formidable strength made him unafraid of the night, the emotional exertion of the day had left him somewhat weary. More importantly, he anticipated a passionate encounter with Zhou Zi that evening. At this juncture, the 6 members of the team gathered around the campfire, each retrieving food from their backpacks for dinner. The king of beasts, draped in animal hides, savored a steak from a battle axe, laughing heartily. "Thanks to brother Lu Fan's assistance today, what was originally a 15-day journey can now be completed by tomorrow at this pace." "Just a minor feat," Lu Fan replied, rummaging through his own backpack. He had unfortunately forgotten to bring provisions. As a professional adventurer, food was not strictly necessary, yet witnessing his companions indulging in their meals stirred his appetite. After searching through his bag, he unearthed the remnants of food left behind by the Dragon's Voyage group, which turned out to be quite lavish: braised chicken, braised pork, braised pig trotters, and spicy chicken feet, an assortment of culinary delights. Without hesitation, he shared it with everyone, mindful that while these items would not spoil within the system's inventory, they would eventually expire. However, to his surprise, when he offered food to Zhou Zi, she declined with a shake of her head. "What's wrong? Afraid to eat what I offer, or is it that you don't want me to see your face?" Indeed, throughout their journey, Zhou Zi had kept her visage concealed beneath a purple veil, leaving Lu Fan unable to discern her true appearance. He had hoped she would remove the veil while eating, yet she refused. Nevertheless, he could ascertain from her figure and voice that she was undoubtedly attractive. Even if there was a slight chance of disappointment, Lu Fan felt unfazed. Given her exquisite physique, he would not be deterred. After all, with the lights out, it mattered little. Zhou Zi then shook her head, explaining, "No. It's due to my constitution that I can't eat these." As she spoke, she produced a vial of 5th-grade poison, heart-corroding powder. Lu Fan was taken aback. This was a substance typically used against monsters or enemies, known for its high lethality. Zhou Zi's sudden revelation left him bewildered. Just as Lu Fan pondered her actions, Zhou Zi instructed, "Lu Fan, please turn around." "What do you mean?" he asked, confused. "I don't want you to see me right now." "Huh? I am not afraid, just let me have a look." "No, I refuse. I insist on seeing." "Fine, but you must promise not to judge me." "Rest assured, I won't." With that, Zhou Zi slowly lifted her veil. Upon gazing upon her, Lu Fan was astounded. Beneath her fair skin lay a network of dense, worm-like purple veins. "Is my appearance frightening to you?" she inquired. "Not at all. It appears you have varicose veins. A surgical procedure should remedy it. There is no need to feel inferior, especially with today's advanced medical cosmetic technology." Zhou Zi was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Lu Fan's words. He offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, "But honestly, I can tell you're quite beautiful." "Really?" Zhou Zi responded, and with that, she opened the vial of heart-corroding powder, pouring its contents into her mouth. Lu Fan was taken aback. "Zi, what are you doing?" Zhou Zi took a deep breath, and suddenly, a soft purple glow enveloped her entire body. The burly man laughed heartily. "Brother Lu Fan, don't be alarmed. This is due to the leader's unique constitution. She must consume potent poison daily." "Is that so?" After a brief moment, the purple glow gradually dissipated. Lu Fan looked up once more, astonished. The purple vascular markings on her face had vanished. Her complexion was now radiant and rosy, resembling someone who had just undergone a rejuvenating treatment rather than having ingested poison. With the disappearance of the purple veins, Lu Fan finally beheld Zhou Zi's true beauty, which left him momentarily speechless. She was nothing short of breathtaking. Just then, Zhou Zi, aware of Lu Fan's intense gaze, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Lu Fan, do I look beautiful now?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan was about to respond when Zhou Zi's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons Palace. "Leader, we have a situation. The Dragon's Voyage group is gathering at the entrance of the Demon Domain mountain range, and the entire guild is mobilizing to hunt you and Lu Fan." "Understood," Zhou Zi replied, her expression unwavering. The 10,000 Poisons Palace was notorious for settling scores, and she was not surprised by their actions. However, throughout their journey, she had witnessed Lu Fan's prowess. As long as they joined forces, she felt confident against even the entirety of Dragon's Voyage. "Leader, please exercise caution. It is said that the leader of Dragon's Voyage, Long Badian, has recently broken through to level 60, and besides his followers, there are also other unknown forces joining them, seemingly formidable as well." "Oh? Other forces, do you know their name?" she inquired. The word from below suggests they are called the Dark Temple. Chapter 49 The Dark Temple moves. The Dark Temple. Due to the hands-free speakerphone activated by Zhou Zi, Lu Fan also overheard the conversation, and his expression involuntarily shifted. "I understand, Grand Elder. Please send a message in the guild group later, instructing the members of the 10,000 Poison Palace not to enter the Demon Abyss Mountains in the coming days. Understood, Guild Master. Very well, let it be for now. We will reconnect if necessary. As Zhou Zi concluded the call, her gaze turned towards Lu Fan. Have you heard of the Dark Temple? Zhou Zi had noticed Lu Fan's subtle change in expression, surmising that he must possess some relevant knowledge. The others also directed their attention to Lu Fan. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan replied calmly, "The Dark Temple has had some past grievances with me. I am not entirely certain of their strength, but they are unlikely to be weak. Furthermore, they excel in disguise, their members can alter their appearance, profession, and level information at will. Therefore, from this point forward, aside from the 6 of us in this party, we should trust no one else." The others nodded in understanding. Zhou Zi continued to inquire, "If the Dragon Alliance collaborates with the Dark Temple, do you have confidence in victory?" Lu Fan shook his head. "It's hard to say, the Dragon Alliance is inconsequential, merely a swarm of ants. However, regarding the Dark Temple, I remain uncertain of their true capabilities. Nevertheless, it is not a significant concern, since they are making a concerted effort to enter the Demon Abyss Mountains. Their speed cannot be too great, especially since it is nighttime. Even if they travel through the night, they cannot possibly catch up to us." At that moment, a burly man interjected, "Exactly, we have been riding the Hellhounds at breakneck speed for the better part of the day. Under normal circumstances, they would require at least 10 days to reach us, making it utterly impossible to catch up." On the other side, the Blade King of Martial Extremes added, "Moreover, they are unaware of our route. The Demon Abyss Mountains are vast, finding us would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." At this point, the elven archer waved his right hand, summoning several invisible owls that soared into the air. "Rest assured, my owls can detect enemy activity within a radius of 5 kilometers. Should they appear, I will notify everyone at once." Shadow Devourer lightly brushed a strand of hair from his forehead and remarked coldly, "I have set traps along our path. If any human touches them, I will be alerted." Observing the calm and orderly demeanor of his companions in the face of formidable adversaries, Lu Fan regarded them with newfound respect. They were indeed all level 50 powerhouses, their qualities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. After finishing their dinner, they engaged in light conversation for a while longer before each retreated into the cave to find a suitable spot to sleep. The cave was spacious, akin to a small castle. Lu Fan set the Hellhounds and Hellwolves to automatic patrol mode, ready to dispatch any approaching monsters. This arrangement eliminated the need for a night watch, providing great convenience. Lu Fan and Zhou Zi sought out a secluded corner within the cave. Zhou Zi pulled an inflatable mattress from her backpack and laid it on the ground. The two embraced as they lay on the mattress, beginning to share whispered secrets. "Hey, Lu Fan, do you know? It has been ages since someone held me like this. The feeling of such a tight embrace is truly wonderful. Is it due to your physique?" "Yes, I possess the deadly poison body. Anyone who comes near me suffers immense poison damage. Ordinary individuals simply cannot endure it." Lu Fan could certainly relate. He was currently enduring damage exceeding 100,000 every second. Were it not for the 6 Hellhounds with health points in the millions shielding him, he would not have lasted long. Cradling Z with one arm, he gently caressed her cheek with the other. "Z, you are truly beautiful. Really, in fact, I haven't allowed anyone to see my face for many years." "Is it because of that strange purple pattern?" "No. It is because even if I let someone see it, it would be futile. They could never approach me, and seeing me would only put them in danger." "Ah, I see. I didn't realize you were so kind-hearted." As Lu Fan spoke, he could not help but lean in for a kiss. Z did not shy away, closing her eyes in acceptance, their tongues entwined for a full 10 minutes before they finally pulled away. "By the way, Z, what is the story behind that purple pattern on your face? How did it return to normal after you consumed poison?" "It is also due to my deadly poison body. This poison not only inflicts harm on others but also affects me. The more purple patterns I bear, the greater the damage I sustain. Only by consuming poison can I counteract it." "Ah, I see." Lu Fan inhaled deeply, astonished that such a profession existed in the world, one that could even harm its bearer. "Z, I have one last question. Have you truly never heard of the Huayin Academy?" At this, Zhou Zi paused, momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she slowly nodded. "After awakening my deadly poison mastery, I was recruited by individuals from the Huayin Academy." "Indeed, that makes sense. But why are you currently in the Demon Abyss Mountains, having even established your own guild? Logically, you should have graduated from Huayin Academy and been assigned to various important national defense agencies in Huaxia. Initially, that was the plan. The teachers at Huayin Academy were very supportive, diligently guiding me and helping me level up. However, later on, what happened later?" Zhou Zi's expression turned somber. "However, as my level increased, my deadly poison body grew even more formidable. If my classmates accidentally came into contact with me, it would pose a life-threatening danger. Moreover, every time I leveled up, I would uncontrollably release a large-scale poison attack, unintentionally wounding many." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan began to comprehend the situation. "So, you were ultimately expelled from Huayin Academy?" "No." Zhou Zi shook her head. "I escaped on my own. The academy did not wish for me to remain, fearing I would endanger other practitioners. At the same time, they did not want to allow such a dangerous element to roam freely, so they planned to eliminate me." "What did you say? Eliminate you?" Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Demon Abyss Mountains, Long Badian, the leader of the Dragon Alliance, was bowing respectfully to a cloaked elder. I never expected that even you, the leader of the Dark Temple's Jiangnan province branch, would mobilize. It seems that young man is indeed extraordinary. Enough with the pleasantries, the pressing issue now is how you intend to locate them. Rest assured, one of my people is among their ranks. Chapter 50. The most powerful dungeon of the Demon Realm Mountains, Lion Camel Ridge, inside the cave. Lu Fan was left in a state of shock by Zhou Zi's words. He had not anticipated that the foremost institution in Huaxia would exhibit such conduct. They sought to obliterate you, and then what? How did you manage to escape? Zhou Zi suddenly welled up with tears, sobbing. It was my master who risked his life to save me, allowing me to flee. Your master is dead, indeed, he sacrificed his life to shield me. It was also my master who instructed me to come to the Demon Realm Mountains, for this vast expanse is a chaotic mix of creatures. Even the Huayin Academy would find it challenging to locate me here. Do you now harbor hatred for Huayin Academy? Yes, one day, when I become a true powerhouse, I will return to Huayin Academy to avenge my master. As Zhou Zi spoke, she clutched Lu Fan tightly. Lu Fan, will you help me? Lu Fan replied with a cold smile. Perfect, I also have a distaste for that group, and when the time comes, I shall accompany you. Really, you mustn't deceive me. Indeed. Lu Fan gently wiped away Zhou Zi's tears, kissing her once more. His hand, at the same time, found its way to the soft peaks of her bosom. Zhou Zi let out a muffled moan at his touch. Her slender fingers also ventured toward Lu Fan's. The sudden jolt of electric pleasure made Lu Fan emit a low groan. This completely ignited his primal desires. He swiftly removed Zhou Zi's long dress, pressing her beneath him and launching his assault. Zhou Zi, having not experienced a man for 3 years, was utterly overwhelmed. She released a sound reminiscent of crashing waves. Lu Fan, come in. Lu Fan smirked triumphantly. Can you not withstand it? Do you desire it? Yes, I want it. Come in quickly. Seeing this, Lu Fan ceased his words and thrust deeply within her. Thus, the two engaged in a passionate battle upon the bed. During this time, Zhou Zi even took the initiative to pin Lu Fan down, writhing herself. After a full 7 rounds of their fierce encounter, they finally ceased. Zhou Zi lay breathless and blushing in Lu Fan's embrace, contentedly saying, Lu Fan, I never expected you to be so vigorous. I feel utterly drained. Lu Fan held the enchanting lady close. You were not so bad yourself. By the way, Lu Fan, I have been the one answering your questions. Now it is my turn to inquire. Yes, ask away. I shall speak freely. After their previous exchange, Lu Fan felt Zhou Zi's sincerity. Lu Fan was a person who avenged grievances and repaid kindness. Since she had been forthright with him, he would reciprocate with honesty. Why was it that after you used your skill to incinerate the demon's corpse, your level rose so rapidly? According to the experience points from those monsters, you shouldn't have reached level 29. Because my profession is quite unique, I can incinerate demon corpses to gain 10-fold experience. So that is it. Subsequently, Lu Fan recounted his own story, and the two conversed for quite some time. Eventually, they embraced and fell asleep. The following morning, the team set forth once more into the depths of the Demon Realm Mountains. Along the way, they encountered numerous demon attacks, with the levels progressively increasing 40, 45, and finally reaching 50. However, before Lu Fan's hellhounds, they were all easily dispatched. Lu Fan incinerated the corpses of the attacking demons, his experience and attributes soaring dramatically. Yet, as Lu Fan lacked the 3rd-tier breakthrough certificate, he could not advance despite the overflow of experience. Nevertheless, Lu Fan was not anxious. Once he completed the dungeon in the Demon Realm Mountains and stabilized his strength, he would gradually obtain the breakthrough certificate in due time. After the team had traveled for a little over half a day, they finally arrived at the entrance to their target dungeon. This entrance was markedly different from the one at the dungeon square. Each dungeon entrance within the Demon Realm Mountains corresponds to a single dungeon. Furthermore, every entrance is exceedingly concealed. Unless guided by an experienced individual, it is challenging for ordinary people to find. At this moment, Zhou Zi, as the team leader, approached the swirling entrance. This is a level 55 dungeon, Lion Camel Ridge. Please confirm if you wish to enter and challenge it. Lion Camel Ridge. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this name. As a transmigrator from Blue Star, he was acutely aware of the significance of this title. Confirm. Zhou Zi nodded in response. Please confirm the difficulty of the challenge. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was once again stunned. He had not anticipated that the difficulty levels here would surpass those at the dungeon square. Hell, at that moment, Zhou Zi did not make an immediate decision but instead turned to Lu Fan, seemingly seeking his opinion. However, Lu Fan was still reeling from the impact of the previous information. Noticing this, Zhou Zi quickly patted Lu Fan and said, Lu Fan, the items I desire will only drop at the hard level, so I wish to choose hard difficulty. What do you think? Could it be too risky? It is known that in this world, the higher the dungeon level, the greater the risk, especially in high-level dungeons. A moment's carelessness could lead to a total wipe. Therefore, practitioners generally do not take risks challenging dungeons of the same level. They usually opt for dungeons that are 5 to 10 levels lower. For instance, a level 50 practitioner would typically only challenge dungeons of levels 40 to 45, and would not select a level 50 challenge unless they had complete confidence in their strength. Even among the few who attempt dungeons of the same level, they would at most choose normal difficulty. Only after successfully clearing normal difficulty and equipping a full set of gear of at least legendary quality can they team up with others of equal strength to attempt hard difficulty. It can be said that hard difficulty is already the ceiling for ordinary individuals. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Zi would repeatedly glance at Lu Fan for confirmation when considering hard difficulty. However, Lu Fan merely smiled coldly and said, let us not waste time, let us go straight for hell difficulty. At this declaration, the team was taken aback. They were all seasoned veterans who had long navigated the Demon Realm Mountains. They had challenged the Lion Camel Ridge on numerous occasions at normal difficulty and were well aware of the dungeon's terrors. The path was fraught with various troublesome elite demons. Moreover, this dungeon features 3 bosses: the green-haired lion beast, the yellow-tusked elder elephant, and the golden-winged roc. The lion beast not only possesses a devouring control skill but also wields a terrifyingly damaging sword technique. The yellow-tusked elder elephant has a long trunk that can ensnare its foes, boasting high health and resilience. Among the 3 bosses, the most formidable is undoubtedly the golden-winged roc, renowned for its incredible agility, possessing movement skills that can cause high crit damage. Notably, it can also employ magical skills, such as the Yin-Yang Chi bottle, sucking individuals into the bottle for control and continuous damage. This means all 3 bosses possess control skills. Should a fight ensue, the 6-member team would be instantly reduced to 3, facing a significant disadvantage. However, at normal difficulty, the 3 bosses have less acute perception, allowing for sequential battles. Yet, once the difficulty exceeds hard, any damage dealt to one boss awakens the other 2. Thus, the team must contend with all 3 bosses simultaneously. Therefore, even at hard difficulty, it is already a monumental challenge for the group, let alone nightmare and hell levels, which are unfathomably terrifying. Consequently, everyone shook their heads in refusal, asserting that Lu Fan had never faced such challenges and was unaware of the inherent dangers. They should first attempt hard difficulty to test the waters. Nevertheless, Zhou Zi, as the team leader, turned to Lu Fan and earnestly asked, "Lu Fan, I will follow your lead. Are you certain you wish to challenge hell difficulty?" Lu Fan nodded. "Yes, let it be hell difficulty." Chapter 51. The Skeleton Ridge, where bones litter the ground and a sea of blood lies before us at this moment. Everyone was utterly stunned. Although they had witnessed Lu Fan's prowess before, no one could fathom the terrifying extent to which the demonic creatures within the hell level Shizhua Ridge would be enhanced. The 3 already fearsome bosses, now bolstered by hell level difficulty, would undoubtedly possess even more grotesque power. While the others remained in a daze, team leader Zhou Zi had made her decision. Hell level. Professionals, please note that the current dungeon you are about to challenge is the 55-level hell difficulty dungeon, Shizhua Ridge. Following a comprehensive assessment of the current team's level and occupational talents, the system has determined that the challenge difficulty is excessively high. It is recommended to reconsider and possibly change the difficulty. Please weigh your options carefully and confirm whether you wish to proceed with the challenge. 1. Change difficulty. 2. Press on resolutely. As the system's risk warning echoed, the group was completely unsettled. "Boss, have you lost your mind?" "There's no need for this," bellowed the Beast King. "Indeed, we have ample time. There is no need to take such risks. Regardless, we could initially attempt the hard level to gauge Lu Fan's abilities before deciding whether to confront the hell level." The others chimed in, urging caution. However, Zhou Zi shook her head resolutely. "I unconditionally trust Lu Fan." Lu Fan, with a calm smile, reassured them, "There's no need for concern. I can assure you that I can clear this dungeon on my own. Bringing you all along is merely out of camaraderie for our journey together. Of course, if any of you feel genuinely apprehensive, you are welcome to withdraw from the team now and wait for us at the entrance. After all, our objective is to assist Zhou Zi in acquiring what she needs, and success isn't guaranteed on the first attempt. The hell difficulty merely offers a higher drop rate." Indeed, after a profound discussion the previous night, Lu Fan had learned that Zhou Zi's primary goal was to obtain the Yin-Yang Essence bottle dropped by the Dapeng Golden-Winged Eagle, a top-tier active magical artifact of the 5th rank. Although he was unaware of her motivations for acquiring such an item, their deepening bond from the previous night made it a simple task for Lu Fan to assist her in obtaining it. Furthermore, Zhou Zi was a level 59, legendary level powerhouse with SSS talent, who would undoubtedly serve as a significant ally against the onslaught of the Dark Temple. In response to the system's risk warning, Zhou Zi did not look at Lu Fan this time. Instead, she resolutely selected to press on. As the captain made the decision to enter the dungeon, the other team members received a prompt asking whether they wished to proceed. According to the requirements, the team could only enter if all members agreed. Lu Fan did not hesitate, confirming his choice immediately. However, the remaining members exchanged glances, hesitant to make a decision. Lu Fan, growing impatient, said, "Alright, you all can exit the team and wait for us outside. It won't take long. With the time you're wasting, I could clear this dungeon and be back out." Seeing Lu Fan's unwavering confidence, the others felt emboldened. Among them, the female assassin from Shadow Devourer was the first to click agree. After all, assassins possess stealth skills and could defend themselves if need be. The others exchanged looks before also clicking agree. Whoosh, 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 as the dungeon vortex swirled, the 6-member team was transported into the Shizhua Ridge dungeon. Upon entry, Lu Fan was immediately met with a pungent stench of blood. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld a grim tableau of skeletons formed the ridges, bones were strewn across the ground, and human entrails hung from the trees. Even the earth beneath their feet was composed of human skin and flesh, presenting a nightmarish vision of a hellish realm of blood and corpses. Moreover, to the west, demonic creatures were actively butchering human flesh, while to the east, others were engaged in cooking. The arrival of Lu Fan and his companions roused the attention of the flesh-eating demons. "Ah, more humans come to deliver themselves to their doom. Perfect, I was just feeling hungry." From the west, a dozen demonic creatures turned towards them, revealing themselves to be the 55-level monsters known as goatwood beasts. These terrifying beings possessed human bodies with goat heads, and their grotesque forms were intertwined with writhing branches. Upon spotting Lu Fan and his group, the goatwood beasts surged forward as Zhou Zi quickly warned, "Lu Fan, be cautious. Once these creatures get close, they will ensnare their targets with their branches, rendering them immobile for 10 seconds. The Beast King, upon seeing this, immediately transformed into a colossal white tiger, ready to charge in and withstand the assault. However, Lu Fan swiftly intervened, raising his hand to summon 6 hellhounds, unleashing a roar that drew all the goatwood beasts' attention. Just as Zhou Zi had warned, as the goatwood beasts approached the hellhounds, their branches grew wildly, ensnaring the hellhounds tightly. Yet, Lu Fan's hellhounds, boasting a staggering 10 million health points, remained unfazed by such attacks. Subsequently, Lu Fan raised his hand once more, summoning 3 hell wolves, who pounced forward, swiftly dispatching the goatwood beasts with deadly claws. This spectacle left the others utterly speechless. They were well aware that in previous attempts at the dungeon, even the ordinary difficulty of Shizhua Ridge had posed a challenge that required them several minutes to overcome. Yet now, the hell-level monsters fell before Lu Fan as easily as if they were made of paper. It was important to note that the hell wolves Lu Fan summoned possessed agility 10 times that of Lu Fan's spirit attribute, which had reached over 100,000. Consequently, the agility of the hell wolves soared to a staggering figure exceeding 1 million. Coupled with their passive ability for multiple critical strikes, each claw swipe dealt damage ranging from 3 to 6 million. Moreover, the hell wolves not only boasted explosive damage but also had an absurd attack speed. With over 1 million agility, their attack speed reached the system's threshold of 5 strikes per second. Thus, the hell wolves' ability to annihilate these little monsters with millions of health points was utterly trivial. Simultaneously, the commotion attracted the attention of the previously cooking demons, known as blue-thin monsters. These creatures, slender and deep blue in hue, were aptly named for their appearance. Their defining traits included high agility and speed, and under the hell difficulty, they possessed a vampiric ability, recovering 50 health points for every attack dealt. Upon witnessing their companions being slaughtered, a dozen blue-thin monsters charged towards Lu Fan and his group with lightning speed. Yet, Lu Fan employed the same strategy, with hellhounds taunting their foes and hell wolves launching their assault. Within mere seconds, the gatekeeping monsters were entirely obliterated. Afterward, Lu Fan utilized the spectral fire to incinerate the corpses of the demons, causing his experience points and attributes to surge once more. Just then, a sound akin to a bell tolled in the distance. Lu Fan, be cautious, this is an elite-level monster, the mountain patrol demon, Little Zhuanfeng. Chapter 52 The Human Meat Processing Plant. Good heavens, the mountain patrol Little Zhuanfeng? The very founder of the classic folk song, The King Calls Me to Patrol the Mountains, who would have thought this fellow has actually evolved into an elite-level monstrosity within this instance. As Little Zhuanfeng continued to strike the wooden barrel in his hands, the air filled with the ominous sounds of countless monsters crawling in from all directions. Zhou Zi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tightening as they all entered a state of battle readiness. The noise emanating from Little Zhuanfeng would attract all nearby monsters, and furthermore, it would incite them into a frenzied state. Indeed, this state significantly amplifies the damage and movement speed of the monsters. As Zhou Zi's words fell, nearly 1,000 monsters with blood-red eyes emerged around them. Under the influence of the frenzied state, their speed surged, crashing towards the group like a tidal wave. Lu Fan glanced up, noticing that among the swarm of monsters, alongside the earlier encountered sheepwood monster and blue-thin monster, there were 2 additional types. A level 56 tree demon and a vine spirit. In contrast to the previously encountered sheepwood monster and blue-thin monster, the tree demon and vine spirit were ranged magical attackers. They wielded wood-based spells, extending branches and vines from the ground to inflict damage and entanglement upon the adventurers. Zhou Zi surveyed the surroundings and froze momentarily. This is bad. The difficulty level of hell has multiplied the number of monsters by several times, approaching 1,000. They were surrounded on all sides, leaving no room to maneuver. The elven archer's expression also shifted, shouting, not only have their numbers increased, but there are also 2 new types of monsters that we have never seen before. What? The group was taken aback, immediately turning to the direction indicated by the elven archer. To their astonishment, they spotted 2 monsters lurking in the shadows, their forms obscured from view. At that moment, the Beast King shouted, the monsters are charging at us, forget those 2 new monsters for now. Let us deal with the ones in front of us first. Lu Fan, you take the front, and I shall hold the rear. The martial Blade King also shifted into a defensive stance, positioning his blade horizontally before him, channeling all his strength into endurance. I can also withstand one direction. Zhou Zi gently lifted her right hand, her purple aura radiating intensely. A terrifying poison mist began to spread slowly. This mist not only harmed the monsters but also healed the teammates within its range. The Elven Archer and Shadow Soul were likewise prepared for battle, ready to engage the enemy at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming number of formidable monsters, tension etched itself on everyone's faces. However, unlike the others, Lu Fan wore an expression of ease and nonchalance. He smiled slightly and addressed the group. Everyone, retreat to my side, there is no need to engage, just observe closely. Today, I shall broaden your horizons. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned 6 netherhounds to shield the group in the center. He then unleashed a roar, halting the onrush of sheepwood monsters and blue-thin monsters. Once all the melee monsters were gathered, he raised his hand again, conjuring a pillar of nether flame that erupted from the ground, obliterating hundreds of monsters in an instant. What Lu Fan did not anticipate was that the ranged tree demons and vine spirits, unaffected by the taunts of the netherhounds, launched an assault on the adventurers within. Vines and branches erupted from the ground beneath them, whipping and ensnaring the group. It is crucial to note that even ordinary monsters at hell difficulty possess extraordinarily high damage output. A typical fragile unit would likely not withstand even 5 hits, let alone the fact that over 100 tree demons and vine spirits were currently attacking from a distance. Shadow Soul recognized the dire situation and immediately activated stealth to escape. However, the Elven Archer and Zhou Zi found themselves ensnared by the vines, unable to move. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Normally, even ranged attacking monsters would prioritize attacking the closest units, which meant they should have targeted the outermost netherhounds. Yet, these monsters bypassed the hounds entirely and directly assaulted the adventurers within. Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled that the Demon Realm Mountains were a perilous zone, and these monsters possessed intelligence. At that moment, the Beast King let out a furious roar, activating his exclusive skill from Beast Transformation, Guardian Barrier. This shield transferred most of the damage within its range onto himself. Although Jose's poison treatment was present, the simultaneous assault of over 100 tree demons and vine spirits drained the Beast King's health to 0. Fortunately, he triggered a passive ability, Beast King's Protection, which allowed him to sustain his health at one point and enter an invincible state for 10 seconds. Lu Fan, I can only hold on for 10 seconds, do you understand what I mean? Lu Fan nodded emphatically. Leave it to me. With a grand gesture, Lu Fan sent 3 nether wolves scattering towards the distant tree demons and vine spirits, taking down 2 or 3 dozen in an instant. Simultaneously, he unleashed nether fire, targeting those monsters positioned further away. In a mere 6 or 7 seconds, the distant monsters were entirely annihilated. Finally, Lu Fan casually dispatched a nether fire at the bewildered mountain patrol demon, Little Zwanfum. This display of prowess left the group utterly astonished. It was evident that without Lu Fan, such an extraordinary presence, the group would surely have perished here. However, just as the group thought the crisis had passed, the 2 monsters concealed in the shadows began to stir. One of them emerged first, revealing itself to be a level 57 elite monster. The yellow weasel scout. It emitted a series of eerie giggles before abruptly turning and fleeing. This left everyone dumbfounded. It was the first time they encountered a monster that did not attack but instead chose to flee. While all attention was diverted to the yellow weasel scout, they failed to notice the other monster had vanished. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a massive vine python erupted from beneath their feet, lunging toward the elven archer to bite. This was a level 57 elite monster, the wood-scaled vine python. Not only did it possess incredible defensive capabilities, but its bite was also laced with potent venom. If the elven archer were to be bitten, it would likely result in instant death. Observing this, Lu Fan raised his hand, launching a nether fire. However, it was too late. In that fleeting moment, the speed of the nether fire was insufficient. To make matters worse, the Beast King's skill had also entered cooldown, rendering him unable to act again. In this life and death moment, Josie abruptly raised her right hand illusory poison spike shield. Suddenly, a massive purple shield materialized before the elven archer, from which numerous poison spikes sprouted. The wood-scaled vine python bit down with terrifying force, shattering the shield, yet, the spikes pierced its mouth, injecting it with the illusory poison and plunging it into a state of confusion, causing it to thrash wildly. Simultaneously, Lu Fan's nether fire arrived just in time, incinerating the creature into ashes. Thus, the first wave of the Lion Camel Ridge monster assault was finally navigated with little harm. The elven archer took a deep breath, expressing gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Meanwhile, Lu Fan began to burn the corpses of the monsters on the ground, feverishly boosting his attributes and experience points. It is worth noting that while experience points from defeating monsters are shared, the tenfold experience from burning the monsters is exclusively Lu Fan's to enjoy. At this moment, Lu Fan's experience had overflowed significantly. If he had a breakthrough token, he could potentially leap to level 40 or beyond. However, just as the group caught their breath, the eerie giggle of the yellow weasel scout echoed once more in the air. Josie, her face serious, spoke. The Lion Camel Ridge instance consists of 3 layers. We have only just completed the first layer, the human meat processing plant. Next, we shall proceed to the second layer, the 10-mile garden. Chapter 53 of the 10-mile garden. As Josie's voice faded, a brilliant beam of light suddenly illuminated the dark realm where the weasel scout had just appeared. This marked the entrance to the second layer of the dungeon, the 10-mile garden. However, we were in no rush to proceed. We decided to wait until the cooldown period of our skills had elapsed and our states were restored to their optimal conditions before advancing. Lu Fan gazed at the radiant beam, his brows slightly furrowed. I must say, my esteemed companions, if the first layer was fraught with peril, the second layer is bound to be even more formidable. For the sake of our safety, why not remain here while I venture forth alone? Yet, this is my first encounter with a tiered dungeon, and I wonder if you would still receive experience points in such a case. Josie shook her head. That won't do. All members of the party must step into the beam simultaneously to trigger the teleportation. Unless someone chooses to withdraw from the party and exit the dungeon, the remaining members will still be able to proceed. After Josie spoke, she turned to the other 4, inquiring, Lu Fan's words hold merit. The hellish difficulty of the Lion Camel Ridge is indeed perilous. As you all witnessed, in this hell difficulty, not only has the quantity and attributes of the monsters increased exponentially, but there are also some we have not encountered before. Once we enter the second layer, we can expect to face many challenges absent in the previous difficulty. The risks are unpredictable, therefore, if anyone wishes to withdraw, I shall not impede you. Upon hearing this, the Beast King, the Blade King, the Shadow Devourer, and the Elven Archer exchanged glances. After the recent fierce battle, they had all felt the dungeon's terrifying nature. Given how perilous the first layer had been, the second layer would surely be even more treacherous. A moment's carelessness could indeed lead to dire consequences. Yet amidst this immense risk lies the potential for great reward. To take, for instance, the nearly 1,000 monsters Lu Fan had just slain. These were all level 55 and above, with the hell difficulty rating. The experience points they offered were at least tenfold that of ordinary monsters. They had barely exerted any effort and had still shared in the experience from this horde. Additionally, these monsters had dropped numerous precious tier 5 materials, all of which were randomly distributed into their bags, akin to a windfall. Moreover, there was another crucial factor. Lu Fan's efficiency in dispatching foes was astonishingly high. What would have taken the group several arduous hours to conquer in the first layer of Lion Camel Ridge, Lu Fan managed to accomplish in mere minutes. This instilled within them a delightful sense of benefiting from his prowess. After a moment of contemplation, the Shadow Devourer was the first to voice her agreement. As an assassin with the ability to become invisible, she felt relatively secure. The Beast King and the Blade King soon followed suit, expressing their consent. Finally, the Elven Archer, who had narrowly escaped death moments prior, also concurred. With everyone in agreement, Lu Fan ceased his further discourse and took the lead toward the beam of light, with the others closely trailing behind. Whoosh, 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 as the surrounding space rippled, they were teleported to the second layer of Lion Camel Ridge of the 10-mile garden. In stark contrast to the blood-soaked and shadowy meat grinder of the first layer, this place was bright and refreshing. Towering trees flourished, and the scenery was both enchanting and serene. Lu Fan looked up to see a colossal mountain reaching into the clouds at the end of the garden. Beneath the mountain lay a vast, dark cavern, unmistakably the final layer of Lion Camel Ridge, housing 3 formidable bosses. At this moment, Zhou Zi patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, cautioning, "Be vigilant, this layer is home to 3 elite monsters, the Silver Wolf Vanguard, the Leopard General, and the Fox Strategist. Their characteristics are." However, before Zhou Zi could finish her sentence, the eerie chattering of the Weasel Scout echoed once more. Almost immediately, the rustling of numerous approaching monsters could be heard from the surrounding woods. Zhou Zi froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no, it turns out this Weasel Scout was signaling the monsters of the second layer. According to the original design, the monsters in the second layer should be far from the entrance. They wouldn't discover us unless we made a significant commotion. Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle. So that's it. I wondered what the Weasel Scout was so amused about, but this isn't a significant issue. After all, the small weasel's purpose in the first layer was similar. Yet Zhou Zi shook her head gravely. "I fear this is different. Originally, the 3 elite monsters were scattered across 3 distinct areas, allowing adventurers to approach and defeat them one by one. But if this Weasel Scout has alerted them, it means we will have to confront all 3 elite monsters simultaneously." Squeak, 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 the Weasel Scout's mocking laughter rang out from a distance, seemingly deriding Lu Fan and the others for walking into a trap, seeking their own demise. The Elven Archer, with her keen senses, quickly pinpointed the location of the Weasel Scout. Drawing her bow and nocking an arrow, she unleashed her most potent skill, charging for a powerful shot. This technique allowed the archer to charge for an extended period. The longer the charge, the greater the damage and ranged. However, the charge time could not exceed 10 seconds. The Elven Archer held her charge for the full 10 seconds, releasing her arrow, which instantly obliterated the Weasel Scout. While the Weasel Scout was an elite-level monster, its essence was merely that of a messenger, hence, its health was not substantial. Simultaneously, the Silver Wolf Vanguard, the Leopard General, and the Fox Strategist, accompanied by a throng of lesser monsters, surged forward. Lu Fan looked up, his eyes widening at the sight before him. A dark wave loomed, and a rough estimate revealed nearly 5,000 monsters. This left Lu Fan momentarily dumbfounded. In his past experiences, whether in Sungnan City or from the dungeons he had perused in his tome, such hordes typically numbered only in the hundreds and rarely exceeded 1,000. Yet here they were, 5,000, with 5,000 monsters launching a simultaneous assault. He truly questioned whether his Grimdog could withstand such an onslaught. Just as Lu Fan was taken aback, the Silver Wolf Vanguard let out a piercing howl and charged toward the group. Chapter 54 of the Underworld Dispatch. With a piercing howl, the Silver Wolf Vanguard led nearly 1,000 wolf-like monsters charging towards Lu Fan and his companions. Lu Fan glanced up and noticed a flickering blue halo above the heads of these beasts. This was the skill of the Silver Wolf Vanguard. Charge. Monsters imbued with the charge state experience a significant boost in both attack and movement speed, as Zhou Zi explained. "I see," Lu Fan nodded. Faced with this tide of wolves, he remained unfazed. For him, as long as the monsters were melee types, they posed little threat. He intended to have the Hellhound taunt them to gather their aggro, and when they clustered together, he would unleash a pillar of netherfire to obliterate them all. Thus, Lu Fan disregarded the charging wolves and shifted his gaze to 2 other locations. Lieutenant Leopard and the Flower Fox Strategist, he called out. "Z, do those 2 elite monsters have any ranged attackers?" "Yes," Zhou Zi affirmed, pointing towards the Flower Fox Strategist. There, nearly 1,000 white fox monsters were assembled. These white foxes could launch pink heart-shaped projectiles that not only inflicted substantial damage but also had a chance to ensnare their targets in a state of enchantment. Enchantment state? Lu Fan was taken aback. Zhou Zi playfully punched Lu Fan's chest, blushing as she explained, "It means falling into a desire-laden illusion, a brief moment of disorientation. It's essentially a control effect, though you make it sound so mystical." Raising his right hand, Lu Fan summoned 3 netherwolves and directed them towards the Flower Fox Strategist. "I can ignore the melee ones, but the ranged attackers must be dealt with first. Otherwise, they will disregard the Hellhound's taunt and directly assault our team." To his surprise, the white foxes launched an offensive against the netherwolves. Thousands of pink heart-shaped shockwaves bombarded the netherwolves, dealing massive damage. The originally green-flamed eyes of the netherwolves transformed into pink, clearly indicating they had succumbed to the enchantment. However, at that moment, the Silver Wolf Vanguard had already closed in. Lu Fan had no choice but to momentarily abandon the distant netherwolves and focus on the imminent threat posed by the Silver Wolf Vanguard. The Hellhound was continuously roaring, taunting the relentless wave of wolves. Strangely, the Silver Wolf Vanguard did not attack like the others. Instead, it stood at a distance with a sinister expression, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, the Flower Fox Strategist made its move. With a flourish of its hands, 3 pink pillars of light descended from the sky, striking the 3 Hellhounds that were taunting to draw aggro. The eyes of these Hellhounds instantly turned pink, falling into an enchanted state. Lu Fan's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that these creatures could discern his strategy and chose to directly control the Hellhounds, preventing them from taunting. At that moment, the Silver Wolf Vanguard seized the opportunity and led the remaining hundreds of wolf monsters over the Hellhounds, charging towards Lu Fan. "Human, perish beneath my minions," it bellowed. Yet Lu Fan merely smiled coldly, raising his hand. He unleashed a pillar of netherfire that soared into the sky, annihilating the silver wolf vanguard and all surrounding monsters in an instant. Simultaneously, due to the vampiric effect of the Ring of Hades, all the damage inflicted was healed onto the Hellhounds and Netherwolves. It was worth noting that Lu Fan's strike had obliterated nearly 1,000 monsters, resulting in such terrifying damage that all the Hellhounds and Netherwolves were instantly restored to full health. This spectacle left the Flower Fox strategist and Lieutenant Leopard in a state of shock. Though they were dungeon monsters, they possessed intelligence akin to that of humans, having been elite monsters in the Lion Camel Ridge dungeon for thousands of years. They had never encountered a human as extraordinary as Lu Fan, who could eliminate the Silver Wolf Vanguard and all its minions with a single blow. As these two elite monsters were still reeling from their astonishment, Lu Fan did not hesitate. He raised his hand and struck the distant Flower Fox strategist with a blast of netherfire, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The White Foxes, witnessing their superior's demise, were consumed with rage and retaliated with pink shockwaves directed at Lu Fan and his companions. Fortunately, the skill of the Beast King had long since cooled down. He swiftly cast the Guardian Barrier, redirecting most of the damage onto himself. Josie also employed her Poison Mist healing, continuously restoring health to her teammates in the vicinity. As the White Fox's attack shifted towards Lu Fan and his allies, the enchantment status on the Netherwolves was lifted. They immediately turned their claws upon the nearby White Foxes, ruthlessly slaughtering them. However, due to the overwhelming number of foes, Lu Fan chose to leap into the Fox Horde to cast the Pillar of Netherfire and expedite the process. Just as Lu Fan exited the protective barrier of the Beast King, he himself fell under the enchantment. The surrounding scenery instantly warped, revealing four alluringly voluptuous women. As he looked up in shock, he recognized them. Han Yanlan, Jiang Shuai, Xiao Linglong, and Zhou Zi, each of them was clad in only sheer undergarments, approaching him with sultry smiles. Lu Fan, overwhelmed by primal urges, completely forgot his surroundings and intentions, consumed by thoughts of indulging in unrestrained pleasure. At that moment, a sharp slap brought him back to reality. It was Zhou Zi, grinning mischievously as she said, "Lu Fan, are you awake now? I've heard that the enchantment state can be lifted after taking damage. I wonder if it works." Lu Fan's lips twitched as he nodded. "Thanks to you, it's lifted." Though a wave of frustration surged within him, he knew this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Once the dungeon concluded, he would ensure this mischievous girl faced the consequences. Meanwhile, the Elf Archer and Shadow Devourer also initiated their attacks. Although their damage output was not on par with Lu Fan's, the White Fox monsters had significantly lower health than others. They could certainly assist in eliminating a few. Additionally, due to her unique passive, the Shadow Devourer could consume the souls of nearby fallen monsters, increasing her damage with each soul consumed. This enhancement, while not permanent, would last until the dungeon concluded. Having previously devoured the souls of approximately 1,500 monsters, her damage skyrocketed, allowing her to dispatch White Foxes with just a few strikes. At that moment, Zhou Zi unleashed a new skill, Thousand Butterflies, bestowing auspice, summoning thousands of purple illusionary butterflies to swirl around the Beast King. She continuously healed him. Simultaneously, Lu Fan charged into the fray, casting pillars of netherfire and netherfire blasts. Within nearly 30 seconds, they had eradicated the White Fox monsters. Just then, Lieutenant Leopard, who had remained inactive until now, suddenly burst into laughter. "Adventurers, do you really think this is the end?" "Quite the contrary, everything has only just begun." With a fierce roar, he slammed his palms onto the ground. "Underworld Dispatch." Zhou Zi was taken aback. What is happening? The skill he is using seems different from the one in the hard mode. Chapter 55. The three great demon kings of Lion Troopridge make their entrance. Lu Fan wore a perplexed expression and promptly inquired, "What was the skill of the Leopard General before?" Zhou Zi's face was solemn as she replied, "It is a summoning type skill. Every 30 seconds, he can summon 100 enhanced Black Panther monsters." 100 enhanced Black Panthers? Lu Fan raised his gaze, only to discover that beneath the Leopard General were nearly 3,000 lurking Black Panther monsters. Zhou Zi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but that is merely the number for a difficult level. The Hell level difficulty is likely far beyond a mere 100. Moreover, his casting motion has changed, suggesting that the skill would be entirely different from before." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a sense of foreboding, yet he did not hesitate. He raised his hand and unleashed a strike, sending the netherfire crashing forward. He thought to himself, regardless of what new skill it may be, it is best to eliminate it first. To Lu Fan's astonishment, the Leopard General was able to withstand the netherfire without being instantly obliterated. Then came the sound of the Leopard General's boisterous laughter. "This practitioner, your strength is indeed formidable, but my magic is complete. Your other teammates shall not survive." Underworld Dispatch. As the Leopard General's words fell, he collapsed into the netherfire, turning to ash. Yet, in the next second, all the previously slain monsters astonishingly resurrected. Furthermore, all the monsters transformed into hellish demon forms, their bodies engulfed in blood-red flames. Their attributes surged dramatically. It is worth noting that just moments ago, the Netherhound was visibly losing health while fending off an onslaught of 1,000 wolf-type monsters. Should 5,000 hellish demon monsters launch a simultaneous attack, it is likely that apart from him, who could withstand it with lifesteal, others might very well perish here, especially those 1,000 ranged attacking hellish white foxes, who could attack others directly without being affected by taunts. Additionally, due to their ranged nature and dispersed positioning, Lu Fan's netherfire pillar could not eliminate them in one fell swoop. He lamented that aside from the netherfire pillar, he possessed no extensive area damage skills. Just as Lu Fan hesitated, the 5,000 hellish demon monsters charged toward the group of the Guardian Barrier of the Beast King, and the invincible passive had just been used, entering cooldown, rendering them unavailable for reuse. Meanwhile, Shadow Soul Devourer perceived the dire situation and promptly activated stealth, retreating to a nearby tree. Lu Fan maneuvered the Netherhound to taunt the approaching melee monsters, then unleashed a Netherfire Pillar that took out 1/3 of the White Foxes. However, with a 9-second cooldown on the Netherfire Pillar, he had to wait again to unleash it, yet, the remaining onslaught continued to surge like a tide. The terrifying damage caused the Netherhound's health bar to plummet rapidly. Fortunately, 3 Nether Wolves alongside Lu Fan were continuously attacking, utilizing lifesteal to maintain a precarious support. Otherwise, even the Netherhound, with its million health points, would struggle to withstand. Even with the Netherhound defending against the melee monsters, the White Fox's assault struck directly at the team. These White Foxes understood that Lu Fan's strength was formidable, attacking him was futile. Their current objective was to eliminate Lu Fan's teammates as efficiently as possible. However, in this critical moment, the Blade King of Martial Arts finally took action. He brandished his great blade before the group, bellowing, blade raised, horse stood. In an instant, his great blade expanded, resembling a small fortress, blocking the ranged attacks of the White Foxes. At this moment, the Blade King entered a defensive stance, converting all his strength and agility into endurance. Furthermore, after unleashing the blade raised, his endurance surged exponentially. Coupled with the Blade King's innate blocking effect, he could mitigate all ranged damage by 50%. Yet, even so, the damage from nearly 700 hellish demon White Foxes was still overwhelming. The Blade King's health rapidly diminished. Fortunately, Zhou timely transferred 1,000 butterflies blessing onto the Blade King, allowing him to barely endure. One cannot overlook the advantages of having dual tanks. Once the main tank's life-saving skills were exhausted, the off-tank could immediately step in to prevent a total wipeout. However, the Blade King's blade raised could only last a mere 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, although Lu Fan could eliminate nearly 300 White Foxes, the remaining third would still launch an attack, likely leading to the demise of the rest. At that moment, Zhou radiated with a brilliant purple light and soared into the air. Lu Fan, you handle the melee panther and wolf monsters. I will take care of the ranged White Foxes. She struck out with a palm. Toxic wave overflowing. A vast wave of purple energy surged toward the group of White Foxes. This was the signature move of the level 50 Toxic Master. An expansive linear penetrating area damage skill, the terrifying poison damage annihilated the group of White Foxes within mere seconds, leaving Lu Fan utterly stunned. Goodness, why didn't you use this skill sooner? Once Lu Fan's skills cooled down, he moved to the pile of monsters taunted by the Netherhound. A single Netherfire Pillar wiped them all out. At last, the 5,000 monsters were completely eradicated. The group, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It must be said that Lion Troopridge truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest dungeon of the Demon Domain Mountains. They had yet to encounter the boss and were already pushed to this extent. The strength of the team was indeed not to be underestimated, otherwise, a typical party would likely struggle to even clear the first layer of hell difficulty. Just as the group caught their breath, the elf archer suddenly sensed something amiss, sprang to her feet, and drew her bow to shoot. The others followed her line of sight to see a blue monkey sentry in the distance, poised to blow a whistle. Zhou felt a pang of dread and exclaimed, "This one is also a new elite monster." At that moment, the elf archer shot an arrow, but it lacked sufficient power to slay the creature. The blue monkey sentry turned its head, casting a sly grin at the group before blowing the whistle. As the sound echoed, an astonishing scene unfolded before all. Of the towering cave entrance did not reveal the passage light of the previous layer. Instead, a cacophony of heavy footsteps resonated from within. As the footsteps grew nearer, even the very ground began to tremble slightly. Finally, to the astonishment of the onlookers, 3 bosses from Lion Troopridge emerged from the cave. A blue-haired lion monster, a yellow-toothed old elephant, and a golden-winged rock. Each was as colossal as a mountain. Following these 3 bosses were over 10,000 monsters of various forms. Chapter 56. To everyone's astonishment, this level 29 lad had actually forced the elder brother to reveal his true form. At that moment, all 6 individuals, including Lu Fan, were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that the whistle of this blue ape sentinel would summon 3 boss creatures directly from the cave. It is worth noting that the states and skill cooldowns of the Beast Kings and their companions had not yet recovered. Even more terrifying was the fact that behind these 3 boss creatures, there were over 10,000 monsters. At that moment, the blue-maned lion monster, standing at the forefront of the horde, cast a disdainful glance at Lu Fan and his companions, laughing heartily. A group of oblivious adventurers, with such meager combat strength, dare to challenge hell-level difficulty? And you even have a level 20 novice among you. Do you truly look down upon us? The group was once again taken aback. What is happening? Not only can this boss speak, but it can also mock them. Its intelligence was virtually indistinguishable from that of a human. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Fan had already begun to prepare for battle. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the 3 spectral wolves in the distance to enter stealth mode. Then, turning to his companions, he whispered urgently, "Everyone, retreat immediately, leave this to me, or you won't survive." After uttering those words, Lu Fan took a bold step forward, and his right hand ignited with ghostly flames. "Yes, little lion, I do look down on you. What are you going to do about it? You dare question me? Do you know who you are speaking to? I once devoured 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one gulp." Seeing this, the others realized that Lu Fan was deliberately provoking the enemy to create an opportunity for their escape. The Shadow Devourer wasted no time and was the first to flee. The rest followed suit, hastily retreating, fully aware of their own limitations. Staying behind would not only hinder Lu Fan but could also endanger him. Only Zhou remained steadfastly at Lu Fan's side. Oh, I see, little lion, but I still look down on you. As Lu Fan spoke, he hurled a ghostly flame towards the Blue-Maned Lion King, determined to take down at least one foe. Despite the fact that the Blue-Maned Lion King was a level 59 elite monster, significantly enhanced by the Hell level difficulty, boasting a staggering health pool in the tens of millions, Lu Fan's previous efforts of burning corpses had elevated his mental power by nearly 100,000. The damage per second of his ghostly flames was nearly 8 million, although he might not be able to slay it instantly, burning it to death was merely a matter of time. Most importantly, Lu Fan believed that since these monsters possessed intelligence, attacking their leader would surely draw their ire, thereby providing his weaker allies a chance to escape. However, what Lu Fan did not expect was that the moment his ghostly flame struck, the Blue-Maned Lion King opened its mouth wide and swallowed the flames whole. Good heavens, it was said that this lion could devour humans, how could it consume skills as well? The Blue-Maned Lion King threw back its head and laughed boisterously. A mere trifle, and you dare to embarrass yourself? Zhou Zi's expression turned grave as she cautioned, Lu Fan, be careful. In Hell difficulty, these three monsters have surely been greatly enhanced. Upon hearing Zhou Zi's words, Lu Fan abruptly turned around. Wait, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to run? I will not leave. This dungeon was initiated by me, and you risked yourself for my sake. I cannot abandon you now. Zhou Zi declared, her body enveloped in a radiant purple glow as she prepared for battle. Lu Fan stood dumbfounded. His primary motivation for entering the dungeon was to level up and enhance his attributes, not for the sake of anyone else. No, I mean, you. Before Lu Fan could persuade her further, the Blue-Maned Lion King opened its massive maw again and swallowed Zhou Zi whole. What the hell, it can still devour people? Is this the Blue-Maned Lion King of Hell level difficulty? Lu Fan sensed imminent doom and hurled another ghostly flame. I refuse to believe your skills are on cooldown. Yet unexpectedly, a snow-white tiger leaped from behind, revealing itself to be a level 58 elite monster, the White Tiger Commander. With a swipe of its claws, it summoned 1,000 white tiger monsters before it. One of the white tiger monsters leaped high and used its body to block Lu Fan's ghostly flame. The Blue-Maned Lion King laughed derisively. Kid, was that your beloved, a level 59 legendary SSS? No wonder you had the courage to bring such a waste along. Unfortunately, even a legendary SSS is no match for me. My great blade does not strike at nameless fools. I shall not waste my energy on a weakling like you, White Tiger Commander. Eliminate this boy and his companions. As you command, my lord, the White Tiger Commander roared, and the 1,000 white tiger monsters, along with tens of thousands of others, surged forward toward Lu Fan. Seeing this, Lu Fan hesitated no more. He hurled a ghostly flame at the White Tiger Commander while simultaneously commanding 6 spectral dogs to surround him and draw aggro. Finally, as a critical maneuver, Lu Fan directed the 3 stealthy spectral wolves to launch a surprise attack on the Blue-Maned Lion King. However, to Lu Fan's astonishment, the giant rock beside the Blue-Maned Lion King could see through the stealth of the spectral wolves. Wielding its mighty halberd, it swept across the 3 spectral wolves, forcibly revealing their presence. Fortunately, the spectral wolves boasted over 2 million health points and were not instantly slain, continuing their charge toward the Blue-Maned Lion King. Yet, unexpectedly, the Blue-Maned Lion King opened its mouth once more and swallowed all 3 spectral wolves. At that moment, Lu Fan finally comprehended that the Blue-Maned Lion King's ability to devour was not limited to a single target. It could consume multiple foes at once. This skill was utterly monstrous. Moreover, it appeared that the cooldown was quite short. How on earth could he contend with this? Just then, Lu Fan noticed a purple glow emanating from the Blue-Maned Lion King's belly. Through the eyes of the spectral wolves, he beheld the situation within. It turned out that this ability merely confined its victims in its belly, inflicting continuous damage. However, the creatures trapped inside could still act. He could see that both the spectral wolves and Zhou Zi were enduring a sustained damage of 100,000 points per second. Fortunately, Zhou Zi had cast 1,000 butterflies returning to nourish herself, simultaneously employing poison to attack the Blue-Maned Lion King. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commanded the 3 spectral wolves to assault the Blue-Maned Lion King. With just a few strikes, they reduced its health to 50%. However, at that moment, the Blue-Maned Lion King erupted in a brilliant azure light, its form entering an unselectable state. Moments later, it transformed into a gigantic azure lion. Meanwhile, the other 2 boss creatures, the yellow-toothed old elephant and the giant rock, were momentarily stunned. This level 29 lad had actually forced their elder brother to revert to his original form. Chapter 57 of the infernal level of Lion Troopridge is not a challenge for the weaklings like you. This brat is up to something. Second brother, third brother, do not underestimate him, the Blue-Maned Lion King bellowed furiously. Understood. Once mere spectators, the yellow-toothed old elephant and the golden-winged rock swiftly summoned their weapons, preparing to join forces to eliminate Lu Fan. On Lu Fan's side, as the Blue-Maned Lion King was forced back to his original form, Zhou Zi and 3 hellwolves were expelled from its belly. It is worth noting that the cooldown for summoning hellwolves is 120 seconds. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Fan would not utilize this skill to reset the hellwolves. Meanwhile, due to Lu Fan's lack of offensive lifesteal during this period, one of the helldogs had already been beaten to death, letting out a wretched cry as it transformed into a green flame and vanished. At the same time, the yellow-toothed old elephant and the golden-winged rock swung their weapons, charging towards Lu Fan. A cold smile crept across Lu Fan's lips. The reason he had refrained from unleashing his skills was precisely for this moment. Hellfire Pillar, with a thunderous roar, the green flames from the netherworld surged skyward. Not only did it annihilate the multitude of taunted demons around, but it also severely injured the charging yellow-toothed old elephant and golden-winged rock. The health of both bosses plummeted by 50, triggering their passive abilities, revealing their true forms, the giant elephant and the rock. This was the life-preserving passive shared by the 3 great demons of Lion Troopridge. Had it not been for this passive ability, the three bosses would likely have been obliterated by Lu Fan moments ago. Observing the three bosses transformed into their beastly forms before her, Zhou Zi furrowed her brow and spoke, truly worthy of the infernal level of difficulty. They transform upon reaching 50 health, whereas at the previous levels, they only did so at 10. Once transformed, their attributes will surge once more, especially their health. Lu Fan glanced at the thousands of demons still pouring in from the distance and replied nonchalantly, a surge in attributes is inconsequential. Their skills should remain unchanged. The blue lion and yellow elephant posed little concern, but that rock, as soon as Zhou Zi's words fell, the rock soaring in the sky opened its beak wide and astonishingly expelled a gigantic yellow-green bottle. It was the Yin-Yang Qi bottle. The mouth of the bottle erupted with a tremendous suction force, drawing in Lu Fan, the 3 hell wolves, and 5 hell dogs. Lu Fan felt an ominous premonition. This was bad. They aimed to control him and eliminate Zhou Zi and the others first. To his astonishment, these demons exhibited such intelligence as to employ strategy. It was crucial to remember that this was the infernal level. The terrifying output from all demons was beyond Zhou Zi's capacity to withstand. As a horde of demons charged towards Zhou Zi, she radiated with a brilliant purple light and unleashed the tide of poison once more. A vast purple wave surged forth towards the demons before her. However, these demons possessed attributes and health far exceeding those from the previous floors. As the wave swept through, not a single one perished. Just as the horde of demons approached Zhou Zi to launch their assault, the King of Beasts made a timely return. His skills had cooled down, and he immediately cast the Guardian Barrier along with Beast King's protection. Just in time, Chief Zhou, are you alright? Zhou Zi nodded gratefully. Thank you. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Martial Blade King, Elven Archer, and Shadow Devourer were all closely observing the situation. At this moment, they had disengaged from battle and could exit the dungeon at any time. Should they perceive the situation to be unfavorable, they would choose to depart without hesitation. The King of Beasts could have done the same to preserve his life, yet he chose to rush in to protect Zhou Zi. I can only hold for 10 seconds. If Lu Fan doesn't emerge in 10 seconds, we're finished. Zhou Zi nodded. It's alright. Even if I perish, I accept my fate, but I believe in Lu Fan. He will surely lead us to victory in this battle. Simultaneously, within the Yin-Yang Qi bottle, Lu Fan discovered that the bottle itself possessed health. This meant that by depleting its health, he could shatter it and escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the 3 hell wolves to attack the bottle. Subsequently, he unleashed the netherfire continuously. It is known that the damage from netherfire can stack, combined with the terrifying damage from the 3 hell wolves. In just 3 seconds, the Yin-Yang Qi bottle was shattered. This scene left the 3 demons of Lion Troopridge utterly astounded. The Yin-Yang Qi bottle was an ancient treasure with health reaching hundreds of millions. Its original function was to trap a person inside for 10 seconds while continuously inflicting massive damage. Once the time elapsed, the person would be released. Under the constraints of infernal difficulty, the duration would extend to 20 seconds, and the damage would multiply. While it was indeed possible to forcefully break free by shattering the bottle, the hundreds of millions of health points made it virtually impossible for ordinary players to destroy it within 20 seconds. In fact, for most, merely surviving inside for 20 seconds without dying would be exceedingly difficult, yet Lu Fan not only shattered the bottle but did so in a mere 3 seconds. One could only imagine the sheer terror of his damage output. Upon emerging, Lu Fan looked up to see that nearly 10,000 demons had gathered around the King of Beasts. Without uttering a word, he approached the King of Beasts and unleashed a hellfire pillar, obliterating them all. The yellow-toothed giant elephant, sensing the dire situation, extended its trunk to restrain Lu Fan once more. However, this control was still soft. It could only restrict Lu Fan's body while allowing him to cast spells. Lu Fan commanded the 3 hell wolves to charge at the blue lion while he himself hurled a netherfire at the giant elephant. Finally, Lu Fan turned his gaze towards the soaring rock in the sky. The rock flapped its wings, unleashing a gust of wind that hurtled towards Zhou Zi. Everyone felt a chill of foreboding. This was the infernal level transformed rock. A single strike was sufficient to obliterate all but Lu Fan. Fortunately, at that moment, the Martial Blade King rushed in, executing a sweeping defense to block the gust. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan cast a netherfire, but the rock's speed was astonishing. It evaded the netherfire with a swift motion, laughing heartily in the air. The rock taunted, "Kid, though you possess some strength, with these skills alone, you cannot contend with me." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in the rock's words. The netherfire, hellfire pillar, and hellwolves could not touch the rapidly flying rock. However, the rock could continually unleash gusts of wind to strike down all beneath it. Noticing Lu Fan's moment of distraction, the rock cackled sharply, "Stop struggling. The infernal level Lion Troopridge is not a challenge for weaklings like you. You know nothing of the difficulty of this dungeon." The rock flapped its wings, sending forth another gust of wind. Fortunately, the Martial Blade King's status had not yet expired. He was still able to block it, but not for long. Just then, the yellow-toothed giant elephant was finally consumed by the netherfire, its colossal body crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Fan's control was lifted, allowing him to return to the ground. "Golden-winged rock, you may be celebrating prematurely. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you?" Lu Fan coldly smiled, raising his hand forcefully towards the ground. Nether Binding. Chapter 58. The Descent of Deities. Ensnared by the nether, Lu Fan, upon breaking through to level 20, comprehended a new skill. Of this ability allows him to conjure substantial nether flames from the ground to entwine his target, rendering them immobile while inflicting a staggering mental damage of 4,000 per second for a duration of 3 seconds. The magical cost is 30,000, with a cooldown period of 20 seconds. The reason he had refrained from utilizing this skill previously was due to its lengthy cooldown, necessitating its use at crucial moments. And that moment is now. Lu Fan slammed his right hand onto the ground, and a terrifying inferno erupted, soaring toward the golden-winged rock. The effect of this skill was strikingly similar to that of the Pillar of Nether Flames. However, the golden-winged rock soared through the air with remarkable speed, effortlessly evading the oncoming inferno. Ah, kid, your area damage cannot possibly reach me, give up on that notion. It was evident that the golden-winged rock mistook this attack for the Pillar of Nether Flames. Yet, Lu Fan merely chuckled coldly. It's not over yet. As his words fell, the colossal inferno twisted in mid-air, as if imbued with sentience, turning to pursue the golden-winged rock. The rock, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. It was a locking skill. How could a level 20 novice possess such an ability? This is impossible. In disbelief, the golden-winged rock flapped its wings and fled at breakneck speed. However, the nether ensnarement accelerated, relentlessly pursuing the ROC. In mere moments, it was ensnared by the nether flames, plummeting from the sky simultaneously. The green lion was besieged by 3 nether wolves and was thrown to the ground. The onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. Zhou Zi, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed over to Lu Fan and embraced him, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Yet, she noticed that Lu Fan's expression remained grave, devoid of any semblance of relaxation. He seemed to be bracing for an impending threat. What is wrong, Lu Fan? Haven't we dealt with them? Why do you still? Lu Fan, his face taut with concern, shook his head. No, something is amiss. Why do the health points of these 3 bosses not read 0, but instead display 1? What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zi and the others were taken aback, their gazes shifting to the 3 bosses lying on the ground. Indeed, they discovered that the boss's health points still remained at 1, albeit in an unselectable state. Zhou Zi quickly grasped the situation. Right, the system hasn't indicated the completion of the dungeon, and there are no drops from the corpses of the 3 bosses. Lu Fan nodded. Correct, these bosses must still be alive. Zhou Zi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that they have a passive ability? No sooner had she spoken than the 3 bosses erupted in a dazzling golden light. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Demon Domain Mountains, a colossal cloud turtle, resembling a small island, floated slowly through the air. Upon this gigantic turtle stood the forces of the Dark Temple and Dragon S Domain. Dragon Badian, the leader of Dragon S Domain, wore a sycophantic smile as he remarked, truly deserving of the title of the Dark Temple's helmsman, even such a cloud turtle can be commanded. At that moment, a hunchbacked elder with a ghostly visage, standing beside the helmsman of the Dark Temple, sneered, the helmsman is the foremost beast tamer of Jiangnan. Any creature below level 80 is easily tamed by him, even certain lord-level creatures are no exception. Ah, that explains it. No wonder this elite magic creature, the Cloud Turtle, willingly serves as the helmsman's transport. It is indeed impressive, Dragon Badian praised without reservation. Enough of this idle chatter. Have you located Lu Fan and his group? The helmsman of the Dark Temple demanded angrily. His purpose for this venture was to eliminate Lu Fan and seize the Ring of Hades from him, collaborating with Dragon S Domain solely to ascertain Lu Fan's whereabouts. Dragon Badian took out his phone and refreshed the chat list. Due to the location in the Demon Domain Mountains, the signal was extremely unstable, and the list remained in a loading state. Reporting to the helmsman, the signal here is. Before he could finish, Dragon Badian felt his phone vibrate. Message received successfully. It has arrived. Upon opening the message, a triumphant expression spread across his face. He presented the phone to the helmsman of the Dark Temple, smiling obsequiously. Helmsman, Lu Fan and Zhou Zi's group are currently challenging the Lion Turtle Ridge dungeon. Lion Turtle Ridge? The helmsman of the Dark Temple took the phone and glanced at it, his expression momentarily taken aback. The message clearly stated that Lu Fan was challenging the Lion Turtle Ridge dungeon at hell difficulty. Seeing this, Dragon Badian assumed the helmsman was unfamiliar with the Lion Turtle Ridge dungeon and began to explain. Helmsman, this Lion Turtle Ridge is the most formidable dungeon in the Demon Domain Mountains. I have led teams to challenge it several times and am well versed in its intricacies. I can guide you. No one knows this dungeon better than I do, especially the hell difficulty. It is something I will never forget in my lifetime. The helmsman of the Dark Temple, clad in a black robe and wearing a demonic mask, had his expression obscured, yet Dragon Badian could sense an unusual tone in his voice. Helmsman, my abilities are lacking. I typically only challenge the hard level. What is so different about the hell level? The helmsman of the Dark Temple returned the phone to Dragon Badian with a cold sneer. The hell difficulty of Lion Turtle Ridge is the true Lion Turtle Ridge. Even a team of level 70 or 80 elites would likely hesitate to challenge it. The audacity of Lu Fan's group to attempt this difficulty means they will likely perish without me needing to intervene. At that moment, the hunchbacked elder beside the helmsman suddenly spoke. Helmsman, what if Lu Fan truly dies inside? That could complicate matters. The helmsman of the Dark Temple nodded. He understood well that within the perilous dungeon, if a professional was slain by the dungeon's creatures, all their belongings and equipment would be taken by those creatures. It would not be until the next time a creature was killed by a professional that those items would drop. In other words, if Lu Fan were to perish in the hell-level Lion Turtle Ridge, they would need to clear the same difficulty dungeon once more to obtain the ring. I hope Lu Fan is wise enough to retreat after completing the second layer. Otherwise, we may have to seek aid from the temple. After all, even I would find the last 3 great Buddhas challenging to contend with. Meanwhile, within the Lion Turtle Ridge dungeon, the 3 bosses were radiating golden light. Amidst this blinding brilliance, 3 figures adorned with golden halos slowly descended. Lu Fan looked up, utterly astounded. To his shock, these 3 figures were none other than Manjushri Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Sakyamuni Buddha. Even more terrifyingly, they were all at level 100, chapter 59 of the God-slaying incident. Lu Fan and his companions stood in stunned silence. What is happening? Isn't this a level 55 dungeon? How could there be 100 level deities? Zhou Zi gasped, covering her mouth in shock. This is something that absolutely cannot occur at the difficult level. The rest of the group were equally awestruck, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the three great Buddhas, rendered unable to breathe. Even the Shadow Soul Devourer decisively chose to exit the party and flee the dungeon, fearing death with every passing second. At that moment, among the three great Buddhas, Manjushri Bodhisattva was the first to laugh heartily. The highest among you is only level 59, and the lowest a mere 29. It is quite unexpected that such a feeble group could compel us three to appear. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva nodded in agreement. To reach this point at such levels, there must be hidden classes among these individuals. Sakyamuni Buddha chuckled and shook his head. I fear it is more than that. As I suspected, this hidden class individual must possess an unparalleled artifact. Am I not correct, young man of level 29? Sakyamuni Buddha cast a penetrating gaze at Lu Fan, as if his dark eyes could pierce through to his very soul. Simultaneously, the fallen Qing Lion, White Elephant, and Rock rose to their feet once more. Under the radiance of Buddha light, their health began to gradually restore. The Qing Lion roared in fury. These professionals are far too arrogant. Please, master, take action for us. Sakyamuni Buddha laughed. Very well, young man, given your affinity for the Buddha, why not join me in the Western paradise, to hear my teachings? As his words fell, the three great Buddhas simultaneously moved, extending a palm forward with apparent ease. Yet, the power contained within that seemingly gentle gesture was terrifying beyond measure. Lu Fan hurriedly summoned 6 hellhounds, resetting their status. Yet, even so, they were facing 100 level adversaries, the highest known level in this world. If all 3 strikes landed, who could say whether those 6 hellhounds could withstand such might? Meanwhile, the elven archer, standing at a distance, could no longer endure the pressure and prepared to leave the dungeon before he was struck. However, just as he was about to exit the party, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Above the 3 bosses, figures of scythe-wielding grim reapers materialized. These 3 reapers were faceless and formless, cloaked in black, swaying in the wind. Lu Fan's heart surged with joy. Hades' contempt, it has finally been triggered. He realized that the 3 bosses could not be targeted earlier, causing the delay in activation. With the appearance of the reapers, the 3 bosses seemed to have their souls extracted, their eyes vacant and frozen in place. The offensives of the 3 great Buddhas also ceased abruptly, suspended in mid-air. At this moment, it felt as if everything in the dungeon had come to a standstill. Only the 3 reapers slowly raised their scythes, sweeping towards their intended targets. The 3 bosses lost all vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the 3 bosses perished, the radiance surrounding the 3 deities began to fade away. They had been summoned forth by the passive abilities of these bosses. Naturally, they would vanish alongside them. However, just before their disappearance, the voice of Sakyamuni Buddha echoed with laughter. The disdain of King Hades has been long awaited. Then, they completely vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. Long awaited? What does that mean? How could he recognize this as the disdain of King Hades? Could it be that someone else had used it before? Could it be his mother? Lu Fan suddenly realized that his mother might have faced this hellish challenge at Lion Camel Ridge in her lifetime. Perhaps these 3 great demons and the 3 Buddhas would know something about his mother. While Lu Fan was lost in thought, a series of clinking sounds drew his attention. Looking up, he was astonished to find that the 3 bosses had dropped a plethora of equipment and items. The others rejoiced at this sight, rushing forward to collect them. Generally speaking, ordinary items dropped in dungeons would be randomly distributed among the party members. However, if they were exceptional items, the party leader would choose the distribution method. Either random or self-selected. For exceptional equipment, the leader typically allocated them to the corresponding classes, while for other universal exceptional items, random distribution was generally preferred. At that moment, a golden beam of light enveloped the Qing Lion, revealing a legendary quality weapon of level 55, the Qing Lion Great Sword. The White Elephant also dropped a piece of legendary grade heavy armor, while the Rock obtained legendary grade shoes. Additionally, there were many precious materials, artifacts, and slightly inferior epic grade equipment. Yet, the group did not rush to collect. Instead, all gazes turned to Lu Fan. After all, the credit for this dungeon run belonged primarily to him. They were merely content to gain experience and share some ordinary items. If Lu Fan wished for the legendary equipment, none would contest him for it. However, Lu Fan merely smiled and indicated that he did not want the equipment, allowing them to distribute it among themselves. Upon hearing this, the group was overwhelmed with gratitude. It was known that level 55 legendary equipment from Lion Camel Ridge was a rare treasure for them. Zhou Zi wasted no time, directly allocating the Great Sword to the corresponding class, the Blade King, heavy armor to the Beast King, and shoes to the Elven Archer. Naturally, the Shadow Soul Devourer, who had exited the party, received none. Regrettably, they did not obtain the Yin Yang Qi bottle that Zhou Zi desired. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, players, for successfully clearing the dungeon. Completion time 9 minutes and 34 seconds. Rating: SSS, you have earned 5,500 dungeon points. The dungeon will soon close. Countdown at 60 seconds. Will players choose to leave immediately? 1. Leave immediately, 2. Leave later. Zhou Zi glanced at the items scattered on the ground, still not fully collected, and naturally chose to leave later. However, she was astonished to discover that they had completed it so quickly without breaking the dungeon record. System, check the shortest completion time for this dungeon. The shortest record for the hell level difficulty of Lion Camel Ridge was 6 minutes and 54 seconds, held by the team led by the Sword Saint, Li Maobai. The Sword Saint, Li Maobai. The strongest player in Huaxia, it is actually him. Chapter 60 Breaking Through Level 30, Comprehending New Skills, The Reign of Netherfire, Sword Saintly Mabai, the unparalleled champion of Huaxia, known far and wide. A decade ago, a multitude of demonic creatures erupted from the endless abyss in the western reaches of Huaxia, launching an invasion. Clad in pristine white, Li Mabai stood defiantly atop the walls of the western rune fortress. Armed with a single sword, he severed the heads of 10 level 90 demon leaders, forcefully driving the horde back into the abyss. Sword Saint Li Mabai, 6 minutes, quite intriguing. Lu Fan chuckled nonchalantly. Zhou Zi, I intend to re-enter shortly, to help you farm that yin yang chi bottle and perhaps set a record. Zhou Zi nodded appreciatively. Thank you. If you truly assist me in acquiring it, she glanced at their teammates who were busy scavenging, her delicate hand reaching toward Lu Fan's lower body. Tonight, I shall attend to you splendidly, ensuring your utmost comfort. A shiver coursed through Lu Fan as sensations surged from below, his hand instinctively exploring Zhou Zi's graceful form. Leaning closer, he whispered, Pray tell, why do you hold such a fondness for this yin yang chi bottle? While it is indeed a commendable control-type artifact, it pales in comparison to the legendary golden gear, does it not? It is worth noting that although artifact-type items are superior to ordinary consumables, they can vanish if damaged in battle. In the heat of combat, once an artifact is summoned, its fate is often destruction. Thus, it does not significantly surpass the one-time use consumables. Zhou Zi murmured, stifling a soft sound of pleasure as Lu Fan continued his ministrations. She shook her head with a smile. That's not for you to concern yourself with. It serves my purpose well enough. Captain Zhou, all items have been collected, we may depart. Just as Lu Fan and Zhou Zi were about to share a kiss, the King of Beasts suddenly interrupted them. Zhou Zi cleared her throat. Are you all set? If so, we should prepare to leave. At that moment, the elven archer approached, inquiring, Lu Fan, are you planning to re-enter for another round? Lu Fan nodded. Indeed, but this time, for efficiency's sake, I plan to go solo and 1T be taking you along. My sincerest apologies. The elven archer, hearing this, quickly retrieved an item from his backpack and handed it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, I offer you this. If you could take me along later, I would be grateful. I can forfeit any drops, merely seeking to gain some experience. Lu Fan examined the item in astonishment. It was a Tier 3 breakthrough certificate. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? If I had this, breaking through level 30 would have been far less arduous, he thought, though he kept such thoughts to himself, recognizing the value of the certificate. While it may not be particularly rare for him at the moment, it certainly saved him considerable time. Very well, I shall accept this. Should you wish to accompany me again, provided you're not afraid of danger, I will take you along. The elven archer beamed and nodded. Thank you, Lu Fan. Although the elven archer had nearly met his demise during the previous battle, he still had numerous life-saving skills and items at his disposal. With the experience gained from the last encounter, he felt far more confident in his survival this time around. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan activated the breakthrough certificate. In an instant, radiant light enveloped him, a golden pillar soaring skyward. Success, he had broken through to Tier 3, due to overflow experience, his level surged to 39, with all attributes at 500 and an increase of 2,000 free attribute points. After Tier 3, each level up granted 50 to all attributes and 200 free attribute points. Upgrades to his abilities included Netherfire upgraded to level 4, inflicts 2,500 mental damage per second for 50 seconds, mana cost 4,000, cooldown 7 seconds. Netherflame Pillar upgraded to level 3, summons a towering flame pillar within a 30-meter radius, dealing 4,000 mental damage to all targets within range, mana cost 10,000, cooldown 8 seconds. Summon Netherhound upgraded to level 3, summons 3 Netherhounds to assist in battle, mana cost 30,000, cooldown 40 seconds. Netherbind upgraded to level 2 causes tangible nether flames to ensnare the target, immobilizing them and inflicting 5,000 mental damage per second for 4 seconds, mana cost 60,000, cooldown 18 seconds. Summon Nether Wolf acquired summoning skill, summon Nether Wolf level 2, summoning 2 Nether Wolves to assist in battle, mana cost 100000, cooldown 110 seconds. Multiple summon upgraded to level 2. Increases the number of summoned creatures to 6. Acquired active skill, Reign of Netherfire level 1 calls forth a torrent of netherfire from the heavens, inflicting 6,000 area mental damage per second in a designated zone for 5 seconds, mana cost 500,000, cooldown 60 seconds. Acquired summoning skill, summon Netherbird level 1 summons a Netherbird to assist in battle, mana cost 20,000, cooldown 240 seconds. Surveying the 2 newly acquired skills, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. The Reign of Netherfire. At last, I possess a formidable long-range area damage skill. Allocating all free attribute points to mental prowess, he gestured for Zhou Zi to hasten their exit from the dungeon. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to test his new abilities. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the colossal cloud turtle, resembling an island, loomed above the entrance. Its massive form blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the land. Standing atop the cloud turtle, Long Badian was engaged in a phone conversation. Xiao Hei, what transpired? Why are you alone? Where are Lu Fan and the others? At the dungeon's entrance, the shadowy figure of Shadow Devourer, who had exited earlier, was also on a call. The person on the other end was none other than Long Badian atop the cloud turtle. Indeed, Shadow Devourer was the undercover agent planted by Long Badian within Zhou Zi's team. Captain, I witnessed 3 colossal deities within. Those individuals may very well be dead inside. Since the call was on speaker, the leader of the Dark Temple nearby could hear every word clearly. 3 deities descending? If that is the case, Lu Fan and his group stand no chance of survival. The Dark Temple leader turned to the hunchbacked elder beside him, sighing, illusionist, informed the temple headquarters to dispatch reinforcements to the Lion Camel Ridge entrance in the Demon Domain Mountains. The elder known as illusionist was taken aback, shaking his head. Leader, are you certain? If we involve the headquarters, the credit for this endeavor may be diminished. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Lu Magia burst into laughter. My lords, let us not forget that Bai Jia thought the same, which led to her demise. I sincerely hope you do not repeat her fate. Lu Magia understood well that although he provided the intelligence, he would lose the lion's share of the credit should the Jiangnan province leader become involved. Thus, ensuring the mission's success and securing his share of the rewards was paramount. Strangely, he felt a twinge of unease, sensing that Lu Fan might not be so easily vanquished. As the saying goes, what one fears, one encounters. No sooner had Lu Magia finished speaking than a series of whooshing sounds emanated from the dungeon entrance. The crowd looked down in astonishment to find Lu Fan and his party emerging unscathed from the dungeon. Chapter 61. A new skill, summon the underworld birds. How is this even possible? Above the cloud tortoise of the Sky Island, both the Dark Temple and the Dragon's Domain stood in stunned silence. Even the leader of the Dark Temple wore an expression of disbelief. He had once witnessed the might of those 3 deities with his own eyes. It was only due to his life-saving skill that he had narrowly escaped disaster back then, while all his teammates had perished in the encounter. Yet now, Lu Fan not only remained unscathed, but astonishingly, none of his companions had suffered any loss. This left him utterly perplexed. Could it be that this was the fabled hidden class, the Underworld Lord? This individual must not be allowed to live, otherwise, he will surely become a future calamity. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader of the Dark Temple waved his hand, commanding all his subordinates to launch an assault. Seeing this, Long Badian of Dragon's Domain also signaled for all his members to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his companions had yet to comprehend the unfolding situation when they suddenly heard a cacophony of explosions from above. Lu Fan looked up, only to see countless energy projectiles hurtling towards them. It was the forces of the Dark Temple and Dragon's Domain. Zhou Zi exclaimed and immediately cast a swirling poison mist, preparing to heal the group. How infuriating, they arrived so swiftly. Guardian Barrier, activate. Fortunately, the skill of the Beast King had also cooled down, allowing him to erect a barrier to absorb the incoming damage. However, Lu Fan merely chuckled coldly and raised his hand to summon the underworld dogs. To their astonishment, 18 summoning circles ablaze with hellfire emerged from the ground. 18 massive underworld dogs burrowed forth from the circles. The sheer number left Zhou Zi and her companions dumbfounded. After all, there had only been 6 in the dungeon previously. Now, having leveled up, there were suddenly 18. Moreover, after incinerating a multitude of monsters from the Lion Camel Ridge, Lu Fan's attributes had skyrocketed. His mental attributes surged to an astonishing 400,000. This meant that each underworld dog now boasted a terrifying health pool of 40 million. With a cold smirk, Lu Fan commanded the 18 underworld dogs to form a protective wall in front of his companions, absorbing all the energy attacks raining down from above. The leader of the Dark Temple felt an ominous chill at this sight. 18. If the data was correct, this kid must have already surpassed level 30. It seems we have arrived too late. This kid is leveling up far too rapidly. The hunchbacked, ghostly-faced elder beside him gasped in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lu Magia was left utterly stunned. What? Surpassed level 30? You must be joking. Today is only the 3rd day since this kid's job change. It is worth noting that Lu Magia had never seen the data on the Underworld Lord. He had merely heard a few whispers about it within the temple. Yet he could not have anticipated such an extraordinary feat, completely shattering his worldview. However, what Lu Magia did not realize was that his words had also sparked astonishment among all members of Dragon's Domain. Long Badian exclaimed in shock. Brother, you can't be serious. You mean to say that Lu Fan has only been a job changer for 3 days? Indeed, what are you laughing about at a time like this? No. I tend to laugh nervously when I'm anxious. At that moment, the leader of the Dark Temple chose to disregard the rabble around him, turning to the hunchbacked elder and saying, Illusionist, let us join forces and test our strength. If that fails, we will have to call for reinforcements from headquarters. Understood. With that, the leader of the Dark Temple raised his hand and summoned 3 level 79 Lord-class monsters. The first to appear was a black flame dragon nearly 100 meters long, its massive form shrouded in fierce black flames, partially concealed by the clouds. The second was a skeletal knight, devoid of a face beneath its dark helmet, save for a pair of eyes ablaze with blue fire. It rode a skeletal warhorse, lacking flesh, wielding a longsword that shimmered with a cold blue light. Strangely, the skeletal knight had no wings yet stood proudly in midair as if walking on solid ground. The third was a colossal beast reminiscent of a mountain. Its feet pounded the ground, towering even above the flying cloud tortoise. Its gargantuan claws seemed capable of effortlessly cleaving through any mountain. These 3 level 79 monsters were the most formidable summoned creatures of the leader of the Dark Temple. When he had tamed these beasts, he had nearly paid with his life. Yet as an SSS-class beast tamer, once a monster was successfully tamed, its power could be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the strength of the tamed creatures would receive a boost from the tamer's abilities, rendering them even more formidable. Although he possessed hundreds of other summoned creatures, he knew that summoning ordinary monsters would be futile against this young man before him. Without further ado, the leader of the Dark Temple commanded his 3 summoned monsters to attack. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan could not help but smile coldly, preparing to unleash his new skill, Underworld Fire Rain, upon the sky to annihilate them all. However, he was suddenly struck by a paralyzing stiffness in his body. Above the cloud tortoise, the illusionist's palms radiated with ripples of spatial energy, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Child, within my realm of illusions, die a joyous death. As the words fell, the area where Lu Fan and his companions stood transformed into a grand stage. On the stage, performers adorned with eerie masks encircled Lu Fan and his group, beginning to sing. This sudden occurrence left everyone feeling dizzy and disoriented. Lu Fan, be cautious, this is a control-type illusion. Lu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the opponent possessed such a class. Damn it, I'll send you all to the afterlife with my underworld fire rain. But when he looked up, he found himself in a lavishly decorated theater. Surrounding him were a throng of performers, while below them sat an audience applauding and cheering. In this scenario, he could no longer discern the enemy's position. Simultaneously, the three monsters summoned by the leader were charging towards Lu Fan and his companions. Lu Fan's expression darkened as he raised his right hand with determination. Summon the underworld birds. Chapter 62. The Dark Temple's master takes action. A shadowy inferno serpent that blots out the sun, a colossal behemoth the size of a mountain, and a spectral knight astride a skeletal steed. Three formidable level 79 entities charged forth, intent on overwhelming Lu Fan. The sheer aura reminiscent of ancient mountains and seas left the onlookers atop the Sky Island Cloud Turtle utterly astounded, marveling at the sheer terror of the confrontation between such powerful beings. Lu Fan, acutely aware of the impending threat, sensed the murderous intent and did not dare to be complacent. He promptly summoned his new skill of the Infernal Bird. In the vast expanse above, 6 summoning glyphs materialized in the air. From within these sigils emerged a firebird, its wings spanning over 10 meters, engulfed in ominous green flames. Infernal Bird attributes: power 10, 000, agility of 400, 000, Summoner's Spirit 1, stamina 400, 000, Summoner's Spirit 1, mentality 800, 000, Summoner's Spirit 2, physique 800, 000, Summoner's Spirit 2. The Infernal Bird's active skill, Spectral Flame. Of this effect inherits the Summoner's Spectral Flame. The Infernal Bird's passive skill, Multicast level 1. Attacks have a 20 chance to trigger 24 instances of multicast. The Infernal Bird's innate skill, Flight level 1. Flight units gain a 10 speed increase. Lu Fan comprehended the nature of the Infernal Bird's attributes in an instant, realizing that this summoned creature was tailored for ranged damage output. It unleashed its own spectral flame, with mental potency double that of Lu Fan himself. Its damage potential surpassed his by a factor of 2. Remarkably, Lu Fan could summon 6 of these terrifying entities simultaneously. Moreover, they were flying units, capable of flight. Lu Fan distinctly perceived that the 6 infernal birds were unaffected by the adversary's illusions. Without hesitation, he commanded them to attack. The 6 infernal birds opened their beaks in unison, launching a barrage of spectral flames at the 3 approaching monstrosities. Boom, 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 the spectral flames struck the 3 creatures, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The shadowy inferno serpent, diving downward, and the rampaging behemoth, despite their overwhelming presence, were swiftly reduced to nothingness under the terrifying onslaught of the spectral flames. Yet, unexpectedly, the spectral knight riding the skeletal steed appeared to possess an invincible skill. Cloaked in black mist, it managed to withstand the spectral flames and continued its relentless charge. The Dark Temple's master had anticipated this scenario. As per his plan, the other 2 massive creatures merely served as distractions. The true threat lay with the spectral knight. The spectral knight possessed the passive ability of undeath, known as rejuvenation. When triggered, it could render the knight immune to all damage for 5 seconds and convert any damage taken during this period into health restoration. This made it exceedingly formidable. Simultaneously, the Dark Temple's master raised his hand, bestowing various enhancements upon the spectral knight. Boosts to attack, critical strike chance, and lethality. The critical strike, initially requiring 100,000 points of power to increase by 0.1, had a minuscule triggering probability. However, when triggered, it could inflict damage 100-fold. The Dark Temple Master's skill, Lethal Passion level 70, could temporarily grant a summoned creature a 20 chance of landing a critical hit. Considering the Spectral Knight's already high power, combined with the ancient weapon Frostmourn's enhancement, its critical strike rate skyrocketed to 40. The Master was gambling on this 40 probability. Should it trigger, the devastating damage could potentially obliterate Lu Fan. Conversely, if it did not trigger, they would have no choice but to retreat and summon reinforcements from the temple headquarters. The Spectral Knight, riding its skeletal steed, charged towards Lu Fan. Frostmourne shimmered with an eerie cold light as it plunged into Lu Fan's body. In that moment, Lu Fan was ensnared in an illusion, completely oblivious to the imminent attack. With a resounding crack, a long string of blue digits floated above Lu Fan's head. It is worth noting that normal damage appears in red, while blue signifies the triggering of a critical hit. Upon witnessing the successful critical hit, the Dark Temple's master could not suppress his joy. The slaying of Lu Fan and the acquisition of the level 100 legendary ring would surely earn him substantial rewards. Previously, a close ally of his, the master of Dongshu province, had somehow acquired a level 100 pink dream equipment, which led to his rapid promotion to the Dark Temple's formidable enforcer and the receipt of numerous coveted rewards, such as SSS level skill books, level up potions, and high-tier breakthrough certificates. This incident had shifted the balance of power between the two, turning them from equals into a master-servant dynamic. Thus, the master of the Dark Temple in Jiangnan province was willing to take such risks, knowing that once the temple headquarters became involved, the glory would not be his to claim. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. The Spectral Knight triggered a critical hit. The damage from that strike was at least in the billions. However, just as the Jiangnan province master believed victory was within his grasp, he was stunned to discover that the blow did not slay Lu Fan outright. It merely obliterated his 12 infernal dogs. How could this be possible? At that moment, the master of Jiangnan province was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the critical hit would fail to kill the young man. As the Spectral Knight's rejuvenation skill expired, it was incinerated by the spectral flames. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, caught in the illusion, sensed the loss of his infernal dogs. To annihilate 12 infernal dogs with a single strike was indeed terrifying damage, truly a testament to the strength of the Dark Temple. Yet now, it was Lu Fan's turn. He directed the 6 infernal birds towards the Cloud Turtle, targeting the illusionist. With the passive ability of multicasting, the 6 infernal birds unleashed their attacks, each second raining down dozens of spectral flames. The overwhelming damage sent the illusionist fleeing in panic, abandoning their spellcasting. The others atop the Cloud Turtle, equally terrified, lamented, "Master, we have no choice but to call for reinforcements from headquarters. With just the 2 of us, we stand no chance against this young man." Thus, the master of the Dark Temple in Jiangnan province waved his hand, summoning a dozen massive square mud golems. These were unique defensive entities, devoid of health or stamina, yet capable of absorbing 10 attacks indiscriminately. After summoning the mud golems, the Dark Temple master immediately retrieved his phone and sent a distress message in the senior officials group of the Dark Temple. "To the Temple Master and esteemed leaders, we have discovered a level 100 legendary ring, but we are outmatched and request assistance." Upon sending this message, a tremendous uproar erupted within the Dark Temple's communication group. Shadows, elders, and enforcers flooded the chat with inquiries. A level 100 legendary item was the strongest known equipment in the current world. If obtained, the Temple Master would undoubtedly reward the finder handsomely. However, to their astonishment, the Temple Master himself responded, "Jiangnan Province Master, immediately open a spatial tunnel, I shall personally head there." Chapter 63 At the Supreme Champion of Huaxia, the Sword Saint Li Mabai. Upon the utterance of this proclamation, the Dark Temple erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated that the Temple's master would personally intervene. It is worth noting that the master is considered a highly dangerous individual under close surveillance by the Huaxia Empire. Once he makes a move, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia will undoubtedly take notice, and it could very well lead to an unprecedented battle. Yet, all were acutely aware that a level 100 mythic artifact was indeed worthy of the master's personal attention. The local leader of Jiangnan province, upon learning of the master's impending arrival, could not contain his joy. He promptly utilized a spatial crystal to create a spatial passage. The spatial crystal, a high-level 7th-tier item, allows for the creation of a spatial corridor that transcends distance, connecting 2 locations. However, one must first designate a starting point before using it to link to the current location. All members of the Dark Temple had marked the same starting point, the timespace well located at the center of the Grand Hall. Regardless of where any member found themselves in peril, they could use the spatial crystal, and others could instantly teleport through the timespace well. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had also liberated himself from the illusion. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of netherfire rain upon the airborne island turtle above him. The terrifying power coupled with its extensive area of effect meant that once it fell, the occupants on the turtle would be utterly annihilated. Not even the leader nor the illusionist could withstand such a force. At that moment, Long Badian and the myriad of his Dragoness domain followers gazed up at the descending deluge of green flames, rendered utterly speechless. They were acutely aware that this battle was far beyond their capabilities. Thus, they hastily leaped from the island turtle, intent on fleeing, even forgetting their original purpose of seeking revenge against Lu Fan. However, just as the netherfire rain was about to descend, a man shrouded in black robes stepped forth from the spatial passage. With a mere flick of his hand, he summoned a colossal vortex of darkness above him, effortlessly absorbing Lu Fan's netherfire rain. This left Lu Fan in a state of shock. How could his newly comprehended skill be so easily thwarted? Just how formidable was his opponent? The figure in black looked skyward and coldly remarked, "Nether Empress, it appears that this level 100 mythic artifact is indeed the Ring of Hades." As the black-robed individual emerged, the Jiangnan province leader, the illusionist, and all other members of the Dark Temple collectively knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the master." Reporting to the master, that young man below is the son of the Nether Empress, Lu Fan. Who would have thought that amidst such dire circumstances, she could still bear a child? Truly commendable. The black-robed man's right hand lifted, a swirling mass of black mist coalescing within his palm. That he cast his gaze downward, locking eyes with Lu Fan. Due to the black-robed man's actions, his level and class information were revealed. Lu Fan looked up in astonishment. He was a staggering level 99, the sole unique class of Dark Devourer. At that moment, the black-robed man shook his head with a sigh. "Apologies, but even if you are her son, I shall show no mercy. You shall perish." With that, he unleashed a devastating dark energy projectile from his palm. The very fabric of space warped in its wake. Lu Fan, witnessing this, froze in shock. Just moments ago, he had lost 12 nether dogs to a strike from a Death Knight. Now, only 6 remained, clearly insufficient to withstand this impending assault. To make matters worse, the cooldown for summoning the nether dogs had yet to expire, leaving him unable to call forth reinforcements. Should this strike connect, it would surely spell his demise. However, at that very instant, a beam of white light cut through the dark energy projectile like lightning, severing it in 2. The black-robed man was momentarily taken aback. "Sword Saint, you arrived rather swiftly." Above, a middle-aged man clad in white robes stood poised in the air, exuding an extraordinary presence. "In a world as dark as ink, I alone recite my monologue. In this land of Huaxia, darkness is forbidden." Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan and his companions were astonished. "Time flows like ink, and I alone recite my monologue. Could it be that this venerable elder in white is indeed the supreme champion of Huaxia, Li Mabai?" The black-robed man, taken aback, responded, "Must you always utter those nauseating opening lines upon your arrival? I am on the verge of being sick of it. I relish saying it. What can you do about it? Retorted Li Maobai. The black-robed man, now slightly angered, raised his hand, unleashing a vast expanse of black mist that enveloped the entirety of the surroundings in darkness. Li Maobai, however, remained unfazed, with his left hand clasped behind him. He raised his right hand gently. The Xian Yuan sword was drawn, slicing through the air to carve a radiant path through the darkness. The Xian Yuan sword. A level 100 mythic artifact. You actually acquired it. Li Maobai smiled nonchalantly. At that moment, his level and class information became visible above him. A remarkable level 96, the unique class of Boundless Sword Saint. I never imagined that in just a few short years, you have managed to level up. It seems I cannot afford to be too lenient with you. In this world, every level beyond 90 requires an unimaginable amount of experience, and ascending even one level is akin to scaling a mountain. The black-robed man, no longer holding back, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique to slay Li Maobai, yet, unexpectedly, ripples surged through the space once more. 6 composed middle-aged men and women emerged from the passage. Even the black-robed man's expression tightened slightly, as he had not anticipated the full assembly of the 7 saints of Huaxia. Why are you 7 rascals, who should be guarding the borders against the demonic creatures, here instead? One provocatively clad woman with an alluring figure spoke, her upper body adorned in lace and a sheer crimson sash, while her lower half was draped in a daringly slit gown, causing hearts to race. Little girl, still dressing so provocatively, very well. Since all 7 saints of Huaxia have arrived, I shall grant you some face this time, but next time, it may not be so simple. With a wave of his hand, the black-robed man absorbed the entire airborne island turtle, along with all its occupants, into the spatial passage, vanishing from sight. The realm was once again bathed in light. Simultaneously, the 7 saints of Huaxia turned their attention to Lu Fan below. Li Maobai swiftly appeared at Lu Fan's side. Young lad, why has the Dark Temple set its sights upon you? Chapter 64. The majestic dragon might of our great China, unyielding to provocations from a small eastern nation, upon facing the unexpected inquiry from the sword saint, Li Maobai, Lu Fan momentarily hesitated. While he was aware that the other party was the foremost powerhouse of China and had just saved his life, he had no intention of revealing the truth. After all, that ring was far too precious. The fewer who knew of it, the better. Lu Fan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. He then took the initiative to inquire why Li Maobai and his companions had suddenly appeared in this location. Lu Fan, having diligently studied various atlases during his 3 years in high school, was well versed in China's geography and the deeds of its notable figures. According to the latest records, Sword Saint Li Maobai had been stationed at the Endless Abyss in the west for the past few years and would not leave unless under extraordinary circumstances. It was nearly impossible that he had teleported solely to rescue a stranger. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that he would come to confront the leader of the Dark Temple, as the earlier situation had clearly shown that even with all 7 saints of China present, they were utterly incapable of detaining the cloaked figure. In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Li Maobai smiled nonchalantly. He pulled out a piece of chewing gum from his backpack, popped it into his mouth, and said, due to the recent reforms in the National College entrance examination, we received directives from the higher-ups in China to convene in Lehigh City, and coincidentally, we ran into this situation. Lu Fan. What a coincidence. Wait, National College entrance examination reform. Lu Fan was taken aback. As a prospective examinee, he had not received any news. Li Maobai shook his head with a sigh. It seems the personnel from the Ministry of News in China have not done their jobs adequately. Such a significant announcement, and our citizens, especially these young talents, remain uninformed. At that moment, a sensual woman in the air covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Those people in the news department don't care about such matters. They only focus on the gossip of popular idols' affairs, coming out, domestic violence, yet they hardly pay attention to legitimate issues. Lu Fan quickly inquired, could you tell me more? Li Maobai cast a dubious glance at Lu Fan and asked, what's this, young brother? Are you also planning to participate in this year's college entrance examination? It was known that although Lu Fan appeared youthful, Li Maobai had noticed his level during their earlier encounter, level 39. Such a level was not typical for someone eligible to take the examination this year. Nevertheless, Lu Fan resolutely nodded his head. Indeed, I am a newly transitioned professional this year and will take the exam in just over 20 days, so I am quite curious about this reform. Upon hearing this, Li Maobai raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile emerging on his face. This year's examination will be jointly held by China and the Eastern nation. Lu Fan was taken aback. Jointly held? What does that mean? The Eastern nation proposed to send 100 newly transitioned professionals they deemed most talented to our China to participate in the examination alongside our own newly transitioned professionals, and the entire process will be broadcast live worldwide. Worldwide broadcast. Lu Fan immediately grasped the implications. The Eastern nation sought to seize this opportunity to challenge the dignity of our great China. Indeed, with the arrival of the game world, the global ranking of nations had rapidly shifted. China and India, leveraging their population advantages, had swiftly risen to become the first and second powerful entities, while the once mighty superpower, the United States, had fallen to third. However, the higher one climbs, the colder it becomes. As the world's foremost nation, China was not only a target of demonic invasions but also a focal point of rivalry among other nations. Li Maobai nodded. Indeed, I did not expect your mind to be so sharp, young lad. The sensual woman stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. The Eastern nation dares to boast only because they awakened 2 unique hidden professions this year. Otherwise, in the past, they wouldn't have had the audacity even with 10 times their courage. Liamobai then looked at Lu Fan and laughed heartily. Even if the Eastern nation has two unique hidden professions this year, China is still brimming with talent. In the end, the jesters will still be them, wouldn't you agree, Lu Fan? Lu Fan was taken aback, a cold smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, senior, the majestic dragon might of our great China shall not yield to the provocations of a mere small nation. Liamobai nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, another man, dressed in a deep blue suit and holding a red feather fan, his golden bangs reminiscent of a lawyer, spoke coldly. Alright everyone, it's getting late, those fellows from the Eastern nation should be arriving soon. We ought to head over promptly, or else we'll be chided by the old-timers above. Very well, Liamobai replied, pulling a transparent crystal from his backpack and tossing it to Lu Fan. Young brother, this is a spatial crystal. If the people from the Dark Temple come looking for you again, you can use it to summon me. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space twisted, and in the blink of an eye, the seven saints of China vanished from sight. Lu Fan looked at the transparent crystal in his hand, observing how the space around it rippled like a lake. He could not help but marvel, this seventh-tier advanced item, the spatial crystal, was indeed extraordinary. Yet, such a high-level item was casually gifted to him by Sword Saint Liamobai. It was undeniable that this man was deserving of his reputation as China's foremost powerhouse. His generosity was commendable. Moreover, it was evident that the other party had already discerned his concealment but chose not to delve deeper. Such composure and demeanor were truly admirable. Senior Sword Saint, I shall remember this favor today. When I become a formidable force in the future, I will surely repay it. Lu Fan stored the spatial crystal in his backpack. He then turned to the others and said, everyone, I intend to tackle the dungeon once more. You may all join me. With my current strength, I can adequately protect you. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in excitement, agreeing eagerly. Lu Fan wasted no time and directly approached the vortex leading to the dungeon. With him as the leader, he chose the hell-level difficulty and entered without hesitation. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Academy, the Fire King Zhuangyan solemnly realized after watching the video of Lu Fan swiftly eliminating the Wu family members that he might not even win if he personally intervened. Xiao Hong, after watching the video, Lu Fan's strength is indeed remarkable, he remarked. On the other end of the phone, the woman wept profusely. Old Zhuang, just give me a straight answer. Can we truly exact revenge? The Wu family's destruction is of little consequence. I had no feelings for that old man, but do not forget, the one Lu Fan killed earlier was our child. At this, Zhuangyan's expression darkened. Indeed, Wu Qi was not the biological offspring of the Wu family as head but rather his own bloodline. It was precisely for this reason that he had taken special care of Wu Qi, sparing no expense to set up a soul lamp for him. Xiao Hong, do not worry. Although it is inconvenient for me to act directly, I have received news that Lu Fan will also participate in this year's National College Entrance Examination, and I am one of the proctors for this exam. When the time comes, I will ensure he meets his demise within the examination tower. Chapter 65 Revisiting Shichuling and acquiring the Yin-Yang Qi bottle. This time, led by Lu Fan, the group bravely faced the hellish challenge of Shichuling once more. Unlike the previous attempt, Lu Fan decisively crushed the opposition. Initially, he summoned the hellhounds to gather a multitude of blue, emaciated monsters, then unleashed a devastating infernal flame pillar, swiftly annihilating them. As the mountain patrollers signaled, calling forth the tree spirits and vine entities for ranged attacks, Lu Fan unleashed a wide-scale infernal fire rain that obliterated all in its path. Next, the yellow weasel scout emitted a sinister cackle. Paying it no heed, Lu Fan raised his hand and struck the nearby wood-scaled vine python with hellfire, instantly vanquishing it. He chose to ignore the yellow weasel scout, knowing that sending it to deliver a message would only expedite the gathering of monsters. Remarkably, within less than 20 seconds, Lu Fan completed the first level of Shichuling, the human processing plant. However, he did not hasten to enter the second level, for the cooldown period of the infernal fire rain was 60 seconds. He waited until only 10 seconds remained on the cooldown before leading the group into the light beam, entering the second level of the 10-mile garden, with the yellow weasel scouts warning, the elite monsters, the silver wolf vanguard, the leopard general, and the fox strategist swiftly assembled a horde of monsters. Yet, due to their distant positioning, the infernal fire rain could not cover them all. Lu Fan summoned hell birds and hell wolves, launching an initial assault to swiftly slay the leopard general, rendering it incapable of utilizing its hellish maneuvers. Following this, a sweeping infernal fire rain annihilated the fox strategist and its forces. As the remaining melee monsters gathered, another infernal flame pillar wiped them out entirely. At this juncture, the blue ape sentinel sounded its whistle, and three formidable demons emerged from the cavern, trailed by a veritable army of monsters. The lead blue lion paused momentarily, astonished, exclaiming, "What the hell, it's you again." The white elephant wore a perplexed expression, questioning, "I say, how did you manage to kill us just now?" The rock was equally incredulous, having not comprehended the situation before being dispatched. Indeed, ordinarily, with our three masters having descended, not even a level 70 or 80 powerhouse could withstand us. How did you achieve this? In response to the inquiries from the three mighty demons, Lu Fan remained unfazed. He raised his hand, commanding 12 hellwolves and 6 hellbirds to launch an attack against the three demons. The terrifying damage rapidly depleted the first layer passive abilities of the three, transforming them into their beastly forms. Meanwhile, the remaining monsters followed suit and initiated their assault, only to be effectively blocked by 18 hellhounds. As the three demons completed their transformations, Lu Fan directed the hellbirds and hellwolves to renew their attack. Particularly, he executed the infernal entanglement on the rock the moment it transformed, ensuring it could not unleash the Yin-Yang Qi bottle. Lu Fan speculated that the previous failure to obtain the Yin Yang Qi bottle was likely due to his own destructive actions. In mere moments, the three demons were reduced to a sliver of health, triggering their second passive ability. The manifestation of three divine beings. Clearly, like the demons, these divine entities retained the memories of their previous encounter. The Buddha, observing Lu Fan, erupted in laughter. "Ah, it's you again, young lad. Very well, since you possess Hades' disdain, I shall refrain from intervening this time." Yet Lu Fan seized the moment to inquire, "Might I ask, do you know the Hell Empress?" To his surprise, the Buddha shook his head, "I do not." Taken aback, Lu Fan pressed, "Then how do you recognize Hades' disdain?" The Buddha chuckled, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. If you truly wish to know, you may seek my true form at the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the West. At that time, all shall be revealed." As his words fell, three scythe-wielding reapers gradually materialized. With a single sweep, they felled the three great demons. As the demons collapsed, the lesser monsters that followed suit vanished entirely. Unexpectedly, these disappearing creatures did not grant any experience. Since Lu Fan's infernal fire rain had yet to cool down, there was little to be done about it. However, this posed no significant issue, as experience was not a concern for Lu Fan. The remaining teammates dared not voice any objections. Although they missed out on the experience from the Horde, they were grateful for the efficiency of their endeavor, clearing the dungeon in mere minutes, with the first two levels yielding 6,000 monsters worth of experience, plus the three great bosses, not to mention the post-clearance dungeon points and undeniable windfall. Suddenly, the sound of clinking echoed around them as the corpses of the three demons dropped a plethora of equipment. Lu Fan paid little attention to these items, for in his current perspective, they held no value. Moreover, the dropped gear was all level 55, which he could not equip even if he desired to. Thus, he allocated the equipment to his teammates. Fortunately, as he had anticipated, the Rock's corpse yielded the coveted Yin Yang Qi bottle. Josie, elated, rushed over to collect it. Without further ado, Lu Fan distributed it to her. At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, adventurer, for successfully clearing the dungeon. Completion time, 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Rating ESSS, you have earned 500 dungeon points. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon time record. You have received an additional 55,000 dungeon points. Each individual may only earn this once permanently. The dungeon will soon close. Countdown in 60 seconds. Will the adventurer choose to leave immediately? 1. Leave immediately, 2. Leave later." Lu Fan glanced at his companions, and once they had gathered their spoils, he chose to exit the dungeon. With a whoosh, they were teleported back to the dungeon entrance. The remaining members were engulfed in a surreal sensation. They had been running dungeons for years, yet this was their first experience of clearing a hell-level dungeon so swiftly. They were also astonished to learn that breaking the dungeon record yielded additional points, as they had never before achieved such a feat in their lives. Lu Fan's subsequent actions left them utterly astounded. He raised his hand to summon 6 hellbirds, allowing everyone to mount them. They soared directly back to the Palace of 10,000 Poisons. What would have taken them 15 days of travel was accomplished in merely 2 hours under Lu Fan's hellbird's flight. Upon returning to the Palace of 10,000 Poisons, the group dispersed to their respective quarters to rest. Josie, however, pulled Lu Fan into her chamber. "Lu Fan, haven't you always been curious about what I intend to do with the Yin Yang Qi bottle? Allow me to enlighten you now." Chapter 66. The Lethal Desert, a realm of death where no one dares to tread. Before long, Josie delicately lifted her jade-like hand, extracting the Yin Yang Qi bottle from her backpack and placing it on the ground. Subsequently, she retrieved an array of 5th-grade materials and elixirs, a veritable cornucopia, overflowing with over 100 varieties. Then, with a series of intricate hand seals, Josie summoned a radiant purple light, drawing all the materials into the Yin Yang Qi bottle. Lu Fan, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. "What are you planning to do?" he inquired. "Refining medicine," Josie replied. At this revelation, curiosity sparked within Lu Fan. He recalled that after being expelled from his family in his previous life, he had ventured into the Demon Domain mountain range and joined the 10,000 Poisons Palace, where he held the position of a humble medicine seller. He was acutely aware of the immense popularity of the poisons from the 10,000 Poisons Palace, yet he remained ignorant of the intricate processes behind their creation. The notion that certain poisons could be concocted using a Yin Yang Qi bottle was beyond his comprehension. Before long, Josie's slender finger traced a path through the air, conjuring a recipe in the shape of purple light. Lu Fan gazed upward, and the name of the recipe was unmistakably the 5th-grade deadly pill. Josie turned to him, a faint smile gracing her lips. "The breakthrough in my profession differs from ordinary ones. While you require a breakthrough certificate, I need to consume the deadly pill to ascend. At level 9, one must consume a 1st-grade deadly pill, at level 19, a 2nd grade, and now, at level 59, I require the 5th-grade deadly pill. The Yin Yang Qi bottle is the specific vessel for crafting this 5th-grade elixir." Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never fathomed that there existed professions in this world that did not necessitate a breakthrough certificate. Thus, it became evident that her intention in acquiring the Yin Yang Qi bottle was to produce the 5th-grade deadly pill for her advancement. "Indeed, I have previously formed parties to raid the Lion Tortoise Ridge, yet we suffered significant losses, and the Yin Yang Qi bottle never dropped. Fortunately, I encountered you this time," Josie remarked. Lu Fan chuckled softly. "Then you must repay me handsomely." "With my body," Josie replied earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Lu Fan. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned by her unexpected proposition. However, Josie playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. "I was just joking, seeing you so anxious. Nonetheless, Lu Fan, I do wish for your assistance. Of course, you are entirely free to decline if you are unwilling." "What?" Josie's expression turned serious. The 5th grade deadly pill is the pinnacle of 5th grade poisons, and its refinement is exceedingly arduous. I must concentrate fully for 3 days and nights without interruption, so I hope you can guard me during this time. 3 days and nights? For some reason, a song echoed in Lu Fan's mind, though he dismissed it as irrelevant. He shook his head in refusal. I apologize, Z, but time is of the essence for me. As you witnessed, that black-robed figure's strength is formidable, and I must seize every moment to enhance my abilities. Zhou Zi's expression remained largely unchanged, as if Lu Fan's decision had been entirely anticipated. She understood well that a powerful individual like Lu Fan would not simply comply like a sycophant. However, even without Lu Fan, the Beast King and other elders of the 10,000 Poisons Palace could provide protection. Yet, having Lu Fan's presence would ensure absolute security. After all, the materials for this 5th grade concoction had been painstakingly gathered, and any misstep would render her efforts futile. Zhou Zi approached Lu Fan's side and leaned closer to whisper, Lu Fan, didn't you mention that you could burn various magical creatures to gain experience and attributes? Lu Fan nodded. Indeed, which is why I must hasten to other dungeons to incinerate magical corpses. Zhou Zi grinned mischievously. But what if I told you I know a place teeming with level 40 to level 70 magical corpses, where you could burn to your heart's content? Would you be tempted? Lu Fan's heart raced at her words. Are you serious? I swear on my life, it is absolutely true. Moreover, that night, I divulged everything to you. I have no need to deceive you now. Where? To the west of the Demon Domain mountain range lies the Lethal Desert. Lu Fan was taken aback. The Lethal Desert? That's a more perilous area than the Demon Domain mountain range, filled with level 40 to level 70 magical creatures. Most of these creatures are adept assassins and poisoners, and the harsh climatic conditions of the Lethal Desert, sandstorms, quicksand, and scorching sun render it a veritable death zone that few dare to enter. However, such lethal dangers were merely for ordinary practitioners. Given Lu Fan's current strength, traversing the Lethal Desert alone would be a trivial matter. In fact, his plans had already included the Lethal Desert in his journey, intending first to clear all dungeons above level 50 in the Demon Domain mountain range before obtaining a 4th grade breakthrough certificate. After reaching level 40, he would then venture into the Lethal Desert. His only concern was the difficulty in locating the entrances to the dungeons, as the Lethal Desert was far less frequented than the Demon Domain mountain range, and knowledge of dungeon entrances was scarce. Yet, the fact that Zhou Zi was aware of a treasure trove of level 40 to level 70 magical corpses would undoubtedly save Lu Fan considerable time and effort. Observing Lu Fan's growing excitement, Zhou Zi smiled serenely. So, has your interest been piqued? If you are willing to guard me for 3 days, allowing me to successfully concoct the 5th grade deadly pill, I will personally escort you to that location. Lu Fan gently lifted her chin with his right hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. While I want to believe your words, I am curious how a seasoned leader of the 10,000 Poisons Palace, who has long roamed the Demon Domain mountain range, came to know about the Lethal Desert. What is your source of information? Zhou Zi bit her lip, taking a deep breath before replying, you may find it hard to believe, but I was born there. Wait, what, you were born in the Lethal Desert? Yes, my childhood was quite tragic, but fortunately, I managed to escape. What about your parents? They died. Ah, I am sorry, it's alright, I have grown accustomed to it. Zhou Zi chuckled lightly. So, Lu Fan, will you assist me and guard me for 3 days? Lu Fan nodded. 3 days was not an excessively long time. With 27 days remaining until the National College entrance examination, he would have ample time. He then summoned 18 hellhounds, 12 hellwolves, and 6 hellbirds. Rest assured, focus on your alchemy. With me here, no one shall disturb you. Zhou Zi expressed her gratitude with a nod. Thank you. As I said, I, Zhou Zi, am willing to offer myself in return. Meanwhile, at the airport in Lianhai City, a large airship emblazoned with the flag of the Eastern Japan slowly descended. 3 elderly men, representing the diplomatic elite of Eastern Japan, were the first to disembark, followed by a carefully selected group of 100 newly promoted and exceptionally talented practitioners. Flanking this group were 7 of Eastern Japan's mightiest warriors and over 1,000 formidable guards. At that moment, one of the elderly men at the forefront wore an expression of displeasure, speaking in a harsh dialect of Eastern Japan. As the world's foremost nation, Huaxia exhibits such rudeness and arrogance. Not only have they relegated us to this second-tier city, but they have also failed to provide even a single attendant. Dispatch orders to Shota and Takuya. Do not hold back. At this upcoming joint college entrance examination, let us strike a resounding blow to their pride. We must ensure that Huaxia is utterly humiliated on the global stage. Chapter 67 of the Impudent Demands of the Land of the Rising Sun. Indiana. The coastal city of Linghai, within the Grand Government Building's conference hall, the upper echelons of Huaxia and those of the Land of the Rising Sun convened. To ensure objectivity and transparency, this meeting was broadcasted live globally. The leaders from Huaxia spoke first. The joint examination between our nations must adhere to the regulations set forth by Huaxia. These rules are quite straightforward. Huaxia will establish identical testing towers for all challengers. The towers will be categorized into 3 types based on the nature of their professions: offensive, defensive, and supportive. There are a total of 99 levels within these towers, each progressively more challenging, with the final level attained by a challenger representing their score in this examination. Do you have any objections? Despite feeling slighted due to prior neglect, the representatives from the Land of the Rising Sun, acutely aware of Huaxia's overwhelming strength, dared not express any discontent during the meeting. The eldest among them smiled and spoke first. No objections, however, concerning the current circumstances, we have a modest proposal to put forth. Please proceed, came the response. In the spirit of goodwill, we have already transported 100 candidates for the joint examination to your shores. Unfortunately, due to the unfamiliar environment and conditions, they are struggling to acclimatize and adequately prepare for the challenges ahead. Upon hearing this, the Huaxia leaders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. And therefore? In the interest of fairness, we propose that the date for the national joint examination be moved forward. At this pronouncement, the leaders of Huaxia were momentarily taken aback. Moved forward? By how long? We are aware that your nation's transition date is slightly later than ours, thus we suggest holding the examination 3 days from now. What did you say, 3 days? The expressions of the Huaxia leaders shifted dramatically at this revelation. One senior military official, General Zhu Biao, rose abruptly, slamming his hand upon the table in indignation. You insolent fools from the land of the rising sun, do you take my patience for granted? 3 days, the entire world knows that your nation's transition period has been advanced by a whole month, now you dare to request an even earlier date, are you not satisfied with the advantage you already possess? Indeed, last year, a remarkably gifted high priest had emerged in Japan, altering the fortunes of the nation and advancing the transition dates for all its citizens. This had resulted in a full month's additional training time for Japan's candidates compared to those from Huaxia. While a month may seem insignificant in the grand tapestry of life, for those newly transitioned, it represented a chasm of opportunity, particularly for those with SSS-level talents. As the representatives from the land of the rising sun faced such scorn, the 7 most formidable warriors behind them could no longer contain their rage. They unsheathed their weapons, ready to engage in combat. In response, the 7 saints of Huaxia brandished their own arms. Li disregarding the high-ranking officials, leapt onto the table with a derisive smile and declared, "What's this, young ones from the land of the rising sun? Do you wish to engage in a contest of strength? You are the supreme warrior of Huaxia, the sword saint Li Maobai," exclaimed one of the Japanese warriors, visibly startled. Indeed, that is I. Yet, I am merely the surface's champion. Above me, there are many who surpass my prowess. However, for dealing with you, my presence suffices. With Li Maobai's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. It was known that in his youth, he had challenged many renowned warriors of the land of the rising sun, emerging victorious in every encounter, often dispatching foes with a single strike. This history fostered a deep-seated fear of the sword saint among the Japanese. As the tension in the room mounted, the Japanese leaders, sensing the awkwardness, coughed and gestured towards the global broadcast cameras, exclaiming, as the foremost nation in the world, Huaxia's display of arrogance is rather unbecoming. This meeting is being broadcasted worldwide. We urge Huaxia to consider its national image carefully. At this juncture, the highest-ranking leader from Huaxia, Li Jianguo, finally rose, pulling on Li Maobai's sleeve as a signal to temper his demeanor. Li Maobai huffed dismissively, stepping down from the table to stand behind Li Jianguo once more. Li Jianguo was meticulously reviewing the submissions from Huaxia's 5 top academies, which encompassed nearly all the transition candidates for the year. His primary focus was on the documents from Huayin Academy. However, the situation was disheartening. This year, there were only 6 legendary SSS-level candidates, and no unique hidden professions at all. Meanwhile, he had received credible intelligence indicating that the land of the rising sun had 2 confirmed unique hidden professions. Given this, coupled with the disadvantage of a month's lesser training time, it seemed highly probable that the upcoming joint examination would end in failure for Huaxia. Yet, refusing the demands of the Japanese would also undermine the dignity of Huaxia as the leading nation. It was critical to remember that this meeting was being broadcast live, with leaders from 233 nations observing his every word in action, each of which must be executed with utmost caution. Noticing Li Jianguo's evident dilemma, the representatives from the land of the rising sun pressed their advantage. As a global power with a population tenfold that of ours, we trust that Huaxia will not object to this slight adjustment in timing. As Li Jianguo contemplated his response, Li Maobai could no longer restrain himself, shouting, "Enough! It is merely a matter of moving the date forward by 3 days, I agree." At this declaration, both Li Jianguo and the other leaders of Huaxia were left in utter astonishment. Chapter 68. You've performed remarkably well, my dear boy. Tonight, I shall treat you to a foot bath and spa. Li Jianguo's expression darkened instantly. He had suggested at the outset of this meeting that Li Maobai should not be allowed to participate, fearing this fellow would cause chaos. Yet, to his dismay, the higher-ups insisted that Li Maobai could indeed keep the situation under control and must be included. As it turned out, this rascal did not disappoint. He certainly managed to assert dominance, but he also created quite the havoc. He directly spoke on behalf of his superior, making decisions without hesitation. However, it was too late to retract any statements. In such a serious and globally broadcasted meeting, words once spoken could not be taken back. Though Li Jianguo felt helpless, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Meanwhile, the 3 representatives from the land of the rising sun could hardly contain their laughter upon hearing the other party's unexpected acquiescence. They were more aware than anyone of how excessive a 3-day timeframe was. This was akin to the professionals from Huaxia having just 1 week to transition. 1 week, regardless of how astonishing one's talent might be, it was inconceivable that they could rival the prowess of the 2 prodigies from the east. 3 days had initially been the duration they intended to use as a bargaining chip against Huaxia. Whether the final outcome was 5 days or 10, they would still come out ahead. Moreover, the longer the time frame given by Huaxia, the greater the loss of face for them. This was a deliberate trap set by the east. No matter how Huaxia responded, they would inevitably suffer losses. Yet, due to Li Mabai's casual agreement, Huaxia had taken the largest hit. The elder leading the delegation from the east suppressed his amusement, his lips twitching like a tightly wound spring, and remarked, Huaxia truly lives up to its reputation as the world's foremost power. Your generosity is commendable. In light of this, we from the east have no further objections. Li Jiangluo's face turned an even deeper shade of anger, his teeth clenched, wishing he could tear Li Mabai apart. However, given that this was a globally broadcast international meeting, he had no choice but to stifle his fury and speak in a low voice. Since there are no objections, this meeting is hereby concluded. 3 days hence, a national examination will be held in the central square of Lehigh City. I trust everyone will attend punctually. After Li Jiangluo spoke, he rose and departed without waiting for a response. Li Mabai, wearing an expression of indifference, followed closely behind. In a secluded room, Li Jiangluo seized Li Mabai by the collar and unleashed a tirade of anger. I implore you, must you always act so recklessly? Do you even realize the magnitude of the loss we have incurred? Li Mabai maintained a light smile, responding calmly, brother, there's no need to fret, though I may seem carefree in my daily life. I assure you I do not act irresponsibly when it comes to national affairs. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangluo released his grip. Come, enlighten me on how you intend to justify this. Li Mabai stretched lazily, retrieving a piece of gum from his bag and chewing as he spoke. On my way to Lehigh, I encountered a newly transitioned professional whose strength is sufficient to crush all the professionals from the east. At this statement, Li Jiangluo was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting? I just meticulously reviewed the data submitted by the 5 major academies. There are only 6 legendary SSS-ranked professionals, and not a single hidden class among them. The east has brought 2 hidden class professionals with them. Given the disparity in training time, who could possibly possess the strength to overpower all their members? Brother, do not forget that hidden classes can manifest both inherently and through later awakening. Some professions may begin as mere F or C ranks upon transitioning, but once a certain condition is triggered, they may awaken into a hidden class. However, those who awaken later still display their pre-awakening profession in their records. Li Jiangluo paused, then inquired, are you suggesting that among this year's cohort, there exists a hidden class powerhouse who awaken later? Li Mabai smiled nonchalantly. Precisely. This is the core reason I was bold enough to acquiesce to their unreasonable demands. Moreover, while it may appear that we are at a disadvantage with this 3-day timeline, should we ultimately prevail in this contest, as he spoke, a cold smile spread across his face. Li Jiangluo began to grasp the implication. If they triumphed, it would signify that they had defeated their opponents in a shorter training period, rendering the East the true fools in this scenario. Ah, that is the crux of the matter. You performed admirably this time. Tonight, I shall treat you to a foot bath and spa. I shall head upstairs. In the Demon Domain Mountains, at the Palace of 10,000 Poisons, Zhou Zi was intently channeling her inner power into the yin-yang energy vessel. Meanwhile, Lu Fan lounged on Zhou Zi's bed, casually playing on his phone. He posted a message in the Demon Domain Mountains news channel looking to acquire a 4th-tier breakthrough certificate. Sincere offers only, price and conditions are negotiable, absolutely no haggling. It was worth noting that after completing 2 hell-level Shizhua Ridge dungeons, Lu Fan had experienced an overflow of experience, propelling him to level 39 post his 3rd-tier breakthrough. Now, if he could obtain a 4th-tier breakthrough certificate, he could instantly break through to level 40, significantly enhancing his strength. However, unexpectedly, the volume of messages in the Demon Domain Mountains channel was overwhelming. Lu Fan's message was swiftly buried, barely lingering for 5 seconds. Hey, Z, could you ask your people at the Palace of 10,000 Poisons to help me find a 4th-tier breakthrough certificate? It would save me the trouble of grinding for it myself. Although Zhou Zi was fully focused on concocting the Deathly Fate elixir, her primary requirement was continuous energy infusion, allowing her to multitask. With one hand channeling energy, she retrieved a poison pill from her bag to supplement her energy. Glancing at Lu Fan, she replied, there's no rush for the 4th-tier breakthrough certificate. Once I finish my alchemy, I'll take you to explore the black market in the Demon Domain Mountains. I'm sure we can procure one there. A black market? Such a place exists? Lu Fan, who had spent several months in the Demon Domain Mountains during his previous life, had never heard of the existence of a black market. He only knew that there were no auctions in the Demon Domain Mountains due to the lack of security in such perilous areas. In the past, several audacious auction houses had attempted to establish auctions there. However, once a valuable item was showcased, it would inevitably draw attention, and when bidders left with their prizes, they would be targeted by hidden assassins. Not only would they lose their items, but their lives would also be forfeit. Over time, no professionals dared to participate in auctions, leading to their gradual demise. Nevertheless, after teams completed dungeons in the Demon Domain Mountains, the items they obtained still required the support of a trading market. Thus, the underground black market emerged. Within the black market, a mix of individuals thrived, with countless secret passages. Due to its complex terrain and the confidentiality of transactions, more and more professionals chose to trade in the black market, resulting in its increasing prosperity in recent years. Zhou Zi chuckled lightly. The black market in the Demon Domain Mountains is rife with illicit transactions. To evade government oversight, its locations are exceedingly hidden, and entry is typically restricted to those introduced by acquaintances or guaranteed by large factions. Ordinary outsiders remain blissfully unaware of its existence. Ah, I see, Lu Fan mused, realizing that this world was far more intricate than he had imagined. Just then, Lu Fan received a text notification from the Huaxia government. In 3 days, Huaxia will conduct a joint examination with the East in the central square of Lehigh City. We encourage capable professionals to participate. The top 10 performers will receive generous rewards. Furthermore, considering the time constraints faced by most examinees, the national examination next month will proceed as planned, so participants need not worry. Chapter 69. Another breakthrough, Level 40, the Ethereal Dominator Armor. Upon receiving the sudden text message, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought there were still over 20 days until the joint examination, yet it had been unexpectedly moved up to just 3 days later. However, this posed little concern for him. Given Lu Fan's current prowess, he could easily crush the insignificant ants of the Eastern Isles, even if the examination were to commence immediately. Yet, for the sake of making a more profound impression, Lu Fan still aspired to elevate his level to 40 before the examination. After all, Li Mabai had previously mentioned that there were 2 hidden professions on the Eastern Isles. Furthermore, Lu Fan had recently seen international news reporting that the Grand Priest of the Eastern Isles had sacrificed his lifespan to enhance the nation's fortune, allowing their citizens to transition to new professions a whole month earlier. With an entire month allocated for the cultivation of hidden professions, utilizing the nation's resources, their strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Although Lu Fan remained confident in his ability to emerge victorious, he felt that merely winning would not suffice. He craved an overwhelming triumph. After all, his opponents were from a nation that was faring relatively well. He desired nothing less than absolute domination. He wanted the Eastern Isles to fully realize that the strength of Huaxia was beyond the reach of such a minor nation. Lu Fan conveyed the news from the message to Zhou Zi, who nodded in understanding. She promptly summoned the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poison Palace, instructing all members to set aside their current affairs and scour the black market for the 4th-tier breakthrough certificate, regardless of the cost. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poison Palace, receiving the order, wasted no time and called upon the Beast King and other elite members, swiftly leading all the members to the black market of the Demon Domain Mountains. Even those not affiliated with the 10,000 Poison Palace, such as the Elven Archer and the Blade King of Martial Extremes, volunteered to assist in the search upon hearing the news. 3 days later, the group returned triumphantly with the 4th-tier breakthrough certificate. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi had successfully refined the deadly pill. Lu Fan utilized the breakthrough certificate, while Xiao Zi consumed the deadly pill. The two achieved a simultaneous breakthrough, 4th-tier breakthrough successful. Due to experience overflow, his level rose to 42, with all attributes at 300, and an additional 500 free attribute points. Beyond the 4th tier, each level gained would yield 100 to all attributes and 500 free attribute points. The Ethereal Ghostfire upgraded at level 5. It inflicts 3,000 mental damage per second for 60 seconds, with a mana cost of 5,000 and a cooldown of 0.5 seconds. The Ethereal Flame Pillar upgraded at level 4. It summons a towering flame pillar within a 50-meter radius, dealing 5,000 mental damage to all targets in the area, with a mana cost of 20,000 and a cooldown of 7 seconds. Summon Hellhounds upgraded at level 4. It summons 4 Hellhounds to aid in battle, with a mana cost of 30,000 and a cooldown of 40 seconds. Ethereal Binding upgraded at level 3. It causes substantial ethereal flames to grow from the ground, ensnaring the target and inflicting 6,000 mental damage per second for 5 seconds, with a mana cost of 100,000 and a cooldown of 16 seconds. Summon Hell Wolves upgraded. Understanding the summoning skill, at level 3, it summons 3 Hell Wolves to aid in battle, with a mana cost of 200,000 and a cooldown of 100 seconds. Multiple summons upgraded at level 3. The total number of summoned beasts from all summoning skills is 12. Ethereal Fire Rain upgraded at level 2. It calls down a torrential rain of ethereal fire upon a designated area, inflicting 8,000 mental damage per second for 6 seconds, with a mana cost of 800,000 and a cooldown of 50 seconds. Summon Hell Birds at level 2 summons 2 Hell Birds to assist in battle, with a mana cost of 40,000 and a cooldown of 220 seconds. Gained active skill Ethereal Dominator Armor at level 1. Summon substantial flames to envelop the body, rendering the user immune to all damage and inflicting mental backlash damage upon attackers, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Gain summoning skill. Summon Ethereal Python at level 1 summons a gigantic ethereal python to assist in battle, a control-type summon beast, with a cooldown of 360 seconds. On the other side, Zhou Zi had also reached level 60. Lu Fan glanced up and noticed a peculiar purple pattern had appeared on her forehead post-upgrade. "Zi, what is that pattern on your forehead?" Lu Fan inquired with curiosity. With a playful smile, Zhou Zi replied, "This is my level 60 talent skill. As for its effects, that's a secret." Just then, Lu Fan's phone received another text message. The joint examination between Huaxia and the Eastern Isles will commence in 1 hour. All participating professionals are advised to arrive at the center square of Lehigh City 30 minutes in advance. After reading the message, Lu Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Alright, it's time to set off. Lu Fan, I want to accompany you. I wish to witness you humiliate those Eastern Isles scoundrels thoroughly." "Of course, no problem, let us depart." At Lehigh City's central square, a towering testing tower loomed majestically at the heart of the square. Surrounding the tower was a tri-layered perimeter. The outermost layer consisted of thousands of Huaxia guards forming a protective ring to prevent unrelated individuals from entering and disrupting the order of the examination. The middle circle housed the participating professionals and their accompanying family members, while the innermost circle was designated for the supervising instructors. Their purpose was to scrutinize the participants closely to ensure there were no external influences, use of props, or any violations. The group of supervising instructors hailed from Huaxia's four prestigious academies: Lingxiao Academy, Tiangang Academy, Xuanshuang Academy, and Qingyun Academy. All were esteemed educators with years of rich experience in supervision. The absence of instructors from Huayin Academy was due to its status as Huaxia's most core institution and a crucial trump card. Under normal circumstances, Huaxia would not easily disclose its existence. Consequently, even the principal of Sangnan No. 1 High School was initially unaware of Huayin Academy's presence. As the joint examination drew near, a multitude of exceptionally gifted professionals began to arrive from various parts of the nation. Jiang Shuat, Xiao Linglong, Han Yanlan, and the prodigious talent of Yin Jing, Qin Hao, all made their sequential appearances. Chapter 70 of the Premier Youth of Huaxia, legendary great SSS, Windblade swordsman. In the bustling central square of Lehigh City, a throng of people surged forth. With less than 10 minutes remaining before the commencement of the national examination, the supervising teachers had already taken their positions. The number of participants had exceeded 100, with practitioners arriving from all corners of the nation. Spectators had gathered in such numbers that not a drop of water could pass through. All were eagerly anticipating the competition between Huaxia and the land of the rising sun, and were particularly curious about the talented youths emerging from Huaxia this year. As they awaited, numerous gifted individuals continued to arrive. At that moment, Han Tianhai, the head of the Han family, hurried to the square accompanied by Han Yanlan and several members of the Han clan. Please make way. My daughter is here to compete. Han Tianhai proclaimed with immense pride upon hearing that a competitor was approaching. The previously crowded crowd swiftly parted to create a passage. Han Yanlan, encircled by her family, soon found herself enveloped in a protective barrier. However, she felt a deep sense of trepidation within. Father, this is a competition between two nations. The participants are the best of the best from across the country. Is it truly appropriate for me to participate? Han Yanlan expressed her self-doubt, having witnessed Lu Fan's prowess firsthand and understanding the vast chasm separating her abilities from those of the world. Han Tianhai, unfazed, comforted her with a smile. Yanlan, do not burden yourself with such pressure. Our purpose for coming here is not to achieve remarkable results, it is merely to make an appearance. Make an appearance? What do you mean? Han Yanlan inquired, her face etched with confusion. With a triumphant grin, Han Tianhai replied, My dear daughter, while your professional talent may be merely S-grade and not overly impressive, your beauty and figure are undoubtedly among the finest. I have heard that the four great families of Yinjing will all be in attendance. If by chance you capture the attention of one of their young masters, your future could be exceedingly bright. Upon hearing this, Han Yanlan's cheeks flushed crimson. Father, why have you dressed me so provocatively today? With this strapless dress and black stockings, do you intend to sell me off? Yanlan, do not misunderstand me, every decision I make is for your benefit. Do you wish to spend your life as Lu Fan's concubine, enduring his cruelty? At this, Han Yanlan's ears burned with embarrassment. The mere mention of Lu Fan conjured memories of that night when she had been subjected to his torment 7 times, yet, despite the overwhelming feelings of revulsion and shame, she could not shake the exhilaration he had bestowed upon her that evening, a sensation she had never before experienced, making it difficult for her to forget. In fact, ever since that night, she had attempted to recapture that feeling before sleep, but it always fell short. Father, but my first time was taken by Lu Fan, and I am nominally still his concubine. Do you think any young masters would look my way? Han Yanlan bit her lip, expressing her doubts. Have faith, perhaps they might find your situation intriguing, and who knows, they may even take it upon themselves to deal with that detestable Lu Fan. Just consider this an opportunity to showcase yourself. Remember, once you enter the testing tower, slaying monsters is not the objective, revealing your figure is paramount. Do you understand? Han Yanlan awkwardly nodded. So, I should adopt a more alluring posture when casting spells. Precisely. You grasp it well, Yanlan, you truly are insightful, he praised. With a resigned sigh, Han Yanlan accepted her fate. Seeing his daughter acquiesce, Han Tianhai breathed a sigh of relief, though he wished for her not to engage in such matters. As the head of the Han family, he could not bear the thought of the Han clan being overshadowed by the Lu family for eternity. Such humiliation was more unbearable than death itself. He could only hope that his daughter's talents and beauty would help them reclaim their dignity. However, to his astonishment, the staff, after assessing Han Yanlan's qualifications, stated, I'm sorry, but your strength does not meet the criteria for participation. What? Han Tianhai was taken aback. You must be mistaken. My daughter possesses S-grade talent. I sincerely apologize, but in this context, S-grade talent is not deemed high enough. More importantly, your daughter is only at level 10, making participation meaningless. Level 10 is insufficient? We are merely a week away from transitioning. The staff chuckled lightly, shaking their heads before turning away, leaving Han Tianhai frozen in disbelief. He could not fathom that his pride and joy, his daughter, lacked even the qualifications to compete. Look up at the sky. What is that? At that moment, the crowd erupted in excitement. A colossal sword-shaped airship gradually emerged from the clouds, emblazoned with a large character for Qin on its prow. The sword vessel, it belongs to the Qin family. Simultaneously, on the rooftop of the Central Squares building, Li Jianguo and several high-ranking officials, along with Li Mabai and the esteemed 7 saints of Huaxia, stood up to gaze at the imposing airship. Never would I have imagined that among the 4 great families of Yinjing, the Qin family would be the first to arrive, Li Jianguo remarked with a calm smile, glancing at the list of prodigies in his hand. Qin Hao, the universally acknowledged top genius of Huaxia this year, profession. Legendary great SSS, Windblade swordsman. Li Mabai, intrigued, queried, I am curious, this year, there are other legendary grade SSS talents as well, since everyone has just transitioned, what makes him the foremost? Li Jianguo chuckled softly. Ah, you have been stationed in the endless abyss for so long that you have not heard his tale. It is said that Qin Hao awakened a week earlier than others, and he did so without the need for a transition array. He awakened independently. When he did, the heavens themselves responded, causing a stir throughout Yanjing. Since then, he has been regarded as the first genius among the populace. A week early, awakening independently, truly a testament to the Qin family's swordsmanship. Their bloodline talent seems to grow stronger with each generation, Li Maobai mused, extracting a piece of gum from his bag and popping it into his mouth. At that moment, a striking woman clad in alluring crimson silk approached Li Maobai, covering her mouth with a playful smile. Maobai, do you think the head of the Qin family will come seeking you out again to challenge you for the title of Sword Saint that rightfully belongs to him? Li Maobai shrugged nonchalantly. I have no objections. If he wishes to fight, then let him. There is nothing I fear more in this life than a good brawl. As soon as he finished speaking, the airship's hatch opened. A remarkably handsome and elegant young man emerged, gracefully alighting in the waiting area for practitioners. The gazes of the crowd were instantly drawn to this young figure, and the hundreds of live broadcasting cameras turned their lenses toward him. Media reporters eagerly began to introduce the identity of this newly arrived individual. It was none other than the universally recognized strongest prodigy of Huaxia this year, Qin Hao. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elderly leaders and practitioners from the land of the rising sun turned their attention to the scene. The aged elder immediately gestured to a middle-aged man beside him, instructing, immediately investigate that young man's information. Understood, replied the middle-aged man, one of the three high-ranking diplomats accompanying the elder. Suddenly, a blue light flickered in his eyes. Within a second, he had gleaned Qin Hao's level and profession information. Level of 37, profession legendary grade SSS, Windblade Swordsman. Upon hearing this, the elderly man was initially taken aback. I cannot believe he has reached level 37 in merely 7 days. Truly worthy of the title of Huaxia's foremost genius. Yet, soon after, a smug smile crept upon his face. However, it is unfortunate that such extraordinary talent is merely legendary grade SSS and not a unique hidden profession. The middle-aged man beside him could not help but scoff. If this young man truly is Huaxia's top genius, it implies that there may not be anyone else awakening hidden professions this year. If that is the case, victory for the land of the rising sun is all but assured. Chapter 71 Legendary Level SSS, Dragon Tamer Master. In this world where the game has descended, while the disparity between the legendary level SSS and the unique hidden professions may not be insurmountable, it is a well-acknowledged fact globally that unique hidden professions surpass legendary level SSS. Just as legendary level SSS outshines level SSS. At this moment, two prodigious youths from the land of the rising sun, Shota and Takuya, approached with measured steps. They had overheard the conversation between the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman. Minister, did you just assert that the Huaxia nation lacks hidden professionals? The elder smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Shota and Takuya, as long as you both perform to your potential, this battle will undoubtedly bring Huaxia to its knees. Remember, this is a global broadcast, leaders from over 200 nations will witness it. The dignity of Huaxia will suffer a severe blow, and its international influence will diminish significantly. Consequently, those nations that have remained neutral will likely align with us, the land of the rising sun, and the United States. The supremacy of Huaxia as the world's foremost power will be shaken. However, upon hearing these words from the elder, no trace of joy appeared on Shota and Takuya's faces. Shota, wielding a yin-yang fan, sighed and shook his head. If our opponent lacks hidden professions and their transition time is significantly shorter than ours, even if we win, I find little enjoyment in the battle. Takuya, displaying a similar dissatisfaction, chimed in, Shota is absolutely right. This slaughtering of weaklings is utterly tedious. The elder, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. You two young rascals, heed my words, this concerns national affairs and must not be treated lightly. Adjust your attitudes immediately. While it is highly probable that our opponent lacks hidden professions, legendary level SSS is still formidable. When the challenge arises, you must give it your all. Shota sheathed his yin-yang fan and clasped his fists. Understood, Minister. Takuya, however, retained his rebellious demeanor. Rest assured, Minister. Watch as I trample Huaxia beneath my feet. Amidst their conversation, an elder clad in a brown robe gradually emerged from the Qin family's sword vessel, revealing himself as Qin Wuxuan, the patriarch of the Qin family and the sword sovereign. Once the bearer of the title of Sword Saint, he fell to defeat at the hands of Li Maobai and was stripped of his title, demoted to Sword Sovereign. He descended beside Qin Hao, offering a few conventional pre-match encouragements, only to be met with Qin Hao's impatient urging for him to leave promptly. Qin Hao, inherently arrogant and surpassing his peers in both athleticism and intellect from a young age, had allowed his conceit to reach new heights post-transition. Even the words of his grandfather, the esteemed patriarch Qin Wuxuan, fell on deaf ears. He had no intention of participating in the upcoming joint examination, as his sole focus was on leveling up, defeating Li Maobai, and reclaiming the title of Sword Saint, which had been taken from his grandfather by Li Maobai. His presence here was solely to showcase his talent before Li Maobai. After the examination, he intended to challenge Li Maobai to a 10-year agreement, promising a one-on-one duel in a decade. As Qin Wuxuan perceived Qin Hao's disinterest, he refrained from further attempts to engage him, soaring aloft on his sword, transforming into a white rainbow, and teleporting to the top of the building. Li Maobai, once the joint examination concludes, may I challenge you to another duel? Upon uttering these words, the 7 saints of Huaxia erupted in laughter. A sensuous woman adorned in a crimson sash covered her mouth, laughing. Mabai, did I not tell you? Li Mabai smiled nonchalantly. Sure, I too feel a bit restless. Qin Wuxuan nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. Do not leave afterward, whoever departs first is a little dog. Qin Wuxuan. Li Jianguo furrowed his brow. Mabai, mind your language and apologize to Mr. Qin. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. A colossal crimson dragon, measuring several meters in length, gradually emerged from the clouds. On its back sat a maiden in a vibrant red gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, none other than Lin Xia, a new generation professional from the esteemed Lin family of Yanjing. The onlookers were left in awe. Ordinary citizens, who had only ever seen dragons on television, were now witnessing a genuine dragon before their eyes. Though not particularly enormous, the sheer reality of it was profoundly astonishing, causing some timid individuals to faint from sheer terror. As Lin Xia guided the crimson dragon to a lower altitude, she leaped gracefully to land beside Qin Hao. Her face devoid of emotion, she coldly remarked, Qin Hao, long time no see. Did you come alone? Qin Hao, busily polishing his sword, replied without looking up, what of it, should I bring family along for a joint examination? How embarrassing. This remark reached Han Yanlan, who happened to be nearby, causing her cheeks to flush with anger. Yet, given Lin Xia's noble status, she could not express her ire openly, redirecting her frustration toward her father, Han Tianhai, urging him to leave with the Han family promptly. Meanwhile, the elder from the land of the rising sun sensed something amiss. The dragon, regarded as the king of beasts, could only be controlled by someone of considerable strength. He quickly instructed the middle-aged man beside him to investigate further. Minister, we have discovered her identity. Level 31, Legendary Level SSS Profession, Dragon Tamer Master. Fortunately, it is not a hidden profession. The elder glanced at his phone. Only 5 minutes remained until the examination commenced. Just then, the space above the square began to twist ominously. An elder in a grey robe, accompanied by a girl clad in a black lace miniskirt, stepped forth from the distorted space. Miss, I shall escort you here. Thank you, Grandpa Kongji, for making the trip. You need not come to fetch me later, I can return by myself. Rest assured, I will be prompt in fetching you back, lest you seek out that young man named Lu Fan on your own. Chapter 72. Legendary SSS, Supreme Dual Pupils. Humph, Grandfather Kongji, it would have been better if you had remained silent. Now that you've spoken, I find myself somewhat irked. After all, who asked you to destroy the Mandarin duck seal I had with Lu Fan? Xiao Linglong pouted, her hands placed firmly upon her proud chest, her expression one of dissatisfaction. That is merely an unknown ruffian. There is absolutely no possibility for the young lady in him. A love that bears no fruit has already concluded from the very outset, thus sparing one the agony of heartbreak, the elder replied. Oh? Grandfather Kongji, does this imply that you possess a tale to tell? Cough enough of that. I shall first seek out an old friend for a reminiscence. Once the competition concludes, I will escort the young lady back. By the way, the master has commanded that the young lady should feel no pressure regarding this joint examination. As for rankings, simply do your best. Humph, are you implying that you wish to evade your promise? Regardless, I care not. As long as I secure a position within the top 5, my engagement shall be annulled, and I will choose my own beloved. The elderly Kongji chuckled helplessly, waving his hand to send Xiao Linglong down. This matter does not require the master's decision. My words carry no weight. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the space rippled. In the next moment, he was teleported to the rooftop of the central tower. Greetings, everyone. It has been quite some time, I trust you are all well. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong landed gracefully beside Lin Xia and Qin Hao. Oh, you all are here. We are merely missing Yishir, she remarked. Lin Xia smirked coldly, that fellow wouldn't dare to skip because of his engagement with you, would he? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's previously stern demeanor began to waver as he chuckled lightly. I must say, Linglong, Yishir is quite a decent person, albeit a bit introverted. What you said the other day was indeed a tad excessive. Humph, what is excessive? He may be a good person, but I simply do not like him. Even if we were to marry, our lives would not be filled with happiness, Xiao Linglong retorted, her lips pursed. As the group conversed, the elderly gentleman from the East Ing glanced over, taken aback by the apparent arrival of yet another prodigious young woman just as the competition was about to commence. He hastily commanded the middle-aged man beside him to investigate. However, just as the middle-aged man prepared to employ his probing technique on Xiao Linglong, a figure clad in a black hoodie stepped protectively in front of her. With a swift turn of his head, he disrupted the middle-aged man's observation technique. What was even more alarming was that with a mere glance, this renowned master of ocular techniques from the East Ing found himself bleeding from his eyes, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The elderly gentleman sensed something amiss and immediately looked up, only to witness the youth before him possessing a pair of innate dual pupils. The terrifying ocular power nearly left him in a daze, on the brink of succumbing to an illusion. Fortunately, the youth's level was not overly formidable, allowing the elder to narrowly escape and avert his gaze from the boy's dual pupils, focusing instead on the information displayed above his head. Level 32, Supreme Dual Pupils SSS. The young man gazed at the East Ing individual, who appeared utterly disheveled, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do not gaze upon that which should not be seen. With that, he silently moved to Xiao Linglong's side, his eyes returning to their normal human form. It was at this moment that Xiao Linglong finally noticed the youth beside her and playfully punched him. Hey, Yishir, when did you arrive? You startled me. Can you not walk without making a sound? Indeed, this dual-pupiled youth was none other than Yishir from the illustrious Yi family, one of the 4 great clans of Yanjing. In Xiao Linglong's presence, the fierce demeanor Yishir had towards the East Ing individuals dissipated entirely, leaving only the appearance of a well-behaved student. I arrived long ago, I was merely waiting for you, he replied. Lin Xia, donning a long dress, furrowed her brow in confusion. Yishir, after Xiao Linglong scolded you so harshly that day, you still haven't given up? Yishir nodded, pursing his lips. Yes, I shall not give up. Qinhao, polishing his long sword, teased, Yishir, that girl, Xiao Linglong, is quite the wild one. Your temperament does not suit her taste. I dare say, you might as well consider Lin Xia. Scram, this young lady has no interest in men. Xiao Linglong retorted. Qinhao chuckled lightly. Nevertheless, you managed to conceal your presence so well that I could not detect you, Yishir. You truly possess remarkable skills. At this moment, atop the tower, Li Jianguo glanced at the time, concluding his conversation with the others, and turned to look at the central plaza below. The joint examination was about to begin. The 4 from Yanjing had arrived, with only 2 from the Luin Academy remaining, along with, as Li Jianguo spoke, he turned to the laughter-filled figure of Li Mabe, sternly commanding, Mabe, come here at once and check if that young man you mentioned has arrived. Li Mabe waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, brother, he will definitely be here. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushuang, the head of the Qin family, and the elder Kongji from the Xiao family were both taken aback. Li brother, are you implying that amidst this year's youth talents in Huaxia, there exists someone even more worthy of attention than my grandson, Qinhao? Qin Wushuang inquired directly. Li Mabe laughed heartily. Your Qinhao is nothing, compared to that young man, he is unworthy to even carry his shoes. What did you say? Qin Wushuang could hardly believe Li Mabe would dare speak so about his grandson. His internal aura erupted instantly, drawing his sword with a menacing demeanor. The others hastily rushed to intervene. Li Jianguo was left speechless. Mabe, could you not temper your words? Quickly apologize to Elder Qin. Li Mabe smirked. But I spoke the truth. Why should I apologize? If you do not believe me, you shall see for yourself shortly. Of course, if Elder Qin truly wishes to engage in combat, I would not mind allowing you to experience defeat once again. Qin Wushuang trembled with rage. Li Jianguo was utterly exasperated. Enough already, our immediate concern is to vanquish the East Ing. We cannot afford to have discord among ourselves and provide them with the opportunity to mock us. Qin Wushuang snorted disdainfully. Li Mabe, after the joint examination concludes, I shall reclaim all that I have lost from you. Always at your service. At that moment, the crowd below erupted into gasps of astonishment. From the heavens descended 24 shadowy colossal birds, piercing through the clouds, casting shadows upon the ground, their imposing presence undeniable. Li Mabe looked up, bursting into laughter. That young man has arrived. Upon the dark birds, Lu Fan was engaged in a phone conversation. Xiao Xue, I've arrived. Where are you? I don't see you. I just got here, having entered this waiting area. Where are you? She replied. I am in the sky. However, Lu Fan's words were abruptly cut off as a teacher snatched the phone from Jiang Xue. This was the very teacher who had forcibly taken Jiang Xue from Lu Fan as home. Jingfeng, with a cold smile, he addressed Lu Fan. So, it is you, Lu Fan. I believe I made myself exceedingly clear earlier. Do not maintain any contact with Jiang Xue. She and you are destined to belong to 2 entirely different worlds. Furthermore, let me remind you, this joint examination between our 2 nations is not a privilege for an F-class practitioner like you. Be off to bed, and do not bring shame upon Huaxia. Without waiting for Lu Fan to respond, Jingfeng hung up the phone, turning his serious gaze toward Jiang Xue. Jiang Xue, the sole reason I made an exception to allow you to bring your phone is to prevent you from getting lost. It was not intended for such frivolities. You must understand that in this world, power reigns supreme. The swiftest path to enhancing your strength is of utmost importance. Any romantic entanglements will only squander your precious potential. But? Jiang Xue, do not forget that it is through my diligent guidance over the past few days that you have managed to break through to level 30 so swiftly. Are you now prepared to challenge your teacher for the sake of that worthless boy? And no. Teacher, I wouldn't dare. Chapter 73. The joint examination commences. Lu Fan strikes first. As the joint examination began, Lu Fan swiftly eliminated one opponent. Jiang Xue, intimidated by Qing Feng's terrifying aura, repeatedly waved her hands, rendered speechless. Teacher, Jiang Xue acknowledges her mistake. Please do not be so fierce with her, as it may adversely affect the exam's atmosphere. At this moment, a blonde youth beside Jiang Xue spoke up, pulling her behind him. Qingfeng let out a cold smile. Very well, I shall hold my grievances until the results are announced. As I have stated, your scores must place within the top 5 nationally. Should you fail to achieve this, you know the consequences. Upon hearing the word consequences, Jiang Xue and the blonde youth involuntarily trembled slightly. Rest assured, teacher, we will strive to excel. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Lu Fan shouted to the elven archer behind him, have you found them yet? Yes, the one with white hair and azure eyes, right? Indeed. Over there. The elven archer pointed in the direction. As Lu Fan caught sight of the target, a cold smirk crept across his lips. At long last, I've found you. He deftly maneuvered his phantom bird to fly low before leaping down. Following him were Zhou Zi, the king of beasts, the Wujidi king, and the elven archer, all jumping down as well. Zhou Zi, visibly displeased, remarked, Hey, Lu Fan, what is your relationship with Jiang Xue that you care so much? Lu Fan smiled faintly, I'll tell you later. First, I have someone to eliminate. Upon hearing this, the group behind him wore expressions of excitement, eager to follow suit. At that moment, the bell signaling the start of the joint examination rang. The practitioners, waiting in the center circle, began to enter the arena. Observing this, Qing Feng led Zhang Shui and the blonde youth towards the inner circle where the testing tower was located. However, they found their path obstructed by Lu Fan and his companions. Zhang Shui spotted Lu Fan and felt a surge of joy, wanting to call out to him, but recalling her teacher's intimidation, she swallowed her words. Hey, who are you? Do you have any idea who I am to dare block my way? Qing Feng bellowed. Lu Fan merely smiled coldly, pulling Zhang Shui behind him before addressing Qing Feng. I take it you are the one called Qing Feng? Qing Feng paused, quickly regaining his composure, and sneered, you must be Lu Fan, right? How bold of you to flaunt your bravado in front of me with a few ruffians. You are exceedingly naive if you think. Before Qing Feng could finish his sentence, Lu Fan unleashed a blast of ghostly flames. The speed was so swift that Qing Feng had no time to react, resulting in his instantaneous demise. This shocking spectacle left everyone dumbfounded. The onlookers outside were utterly startled, their gasps echoing through the air. Cameras broadcasting live globally and reporters from various nations turned their lenses towards Lu Fan. My goodness, who is this person? How dare he commit murder in such a setting? Indeed, how audacious. Could he possibly be a spy from the east? The captain of the Huaxia Guard rushed over, surveying the pile of ashes on the ground, and questioned Lu Fan. Hey, kid, what have you done? Lu Fan shrugged, just eliminated some scum. You've lost your mind. Men, apprehend him at once to prevent any further disturbance. Yes. A few Huaxia guards advanced to subdue Lu Fan, yet, Zhou Zi and the King of Beasts positioned themselves in front of him. Zhou Zi raised her right hand, her purple poisonous aura radiating brilliantly simultaneously. Her level and profession information became visible. Level 60, Legendary SSS class, Deadly Poison Master, the King of Beasts, the Wujidi King, and the Elven Archer also displayed their information, drawing their weapons and entering a combat stance. Zhou Zi, with a fierce expression, declared, let us see who dares to move. It was clear that these guards were only around level 40, and even their captain barely exceeded level 50. Faced with a level 60 powerhouse and several level 50 combatants, they hesitated to act. Are you attempting to rebel? We are the Huaxia Guard, public officials. Should you strike, the consequences will be severe. Lu Fan quickly interposed, smiling nonchalantly, the captain is correct. Do not act rashly. I will accompany him willingly. Extending his hands, he invited the captain to restrain him. The captain, taken aback by Lu Fan's compliance, produced the handcuffs to secure him. The commotion drew the attention of many practitioners who turned to watch. At this moment, Xiao Linglong recognized the troublemaker as Lu Fan and rushed over, shoving the guard captain aside, exclaiming, hey, what are you doing? Who authorized you to cuff him? The guard captain, upon realizing he was addressing the young lady from the Xiao family, immediately faltered. Miss Xiao, this individual just what? Hurry and release him. Lu Fan was utterly astonished. Hey, Xiao Linglong, what are you doing here? Don T tell me you're also a newly minted practitioner this year. Xiao Linglong flicked her short black hair playfully, grinning, what, do I not look like a just turned 18 young lady? Well, you dress too maturely. I didn't realize, but my affairs are of no concern to you. You should hurry and participate in the exam. I'm in no rush. What about you? Are you here to take the exam as well? It's none of your business. Go. I want leave. Observing this, the East Asian spectators wore expressions of triumph. Who would have thought our luck would be so fortuitous, having a fool in such a setting to embarrass Huaxia? It is truly marvelous. It seems we are destined to return in glory. Huaxia, merely a paper giant. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the central tower, Li Jianguo was on a call with the higher-ups of Huayin Academy. They had just witnessed the murder of their instructor via live broadcast and immediately demanded Li Jianguo take stern action and revoke the perpetrator's eligibility to compete. As Li Jianguo grappled with the predicament, the crowd erupted in another wave of astonishment. The two prodigious youths from East Asia, Xiang Tai and Takuya, had already commenced the examination within the testing tower. They were advancing at astonishing speed, having reached the 15th level in mere moments. In contrast, practitioners from Huaxia, such as Qin Haolin and Lin Xia, while not slow, had only just reached the 10th level, lagging significantly behind their East Asian counterparts. Chapter 74. Better late than never. Lu Fan ascends layer by layer, ranking soars. Li Jianguo was acutely aware that in the contest between Huaxia and Dongying, this troublesome youth would become the pivotal factor determining victory or defeat. What surprised him even more was not that the boy dared to commit murder in such a public setting. As a member of Huaxia's upper echelons, he had witnessed countless prodigies over the decades. Nearly all of these geniuses were similarly impetuous and reckless in their youth, much like his brother, Li Mabai. This was a common trait among the gifted. What truly astonished him was that this lad managed to defeat a teacher from the Huayin Academy in a single blow. It must be noted that the Huayin Academy is the most prestigious institution in Huaxia, where the lowest ranked teachers are at least level 60. The fact that this newly transitioned youth possessed such formidable strength was remarkable. In this light, Li Mabai's assertion was indeed correct. This young man's prowess could undoubtedly crush the Dongying contenders. With this realization, Li Jianguo spoke into the phone of Principal Wan. This youth is of utmost importance for the upcoming joint examination. Any actions regarding him must be postponed until after the examination for further discussion. Li Jianguo, what are you saying? That boy has brazenly killed a teacher from the Huayin Academy. If we do not take immediate action, how will the other teachers perceive this? How can I manage the situation in the future? That is your concern, I will be frank with you. I cannot revoke this young man's eligibility for the joint examination unless you can immediately provide someone stronger, otherwise, if we lose this examination, the repercussions are something neither of us can afford. With that, Li Jianguo hung up the phone. He raised his gaze towards the testing tower and noticed that the two prodigies from Dongying had already reached the 25th layer, while Huaxia's Qin Hao and others lagged behind at the 18th layer. Clearly, the gap between the two sides was widening. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Mabai. Instantly understanding, Li Mabai descended on his sword to stand before Lu Fan. Upon seeing the sword Saint Li Mabai arrive, the chief guard from Huaxia immediately bowed in respect. Enough, unshackle his restraints, I will handle the rest. The Huaxia guard chief felt elated at Li Mabai's words, as he had been at a loss for how to proceed. This youth was evidently beyond his capacity to confront. However, due to his duties, he had to act according to the law. Now that the sword saint had taken responsibility, he willingly unfastened Lu Fan's restraints. This development was, of course, anticipated by Lu Fan. His significance in the confrontation between Huaxia and Dongying was self-evident. This was precisely why he dared to act so recklessly, relinquishing any resistance and allowing himself to be captured. Alright, young ones, we have wasted enough time. Let us commence. With a grand gesture, Li Mabai ushered Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and the others to the foot of the testing tower. Lu Fan looked up and saw three swirling entrances before the tower, each representing a different challenge. Attack, defense, and support. The attack entrance required one to defeat the monsters appearing on each floor to ascend to the next. The defense entrance required one to withstand the monster's onslaught for 10 seconds without perishing to move up a layer. The support entrance generated a warrior of corresponding level to assist in battle, but the number of monsters would also double depending on their occupational characteristics. Each individual could choose a different entrance for their challenge. Lu Fan, without hesitation, opted for the attack type, the most popular choice among practitioners. The two prodigies from Dongying also selected the attack type under the rules of the testing tower. This type undoubtedly had advantages, as it allowed for the fastest ascent. Although speed was not the sole determining factor, in scenarios where both sides had climbed the same number of layers, it became the primary point of comparison. If the two prodigies from Dongying could clear the 99 layers of the testing tower in the shortest time, it would declare their victory outright. After Lu Fan made his choice, the others followed suit. Jiang Shui chose the attack type, while her blonde companion opted for defense. Xiao Linglong also selected the attack type. Just as she was about to enter, Yishir suddenly appeared behind her like a specter. Xiao Linglong, is it because of that man that you refuse our engagement? Startled, Xiao Linglong replied exasperatedly, Yishir, when will you ever stop? I've told you before, we are not suited for each other. Focus on your own competition. With that, Xiao Linglong chose the attack type and entered the testing tower. Once Xiao Linglong had entered, Yishir's eyes instantly transformed into dual pupils. Lu Fan, this time, I will prove that I am superior to you. Subsequently, Yishir also chose the attack type and followed suit. Meanwhile, the elderly figure from Dongying observed the five who had just entered, glancing at the rankings displayed on the testing tower, a smug expression gracing his features. At that moment, the real-time leaderboard showcased the results, with Dongying's Xiangtai and Takuya far ahead. Xiangtai held the first position with a score of 29 layers, while Takuya was in second with 28 layers, Qin Hao was third with 20 layers, and Lin Xia was fourth with 19 layers. The disparity was glaringly evident. The elderly Dongying official could not help but chuckle inwardly. These five appeared to possess considerable strength, especially the dual-pupiled youth, who had managed to defeat their nation's master by techniques with merely a glance. However, having only just entered, it was too late now. Your so-called strongest prodigy, Qin Hao, cannot secure a victory, let alone these tardy five. Huaxia, your face will undoubtedly be tarnished this time. Simultaneously, high-ranking officials from various nations around the world were glued to their screens, watching the clash between Huaxia and Dongying unfold. Upon seeing the rankings, the officials from other countries were left in shock. Officials from Tianzhu remarked, Huaxia boasts a population of 1.5 billion, while Dongying only has 100 million. With a 15-fold difference in numbers, yet they still cannot compete. Officials from the United States commented, Huaxia, the so-called number one nation, is nothing impressive. Once the time is ripe, we will unite with European and American allies to declare war on Huaxia. Russian officials expressed their disbelief. What is wrong with Huaxia? They cannot even defeat Dongying. How can they be our ally if they are this weak? Dongying officials rejoiced. Excellent, Huaxia's defeat is all but assured. As long as we vanquish them, our international standing will rise significantly. Immediately relay the message to prepare the highest level ceremony to welcome our victorious return. Meanwhile, the citizens of Huaxia watching the live broadcast, alongside those gathered at the outskirts of the central square in Lehigh City, wore expressions of deep concern and disappointment. What is happening? We traveled such a long distance, and this is the situation. The gap is immense. Those two youths from Dongying are far ahead. We are no match for Dongying at all. Is there truly no hope? Is there no one who can rise to thwart that Dongying brat? Wait, everyone look, the real-time leaderboard is rapidly changing. 3 individuals are skyrocketing in rank. As this statement echoed, everyone turned their gazes back to the screen. There, in the middle of the rankings, Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yishir's names were ascending with astonishing speed, layer by layer, at a rate of 1 layer per second. Chapter 75 Legendary SSS, Necromancer, a global shock. In the incredulous gaze of all, Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yishir astonishingly ascended to the 20th level in less than half a minute. This terrifying velocity left the majority of the previously entered practitioners trailing far behind. The trio's rankings surged almost synchronously and rapidly. This bizarre scene prompted reporters and media outlets worldwide to shift their cameras to the battlefield of these three individuals. The first image to capture the viewer's attention was that of Xiao Linglong, yet, at the very moment the live broadcast commenced, everyone was left dumbfounded. Within the testing tower's space, there stood hundreds of eerie and formidable skeleton warriors, resembling a legion, surrounding the monster spawn point of the tower. The moment the magical creatures appeared, they were obliterated by this horde of skeletal warriors before their forms could even be discerned. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong was casually holding a mirror, primping her appearance, occasionally adjusting her black lace mini-skirt and striking various alluring poses. Subsequently, she snapped a selfie with her phone, seemingly unfazed by the tension of the moment. Everyone was left in shock. Who would have imagined that Xiao Linglong could maintain such composure amid such a serious atmosphere? She was adjusting the beauty filters on her recently captured masterpiece, teasingly remarking, "Look at this selfie, Lu Fan, can it not captivate you?" At this moment, whether among the crowd present, the media reporters, or the high-ranking officials from various nations watching the livestream, all were filled with disbelief at the unfolding scene. While summoners were not uncommon, witnessing someone capable of summoning such a multitude of creatures simultaneously was indeed a first. Simultaneously, the audience beheld the profession and talent above Xiao Linglong's head. Level 40, Legendary SSS Necromancer. This revelation sent a wave of astonishment throughout the venue. It was only a mere week since the transition date. Achieving level 40 in just a week was an extraordinary feat. Even the elder from the land of the rising sun was rendered speechless. Baka, wasn't that Qin Hao supposed to be the strongest genius of Huaxia? How is this girl's level even higher than his? Meanwhile, Qin Hao, who was also challenging the testing tower, was left bewildered. The tower's interior was equipped with live screens, and he too saw Xiao Linglong's level. Good heavens, level 40, how is that possible? He had awakened a week earlier and had devoted all his time to dungeon runs under his family's guidance, without a moment's respite, resulting in his current proud achievement of level 37. He had believed that no one could surpass him during this year's transition in Huaxia, yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Linglong, whom he often regarded as frivolous, had surpassed level 40. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, Qin Hao's extreme arrogance suffered a severe blow. Even though he had felt the pressure from the two prodigies of the land of the rising sun, he had not felt such dismay. After all, they had transitioned a month earlier, giving them a higher level and stronger abilities, which he could somewhat accept, but now, to be surpassed by Xiao Linglong, who had transitioned in an even shorter time frame, shattered his sense of self. He was hailed as Huaxia's top genius by family, relatives, and neighbors, yet, after today, he might be branded as Huaxia's greatest fool. No, I will not allow this to happen, Xiao Linglong. So what if your level surpasses mine? I shall not be outdone in the tower. Qin Hao roared, wielding his sword with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, the elder from the land of the rising sun received directives from the highest echelons of his nation. He swiftly approached the inner circle's supervision area and raised doubts regarding Xiao Linglong. He vociferously proclaimed disbelief that the girl was indeed a practitioner who had just transitioned this year. It was true, level 40 in just a week was utterly unfathomable. Not only the high-ranking officials from the land of the rising sun expressed skepticism, but leaders globally echoed the sentiment. At that moment, the media shifted the focus back to the elder from the land of the rising sun. However, the examination supervisors from Huaxia firmly dismissed the claims. They explained that the testing tower was protected by a powerful barrier, which strictly permitted only those who had transitioned that year to enter. Any practitioners who did not meet these criteria would be intercepted at the vortex entrance, yet, this explanation failed to convince the elder. He suspected that the testing tower, being constructed by Huaxia, might harbor some privileged loophole that allowed the girl to deceive her way in. The elder from the land of the rising sun declared sternly into the global cameras, "I now represent the land of the rising sun," demanding the suspension of that girl's examination and her immediate removal for inspection. At this juncture, Li Jianguo could no longer contain himself and swiftly arrived at the inner circle. "I represent Huaxia and reject this outrageous demand. If that girl is removed now, it will undoubtedly affect the final results. If you truly have doubts, you may conduct a public inspection after the examination concludes. If it is indeed proven that she is not a practitioner from this year, we will uphold fairness and justice by nullifying her results." His words rendered the elder from the land of the rising sun speechless. With no other recourse, he returned to his seat, yet when he glanced back at the leaderboard, he was once again left in a state of shock. Liu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yi Shi's results had astonishingly all tied for 5th place. On the real-time leaderboard, Shota ranked first with a score of 43 levels, Takuya second with 42 levels, Qin Hao third with 35 levels, Lin Xiao fourth with 34 levels, and Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yi Shi all tied for 5th with 32 levels. Even Jiang Shui, who had entered alongside them, had climbed to 8th place with a score of 28 levels. The rapid rise of these four individuals filled the people from the land of the rising sun with a profound sense of unease. Leaders from across the globe were equally taken aback by the spectacle before them, exclaiming in astonishment, "Huaxia truly deserves its title as the world's foremost nation, producing remarkable talents. In this battle against the land of the rising sun, the outcome remains uncertain." Meanwhile, the live broadcast once again shifted to the testing tower, focusing on the candidate Yi Shi. Within his frame, a grotesquely eerie monster was seen guarding the monster spawn point, incessantly gnawing away. Chapter 76, the sand monster that becomes stronger by devouring. Unlike the hundreds of skeletal warriors commanded by Xiao Linglong, Yi Shi possesses but a single summoned beast. This creature, however, is extraordinarily peculiar in appearance, entirely composed of shifting sands, lacking any limbs. Its visage is marked by a colossal eyeball and a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. The immense jaws open and close rhythmically, as if masticating something unseen. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, the monsters within the testing tower began to respawn, leading to a scene that left everyone astounded. The sand monster opened its mouth wide and, astonishingly, devoured the creature whole. In an instant, it was annihilated. 1 layer per second. The monsters respawned, were consumed, and grew stronger. As the levels of the testing tower escalated, the number of monsters increased, with 2 appearing at once. Yet, the sand monster swallowed them whole without hesitation. Even more terrifying was the fact that with each consumption, the sand monster's form began to swell significantly. Once again, the crowd was left in shock. The elderly man from the East Sea displayed a hint of fear on his face. Could it be that this summoned beast possesses the ability to grow stronger through devouring? If so, this individual might indeed be the most formidable opponent in this competition. Meanwhile, the live broadcast shifted its focus to Yishur, who stood nonchalantly behind the monster. At that moment, everyone caught a glimpse of Yishur's level and class information. Level 32, Supreme Heavy Eye, Legendary SSS. While his level seemed quite standard, the title of his class hinted at extraordinary prowess. Yishur, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, paid no heed to the monsters that appeared within the testing tower. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the leaderboard, smirking inwardly. Lu Fan, I never imagined you could keep pace with my speed. Intriguing indeed, but how long can you maintain it? Following Yishur's gaze, the global live feed shifted to the real-time rankings, revealing that within mere seconds, the scores of Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yishur had surpassed Lin Xiao's, tying with Qin Hao. Xiang Tai ranked first with a score of 55 layers, Takuya ranked second with a score of 53 layers, Qin Hao ranked third with a score of 45 layers. Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yishur were all tied for fourth, each with a score of 45 layers. Lin Xiao ranked 7th with a score of 41 layers, Zhang Shui ranked 8th with a score of 39 layers. At that moment, Qin Hao noticed the rankings and, in an instant, was rendered speechless. He had exerted himself to the utmost, wielding his swift wind sword with flawless skill combinations, yet within mere seconds, those tardy 3 had caught up. At this moment, Qin Hao's resolve crumbled entirely. His body, once poised for attack, hung suspended in disbelief. Simultaneously. On the top floor of the tower, Li Jianguo surveyed the latest ranking data, a hint of satisfaction finally gracing his expression. The newcomers were no weaklings, particularly Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yishur. It was Qin Hao who appeared to be lagging. Just as Li Jianguo was about to voice his thoughts, he recalled that the head of the Qin family, Sword Master Qin Wushuang, stood beside him, and thus he swallowed his words. However, Li Mabe erupted in laughter. What a so-called genius of Huaxia, it seems he is nothing extraordinary after all. It appears this title must be self-proclaimed. Ha ha ha. Qin Wushuang, seeing his grandson on the verge of being overtaken, felt a surge of displeasure. With Li Mabe's mockery added to his discontent, his composure shattered. Li Mabe, what are you laughing at? While it is true that my Qin Hao's ascent has been sluggish, that alone does not suffice to entirely gauge a practitioner's true strength. Oh, are you suggesting that the true merit of your Qin Hao lies in combat? Indeed, I dare wager that in a one-on-one duel, among all the practitioners within the tower, regardless of their origin, including those from the East Sea, none would stand a chance against my Qin Hao. Li Mabe could not suppress his laughter, ready to continue his rebuttal, but was halted by a glance from Li Jianguo. Enough, you two, let us not bicker. With a formidable foe at hand, we must present a united front. Although the pace at which Lu Fan and the others have surged is impressive, we still lag behind in the rankings. Furthermore, do not forget that the first 59 layers of the testing tower consist of ordinary monsters, presenting minimal difficulty. The disparity among practitioners cannot truly manifest. However, once we reach layer 60, all monsters will upgrade to elite status, and their numbers will dramatically increase. That will be the true test to reveal the differences in practitioners' strengths. As the discussion unfolded, the camera angle shifted once again, finally focusing on the eagerly anticipated Lu Fan. It is worth noting that from the very beginning, Lu Fan had descended from the heavens upon a colossal netherbird, subsequently committing acts of violence without hesitation, culminating in Sword Saint Li Mabe personally intervening to absolve him. This series of events had long piqued the curiosity of the masses. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed a veritable army of summoned beasts surrounding Lu Fan. 48 hellhounds, 36 hellwolves, and 24 netherbirds, all converging at the monster spawn point to dispatch the freshly spawned creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Fan lay on the floor of the testing tower, whistling nonchalantly as he played with his phone, much to the astonishment of onlookers. With a deft cut to the scene, everyone could see the content of Lu Fan's phone. He was engaged in a chat with Xiao Linglong. Xiao Linglong, Lu Fan, do you think this selfie looks good? Lu Fan, how do you have my number? Xiao Linglong, did you forget my background? Finding your number is a matter of a single sentence. Lu Fan, come on, that's an invasion of my privacy. Xiao Linglong, so what? Just tell me if this selfie looks good or not. Lu Fan, ugly, small. Xiao Linglong, how is it small? Lu Fan, what else could it be? As the audience observed the exchange between Lu Fan and Xiao Linglong, laughter erupted around them. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Fan quickly rose, only to discover the situation and promptly shut off his phone, stowing it away in his backpack. Hey, are you guys serious? Is global livestream peeping? Meanwhile, the onlooker Josie felt a surge of jealousy as she witnessed this scene. Xiao Linglong, regardless of your status as one of the 4 great families of Yanjing or your formidable connections, if you dare to vie for Lu Fan with me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Simultaneously, Yishur within the testing tower witnessed this unfolding drama, and a surge of malevolence swelled within him, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his flesh. Lu Fan, Linglong truly chose to withdraw from our engagement for your sake. You wait, I shall ensure your demise. At the same time, amidst Lu Fan's protests, the scene reverted to the normal space within the tower. Everyone then beheld the level and class attributes displayed above Lu Fan's head. Level 42, Nether Sorcerer F. As this information was revealed, disbelief washed over the faces of Xiao Linglong, Yishur, Qin Hao, Lin Xia, Zhang Shui, and even the 2 geniuses from the East Sea. Chapter 77 The Unique Hidden Profession, Onmyoji. Everyone stood in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, especially Qinhao, level 42. This lad's level is astonishingly 42, he has surpassed Xiao Linglong. Has this world gone mad? Even more incredible is that this young man's talent is rated an F-grade talent is the lowest of the low. How could he possibly reach level 42 in just a week? Xiao Linglong, at least, possesses a legendary SSS rating and hails from one of the 4 prominent families of Yanjing. Given her family's unwavering support, I could accept her breaking through level 40. Yet, this Lu Fan is merely an unheard of wild child. What right does he have to be of a higher level than those of the 4 great families? At this moment, Qinhao's spirit shattered completely. He even contemplated exploding on the spot in sheer frustration. Ye Shi's eyes mirrored the shock, though his composure was far steadier than Qinhao's. He coldly murmured, Linglong, is this the man you have chosen? He certainly possesses some skill. Lu Fan, congratulations, you are now worthy of being my rival. Simultaneously, 2 geniuses from the land of the rising sun were also rendered speechless by the information regarding Lu Fan. They could hardly believe that, in such a short span of time, 2 level 40 professionals had emerged from Huaxia. It is worth noting that the land of the rising sun had a full month's head start. Moreover, upon transitioning to their unique hidden professions, they immediately immersed themselves in the leveling process, hardly resting aside from the essentials of eating and sleeping. Even so, they had only just managed to exceed level 50. They had anticipated a significant advantage in this competition, believing their levels would overwhelmingly surpass their opponents, yet, to their astonishment, the adversaries also boasted levels as high as 40. It seemed that while there was an advantage in levels, it was not as pronounced as they had hoped. At the top of the tower, Li Jianguo seized the opportunity and promptly ordered the command center to direct the broadcast to the 2 geniuses from the land of the rising sun. He intended for the global elite to witness the remarkable expressions of those so-called geniuses. It was also an opportunity for Lu Fan and his companions to gauge the true strength of their opponents. The broadcast first focused on the top-ranked Shota. However, Shota's reflexes were swift. Upon seeing the live feed shift to him, his initial shock quickly dissipated into composure. With an Onmyoji fan in hand, he commanded 5 Shikigami to engage in battle. At that moment, his level and profession information appeared above his head. Level 50, unique Onmyoji, Dekokuten, Hanakagami, Tamamonome, Yadonokami, and Jin Nai. Each one possessed formidable power and explosive damage. Lu Fan, observing the broadcast, recognized that Shota's profession was akin to his own, both belonging to the summoner class. However, what astonished Lu Fan the most was Shota's level, an impressive 50. It must be acknowledged that due to the earlier transition date in the land of the rising sun, Huaxia had indeed suffered a significant disadvantage in terms of levels. Yet, this was not a major concern. Having survived the hellish Lion Rock dungeon and the battles in the Dark Temple, Lu Fan felt remarkably confident in his current strength. With a mental attribute of 400,000 and the enhancement from a level 100 mythic ring, he was unfazed, even if his opponent were to reach levels 80 or 90. In fact, Lu Fan had even anticipated the possibility of a one-on-one duel after the competition and had deliberately preserved his trump card, the summoning of the nether python. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he mused, land of the rising sun, this time, let me show you what the true first genius of Huaxia looks like. Following Shota, the live broadcast shifted to the second-ranked Takuya. He wielded a dazzling laser sword, slashing at the monsters before him with fervor. His level and profession information also displayed above him. Level 50, unique Jedi. Having just witnessed Shota's live feed, Takuya was well aware that it would soon be his turn. Thus, he had already mastered his expression. However, he remained astonished by the unexpectedly high levels of Lu Fan and Xiao Linglong. He knew better than anyone the sacrifices he and Shota had made to break through level 50 within a month, yet, these 2 individuals from Huaxia had achieved level 40 in merely 1 week. It was utterly unfathomable. Simultaneously, Lu Fan discerned that Takuya was likely a warrior with considerable attack power. However, distinguishing how he differed from an ordinary warrior was not immediately apparent. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. Based on his understanding of the testing tower's rules, warrior classes posed no threat to him. Although the tower would replenish the life and magic points of professionals by 20 upon clearing each level, the cooldown for skills would not reset. This meant that while warriors could initially maintain seamless transitions between levels through basic attacks or efficient skill usage, as the layers increased, the difficulty of the monsters would escalate, and their numbers would multiply. When a warrior's basic attacks could no longer swiftly eliminate monsters, the cooldown on skills would slow their progress considerably. Conversely, summoner classes, benefiting from their summon's continuous output capabilities, would far surpass other professions in terms of efficiency in ascending the tower. Thus, after assessing the circumstances surrounding the 2, Lu Fan could draw a clear conclusion in this confrontation between the 2 nations. The primary opponent was undoubtedly the currently top-ranked Onmyoji, Shota. After observing Takuya's challenges, the global live broadcast once again shifted to the large screen displaying the real-time leaderboard. At this moment, the leaderboard underwent a fresh round of updates. Most notably, Qinhao's rank predictably fell as Lu Fan and his companions surpassed him. Shota ranked first, having cleared 60 levels. Takuya ranked second, also clearing 60 levels. Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yishir tied for third, each having cleared 59 levels. Jiang Shui ranked sixth with a score of 55 levels, Lin Xia seventh with 54 levels, and Qinhao eighth with 51 levels. Aside from the shift in rankings, another point of interest was that the 2 professionals from the land of the rising sun had already breached level 60. From this level onward, the difficulty would change drastically. The number of monster spawn points would increase from 1 to 2, with each spawn point multiplying the number of monsters. In order to provide professionals ample preparation for the challenges ahead, the respawn of monsters at the newly breached level would be delayed by 1 minute. What followed would be the true clash between the professionals of the two nations. Chapter 78 Spell, Thunder Killing Formation. At this moment, the pinnacle of the testing tower began to radiate a resplendent golden light. This phenomenon signified that a professional had successfully ascended to the 60th floor, heralding a substantial increase in the difficulty of the forthcoming challenges. The live broadcast then shifted its focus back to the foremost practitioner from the land of the rising sun, the Onmyoji Shota, within his designated space. The monster spawn points had now transformed into two, positioned at opposite ends of the expanse, a staggering distance of 200 meters apart. This layout represented the very diameter of the testing tower's spatial confines. Such a configuration was designed to prevent practitioners from easily covering all monsters with their area of effect damage skills. In that instant, Shota waved his hand, allocating 2 of his 5 Shikigami to the other spawn point. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands together and forcefully declared, "Spell, Thunder Killing Formation." A thunderous roar erupted, and bolts of lightning surged around his body. Subsequently, the electric radiance expanded outward from Shota, forming a thunderous net with a diameter of 200 meters. The crackling sound of thunder echoed ominously, clearly indicating a massive area of effect damage skill. The revelation of this technique left the audience in awe. Even Li Jianguo, who had witnessed countless prodigies, was momentarily taken aback. Truly, the uniqueness of this hidden profession allowed for such an expansive area damage skill, and it appeared to be sustained as well. It seemed that the land of the rising sun had come well prepared for this encounter. An insidious smile crept across the face of the elderly elder from the land of the rising sun. The range of Shota's thunder killing formation could be infinitely extended. 200 meters was trivial, 2,000 meters would present no challenge, obliterating all monsters within that radius. This time, I shall observe how you, China, keep pace with our advancements. A fleeting minute passed in the blink of an eye. Shota was the first to encounter the refresh of monsters on the 60th floor. Both spawn points simultaneously produced 5 elite monsters, totaling 10. Moreover, the attributes of these monsters far surpassed those of the previous ordinary ones. Yet, astonishingly, within just 1 second of their emergence, Shota's thunder killing formation annihilated all 10 monsters in an instant. 1 second per layer upward he ascended. The spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. Li Jianguo's brow furrowed slightly. This was dire. The Onmyoji's profession was indeed terrifying, with not only an enormous range but also remarkably high damage. The reputation of this unique hidden profession was well deserved. Before the audience could fully digest this shocking display, the live broadcast shifted once more to the second-ranked practitioner from the land of the rising sun, the Jedi Samurai Takuya. Unlike Shota, who stood centrally between the two spawn points, Takuya opted to position himself at one of them. In the next moment, both spawn points generated 5 elite monsters simultaneously. As everyone wondered how Takuya would handle this dual wave of monsters, he suddenly extended his right hand, drawing the 5 monsters from the other spawn point toward him. With a swift flourish of his laser sword, he dispatched all the monsters in a mere 3 seconds. While not as rapid as Shota's 1-second feat, 3 seconds was still impressive. Witnessing this spectacle, high-ranking officials from nations around the globe rose to their feet, captivated by the astonishing display before them. The unexpected prowess of these two prodigies from the land of the rising sun was beyond belief. Such extraordinary talents emerged only a handful of times each year worldwide, yet this nation had produced 2 in a single year. With these 2 gifted youths, the land of the rising sun could secure 50 years of untroubled existence. Following this exhibition, the international influence of the land of the rising sun would undoubtedly soar, prompting many smaller nations to fear its immense potential and seek alliances. In stark contrast, China appeared to have fallen victim to the cunning schemes of the land of the rising sun, becoming a stepping stone for their global astonishment. Li Jianguo, observing the situation, felt a wave of concern wash over him. Since the inception of the testing tower, countless prodigies had faced its challenges, yet few practitioners managed to ascend beyond the 60th floor with such rapidity. He understood the difficulty of this endeavor better than anyone. Presently, the last hope for China rested solely upon the shoulders of Lu Fan and his 2 companions. Should their speed fail to match that of these 2 prodigies from the land of the rising sun, China's dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. Simultaneously, the global live broadcast transitioned once more. This time, it astonishingly adopted a split-screen format, simultaneously showcasing the battles of Lu Fan, Xiao Linglong, and Yi Shi. These 3 represented the last hope of China, and the hearts of the Chinese populace collectively raced with anxiety. Yet in the next moment, the performance of Lu Fan and his companions left the world in awe. Lu Fan made no movement, he merely divided his summoned entities to either side. As the 10 elite monsters freshly spawned, they were swiftly annihilated by Lu Fan's hell wolves and hell birds. 1 second per layer, he ascended directly. Meanwhile, Xiao Linglong waved her hand, conjuring forth over 100 skeletal archers. In nearly identical cadence, the monsters were obliterated the moment they emerged, courtesy of the Skeletal Legion. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone to send Lu Fan a message. Lu Fan, I have a premonition that this battle will culminate in a duel between the 2 of us. Lu Fan glanced at the message and replied, then I cannot allow you to win, otherwise, your engagement will be successfully annulled. Xiao Linglong retorted, do you truly wish for me to break off our engagement? Alas, all I need is to place in the top 5, you cannot escape. Lu Fan responded, I previously mentioned that I am only interested in fleeting encounters, romantic entanglements do not appeal to me. Xiao Linglong teased, that is only because you have yet to encounter true love. Lu Fan quipped. 6. The 2 exchanged banter. Yi Shi concluded his battle simultaneously. He maneuvered the quicksand monster to the center of the 2 spawn points. As the 10 monsters appeared, the quicksand creature unleashed 10 torrents of sand from its body, ensnaring all 10 elite monsters, then forcefully yanked them back, devouring them whole. Although the entire process transpired rapidly, it consumed nearly 3 seconds. With the testing tower now entering the 60th floor's heightened difficulty, the rankings of the participants shifted once more. Shota ranked first with a score of 69 layers. Lu Fan and Xiao Linglong tied for second with scores of 65 layers each. Takuya ranked fourth with a score of 63 layers. Yisher tied for fifth with a score of 61 layers. Jiang Shui ranked sixth with 60 layers. Lin Xiao ranked seventh with 59 layers. Xinhao ranked 8th with 51 layers. In this ranking, Lu Fan and Xiao Linglong successfully surpassed Takuya, securing a tie for second place. This achievement elicited a thunderous wave of celebration from the crowd in the central plaza. However, it was worth noting that Xinhao, initially hailed as China's greatest prodigy, remained stagnant in his score. Li Jiangmo sensed something amiss and promptly commanded the broadcast to focus on Xinhao's space, only to discover him standing there in a daze. This revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. No one had anticipated that Xinhao had already given up. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wushuang, was so enraged that he nearly charged into the tower to reprimand him. However, the testing tower was fortified with powerful restrictions, preventing anyone who had not undergone transmutation from entering. Even a formidable individual like Li Mabai could not breach its confines. Li Jiangmo sighed deeply, urging Qin Wushuang to remain calm, suggesting that they could address Xinhao's psychological state after the joint examination. The pressing concern remained the contest between China and the land of the rising Sun. Li Jiangmo refocused his gaze on the testing tower. He understood clearly that based on the current displays of strength from both sides, a definitive victor would likely not emerge until they reached the 80th floor. The 80th floor represented a true watershed moment for practitioners. It was said that even many SSS-grade professionals, after a month of diligent training, might still struggle to surpass the trials of the 80th floor. At this level, not only would the previous two spawn points multiply, but a new spawn point would also emerge, generating a Lord-level monster. Chapter 79. Lu Fan ascends to the pinnacle. The abyssal demon appears at the tower's summit. As time progressed, Xiang Tai was the first to reach the 80th floor. At the apex of the testing tower, the golden light transformed into a vivid crimson hue. This signified that the joint examination was nearing its conclusion. Huaxia and Dongying were poised for their final clash. At this moment, the live broadcast once again focused on the Onmyoji Xiang Tai. However, the audience noticed that his expression was somewhat amiss. The calm demeanor he previously exhibited had been replaced by a profound anxiety. He had not anticipated that even after unleashing the thunderous slaughter array, he was still unable to create a significant gap between Lu Fan and Xiao Linglong. Moreover, his thunderous slaughter array required a substantial amount of magical energy. Before reaching the 80th floor, the compensation mechanism of the testing tower allowed him to maintain continuous casting. However, once beyond the 80th floor, should a Lord-level monster emerge, his magical energy might not suffice. Furthermore, with the emergence of the Lord-level monster, area of effect damage would no longer hold the advantage. Rather, high single-target damage would become increasingly critical. Just as Xiang Tai was pondering this, a minute swiftly elapsed. 3 monster spawn points had already begun to refresh a new wave of creatures, 2 waves of 40 elite monsters and 1 Lord-level monster, all at level 60. Xiang Tai wasted no time, raising his hand to cast the thunderous slaughter array, determined to eliminate this cluster of elite monsters first. However, due to the significant elevation in both level and attributes of the monsters, even Xiang Tai took nearly 5 seconds to vanquish them. This brief period had already drained nearly 20 points of his magical energy. Although the thunderous slaughter array could theoretically expand infinitely, the larger the area, the faster the consumption of magical energy. Fortunately, the Dongying nation had spared no effort, assembling a pink-quality, dream-grade set, the Heart of the Ocean, for Xiang Tai, which not only multiplied his magical energy but also provided a regeneration of 3 maximum magical energy points per second. After dispatching the elite monsters, Xiang Tai swiftly shifted his formation. Spell Wine Slaughter Array. The ground around him erupted with howling winds. Unlike the Thunder Array, which dealt area damage, the Wind Array served as an auxiliary for acceleration. Within the Wind Array, the attack speed and skill cooldowns of Xiang Tai's 5 Shikigami would witness a substantial enhancement. Compared to the Thunder Array, the Wind Array would significantly amplify the offensive efficiency of the 5 Shikigami, thereby hastening the defeat of the Lord-level monster. These battle strategies had been meticulously planned for Xiang Tai by Dongying prior to their arrival, yet at this moment, Xiang Tai suddenly heard the crowd around the plaza erupting in a tumultuous roar. When he turned his gaze toward the leaderboard, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Lu Fan was inexplicably surpassing him at a rate of 1 floor per second. His score had soared to the 81st floor. How could this be possible? Xiang Tai was left in shock, utterly unable to comprehend how his opponent had achieved this. It was worth noting that he held a 10-level advantage over Lu Fan. Not only Xiang Tai, but the entirety of Dongying was left astounded. Having focused on Xiang Tai due to the global live broadcast, they had scarcely noticed how Lu Fan had accomplished this. Replay, I demand a replay, that kid must be cheating, an elder from Dongying shouted in agitation. Li Jiangmo smirked coldly and instructed the command center to play the replay. On the screen, Lu Fan raised his hand and unleashed the Netherfire Rain, instantly incinerating all the monsters within a second. The sheer magnitude of this damage rendered the entire Dongying contingent speechless. How could this be possible, such a wide area of effect damage, and he managed to eliminate a level 60 Lord-level monster in an instant? This was simply absurd. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from other nations around the world were equally dumbfounded. A level 60 Lord-level monster, even a fully leveled team would require hours to defeat it. Yet this kid, at level 40, had just obliterated it in a heartbeat. This was beyond the comprehension of all present. At this moment, even accusations of cheating arose. This guy must have cheated. A strict investigation is warranted. The elder from Dongying had completely lost his composure, shouting incessantly, but just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of Lu Fan's prowess, Xiao Linglong also surged ahead moments later. This sight nearly caused the elder from Dongying to suffer a heart attack. Cheating, both of them must be cheating. I express my doubts. I lodge my protest, however. Li Jianguo wore a look of smug satisfaction, calmly stating. Please remain composed, representatives of Dongying, you have the right to question, but all conclusions must await the end of the joint examination. We have recorded the entire process. The eyes of the world are keen. Moreover, the competition is not yet over. You may continue to observe before reaching a conclusion. The elder from Dongying twitched his lips in fury and retorted, very well, I shall see how this fellow fights. As you wish. Gate Command Center, switch the live feed to Lufan. At this moment, Lufan, in first place, entered the next level. However, the cooldown for the Netherfire Rain was 50 seconds. Thus, he could not use it again until the cooldown expired. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. A new wave of monsters began to spawn. This round featured an even greater number, a total of 100 elite monsters, accompanied by one Lord-level monster. Yet, on the battlefield, 36 nether wolves and 24 nether birds unleashed a frenzied assault. Lufan hardly needed to lift a finger. In yet another second, they were all annihilated. It is noteworthy that the attack speed of the nether wolves was 5 times per second. The nether birds, being spellcasters, had their attack speed dictated by the cooldown of the netherfire, which was 0.5 seconds, equating to 2 attacks per second. Combined, they could eliminate over 200 monsters in just a second. As for the Lord-level monster, in the face of Lufan's terrifying damage, it was no different from an ordinary monster, resulting in an instant kill. Witnessing this scene, the elder from Dongying completely lost hope. He had never imagined that such an extraordinary figure could exist in Huaxia. It seemed that the aspiration to dethrone Huaxia would be a monumental task ahead. Yet at this moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The sky above the tower suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. The space trembled violently. Following this, a colossal demon, entirely crimson, slowly emerged from the swirling black clouds. Ha ha, human insects, how do you do? At this moment, the prominent figures at the pinnacle of Huaxia were left utterly astounded. The abyssal demon, how could it possibly appear here? Chapter 80 of the infiltration of Abyssal Aura. The difficulty of the testing tower surges tenfold. The demon, a vibrant crimson hue, lurked half concealed within a shroud of darkness. Its curved horns jutted backward, reminiscent of twin ponytails. Beneath its golden eyes lay a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs. An abyssal demon, a being whose strength is second only to that of the abyssal demon lord. With a single punch, it could obliterate an entire city. How could an abyssal demon appear here? The protective barrier of coastal city showed no signs of damage. Could it be that someone deliberately allowed it to enter? Damn. It must be those rascals from the East Japan nation. The prominent figures atop the skyscraper were utterly stunned. None had anticipated that an abyssal demon would invade at such a moment. Just as the crowd stood in shock, the abyssal demon made its move first. With a fist as formidable as a mountain, it smashed down towards the testing tower. This is bad. The target of the abyssal demon is the practitioners within the testing tower. Li Mabai felt a surge of foreboding and promptly took to the skies on his sword, transforming into a white arc racing toward the demon's fist. The remaining 6 saints followed closely, unleashing a flurry of dazzling techniques across the heavens. The sky resonated with continuous roars, a symphony of brilliance illuminating the firmament. Under the combined might of the 7 saints of Huaxia, the demon's colossal hand was shattered into fragments. Yet, the abyssal demon only laughed heartily. Ha, worthy of the 7 saints of Huaxia, your strength is commendable. Alas, my arm can regenerate, but those little ones inside the testing tower, their lives are surely forfeit. What? At this proclamation, the entire venue fell into stunned silence once more. Li Mabai, alarmed, immediately turned to look back. To his horror, he discovered that the testing tower had already succumbed to the corruption of Abyssal Aura without anyone realizing. How is this possible? When did this happen? And why has the barrier of the testing tower failed to activate? Has the strength of this abyssal demon advanced yet again? Seeing the dire situation, Li Jianguo swiftly ordered the command center to instruct all practitioners within the testing tower to evacuate immediately. If the testing tower is infected by Abyssal Aura, all monsters within will transform into abyssal-level beasts. Their strength would surge dramatically. Moreover, they would possess nearly the same level of intelligence as humans. They are not something the newly promoted practitioners inside can handle. Upon receiving the command center immediately broadcasted, attention all practitioners within the testing tower. Due to the sudden invasion of the abyssal demon, this joint examination is hereby cancelled. All practitioners within the testing tower, evacuate immediately. At that moment, the surface of every monster within the testing tower began to emit wisps of black smoke, their eyes turning a terrifying crimson. Upon hearing the announcement, all practitioners promptly ceased their challenges and retreated from the tower. However, just then, the command center suddenly delivered grim news. The testing tower was enveloped by Abyssal Aura, causing a malfunction in the system, preventing testers above the 60th floor from exiting. What did you say? How could this happen? Due to the materials used to construct the testing tower being sourced from the endless abyss, the abyssal demon held a natural advantage over it. We are currently conducting emergency repairs, but it will take at least an hour. An hour? Everyone will be dead by then. Is there no other way? There is one method, which is if a practitioner can successfully clear the 99th floor first, a second exclusive exit will appear at the top of the testing tower. At that time, everyone can escape through there. Are you joking? What kind of nonsense is this? In the current situation, who could possibly? Li Jianguo, midway through his words, suddenly halted. Wait, perhaps, that young man. Could command center, connect me to Lufan immediately. Understood. At this moment within the testing tower, Lufan faced a multitude of monsters undergoing abyssal degradation. They were in a state that could not be selected, yet, there was no trace of fear on Lufan's face. Instead, he appeared exhilarated. This is more like it. It was about time to raise the difficulty. Otherwise, how could I showcase the gap between us? It is a pity that the monsters in this tower, for some unknown reason, could not enhance their attributes after being burned. Otherwise, this challenge would have been a bloodbath. Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, Li Jiangluo's voice suddenly echoed through the space of the tower. Lu Fan, I am the highest commander of Huaxia for this joint examination, can you hear me? I can hear you, what is it? Due to the invasion of abyssal aura, the system within the testing tower has malfunctioned, and practitioners above the 60th floor are temporarily unable to exit. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smirked coldly. No worries, I never intended to exit. Li Jiangguo couldn't help but reveal a look of approval. Indeed, he is the strongest practitioner in this joint examination, such spirit. Lu Fan, listen carefully, I now command you in the capacity of Huaxia's highest authority, do not hold back, clear the levels with utmost speed. Only in this manner can the other exit at the top of the tower be opened, allowing the other practitioners to leave safely, otherwise, under the abyssal corruption, their lives will be in jeopardy. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He then realized it was practitioners above the 60th floor, if that is the case, Zhang Shui might be in danger. I understand, Commander, rest assured, I will show the world what Huaxia speed truly is. Excellent, the global live broadcast will remain focused on you, do not let me down, do not let Huaxia down. You can count on me. Meanwhile, in the skies above the central square, the 7 saints of Huaxia continued to engage in a fierce battle with the abyssal demon. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wushuang, and the elder of the Xiao family, the elder of Oblivion, also joined the fray, yet, even with 9 powerful figures joining forces, they were unable to defeat the abyssal demon immediately. Surrounding the central square, in order to avoid being affected by the terrifying waves of energy, the Huaxia Guardian Corps had begun to orderly evacuate the crowd of practitioners who had retreated earlier were also quickly distancing themselves from the center of the battle. In a brief moment, the once crowded central square was left only with the forces from East Japan and several dozen invigilators from the inner circle. At this moment, an elder from East Japan approached, shouting, Huaxia, how could you let this happen? Why were you caught off guard by the sudden invasion of the abyssal demon? This is a dereliction of duty regarding the safety of our East Japan citizens. Li Jiangguo was incensed. Bah! You old fool, I haven't even questioned you about whether the abyssal demon was released by your people, how dare you interrogate me, you dare to suspect us, know that 2 of our geniuses are still trapped inside. This incident occurred within your Huaxia territory, if anything happens to those 2 children, you Huaxia will bear full responsibility. I bear what? You've only lost 2, while we have lost count. If something happens, don't blame others, blame your practitioners for being too weak. As the highest commander of Huaxia, how can you make such remarks in front of a global audience? Is this the responsibility expected of a great nation? Old man, our testing tower has been open for hundreds of years, why has it only failed this year? You better pray I don't catch you causing trouble. Otherwise, Huaxia will undoubtedly trample East Japan. Rest assured, investigate as you will, but this joint examination has already been disrupted, I believe the results will no longer count, and we shall arrange another time for competition between our 2 nations. Nonsense! Li Jiangguo shot back angrily. Though the testing tower is tainted by abyssal aura, the monsters faced by the practitioners inside are of equal difficulty. It remains fair, and the results will still stand. Meanwhile, within the space of the testing tower, the multitude of monsters had completely undergone abyssal degradation. In the global live broadcast, a horde of elite monsters, now shrouded in thick black smoke, their eyes blood red and their sizes having multiplied several times, roared as they charged towards Lu Fan. Witnessing this scene, a red-haired elder seated among the inner circle of invigilators could not suppress a faint smirk of satisfaction. Lu Fan, I told you, I will ensure you perish within the testing tower. The speaker was none other than the Flame Law King, Zhuang Yan. Chapter 81 The Lich Commander. Just a few days prior, Zhuang Yan, in his quest for vengeance against Lu Fan for the death of his son, resorted to dark sorcery to establish contact with the abyssal demons. He conspired with them, intending to use the exceptional talents within the testing tower as bait, luring them into action to eliminate Lu Fan. Naturally, the abyssal demons, eager for the chance to eradicate a budding human prodigy, did not refuse the proposition. Seizing his position, Zhuang Yan opened the protective barrier of Linhai City, allowing the abyssal demons to infiltrate. As Zhuang Yan observed the live broadcast, a triumphant smirk played upon his lips at the sight of the over 100 abyssal corrupted creatures. Lu Fan! This is the consequence of crossing me. However, his pride lasted but a fleeting second, for in the very next moment, Lu Fan effortlessly dispatched all of those more than 100 abyssal creatures in a mere second. Even the abyssal lord-level creature met the same fate without exception. This scene left Zhuang Yan utterly dumbfounded. It is crucial to note that these were creatures transformed by the abyss, their strength having surged at least tenfold. To be obliterated so effortlessly was simply unfathomable. This power was nothing short of miraculous. Not only Zhuang Yan, but leaders from nations across the globe, including the forces from the eastern lands, were equally astounded by Lu Fan's display. In their collective memory, merely surviving an assault from the abyssal creatures was already a monumental feat, yet this young lad managed to annihilate them all in one go. With such a prodigy hailing from Huaxia, the nation's position as the world's foremost power would remain unshakable for the next century. Li Jiangguo was equally stunned. Despite having earnestly advised Lu Fan, the latter had made no alterations to his strategy. He continued to rely solely on the few summoned beings he possessed, clearing the field in an instant. Li Jiangguo understood Lu Fan's nature well enough to know he would undoubtedly have some hidden cards. His earlier admonition was primarily aimed at ensuring Lu Fan would hold nothing back for the sake of others' safety. Yet, he had not anticipated Lu Fan's astonishing confidence, managing to eliminate everything even while concealing his true strength. Incredible, this young man was indeed formidable, both in strength and temperament, he far surpassed his peers. He would undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation in the future. Subsequently, Lu Fan continued his ascent, eliminating foes one layer at a time, reaching the 90th floor in a mere 10 seconds. The pinnacle of the testing tower began to shimmer with a spectrum of colors. This was the unmistakable sign of a challenger breaking through the 90th floor. Li Jiangwo's brow furrowed deeply. The 90th floor, the ultimate challenge of the testing tower. Even throughout Huaxia's history, only a little over 100 challengers had managed to conquer this level. Beyond the 90th floor, the creatures' levels would rise to 70. The number of spawn points would double once more. Even the Lord-level creatures would increase to 2. Historically, only those with truly exceptional talents had the potential to conquer this 90th floor. However, due to the increase in difficulty, the refresh rate of the monsters would be delayed by 1 minute. At this moment, Li Jiangguo switched the global feed to the second-ranked Xiaolonglong. To his surprise, in addition to the skeletal archers, she had summoned over 100 skeletal mages. The overwhelming skeletal army nearly filled the entirety of the testing tower's space. Although Xiaolonglong had a greater number of summoned creatures, their damage output paled in comparison to Lu Fan's. As the abyssal creatures transformed, they could not be eliminated in an instant. Moreover, the skeletal warriors at the front line struggled to withstand the immense damage dealt by the monsters, being shattered one after another. It must be said that the abyssal creatures were far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Fortunately, the sheer number of skeletal warriors afforded them some time. Seeing this, Xiaolonglong's previously relaxed demeanor became markedly serious. With a swift motion, she summoned a skeletal staff into her right hand. This was her level 40 weapon. While it did not grant any significant attribute boosts merely by appearing, it signified her resolve to exert her utmost effort. With a powerful swing of her staff, a dark summoning circle manifested upon the ground. From the center of the circle, a colossal lich slowly emerged. This was Xiaolonglong's level 40 summon, the Lich Commander. It represented her strongest hidden card. With the arrival of the Lich Commander, all skeletal summons were enveloped in a new state. Necromantic empowerment. All necromantic summons received a 50 boost to all attributes. Following this, the Lich Commander unleashed an icy orb from its mouth, hurling it toward the horde of monsters. The chain frost effect allowed it to ricochet among enemies, dealing substantial damage and inflicting frost slow effects. With the appearance of the Lich Commander, the tide of battle gradually began to turn in their favor. Ultimately, Xiaolonglong took nearly 40 seconds to eliminate the elite monsters. However, the abyssal lord-level creature remained a formidable challenge, as its attributes had surged tenfold in strength, stamina, and resilience. Defeating it was no simple task. At this juncture, the command center's announcement resounded once more. Attention all practitioners, for safety's sake, it is advisable not to eliminate all the monsters, otherwise, you will advance to the next layer, where the difficulty escalates and danger increases. It is suggested that practitioners leave one monster remaining to ensure survival while waiting for Lu Fan to clear the level, allowing everyone to retreat safely. Xiaolonglong, ever the quick-witted individual, comprehended the situation immediately. With a wave of her hand, she commanded all her summons to cease their attacks, simultaneously summoning skeletal warriors to absorb damage. However, Yishur was not pleased. Lu Fan, why should we rely on him? I haven't even begun to exert myself. Chapter 82. The Eye Technique, Domestication. At this moment, as Lu Fan was breaking through the 90th level and awaiting the spawn of monsters, the global live broadcast cleverly shifted its focus to Yishur. The expression on Yishur's face was filled with fury, unbeknownst to the audience, who presumed he was merely angered by the abyssal demons. His jealousy towards Lu Fan had reached its zenith. He would not permit Lu Fan's brilliance to overshadow him in front of Xiaolonglong. However, due to the current deterioration of the abyssal monsters and their enhanced attributes, the sand creature could no longer indiscriminately devour them. It was evident that the sand creature could only consume monsters with health below a certain threshold, and nevertheless, this did not pose a challenge for Yishur, who, with a surge of power from his double pupils, bellowed, "Eye Technique, Domestication." This was the strongest control skill he had mastered at level 30, capable of temporarily subjugating monsters for his own use. In an astonishing display, Yishur's dual pupils radiated a blue light, instantly subjugating 5 elite-level monsters. This spectacle left the audience in awe. They were astounded that Yishur, at merely level 32, could wield such potent control magic effectively against 60-level monsters that had been altered by the abyss. While he could currently control only 5 monsters, it was an impressive feat in itself. After all, these 5 elite monsters possessed considerable health, sufficient to absorb damage and ensure his survival. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yishur's intention was not merely to use these 5 monsters as shields against damage. It was crucial to understand that his domestication was not permanent, lasting only 10 fleeting seconds. Using them solely for damage absorption would render it meaningless. Meanwhile, the remaining 100 or so monsters, unrestrained, continued to howl and charge towards Yishur. Unfazed, he watched as the sand creature transformed, spreading into a vast expanse of quicksand around him. The monsters that stepped into the quicksand would not only suffer continuous damage but also experience a significant reduction in their movement speed. The audience was left dumbfounded by this unexpected utility of the sand creature, which had previously been thought to only consume monsters. However, the true shock was yet to come. Yishur commanded the 5 domesticated monsters to leap into the quicksand, and simultaneously, the quicksand ensnared them, pulling them into its depths. With the consumption of these 5 monsters, the area of quicksand began to expand exponentially, nearly enveloping the entire ground of the testing tower. Even more terrifying was that as the quicksand continued to grow, the remaining 100 elite monsters were also drawn in, ensnared by the endless abyss of quicksand. At this moment, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. These monsters were all 60-level elites, altered by the abyss. Initially, the sand creature was incapable of consuming them. How could it now? Yet, some experienced experts discerned the truth. It was due to the 5 domesticated monsters. After consuming them, the sand creature had grown even stronger, thus, it could resume its consumption of other monsters. What a terrifying ability. This implied that the 5 domesticated monsters were never intended for damage absorption. Instead, they were sacrificed to empower the sand creature. A sinister smile crept across Yishur's lips. Indeed, he understood better than anyone that the capabilities of this sand creature were ideally suited for this tower climbing test. As long as there were monsters continuously feeding it, the sand creature's attributes could grow infinitely. Unfortunately, this state could only be maintained for an hour. After an hour, it would revert to its initial state. However, an hour was ample time for Yishur to conquer the testing tower. After the sand creature consumed over 100 elite monsters, the terrifying expanse of quicksand had completely covered the ground of the testing tower. The thickness of the quicksand had increased by several dozen times. Its attributes had surged to an incredibly frightening level. The quicksand surged forth, continuing to ensnare the Lord-level monster, ultimately engulfing the massive creature. Following this round of consumption, the attributes of the sand creature skyrocketed, ascending at a rate of 1 level per second. It swiftly surpassed Xiang Tai, Xiao Linglong, and others, rising to the second position, trailing only behind Lu Fan. At this moment, Li Jiangwo's eyes lit up with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yishur's supreme double pupil's profession would be so formidable. This performance was comparable to that of hidden classes. In light of Yishur's outstanding display, a satisfied smile graced Li Jiangwo's face. It was essential to recognize that this joint examination was not merely a contest of victory or defeat. It was an exceptional opportunity to showcase the strength of the Huaxia nation and instill fear in other countries. The more geniuses Huaxia produced, the stronger its deterrence would be. With the extraordinary performances of Lu Fan, Yishur, and Xiao Linglong, Li Jiangwo felt confident that he could deliver a perfect report on the examination results. Meanwhile, on the side of the East Japan nation. Wait, Li Jiangwo suddenly froze in shock. He observed on the leaderboard that the East Japan nation's warrior Takuya had overtaken Xiang Tai, ascending to the 4th position and was now on par with Xiao Linglong. What was happening? Could it be that this East Japan youth was staging a comeback? Li Jiangwo immediately ordered the command center to switch the live broadcast to Takuya's location. To his astonishment, he saw Takuya wielding a laser longsword, drawing all monsters together and unleashing a flurry of devastating strikes. Even more terrifying was that Takuya's attacks were all area damage, with an attack speed reaching 10 strikes per second. It should be noted that the threshold for attack speed in this world was merely 5 strikes per second. This young man had actually surpassed that limit. Not only that, but his damage output was astonishingly high. Within mere seconds, he had annihilated the entire horde of monsters. Subsequently, in just a few more seconds, he had slain the Lord-level monster. His ranking surged once again, surpassing Xiao Linglong. With a fierce expression, Takuya bellowed, "Nishini, I will not give up." This declaration left Li Jiangwo and the high-ranking officials from around the world astonished. It was noteworthy that after the encroachment of the abyssal aura, only Lu Fan and Yishur, the two anomalies, had chosen to continue challenging. Even the formidable Xiao Linglong and Xiang Tai had opted to halt their challenges, prioritizing their survival. Yet, unexpectedly, Takuya, who had initially lagged behind, was bravely facing the challenge head-on. It appeared that he was growing more tenacious with each battle, adding a small element of suspense to the competition. However, the surprises were far from over. When Li Jiangwo glanced at the leaderboard once more, another name caught his attention. He noticed a practitioner named Jiang Shui, whose level was still on the rise. Chapter 83 The Soul of the Mother imprisoned at the bottom of the abyss. Good heavens, Li Jiangwo could hardly fathom that there were indeed formidable experts within the tower. Even though Lu Fan had already embarked on the challenge of the 90th floor on the other side, Li Jiangwo could not suppress his urge to direct the screen towards a young lady named Jiang Shui. The moment the image shifted, astonishment once again painted the faces of all present. In the visual feed, a tempest of blinding snowflakes was cascading down relentlessly, not only decelerating the onslaught of advancing monsters but also inflicting extensive and continuous damage upon them. At the heart of this blizzard stood a girl with white hair and azure eyes, her skin as pale as snow, raising her hands in fervent spellcasting. Moreover, surrounding her were dozens of ice elementals standing guard, each capable of unleashing localized ice explosions. Although the damage dealt by this girl did not rival that of the previous prodigies, what was remarkable was her unwavering determination to persevere. At that moment, the observers also caught sight of the level and class information displayed above her head. Level 30, Ice Queen, Legendary SSS. Li Jiangwo was utterly taken aback. If he recalled correctly, this girl was brought by the slain teacher from Luwin Academy. Logically, unless the child was personally escorted by their family, they would almost certainly lack any significant background. Yet, it was precisely this fact that left Li Jiangwo astonished. How could she, without familial support and relying solely on the resources of Luwin Academy, reach level 30 within a mere week? Such efficiency was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, every citizen of Songnan City watching the live broadcast trembled with disbelief. No one could have anticipated that this girl, once cast out by her family, sleeping under bridges and scorned by the entire city, and who was even deprived of the privilege to change her profession, was now bringing glory to her nation under the global spotlight. It turned out that the ones who should truly feel ashamed were themselves. After a brief glance at Jiang Shui's situation, Li Jiangwo did not linger, promptly returning the live feed to Lu Fan. It was essential to remember that, aside from these leading figures, at least 50 professionals were trapped within the tower, desperately struggling, with many on the verge of collapse. The only hope now lay in Lu Fan's ability to swiftly conquer the 99th floor and unlock the second escape route from the testing tower. However, Lu Fan did not disappoint even upon reaching the 90th floor. Confronted by hundreds of elite level 70 monsters and 2 lord level creatures, he completed the challenge in a mere 2 seconds. Thus, Lu Fan carved a path through the chaos, charging directly to the 99th floor. The 99th floor represented the ultimate level of the testing tower, the most challenging of all, housing nearly 1,000 elite monsters alongside 4 lord level monsters. A successful passage would signify that the testing tower had been conquered, thereby ensuring that China had emerged victorious in its contest against Japan. At that moment, all high-ranking officials across China ceased their tasks, rising to gather before their televisions. Similarly, leaders from other nations around the globe paused their activities, fixated on the screen showcasing Lu Fan. Everyone was eager to witness how Lu Fan would navigate this final hurdle. It was worth noting that since the tower's inauguration, fewer than 100 individuals had managed to clear the 90th floor, and only 10 had succeeded in overcoming the 99th. Each of these 10 were among the most illustrious prodigies of China, hailed as the nation's most formidable guardians. Among them was the current sword saint, Li Maobai. However, unbeknownst to all, the talents of these revered figures paled in comparison to Lu Fan's. The Lord of the Underworld, even amongst hidden professions, stood as a singular entity. Confronted by nearly 1,000 elite monsters and 4 lord-level foes, Lu Fan summoned a rain of ethereal flames, unleashing a torrent of devastating damage that annihilated the entire battlefield. The world was left in shock. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed from the top of the testing tower, and a beam of light shot towards the heavens. The passage at the tower's apex had opened. The command center, witnessing this, immediately broadcasted an evacuation order for all individuals within the testing tower. In an instant, dozens of professionals hastily exited the tower, comprising both Chinese and Japanese nationals. Each face was etched with sheer terror, as if they felt that any delay could spell their doom. Naturally, Lu Fan did not hesitate to exit the tower as well. Yet, just then, a cloud of black mist dispersed into the air. "I recognize you, son of the Empress of the Underworld. Your mother is not dead. Her soul is imprisoned at the bottom of the abyss, awaiting your rescue." "What did you say?" Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. "Child, it seems you know nothing. Come to the endless abyss, and I shall reveal everything to you. Do you think I would fall for your trick? Then do not regret it." With that, the black mist silently dissipated. "Rest assured, I shall eventually venture to the endless abyss." Lu Fan exited the testing tower, scanning the surroundings for Jiang Shui's figure, as this was his foremost concern. He had been attempting to contact her throughout his time in the tower, yet received no response. Just then, he caught sight of the leaderboard displayed on the central square screen, only to discover that the top rank was not his own, but belonged to Yishur. To his astonishment, Yishur had surpassed him by a mere second. This meant that the one who truly opened the tower's passage was Yishur. Although Lu Fan did not care much for the rankings, the speed at which this individual cleared the tower was undeniably impressive. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as they emerged victorious against Japan and everyone remained safe, this honor meant little to him. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly landed on Lu Fan's shoulder. His heart leaped with joy, anticipating it to be Jiang Shui or Zhou Zi, but upon turning around, he was met by a boy clad in a black hoodie. "Hello, I am Yishur, the one who defeated you." Lu Fan was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Before he could respond, Yishur continued, "Since you lost, stay away from Xiao Linglong. She is not someone you are worthy to touch." Realizing the implications, Lu Fan snapped back to attention. "So, you see me as a rival, huh? I'm not interested in Xiao Linglong, but if you could, kindly take her away and stop bothering me." "Not interested?" Yishur scoffed. "Are you jesting? A woman as perfect as Linglong would surely captivate any man. Your remarks only reveal how much you care. Regardless, consider this my advice. If you dare to maintain any contact with her, I will end you." Lu Fan's expression turned icy as he retorted, "Are you seeking death?" Yishur's eyes flickered, revealing a change in his gaze. "What's the matter? Are you not satisfied?" Chapter 84. The demonic pack. Lu Fan was taken aback. Good heavens, he never anticipated that someone would be so weary of life as to actively seek death. Faced with such inexplicable provocation, Lu Fan would not tolerate it in the slightest. "Regardless of whether you hailed from one of the 4 great families or were a paragon of Huaxia, I shall strike you down without hesitation. Since you have chosen the path to your demise, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence." A cold smile crept across Lu Fan's face. With a wave of his hand, he intended to command the Hellhounds to swiftly eliminate this audacious young man before him. However, to his astonishment, Yishur too preempted him, employing his eye technique to summon a bizarre realm. He directly ensnared Lu Fan within the illusion he had conjured. Within this uncanny world, the afflicted would be devoured by a multitude of strange creatures. This maneuver not only inflicted substantial ongoing damage upon the target but also effectively immobilized them for 3 crucial seconds. Seizing this opportunity, Yishur manipulated the sand monsters to launch a lethal assault on Lu Fan. It was worth noting that the sand monsters had just consumed a copious amount of magical beasts from the testing tower, their attributes now reaching a terrifying level. However, this state could only endure for an hour. This urgency was the primary reason Yishur hastened to mock Lu Fan and lure him into a duel. He aimed to slay Lu Fan before the sand monster's power waned. Yet at that moment, Li Jianguo suddenly appeared before the two. With a raised hand, he summoned a radiant shield that forcefully intercepted Yishur's attack. "Hey, are you two out of your minds? There are abyssal demons above, and East Asian foes before us. Die in the face of such peril. You two outstanding prodigies of Huaxia are quarreling amongst yourselves?" Simultaneously, Xiao Linglong arrived with a throng of skeletal warriors. "What is happening, Yishur? Do not act recklessly, you cannot defeat him." "Yishur? What the hell? I was initially inclined to spare this Lu fellow for Li Jianguo's sake. How dare you suggest I cannot best him? This is intolerable." Yi Shi erupted, disregarding Li Jianguo and Xiao Linglong, commanding the sand monster to coalesce into grains and ensnare Lu Fan. Meanwhile, the control time of the bizarre realm elapsed, liberating Lu Fan from the illusion. Damn it! You dare to provoke me, seeking death. Lu Fan raised his hand, conjuring a spectral flame, prepared to obliterate Yi Shi, yet, Li Jianguo waved his hand again, instantly transforming both into golden figurines. They were rendered immobile and ineligible for selection. Concurrently, Xiao Linglong quickly maneuvered the skeletal warriors to separate the two. Stop, you two must cease this conflict. Why must you go to such lengths for my sake? Lu Fan. What in the world, who are these people I have encountered today? Is this a misunderstanding? Before Lu Fan could fully process the shock, Yi Shi continued to taunt him. Lu Fan, consider yourself fortunate today. Were it not for Commander Li's intervention, you would already be a corpse. Lu Fan was left bewildered. Wait, do you truly believe you could kill me? While it is true that the sand monster's attributes surged after devouring creatures in the testing tower, I have 48 hellhounds to absorb the damage. Each hellhound possesses a staggering 80 million health points. Even if Li Jianguo had not intervened, you would not have been able to slay me with a single blow. However, Yi Shi remained oblivious to the hellhound's ability to withstand damage. Yet amidst their bickering, a dire message suddenly echoed from the command center. Commander Li, it is bad. Qin Hao is in the process of signing a demonic pact. What did you say? Li Jianguo was rendered speechless. Have the youth of today lost their minds? While these two engage in internal strife, someone is attempting to forge a demonic pact. It was vital to understand that once this pact was signed, one would essentially be selling their soul to the abyssal demons, condemned to eternal servitude under their command. Immediately lift the barrier of the testing tower. Allow me to intervene and stop him. That is impossible. The testing tower has been tainted by the abyssal aura, causing the system to malfunction. We cannot lift the barrier. What did you say? Within the confines of the testing tower, the spectral figure of an abyssal demon hovered around Qin Hao. Sign it. Once you affix your name to this pact, you shall obtain my power. At that point, you will truly be the foremost genius of Huaxia. Qin Hao's eyes were clouded with darkness. His soul was being eroded by the abyssal demon. Do not hesitate, I can sense the tumultuous impulse within you. It is your yearning for power that has summoned me, is it not? Qin Hao trembled, his breaths coming in rapid bursts. One could not deny that the blows dealt by Lu Fan, Yi Shi, and Xiao Linglong had been devastating. Within his family, he was hailed as the greatest, lauded for his prowess. Whatever he undertook was met with accolades from all. They even claimed that his profession was more formidable than any hidden vocation. Over time, Qin Hao's arrogance had inflated to a near-distorted degree. He could not tolerate the existence of anyone superior to him among his peers. Accepting the prospect of being second or even third was intolerable. Prior to the joint examination, he had envisioned this competition as his personal showcase. The world would marvel at his talent, and his entire family, indeed all of Huaxia, would take pride in him. He would display his abilities before Li Maobei, and after claiming victory, publicly challenge him in front of all. Yet, the culmination of events revealed that it had all been mere figments of his imagination. He could scarcely fathom returning home after the competition, how he would face his kin, how he would confront the neighbors. The thought of their scornful whispers behind his back was unbearable. Better to perish than endure such shame. Yet, he was unwilling. He could not accept fading into obscurity as a loser. If he were to die, it must be as the victor, and it was this fervent aspiration for triumph, coupled with an overwhelming tide of negativity and malice, that the abyssal demon keenly sensed. Legendary SSS-level talent, it was second only to hidden professions. Should he harness the power of the demonic pact, he would possess the strength to contend against hidden professions. For the abyssal demon, once Qin Hao signed the pact, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset under his command. Moreover, according to the feedback rules of demonic pact power, the greater the number of servants bound by the pact, the stronger he would become. Thus, the abyssal demon eagerly anticipated Qin Hao's descent into darkness. As Qin Hao's right hand slowly rose, a dense black mist enveloped his thumb. With a mere signature on the contract before him, his soul would be forever consigned to the abyssal demon. For all eternity, there would be no escape. Chapter 85 of the Life and Death Arena. Just as Qin Hao was about to sign the contract, the space once again echoed with Li Jianguo's urgent cries. Qin Hao, remain calm. For heaven's sake, stay composed, do not act recklessly. As he shouted, he also instructed someone to call down Qin Wuxuan, who was currently battling in the skies. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Wuxuan was left utterly stunned. Qin Hao. Have you lost your mind? Why on earth would you sign that thing? The abyssal demon seized the moment to further incite him. Qin Hao, heed not their words, they do not wish for you to grow stronger. They are intent on preventing you from becoming the most formidable existence. If you cannot become the strongest in this world, then what meaning does life hold? At that moment, the abyssal demon also infiltrated Qin Hao's memories, continuing, do you not wish to avenge your grandfather, to defeat the Sword Saint Li Maobei? Do you not aspire to become the new generation's Sword Saint? These words shattered the last remnants of Qin Hao's inner defenses. I shall become the Sword Saint. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Hao took up his pen and signed the demonic contract. In that instant, everyone was left in disbelief. Li Jianguo sighed heavily, helplessly stating, Brother Qin, it has come to this, there is no turning back. Do not blame me, all commanders of Huaxia, heed my command. Surround and eliminate Qin Hao, he must not leave alive. However, the abyssal demon laughed heartily. The contract is sealed, you cannot stop him. Li Jianguo understood better than anyone the grave threat posed by a legendary SSS-class practitioner who had signed a demonic contract. Under no circumstances could Qin Hao be allowed to leave this place alive. On the rooftop of the plaza, the 10 Huaxia commanders who had accompanied Li Jianguo sprang into action. Although their strength could not compare to that of the 7 saints of Huaxia, each one was a formidable presence, boasting a level of 70 and possessing SSS-class professional talents. Upon receiving Li Jianguo's command, the 10 commanders dared not hesitate. In an instant, they appeared in the air surrounding the testing tower. However, at that moment, after signing the demonic contract, Qin Hao's attributes surged dramatically, and he gained an additional unique attribute. Demon Power. Sword Path, treading the wind. Qin Hao bellowed, as a swirling black tornado erupted beneath his feet. Then, standing atop the black whirlwind, he shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, not far from the tower's summit, the space began to ripple and distort, revealing a dark portal. Upon seeing this, Li Jianguo exclaimed in alarm. This dark portal leads to the endless abyss. We must not allow Qin Hao to enter, otherwise, Huaxia will gain a formidable adversary. Understood. The 10 Huaxia commanders, upon receiving the order, unleashed a dazzling display of weaponry, launching a combined attack aimed at slaying the approaching Qin Hao on the spot. Yet, curiously, Qin Hao effortlessly traversed through the 10 terrifying shockwaves, moving like a gale. How is this possible? Qin Wuxuang shook his head in despair. It is futile. Although Qin Hao may lack in combat skills, if he wishes to escape, no one can stop him. This is the terror of the Gale Swordmaster. Li Jianguo felt a sense of dread wash over him. Why didn't you mention this sooner? No, under no circumstances can we allow him to escape. Li Mabai, stop him. Upon hearing this, Li Mabai halted his engagement with the Abyssal Demon and turned to unleash a devastating sword strike at Qin Hao. Seeing this, the Abyssal Demon panicked. He was acutely aware of Li Mabai's prowess. Should he intervene, Qin Hao would undoubtedly perish. The Abyssal Demon no longer held back, unleashing a terrifying demon power as he hurled a fist towards Li Mabai. However, the remaining 6 saints of Huaxia and the elder of the Shao family sprang into action, unleashing their full might, revealing all their hidden cards. Meanwhile, powerful individuals from across Huaxia, witnessing the invasion by the Abyssal Demon, rushed to the scene. Notably, the formidable members of the 4 great families of Yinjing, united, they finally managed to intercept the Abyssal Demon's punch. Damn it, cursed humans! At this moment, Qin Hao soared on the black whirlwind, racing towards the dark portal above. Li Mabai transformed into a beam of light, striking towards Qin Hao with pinpoint accuracy, yet, just as he was about to succeed, Qin Wuxuang suddenly appeared, blocking the attack aimed at Qin Hao. In that fleeting moment, Qin Hao successfully charged into the dark portal, vanishing from sight. As the Abyssal Demon observed Qin Hao's successful escape, he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Although this plan to corrupt the testing tower has failed, gaining a legendary SSS-class servant is sufficient. Cursed human warriors, farewell. With that, the Abyssal Demon transformed into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. At this moment, Li Mabai stared at the unfolding scene in utter shock. What the hell, Qin Wuxuang, what are you doing? Li Jianguo and the others were equally dumbfounded, rendered speechless. I am sorry. I simply cannot bear to witness my own grandson perish before my eyes. I truly cannot endure it. Qin Wuxuang gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, tears streaming down his face. Everything had unfolded too suddenly. He could not fathom that his proud grandson had signed the demonic contract so easily. Do you comprehend the calamity you have wrought upon Huaxia? Li Jianguo roared in fury. Moreover, it is crucial to note that while the joint examination between the 2 nations has concluded, the global broadcast continues. Such an event occurring before the eyes of the world's leaders, how can other nations view Huaxia now? Simultaneously, an elder from the land of the rising sun seized the opportunity, immediately shouting, Huaxia, is this the quality of your people? Allowing a legendary SSS-class demonic contractor to escape before the eyes of the world, if, one day, the Abyssal Demon leads that boy to attack other nations, how will you take responsibility? Li Jianguo clenched his teeth. He had anticipated that the land of the rising sun would take the opportunity to strike, yet, at this moment, they were indeed in the wrong, leaving Li Jianguo momentarily at a loss for words. However, just then, Lu Fan, who had been observing, suddenly approached the elder from the land of the rising sun and coldly stated, he is merely a waste who has signed a demonic contract. What, are you already afraid? Lu Fan's sudden display of dominance rendered the elder momentarily speechless. It was crucial to remember that this was a global broadcast. As the foreign minister of the land of the rising sun, if he could not devise a countermeasure, it would reflect poorly on his nation. At that instant, Takuya, who had stood up, unexpectedly interjected. Nishiniai, boy, do you think you are formidable? Do you dare to engage in the life and death arena with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. The life and death arena, where either party's death absolves the other of responsibility. Chapter 86, Supreme Heavy Eye vs. Onmyoji. No one expected that Takaya from the land of the rising sun would challenge Lu Fan to a life and death duel. It is worth noting that Lu Fan's performance in the testing tower was nothing short of spectacular. His strength could only be described as monstrous. If anyone were to challenge Lu Fan, it would likely be Yishir who possessed such qualifications. However, in a twist of fate, the elder statesman from the land of the rising sun not only refrained from intervening but instead wore a sinister smile. He was acutely aware of how formidable Takaya's strength was. Although he had indeed lost in the tower, in a one-on-one confrontation, Takaya was invincible. Moreover, in light of Lu Fan's blatant provocation, if the Land of the Rising Sun did not mount a robust response, they would undoubtedly become a source of global ridicule. With a fierce expression, Takaya approached Lu Fan, roaring like a beast. So, Lu Fan-kun, do you dare to sign a life and death pact with me? To everyone's astonishment, Lu Fan did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he chuckled and shook his head. The scene left all the Chinese spectators in utter disbelief. Even Li Jianguo was momentarily stunned. It was a global live broadcast, and Lu Fan's refusal of the challenge would be perceived as cowardice. This would tarnish the reputation of the entire Chinese populace. Li Jianguo's face was filled with disappointment. He never expected that despite Lu Fan's seemingly formidable performance in the testing tower, he would falter at such a critical moment. It was truly disheartening. Seeing this, Takaya laughed triumphantly. Haha, what's the matter, Lu Fan-kun? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Are you afraid now? You've embarrassed the whole of China. Lu Fan responded with a cold smile, preparing to assert his dominance. However, just as he was about to declare that he would take on all challengers, Yi Shi interjected loudly, Takaya, I will accept your challenge. After speaking, he glanced back at Lu Fan with a derisive sneer. With a coward like you, how dare you fancy Ling Long? Lu Fan. With Yi Shi's declaration, the crowd erupted once more. The global broadcast shifted its focus back to ESHI. It should be noted that Yi Shi had indeed ranked first in the testing tower, even surpassing Lu Fan. Yet, in the face of Yi Shi's challenge, Takaya did not immediately agree. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the elder from the Land of the Rising Sun. The elder merely shook his head slightly. He understood well Takaya's professional attributes. Against a challenger of Yi Shi's caliber, the odds were certainly not favorable. The elder then turned to look at Shota, who immediately understood and stepped forward. Yi Shi-kun, allow me to be your opponent. Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback, questioning the change of opponent. Takaya roared in frustration, I am here to fight Lu Fan-kun, not you. I have no interest in you. Shota, holding his Onmyoji feather fan, replied with a calm smile, what is this, Yi Shi-kun? You are the top-ranked player in the testing tower, surely you wouldn't be afraid of me? Yi Shi scoffed, it doesn't matter who it is, I'll defeat you first, then take care of him. It was well known that Yi Shi's sand monster could sustain its attributes for at least half an hour. Half an hour was more than enough to deal with this young warrior from the Land of the Rising Sun. In fact, most battles among professionals could be decided in a mere second. The two adversaries reached an understanding. Shota struck his palm, and a life and death contract materialized in mid-air. He then pointed his hand and signed his name on the contract. Yi Shi, too, was swift to inscribe his name. However, he was suddenly halted by someone from behind. Turning around, he found it was the head of the Yi family, his father, Yi. In a hushed tone, Yi murmured beside Yi Shi, Little Shi, what on earth is going on with you today? Why are you so impulsive? You are not usually like this. Your opponent is someone who is 20 levels above you. Why would you willingly sign up for a life and death duel? Yi Shi forcefully shrugged off his father's hand, coldly asserting, I do not require your supervision in my matters. Rest assured, I will win. Little Shi, you. At this moment, Lu Fan could not contain his laughter any longer. Let us forget it, I shall take care of it myself. Yi Shi, brimming with anger, retorted, what are you pretending for? Didn't you just refuse to accept the challenge? You just wait behind. After I finish off these two from the Land of the Rising Sun, I will deal with you as well. Lu Fan smiled and shrugged, I await your summons. At this juncture, Li Jianguo approached, pulling Yi aside to whisper, Old Yi, this is a global broadcast. If you let Yi Shi back down now, both he and China will lose all face. Moreover, what is there to worry about? Every member of the four great families of Yinjing has already set their soul lanterns. Even if Yi Shi were to perish within, he would still be able to resurrect, wouldn't he? Yi sighed deeply. Ah, you make it sound so easy. Even if he can be revived, it will come at the cost of a significant drop in level and months of weakness. Who knows how much he will lag behind others as a result? Li Jianguo patted Yi's shoulder, laughing heartily, just have faith, Yi Shi's ranking is first, you must believe he can achieve victory. Ah, let us hope so. As Li Jianguo led Yi away, Yi Shi inscribed his name on the life and death contract. Soon after, the space in the central square began to ripple. A phantom battle arena slowly emerged. Within this space was a colossal platform. As the platform materialized, both Yi Shi and Shota were drawn into it. This was a realm exclusively theirs. All skills unleashed within this space would not cause any destruction to the exterior. To those outside, the scenes within the battle space appeared semi-transparent. According to the rules of the life and death arena, the battle space would exist for 1 hour. If within that hour, one party was knocked out of the arena or killed, the battle would conclude. Should the hour elapse without a victor, it would be deemed a draw, and the space would still dissipate. Once Yi Shi and Shota stepped onto the platform, the battle space initiated a 3-second countdown. This served as preparation time for both sides, to prevent any surprise attacks upon entry. At this moment, Shota waved his hand, summoning 5 Shikigami that appeared instantaneously around him. The Great Tengu, Hana Kagami, Tamamonome, Yodo Haim, and Jinraisen. Yi Shi also raised his hand, summoning a massive sand monster directly in front of him. Observing the enhanced attributes of the sand monster, Yi Shi could not help but smirk. Ling Long, you better watch closely. I, Yi Shi, am the strongest in China. As the countdown concluded, Yi Shi was the first to strike, launching a technique that ensnared Shota in a peculiar realm. Simultaneously, 6 tendrils of sand erupted from the sand monster, racing toward Shota and the 5 Shikigami. Should they hit, they would consume everything. Yet, unexpectedly, the great Tengu flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce wind that not only dispersed the sand but also lifted the entranced Shota high into the air. Yishur was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the summoned beasts would possess autonomy. Even when their master was under control, they could still act independently. Truly, it was worthy of a unique hidden profession. But what of it? In the face of absolute power, there lay only one path: death. Although some of the sand from the sand monster was scattered, it quickly recondensed in the air, surging toward Shota and the 5 Shikigami. At the same time, Jinraisen began to pluck the strings of her instrument. The performance commenced. With her melody resonating, Yishur found himself ensnared in an illusion. Goodness, it should be noted that Yishur was immune to all ocular techniques. However, music was a different matter. Simultaneously, Tamamonome and Yodoheim evaded the assault of the flying sand and, in an instant, appeared at Yishur's side. Tamamonome, the beauty on the surface often makes one forget the lurking danger. Foxfire, descend into darkness. Yodoheim, those who obstruct me must be annihilated. Ghostblade, slaughter. Chapter 87. Let us unite, you denizens of the Eastern Land. I shall take on all of you alone. The scene before them rendered everyone speechless. No one anticipated that Yishur, ranked first in the testing tower, would appear utterly defenseless before Xiang Tai. He was on the verge of being vanquished by 2 formidable Shikigami. Tamamonome and Yado no Kami were the primary offensive Shikigami among Xiang Tai's 5. Their damage output was exceedingly high. During Xiang Tai's ascent of the tower, he had relied upon these 2 Shikigami. Seizing the moment while Yishur was ensnared by Jin Luoshan, the two prepared to deliver a decisive blow to whisk him away. Yet, in the next instant, a multitude of quicksand surged around Yishur. The quicksand coalesced into a wall, effortlessly thwarting the assault of the 2 Shikigami. What transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. The quicksand creature astonishingly began to speak. You mere flies dare to harm my master? You court death. As the quicksand intercepted the attacks from Tamamonome and Yado no Kami, it ensnared the 2 Shikigami as well. With a mighty tug, it devoured them into its gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Xiang Tai was released from the illusion. Trapped in this bizarre realm, he found himself not only under control but with nearly 1/3 of his life force stripped away. One must admit, the opponent's skill, which combined control and damage, was indeed formidable. Fortunately, with the healing provided by the Shikigami Hanakagutsuki, his life was restored to full. He soon realized that the 2 Shikigami had been defeated. However, the situation was not dire. With a wave of his hand, he summoned forth 2 new Shikigami, distinct from those previously lost. They were none other than Hakuzu Master and Haikabiwa. The elder from the Eastern Land could not help but smile faintly at this sight. He understood well the might of the Onmyoji. Although Xiang Tai's current level permitted him to summon only 5 Shikigami at once, any that fell could be immediately replaced by others. Furthermore, those eliminated could be resurrected within a mere minute. It could be said that, under normal circumstances, as long as Xiang Tai himself did not perish, he could continuously cycle through his Shikigami. At this moment, Xiang Tai was lifted to great heights by the Dekokuten. He discovered that the quicksand below could not reach him from such an elevation. Xiang Tai realized that the quicksand creature's range of attack was evidently limited. With this revelation, while victory was not guaranteed, he had at least secured an invulnerable position. It was worth noting that all the Shikigami possessed the ability to fly. Just as Xiang Tai pondered, the quicksand creature launched another assault, targeting the mesmerizing Jin Luoshan. If Jin Luoshan's performance continued uninterrupted, she could maintain control over the enemy for up to 10 seconds. However, this control was not absolute. It was a softer form of control. If the target was attacked during this period, the control would be broken, unlike Yishur's ocular technique, which was a true hard control. Faced with the quicksand's onslaught, Jin Luoshan ceased her performance and soared into the air to evade.